Spring. Regardless of the realm or continent, spring is a season that brings joy to most races. However, exceptions do exist that in this world, composed of numerous realms, countless continents, intricate races, and billions of beings. While exceptions may be few, their sheer numbers can still surpass the computational abilities of many intelligent species. The world is intricate, so complex that even the gods struggle to fully comprehend its workings. Destruction and rebirth alternate in an endless cycle, while stars and energies flicker and fade in the void. The heavens are equally intricate, with those brilliant stars suspended in the infinite night sky, gazed upon by countless beings simultaneously. In the eyes of various existences, stars embody different meanings. They represent both hope and annihilation. Some perceive the ancient stillness, while others observe the harmonious trajectories of cosmic laws. Most, the stars symbolize the divine, but to a select few sages, they reveal glimpses of realms, earth, and a multitude of fantastical worlds. The stars are eternal, yet only a handful of beings can foresee their demise, some even witnessing their extinction firsthand. They stand among the stars, yet, as stars too can perish, they are destined to fall. However, before the advent of doom, they often believe themselves to be eternal. This realm consists of more than a single continent. Its life-bearer is an entire planet, predominantly covered by oceans, with land constituting less than 1/6 of its surface. From above, the planet shimmers with a deep purple glow, both resplendent and enigmatic. 6 moons orbit it, and on every clear night, the indigenous inhabitants can gaze upon at least 3 moons, each varying in hue. These 6 moons are the source of magical tides, serving as the foundation for the magic and civilization of the entire realm. The continent is adorned with mountains, rivers, lakes, and forests, where purple remains the dominant color, yet other hues mingle in a mottled tapestry. The terrain undulates, with majestic and perilous mountain ranges sprawling across the land. Even the shortest of these peaks stretches nearly 10,000 kilometers, while summits exceeding 10,000 meters are abundant. Scattered across this continent are cities of various sizes, the most magnificent of which stands atop the highest peak. Atop this mountain, which towers at 20,000 meters, the summit is as flat as if sculpted by a knife, occupied by a grand city spanning hundreds of square kilometers. Within this city rise spiral structures that soar straight into the sky, gleaming with a metallic luster, their rich purple hues pulsating as if imbued with life. Here stands an elder, whose deeply etched wrinkles are not merely the result of time, but rather the marks left by the relentless passage of years. This place is where all beings in this realm dream of standing one day. It bears a fitting name, the Hall of Overlooking. And this soaring spire is the sacred site of the entire continent. The Temple of Dusk, at a radiant gleam, flickered deep within the Hall of Overlooking, revealing the silhouette of a young man. He towered even taller, striding forth with great strides, his heavy footfalls colliding with the entirely metallic floor, igniting a shower of sparks. Each of his thunderous steps caused the entire hall to tremble slightly. Within that robust frame, an overwhelming force surged, barely contained, spilling forth like bolts of lightning or swirling dark tempests, crashing against the heavy armor. Yet, leaving no trace as it surged past, the young man dashed to the elder's side and knelt on one knee, his voice ringing with urgency. "High Priest, my kin can no longer endure. I implore you to leave this place without delay." Yet this twilight felt akin to the world's end. Glimmers of light erupted intermittently from the mountains, followed by columns of fire ascending into the sky, gradually transforming into billowing clouds of smoke. The deep black smoke now veiled a significant portion of the sky. However, in the vista above, countless small dots spiraled and danced, chasing one another, colliding, with some igniting and plummeting downwards. A translucent magical barrier muted the sounds, yet could not obstruct the tremors. The Hall of Overlooking continued to quiver incessantly. In the distant heavens, a blood-red, celestial body dominated much of the firmament. Against its backdrop, one could discern dozens of colossal shadows drifting through the sky, undulating gracefully as if gliding effortlessly. They appeared distant and unremarkable, yet their actual size was staggering, each almost equivalent to an entire city. These enormous silhouettes, bore sail-like fins erect upon their backs, with vast bony wings unfurling alongside them, reminiscent of ancient leviathans said to dwell in the oceans. Abyss, unfathomably immense, they swayed slowly, shedding fiery embers. Each ember could envelop a city. These were not magical flames, nor divine fires. They bore little heat, yet could incinerate all, remaining unquenchable. Beneath them, cities ignited one after another, their anguished cries echoing relentlessly. Under such flames, lifeless materials would burn fiercely to ash, while life endured, albeit in a protracted and excruciating demise. Occasionally, a strange crimson cloud would flicker across the distant sky, heralding the emergence of yet another ancient behemoth. Figures ascended from the mountains, leaping toward the colossal shadows soaring above. The high priest and the young man recognized them as warriors of their kin, presently launching a desperate assault against an unseen foe at the cost of their lives. Their attacks were valiant yet harrowing, yielding little result. The majority of warriors scarcely approached the enemy before being engulfed in unquenchable flames, screaming as they fell from the heights. Flames, icy shards, and bolts of lightning surged from the ground, soaring across kilometers to strike at the enemies suspended in the sky. The ability to project magical assaults over such vast distances distinguished them as formidable forces across the continent. Although the coverage of those flames and lightning appeared minuscule, their potency was enough to flatten entire mountain peaks. Behind those seemingly monotonous flashes of light lay names that evoked a sense of dread. Deep blue roar, void divine punishment, extreme radiance, dragon's breath, and neutral severance. Yet, when these powerful spells, divine arts, and skills bombarded the colossal beasts, they merely stirred ripples in the air, shattering a few flames and producing small, mushroom-shaped clouds of darkness upon impact. The unyielding trajectory of the beasts revealed that their core remained unscathed. Thus, when he spoke again, his voice bore a hint of despair. High Priest, only the strikes of peak warriors can inflict harm upon them. The magic of legendary mages and the divine arts of clerics are utterly ineffective. Even the divine punishment invoked through the god's descent yields no results. But to them, the damage dealt by peak warriors is trivial. High Priest, the gods have forsaken you. Do not despair, we still have the war divine beasts. The High Priest replied slowly. But the young warrior did not finish his sentence. Instead, turning his gaze back to the apocalyptic world outside. The earth trembled as a silver dragon rose between the distant mountains, its elegance and beauty casting a radiant glow that illuminated the peaks. This was one of the few pinnacle war divine beasts, the guardian of realms, the frost dragon Selra. Throughout the ages, her presence had thwarted countless invasions by otherworldly beings. Even in the silent hall of overlooking, one could almost hear the frost dragon's earth-shattering roar as she lunged at a colossal adversary, launching a ferocious assault with her claws, horns, and breath. In comparison to the floating enemies above, even the frost dragon appeared slender and diminutive, yet under her onslaught, the unknown foe began to writhe violently for the first time, inexorably descending toward the mountains below. Simultaneously, cheers erupted from every corner of the continent. This was the first time since the onset of the apocalyptic war that an enemy had been struck down. But there is only one Selra. The young man uttered what could be deemed sacrilege, yet the High Priest merely sighed deeply. This young man was the most exceptional talent the continent had seen in nearly a decade, his strength having reached its zenith since the dawn of legends. And he was the sole survivor of the harrowing battle against the Harbinger of Doom. His judgment could not be mistaken. The wrinkles on the High Priest's skin deepened, as if he had aged decades in an instant. He shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. A few tendrils fell from his chin, disintegrating into ash before they even touched the ground. Suddenly, a pillar of ashen gray light emerged from the distance, connecting the earth to the heavens. This was indeed the site where Seraph fell, the Harbinger of Doom. Within the gray beam, the frost dragon soared skyward, struggling to escape the confines of the pallid radiance. With a heart-wrenching roar, she writhed in agony, yet her wings swiftly disintegrated, and soon, a mist composed of silvery dust enveloped her massive form. In an instant, that elegant and resplendent being transformed into countless grains of silver sand, only to vanish silently from existence. "Great High Priest, we must leave now, there is still time. With my power, I can forge a passage between realms to transport you to another dimension. As long as you endure, the legacy of the Twilight Temple shall continue." Even at this moment, the young man's voice remained resolute and strong. Though he did not utter it, the cost of creating such a dimensional rift would be his very life and soul. Yet this was the last glimmer of hope for this world. Suddenly, a tome of bronze hue appeared in the hands of the high priest. This weighty and ancient book, upon its emergence, filled the entire observation hall with the desolate aura of countless millennia that this realm had endured since its inception. The Book of Eternity. The young man's eyes rekindled with hope, almost forgetting that such a relic resided in the grasp of the high priest. However, the high priest remained as solemn as ever, quietly opening the Book of Eternity. On the unveiled pages, an image began to materialize, depicting the frost dragon in torment as she struggled within the gray pillar of light. The aged parchment, with its yellowed hue and monochromatic lines, evoked a profound tremor deep within the souls of all who beheld it. An ineffable despair enveloped the scene. The young man, clearly aware of the book's nature, hastily scanned the image, his gaze fixated on the high priest's hands, yearning for him to turn the page swiftly. The high priest did not linger. The pages of the Book of Eternity turned quietly, ultimately revealing the back cover. The young man stared blankly at the back cover of the Book of Eternity, his mind a void. Beyond the curtain, all the harbingers of doom ignited, as ashen gray pillars pierced the heavens and the earth, igniting the entire realm with their essence. Thus, the sixth era came to its close. It was the end. Spring has arrived. If one were to liken the continent of Norland to a magnificent garment adorned with countless jewels, then the vast expanse of the eternal night forest would merely be a beautiful emerald upon its hem, not the largest nor the most exquisite. However, legends suggest that the true extent of the eternal night forest far surpasses what is depicted on maps. It is said that this forest conceals more than one demiplane, with the fabled court of the Silver Moon elves nestled at its heart. Yet, legends remain mere tales. Apart from the Silver Moon elves, no humans or other races have ventured into the elven court. Perhaps, throughout the ages, a few individuals have managed to do so, but they evidently chose to keep their secrets. Not far from the eternal night forest, an ordinary merchant caravan is making its way forward. Comprising a dozen wagons and fewer than 20 guards, the caravan progresses at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of urgency. For merchants who believe that time is money, such behavior is indeed unusual. Nearby, a band of thieves perceives the caravan from a different perspective. The guards are equipped with superior gear, sufficient to compensate for any potential disparity in martial prowess. To defeat them would undoubtedly incur a heavy price, and the meager spoils would hardly justify such losses. This is the logic of thieves. The glint of armor often sways their judgment more than the true strength of arms. Thus, as the caravan continues its journey, it surprisingly encounters no brazen band of thieves. Among the caravan's ranks is a young girl clad in resplendent fitted light armor, her chestnut hair cascading beautifully behind her. Her lively eyes, brimming with youthful vitality, exude a childlike innocence. Yet, the great sword sheathed at her side suggests she may not be as harmless as she appears. With a wide yawn, she gazes around and, somewhat bored, remarks, "It's so quiet. Why hasn't a single band of thieves appeared? Have they all become wise?" Beside her stands a slightly older girl, who, upon hearing her words, smiles and replies, "The foolish bands of thieves have long since been eradicated." The younger girl, feeling indignant, retorts, "But surely there must be some daring souls among them? Those with courage perish even faster." The younger girl is left speechless, pouting and murmuring, "Sister Alani, I can never win an argument against you." Alani, the girl adorned in a simple robe typical of magic apprentices or novice mages, possesses dark hair loosely gathered at the back, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks to her chest, framing her delicate features. While she may not be conventionally striking, her serene demeanor effortlessly draws the gaze of others. Alani clearly cherishes the younger girl, and seeing her in a sulk, she offers playful banter that soon brightens the girl's spirits. At that moment, a sudden clamor of hooves arises from behind the caravan, prompting the guards to become instantly alert. Although the wagons do not halt, the guards have already positioned their hands near their weapons. This territory belongs to the Viscount Anksyke, who spares no effort in combating the banditry that plagues the region, ensuring a sense of safety. However, the guards, well trained and vigilant, remain alert and do not let their guard down. The sound of galloping hooves resounds like thunder. Yet, amidst the billowing dust, only one rider emerges, a rugged man. His wild hair bound with a red cloth, clad in leather armor without an inner lining, exposing his bare skin adorned with a thick mat of chest hair. It is uncertain whether his rough appearance is genuine or merely a display of his iron-like muscles and dense chest hair. Beneath him is a formidable black warhorse, significantly larger than an ordinary military steed, clearly possessing bloodline traits of a magical beast. Together, man and horse race like the wind, their presence as formidable as an army of thousands. The knight's imposing aura momentarily alters the expressions of several guards, who instinctively tighten their grips on their sword hilts. One guard, in a reflexive motion, partially draws his longsword, its blade glinting with a brilliant sheen, revealing it to be an exquisitely crafted magical weapon. The worth of such a sword surpasses that of an entire cart filled with ordinary magical beast pelts. With a sharp sound, the great sword at the side of a girl with a horse's tail leaps into her grasp, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she calls out, "A bandit? Don't be ridiculous." Alani swiftly restrains the eager girl and gestures for the guards to clear the center of the road, though a few guards display their discontent. They silently turn their horses, yielding the way. The knight gallops past the caravan like a tempest, a figure as fierce as a tiger. His horse as majestic as a dragon. As they pass, a gust of wind sweeps through, tousling Alani's flowing hair. After racing a few dozen meters, the black warhorse suddenly rears up, spinning in place, and as the knight faces the merchant convoy, he calls out boisterously, "Hey, beautiful lady, I am Gaydon." With that shout, the warhorse turns again, its hoof striking the ground as it races away like a storm, leaving the members of the caravan in a state of stunned silence. "Elon, does he mean to court you?" The girl finally muses after a moment, her expression dazed. "No, he was clearly looking at you," Alani replies. "No, he was definitely gazing at you," the girl attempts to continue, but Alani flicks her fingertip, conjuring a small whirlwind that playfully strikes the horse's rear. With a long neigh, the warhorse, somewhat reluctantly, carries the girl away. Apart from this brief interlude, nothing else of note occurs. As dusk falls, the caravan arrives at their designated campsite, the town of Ludwig, preparing to rest for the night. Ludwig is modest in size, characterized by a single thoroughfare that runs through the town, intersected by several smaller alleys. The native population is merely in the hundreds, yet due to its strategic location between the domain of Viscount Anksyke and the Eternal Night Forest, it thrives with the passage of numerous traders, resulting in a bustling atmosphere. The town boasts a disproportionately high number of inns and taverns, alongside shops selling weapons, magical items, and magical beast pelts. However, the most favored drink among mercenaries is the locally produced strong liquor. As night descends, the town is aglow with lights, and even the wind carries the enticing aromas of food and drink. Dinner time becomes a moment of leisure and relaxation for the weary souls who have toiled throughout the day. In the lobby of the inn, Alani and Qian occupied a table while the guards and other members of the caravan sat separately. However, the restaurant was spacious, and the presence of several dozen people only occupied a small portion of the seating. The remaining spots were filled by other merchant groups and mercenaries. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from outside, halting abruptly at the entrance, and a robust man strode into the lobby. He was so tall that he had to slightly lower his head to squeeze through the door. As he surveyed the room, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he confidently approached Alani and Qian, completely disregarding the guards' menacing glares. He plopped down at their table, grinning broadly, and unabashedly fixed his gaze on Alani, exclaiming, "Hi, beautiful. It's good to see you again. I'm Gurdon." Now it was apparent that he was a rugged and flamboyant man, with a face marked by strong, resilient features, as if sculpted from metal. Despite the thick, bristly beard covering his upper lip, which appeared as tough as steel needles, it was evident that he was still quite young. His eyes, pure and clear as two deep green gemstones, sparkled with a luminous quality upon prolonged observation. His skin was dark, and a faint red scar ran from the corner of his eye across his left cheek, a fresh wound that, rather than marred his sculptural visage, added an extra dash of masculine allure. His leather armor, worn and scuffed, bore the marks of prior battles, with several scratches yet to be mended. Qian's eyes gleamed as she unabashedly stared at Gurdon and asked, "A thief? An adventurer?" Gurdon replied with a grin, pointing at Alani. "Because I like her. So he is merely a lecher," Qian thought, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. Alani remained calm, but a clattering of metal sounded from behind her as the guards, their faces etched with anger, began to draw their weapons. As the swords were unsheathed, the demeanor of the young guards shifted, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from them. The temperature in the dining area plummeted, and the previously boisterous mercenaries nearby fell silent, glancing over in uncertainty. Seasoned in the ways of adventure, they understood well what this menace signified. These guards were not only skilled but had indeed taken lives, their true prowess far exceeding their youthful appearances. Alani remarked coolly, "I abhor meaningless entanglements. Your actions will yield no results." Gurdon laughed heartily and declared, "I like you. And you will come to love me. This is foretold in prophecy." "You claim to like me because of a prophecy?" Alani's expression and tone remained indifferent, and she did not inquire about the source of this prophecy. The latter half is prophecy, the former is not. I saw you and then fell for you. It's as simple as that. Whose prophecy? Mine. Alani sighed with mild exasperation. If Gurdon's earlier unpredictable behavior had sparked a flicker of curiosity within her, she now felt almost certain that he was a scoundrel. Yet, the purity in his eyes astonished her, which was why she had refrained from allowing the guards to chase him away. However, his reckless behavior ultimately caused her to lose patience. Qian, regaining her enthusiasm, interjected, "Very well. Since you are fond of Sister Alani, you ought to make a gesture, no? How about treating us to a drink?" Before Alani could voice her objections, Gordon produced his purse and, with a flourish, emptied its contents onto the table, exclaiming loudly to the merchant, "Hey, my good man, it's on me. Serve each of these gentlemen a cup of wine. Ah, no, perhaps some ale instead." The amount of money Gordon laid out was considerable, yet most of it consisted of copper coins, with only a scant few silver pieces, and not a single gold coin in sight. This sum was insufficient for even a modest round of ale, let alone the expensive grape spirits. Ruffling his hair, Gordon chuckled sheepishly. "Well, I just ventured forth and haven't earned anything yet." Laughter erupted in the restaurant. The life of an adventurer was often tedious and perilous, and such a farce provided a delightful respite. The guards wore disapproving expressions. Yet, Qian seemed more intrigued by Gordon. "I must be more beautiful than Sister Alani, and my figure is superior too. Why do you not fancy me?" Qian, brimming with vitality, stood half a head taller than Alani. Her physique, honed by rigorous training, was as graceful and dangerously alluring as a cheetah, undeniably more captivating to men. She was intent on pursuing him further. "Then tell me, what merits do you possess that could possibly match my Sister Alani? Where is your castle? How many subjects do you have?" "Such is the measure of a noble strength." Gordon's face flushed ever so slightly as he replied, "Our ancestral castle was sold generations ago. As for myself, I currently hold no claim to inheritance." This statement, albeit delicately phrased, translated to the noble family having long fallen from grace, their traditional lands likely lost, rendering Gordon merely a dispossessed noble without inheritance rights. "And what else?" Qian pressed on. "I am a level 3 warrior. Yet I have yet to choose my path for advancement." Gordon flexed his robust arms and chest, resembling rock. Regrettably, this did little to convey significance. In the realm of warriors, strength was not merely a matter of muscle. Qian scoffed dismissively. "A level 3 warrior? Such are common enough. But it is different. I am a genius, capable of wielding magical sigils," he declared, extending his arm and removing his bracer. On his forearm was intricately etched the image of a bison, lifelike in its detail. This was no ordinary tattoo, but a magical sigil construct, akin to having a miniature magical array affixed to the bearer, bestowing formidable attribute enhancements or powerful skills. The possession of a magical sigil construct was a hallmark of great strength. These constructs were exceedingly rare, not merely for their power, but also due to the scarcity of sigil artisans. Among 2 individuals, one might bear a magical sigil construct, yet among hundreds, it was rare to find a true bearer. But the strength of a bison is hardly remarkable. Does that merit the title of genius? Qian evidently possessed extensive knowledge. Instantly recognizing the functionality of the magical rune construct adorning Gurdon's arm, the strength of the wild bull would bestow a significant power enhancement upon a warrior, making it one of the most practical and prevalent runes. However, Alani's gaze lingered on Gurdon's arm a bit longer, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Gurdon calmly donned the bracers, stating, "I lack the funds to equip a more advanced rune construct. Yet once I discover a relic or vanquish a formidable beast, I shall have the means." He gestured to his physique. "Look at my body. It can accommodate 4 rune constructs. That is quite sufficient." Qian felt a measure of satisfaction. A person's innate talent, aside from their attributes and profession, is often determined by the maximum number of rune constructs they can bear. Most adventurers can only host a single rune construct throughout their lives, while Gurdon's capacity for 4 is commendable, signifying greater attribute enhancements or several potent skills compared to the average adventurer. With the absence of further conflict, the attention of others in the tavern gradually shifted elsewhere. The bard's melodic voice once again filled the air, harmonizing beautifully with the deep, resonant beats of the hand drum and the rich, robust spirits. Qian quickly grew more familiar with Gurdon, exchanging various insights on adventures and consuming ever more drink. In truth, she was merely a child embarking on her first journey, while Gurdon was a seasoned adventurer, regaling her with tales that left her enraptured. The following morning, as the caravan prepared to depart, they were taken aback to find Gurdon already awake, clad in coarse garments, diligently grooming the horses in the stable, a task typically reserved for servants. "Gurdon, what are you doing?" Qian called out, her voice echoing. "I lack the funds to cover the tavern bill and rent, so I must work to repay my debts." Gurdon's voice rang out cheerfully, suffused with warmth. Despite engaging in menial labor befitting a commoner, he felt no embarrassment. His movements were adept and earnest, transforming each horse's coat to a brilliant sheen. The caravan journeyed northeast along the main road, traversing the lands of Viscount Anksyke and Count Bernan before entering the territory of Count Tudong. 2 weeks passed in tranquil silence with no sign of the bandits Qian eagerly anticipated. Rather, Gurdon encountered them twice more. He had followed the caravan, sharing adventure stories with Qian and Alani, treating the guards to drinks, and then remaining at the inn to work off his debts. This pattern repeated on both occasions. After each round of drinks with Qian and the caravan, Gurdon toiled for 3 to 5 days. The area remained remarkably serene and secure, with few opportunities for adventurers to earn coin. It seemed Qian was oblivious to the size of Gurdon's purse, for she would only cease drinking when she could barely move, subsequently charging the expenses to him. "This is a punishment, after all. Who told him to keep pestering you?" Qian chuckled to Alani on one occasion. Alani merely shook her head, saying nothing further. Thus, the caravan continued its journey, replenishing supplies at each stop. However, the cargo on the carts remained unchanged, consisting solely of the specialties from the eternal night forest. Every few days, Gurdon would inevitably reappear, upon hearing the thunderous sound of hooves and his hearty laughter. The guards would recognize his arrival and know he had just settled his debts. If this continues, on the rare occasion that Gurdon arrives a day late, the guards might feel as though something is amiss. 2 months have elapsed, during which Gurdon has treated the members of the caravan to 6 feasts. Everyone knows that aside from those 6 days, he has been laboring diligently to earn his keep. Perhaps, even during those 6 days, he was still engaged in work. Even the guards, who initially harbored disdain for him, have begun to feel a twinge of sympathy, while Qian, with her ever-present smile, cheerfully assigns the substantial bills to Gurdon. Over the course of 2 months, Alani and Gurdon have exchanged no more than 20 words. Yet, the fervor in his gaze has gradually become unbearable for Alani. The journey has been tranquil and yet tumultuous. This is the domain of Count Galber, territory of the Holy Alliance Empire, among the human factions on the continent of Norland. The Holy Alliance Empire stands as a formidable entity. Unlike traditional empires, the Holy Alliance resembles a coalition of various noble families, with the Emperor being merely the most powerful among them. Ahead of the caravan, less than 3,000 kilometers away, lies the capital of the Holy Alliance, the legendary city of Faust on the continent. The caravan slowly entered the small town of New Food within Count Galber's domain, the designated campsite along their route. However, upon their arrival, they encountered a group of knights escorting a wizard who was hastily exiting the town. The roads leading in and out of the town were bustling with merchants, making the rapid passage of horses perilous. The knights, clad in sky-blue cloaks adorned with the Galber crest, were easily recognizable from afar. Travelers accustomed to this trade route quickly made way, as the knights skillfully maneuvered their steeds around those who could not evade in time, maintaining their speed. As the caravan passed, the wizard on horseback suddenly exclaimed, turning his gaze sharply towards Qian and Alani. This middle-aged sorcerer was gaunt, his complexion bearing a greenish hue, perhaps a result of prolonged exposure to toxins in his magical laboratory. His pupils were clouded, yet his sinister gaze invoked an inexplicable chill. The wizard's robe was exceptionally ornate, embellished with intricate patterns, not mere decoration, but magical runes solidified through powerful spells. Such an enchanted robe could only belong to a master sorcerer of the 9th rank or higher. The procession swiftly departed down the main road, yet the wizard's brooding eyes seemed to be etched into the hearts of all present, casting a heavy pall over the caravan. As they halted before the designated inn, the guards dismounted, preparing to enter, when Alani suddenly declared, "We must leave at once." Qian gasped, "But Gurdon will catch up today." "Leave immediately," Alani reiterated. This time, Qian spoke no more, silently mounting her horse. Alani rarely communicated, but when she did, she would only repeat herself once. The sky was now approaching dusk, and the nearest town lay dozens of kilometers away. Departing new food would necessitate camping in the wilderness. Nonetheless, Qian offered no objections. Nor did she inquire further, instead signaling to the guards, who promptly mounted their steeds, and the caravan resumed its journey. As soon as they exited Neufjord, the caravan hastily accelerated, ultimately abandoning several slower wagons by the roadside. Yet, even so, after scarcely covering 20 kilometers, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed ominously from behind. Alani pointed toward a low earthen hill beside the road and commanded in a grave tone, "Shift direction, form a defensive formation." The guards immediately abandoned the wagons, galloping up the hill before dismounting to retrieve their weapons. Each guard was equipped with a longsword. Yet more than half of the warriors opted for longbows as their primary weapons. For an ordinary mercenary group, such a ratio was decidedly unconventional. The thunderous hoofbeats at the end of the road approached rapidly, as armored warhorses burst forth from the swirling dust. Mounted knights clad in heavy armor wielded 2-meter-long broadswords. It was Count Gaul's heavily armored cavalry. A formidable contingent of 50 knights, Count Gaul had dispatched a substantial portion of his elite forces. Flanking the heavy cavalry were hundreds of light cavalry, while at the center of the formation stood the mage they had encountered at dusk, dressed in resplendent robes. He now held a 3-meter-long staff, the crystal embedded at its tip gleaming with a mesmerizing radiance. Intertwining with the intricate patterns of his robes and casting an otherworldly glow against the dimming sky. Upon the appearance of the heavily armored knights, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically. Each member of the caravan possessed combat skills. Even the drivers were second-tier warriors. However, they were merely light infantry, numbering fewer than 50, and their ordinary arrows posed minimal threat to heavily armored knights. Moreover, there was a mage among them. The mage no longer concealed the magical aura emanating from him. He was at least a level 12 archmage. Such a mage warranted careful reverence, even from nobles of Count Gaul's stature, and it was likely he served a figure of even greater prominence. Silence enveloped everyone on the hill as they braced for battle, their only hope resting on the possibility that this group did not target them. Though such hope seemed exceedingly slim. In the town of Neufjord, the sound of hooves echoed once more as Godhood, astride a black warhorse, charged into the town, halting before its largest inn. Yet, there he found no familiar caravan wagons, nor were the stables filled. Over the past 2 months, Godhoud had brushed countless horses, and the steeds of the guards had all been groomed. Thus, he recognized every horse in the caravan, yet not a single one was present in the stables. A furrow appeared on Godhoud's brow for the first time as his black warhorse reared, spinning in place before galloping out of the town like a tempest, vanishing into the vast night. Meanwhile, atop the hill, a scene of carnage unfolded. Blood soaked the soil, mingling with the corpses of warhorses and men alike. The thunder of hooves continued to resound, as the heavily armored knights regrouped at the base of the hill, preparing for a second charge, despite facing unexpected and fierce resistance. Resulting in the loss of 9 comrades, the remaining 41 armored knights still possessed terrifying combat prowess. Their initial charge pierced through the defenses atop the hill, claiming the lives of several members of the caravan. The guards wielded bows of remarkable power, able to penetrate armor and inflict severe damage on the heavily armored knights. Meanwhile, the light cavalry, tasked with containment and cover, suffered grievously, with over 20 of them struck down. Their light chainmail offered little protection against the lethal arrows unleashed by the guards. Qian gasped for breath, her sword held aloft and pointed forward, slightly bent at the waist, poised to strike at any moment. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on the sorcerer 100 meters away. The sword in her hands radiated a brilliant glow, revealing it to be a high-quality magical blade. Although Qian's warrior rank was not particularly high, her swordsmanship and lethality were formidable should she directly engage. Even a heavily armored knight would find themselves cleaved in two by her strike. Indeed, half of the losses suffered by the Earl Gols knights had been inflicted by her. The battlefield was a cacophony of fire, storms, lightning, and explosions. As Alani engaged fiercely with the opposing Grand Sorcerer, her mastery of magic, despite her level being a mere 6, was exquisite enough to momentarily withstand the onslaught of her opponent's spells. Yet, the vast disparity in levels could not be compensated for solely by skill. Her complexion was pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. This was an unusual caravan, though its average level did not exceed that of the elite forces under Earl Gol. Its equipment and skills far surpassed those of their adversaries, enabling them to endure against an overwhelmingly advantageous foe. Qian was gathering her strength, her gaze revealing her intent to strike at the Grand Sorcerer. However, with a distance of 100 meters, conventional wisdom suggested she posed no threat to him. To reach the sorcerer, she would first have to navigate past 40 heavily armored knights. Suddenly, the sorcerer shuddered, sensing an inexplicable threat. His gaze shifted, and amidst the multitude of foes, he spotted Qian, now brandishing a delicate and ornate short bow that appeared almost like a child's toy. Yet it emanated a very real threat of death. The sorcerer flashed Qian a smile, one so sinister that it involuntarily sent shivers down her spine. Nevertheless, her hands remained steady, her actions precise and practiced. An exquisitely crafted arrow was knocked onto the short bow, and then, like a bolt of lightning, it was propelled towards the sorcerer's forehead. The arrow's trajectory defied conventional principles, seemingly transcending space to arrive at its target instantaneously. The sorcerer's distant protective shield quietly dissipated before the arrow's tip. This was one of the highest skills of an archer, the ability to disrupt magic. As the arrow was released, Qian exhaled involuntarily, yet the scene before her caused her to widen her eyes in shock, her entire body freezing in place. The sorcerer maintained his eerie smile, and behind him loomed a cloud of what appeared to be the remnants of a magical explosion, coalescing silently into an enormous sword that stretched out without any discernible slashing motion, as if it had always been there. The small arrow collided with the sword's blade, effortlessly deflected as though it were indeed a mere toy. Gradually, the smoke thinned and dissipated, revealing a knight entirely shrouded in heavy armor, from which a blinding light burst forth through the gaps in the armor. The steed he rode was a magnificent creature, towering above ordinary horses by a considerable margin. Its colossal form bore no saddles or armor, and intricate magical runes seemed to be inscribed directly upon its hide. The Construct Knight, Xia exclaimed in a voice filled with genuine terror for the first time. The Construct Knight represented the ultimate martial force employed by humanity in warfare, embodying the essence of an elite warrior clad in specially crafted magical heavy armor. However, the defining characteristic of a Construct Knight lay in the magical runes affixed to both their own bodies and their steeds. Only those who possessed more than 5 magical runes could earn the title of Construct Knight. On the battlefield, a single Construct Knight could effortlessly slaughter an entire regiment of heavy cavalry, wielding the power to alter the course of battle. When the first organized unit of Construct Knights emerged several centuries ago, it instantly became the deepest nightmare of all other races on the continent. Since then, those capable of inscribing magical runes became the most sought-after individuals across the land, yet the stringent requirements for talent rendered their numbers perpetually scarce. The mere presence of a Construct Knight left Xie in a daze. At that moment, a vibrant green leaf flew through the air, landing against Xie's body. The leaf instantly unleashed a torrent of magical energy, enveloping her entirely. Alani. Xie reacted immediately, calling out, but found herself powerless against the force of the magic, her form gradually becoming transparent until she vanished completely. The leaf was a powerful one-time-use teleportation magical artifact, capable of transporting an individual to a predetermined location in the direst of circumstances. It was a force beyond Xie's ability to resist as she departed. She could only watch helplessly as the overwhelming tide of magic engulfed Alani, knocking her down. Alani lay on the ground, intense pain blurring her vision. She could scarcely see a few of her guards still resisting. The magical torrent that had shattered her resolve had also affected her companions nearby. Though they managed to fend off the ensuing light cavalry, the enemy's heavy knights were beginning to accelerate. With another charge, these young and elite warriors would meet their demise here. She dared not contemplate the fate that awaited her should she fall into their hands, for she was certain she would not. In her hand, Alani grasped a jade dagger, pressing it against her chest. The blade shimmered with a gray light, imbued with a death spell that would not only claim her life but also obliterate her soul, swiftly reducing her body to a pile of ashes. Surrounding her was the last of her magical shield, a protective charm stored with magic. When the shield shattered, it would signal her end, and she would leave nothing behind for these humans. The heavy knights commenced their charge, the thunderous sound of hooves drowning out all other noise. Yet this time, the sound bore a different note, and Alani discerned a hint of something familiar within it. Gurdon appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The imposing and fearsome silhouette of the construct knight, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. Instinctively, he sought to turn his horse away. Yet his gaze fell upon the fallen Alani, her last shield teetering on the brink of collapse. Gurdon's face turned pale, suddenly flushed with crimson. His wide-open eyes filled with bloodshot veins. With a frantic scream, he charged towards the construct knight, his horse galloping fiercely. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Alani felt her consciousness beginning to fade. She gripped her dagger tightly and plunged it towards her own chest. "You!" Alani exclaimed in fury, raising her hand to unleash a spell in an instant. However, her magical energy had long been depleted, and as she forcefully summoned her power, darkness enveloped her vision. And a searing pain in her head nearly caused her to lose consciousness once more. Her body weakened, and she collapsed. Godon, taken aback, rushed over to embrace Alani. She struggled violently, only to hear Godon exclaim, "You've seen enough, now stay still." There was an unusual quality to Godon's voice, and the gentle liquid splattering on her face, along with the scent of blood, jolted Alani from her embarrassment and anger. The wound was on Godon's left chest, precisely where his heart resided. With her struggle, Godon's injury split open, and blood gushed forth like an arrow. Seeing the color drain from Alani's face, Godon retained his usual nonchalance, chuckling heartily as he gestured towards his wound, saying, "It's from the construct knight, no worries. If I hadn't taken this blow, I wouldn't have been able to escape its grasp. Black Flame is still young and hasn't fled quickly enough." Alani ceased her movements, neglecting to wipe away the blood on her face. Though her chest remained exposed, she was entirely unaware, her gaze fixated on Godon's chest. A third-tier warrior managing to evade the clutches of a construct knight of at least 10th tier, such fortune must surely come at a price. A wound so deep undoubtedly pierced his heart. "You," she began but faltered, for Godon seemed to understand her unvoiced thoughts. Already taking her hand and placing it against his chest, beneath the solid muscle, Alani felt the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. "I have two hearts. My resilience surpasses that of a troll. Losing one heart is of little consequence." Godon's smile remained radiant. In that moment, Alani experienced a profound sense of tranquility and safety. Thus, when Godon's kiss descended, she did not resist. As night quietly fell, a campfire flickered to life within the cave, dispelling the chill of the evening. Godon and Alani sat around the fire, where a wild rabbit roasted. Yet, Alani appeared to have little appetite. She hugged her knees, resting her head upon them. Lost in thought, just as they were reaching an intimate moment, Alani suddenly pushed Godon away. Had it been another person, perhaps they would have reacted with anger and humiliation. Yet this man, as if nothing had transpired, cheerfully continued preparing dinner. His eyes remained untainted, devoid of resentment or dissatisfaction. They radiated happiness and affection. "Do you like me?" "Of course. What is the reason?" "There is none." Alani gathered her thoughts before responding. "We have only just met. You do not truly know me, nor my past. Have you not considered why we were attacked by Count Galber? You must understand that I harbor secrets. That does not prevent me from liking you." The men of the Ackman family embraced their affections without the need for numerous justifications, Gordon jovially asserted. "Is any sacrifice too great?" "Certainly not." "What if I were to ask you to die?" "If necessary, I would comply," Gordon replied with a smile. Alani remained silent, contemplating. She did not believe Gordon's words. Their acquaintance was hardly substantial, having exchanged only a few words, and perhaps he was more familiar with CIA. How could this man claim he would die for her? Humanity is prone to make grand promises, yet seldom prepares to fulfill them. However, upon observing the wound on his chest, still seeping with blood, Alani found herself wavering. After a prolonged silence, she finally broke the stillness. "Is it true that all members of your family are so foolish?" Gordon chuckled lightly and responded, "Perhaps. We were all quite foolish in our youth. Yet, foolishness is inconsequential. What is truly daunting is the inability to encounter those who might render one foolish. That seems insufficient reasoning. However, the surname Ackman is rather peculiar. Might I inquire your full name?" "Gordon Isaiah," said Nestoria Ackman. After a brief pause, Alani asked, "Has no one in your family ever informed you that such a name should not be casually disclosed? Are you referring to my true name?" Gordon laughed. "My mother informed me when I was young that a true name must remain secret. If one exists, it can only be singular." Evidently, he knew everything. "What do you aspire to do in the future? Will you remain an adventurer?" "Certainly not. I shall forge my own army, conquer foreign lands, expand territories, and establish my own kingdom." As Gordon spoke, An air of majestic authority enveloped him, reminiscent of a general who had commanded legions. Alani remained silent, gazing intently at the flickering campfire. The flames cast shadows across her face, revealing a hint of sorrow nestled within her brow. Clouds drifted in, quietly obscuring the three moons. The night deepened. Suddenly, Alani rose, declaring, "I must take my leave." Gordon, taken aback, asked, "Leave? Where are you going?" "To the place I must be." Without hesitation, Alani strode towards the cave's exit. "Then what of us in the future?" Gordon slumped down, grasping his hair in despair. Moments later, he burst into hearty laughter. "It matters not. The Akmons are destined for madness. Those who do not become perverse in madness shall perish in silence." Ah, whose words were those? In the tranquil night, Gordon's laughter echoed far and wide. The campfire continued to blaze, the rabbit above long since reduced to charcoal. Time flows ceaselessly, and 5 years slipped away quietly through the fingers. When the sixth spring arrived, the Evernight forest was no longer tranquil. The human army advanced relentlessly from the outskirts of the forest towards its heart, under the formidable devastation wrought by both blade and sorcery. The once lush and beautiful scenery faded into oblivion. Fiery flames laid waste to towering ancient trees, forcing the beasts that had lived in tranquility for years to abandon their lairs and flee in panic. Among them were formidable creatures, yet no matter their strength, they were no match for the construct knights of humankind. The Evernight Forest was the ancestral domain of the Silvermoon Elves, who, inheriting the bloodline of the ancient High Elves, resolutely struck against any foe daring to encroach upon their territory. Time and again, they had repelled the invading human armies, leaving countless ambitious marauders yearning for the forest's abundant treasures to return empty-handed. However, this invading force was unlike any before. Led by a military genius unseen by the elves, bolstered by an entire squadron of 50 construct knights. In the heat of battle, the elves' once unparalleled experience in guerrilla warfare and their status as the continent's foremost archers no longer guaranteed absolute supremacy. The divisions among the tribes ultimately led to a grave misallocation of their forces. The mightiest Silvermoon elf tribes suffered catastrophic defeats, with more than half of the 12 powerful elven kings perishing in battle. Despite the valiant sacrifices of countless elven warriors, the human army surged forth like an unstoppable tide, sweeping aside all obstacles and advancing towards the depths of the Evernight Forest, where the Elven Royal Court lay. Before the Elven Royal Court, the allied forces of the Silvermoon Elves faced their final confrontation with the human army, leading to their utter annihilation. For the first time in 13 centuries, the Elven Royal Court of the Evernight Forest fell. In the distance, the World Tree blazed fiercely, its flames casting a crimson hue across half the sky. The elves guarded a young priestess, and whenever enemies obstructed their path, several warriors would break from the ranks, recklessly charging towards the adversaries to shield the priestess's retreat with their lives. As powerful elven warriors fell one by one, the relentless construct knights continued their advance. The priestess clutched a heavy tome bound in gold, the sacred scripture of the moon goddess Elucia, and the most revered relic of the Silvermoon Elves. She sprinted with a speed rivaling that of the elven warriors, showing no signs of being merely a spellcaster. After breaking through numerous barriers, only 2 warriors remained by her side. Ahead of them, the path unexpectedly opened to reveal a tranquil lake. Moonstar Lake, a gem within the Evernight Forest, now found its serenity disturbed by a lone knight standing silently at the water's edge, blocking their escape. A palpable aura of menace hung in the air, unsettling the once peaceful land. Should one peer beneath the surface, they would find the creatures that had once thrived freely in the lake had halted all activity, retreating deep into its depths. Though but a single figure, he loomed like an insurmountable mountain, his imposing stature accentuated by a pitch-black warhorse, which towered a full half taller than an ordinary steed, its armor thick enough to astonish. Yet it bore no semblance of feeling, merely exhaling occasional puffs of flame from its nostrils. Clutched in the knight's hand was a hefty sword, its 3-meter blade glinting ominously, with droplets of fresh blood, clearly that of elves, dripping from its tip. The priestess halted her steps, while the elven warriors beside her charged forward, leaping into the air to pounce upon the knight mounted on his steed. This was a desperate gamble for life, as they aimed to plunge their elven swords into the knight's chest, oblivious to the sweeping blows of the heavy sword. A thunderous laugh erupted from beneath the knight's visor, and with a swift, fierce swing, the sword cut through the air like lightning. The knight, descending from his clearly beast-blooded warhorse, approached the priestess with laughter, proclaiming, "Noble and beautiful moon goddess priestess, you are undoubtedly one of the most significant figures in the elven court. If you were to escape with the sacred tome, it would diminish my achievements in conquering the elven court by at least half. Do you think I would allow such a thing to happen? This is my first time leading an army into battle. Only after he finished speaking did the bodies of 2 elven warriors fall to the ground. They were the finest silver moon warriors of the elven court, yet they could not withstand a single strike from the knight. The priestess trembled slightly and suddenly gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Gordon?" The knight's body froze abruptly, as if turned to stone. He lifted his visor, revealing a face as sharp and unyielding as iron. It was indeed Gordon. 5 years had left little trace on his visage, merely erasing the youthful recklessness and replacing it with a demeanor of steadfastness and resolve. The adventurer of 5 years ago had now become a general commanding thousands, having achieved what humanity had not in a millennium. Only his eyes remained unchanged, pure and clear as before. Gordon gazed at the priestess, and after a moment, a wave of ecstasy washed over his face as he exclaimed, "You are Alani." Standing before Gordon was the breathtaking moon goddess elven priestess, not the ordinary human sorceress of years past. Yet Gordon recognized her. Despite the transformation, her eyes had never altered. However, the youthful warrior of that time could not fathom the secrets of the elven court as shape-shifting magic. Gordon's joy gradually waned, replaced by bitterness as he slowly remarked, "So you are a silver moon elf and a priestess of the moon goddess. That means you are of royal blood. No wonder your magic was so formidable back then." He gazed at Alani for a long while before breaking into a broad smile, saying, "Hi there. You are truly beautiful. Far more stunning than the most perfect woman I could have imagined. Yet, I still prefer your appearance as a sorceress." Alani held the sacred tome aloft, her voice cold as she declared, "Gordon, you have stained your hands with too much blood of the silver moon elves. Today, only one of us can leave this place alive." Gordon rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile as he replied, "You are not my match." His words remained unspoken, for Alani had already surged forward with a swiftness rivaling that of the elven warriors, the tome radiating a brilliant light as its cover began to unfold. The shadow of death loomed overhead, yet Alani remained oblivious, her memories of their past encounters flashing vividly before her eyes. Before the flickering campfire, she had once asked, "What if I were to demand your death? If necessary, I would have no qualms." For 5 years, his appearance remained unchanged, and he had indeed become a general commanding countless troops. Yet, why did his military might point towards the eternal night forest? Suddenly, Alani smiled, the blade of her great sword magnifying in her pupils. She did not evade. Instead, she swiftly drew a short sword from the sacred tome, accelerating once more, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and lunged towards Godin's chest. She vividly recalled that night when she had once felt his heartbeat, and thus remembered the location of his second heart. Alani knew that this strike was inescapable for Godin. This was the pinnacle of elven martial arts, the secret sword technique Moonlight Slash. As a priestess of the moon goddess, her swordsmanship surpassed both magic and divine arts. A strike blessed by the moon goddess Alicia could not be thwarted by any armor, not even by the mightiest of human knights. Yet, in Alani's mind, the image of Godin's chest, marred by a deep wound, involuntarily surfaced. 5 years prior, he had sacrificed his first heart to save her. And now, her short sword was poised to pierce his second heart. She had no intention of evading Godin's great sword. She could not, in truth. She merely hoped to drive the short sword into his heart before his weapon could cleave her in two, making him pay the price for the lives of the fire and silver moon elves. "Let us remain here together, in this forest," she thought. The short sword, imbued with moonlight, effortlessly pierced through the heavy armor, embedding itself deeply into the vigorous heartbeat, shattering the heart's chambers. However, the great sword came to an unexpected halt, its blade pressing against her skin, yet it did not advance further. The hand that wielded the sword remained steady as a mountain. Godin gazed at Alani. His lips parted as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. Nevertheless, he smiled. The great sword slowly fell to the ground, his majestic form leaning forward and collapsing into Alani's embrace, the warm blood gushing from his chest soaking her half of the body, just as it had 5 years ago. "You." Alani could no longer utter a word. The world before her became a blur. Only the searing blood washing over her body was tangible. The sacred tome slipped quietly from her grasp, and her hands clutched Godin tightly, his body gradually growing cold in her arms. "You will not die. You cannot." Alani held him fiercely, whispering softly. What followed was a span of 7 days suspended between dreams and reality. After 7 days, Godin slowly opened his eyes. He lay in a cave. The wound on his chest had healed, and he could no longer feel a heartbeat within him, yet his vitality surged as ever. He gently turned his head and beheld the scattered priestly robes on the ground, splattered with his own blood. Now, the stains had long dried, yet the sin of her essence lingered. A delicate fragrance remained not only on the priestly garment but also upon him. The sweet aroma persisted. Yet Alani's beautiful figure was nowhere to be seen. The days of enchantment, of springtime warmth and intimacy, had passed like a fleeting dream, leaving no trace. This time, there truly would be no future. Volume 1, The Year of Shining Stars, Chapter 1, Growth Spring. When the warm and humid air laboriously traversed the coastal mountains and reached the village of Rustlin, the villagers understood that spring had once again graced their lives. Nestled at the foot of the coastal mountains, Rustlin is but a modest dot within the vast expanse of this extensive range, and one of countless human settlements. It falls under the jurisdiction of Baron Tuck and lies within the territory of the Holy Alliance Empire. Yet, even in a straight-line distance, the Baroness Castle is nearly 300 kilometers away. Only during the autumn harvest do the villagers catch a glimpse of the Baron's tax collectors. It is during this time that the Lord's presence is felt, albeit insignificantly. The Baron's tax is light, merely collecting some unique local produce from the mountains, thus having little impact on the daily lives of the villagers. However, with the village's limited yield, any significant increase in taxation could touch upon their very survival. Life in the mountains is not particularly arduous, provided one works diligently throughout the year. The continent of Norland is a land rich in resources, a realm that reveres strength and adheres to a rigid hierarchy. Even a remote and tranquil village like Rustlin bears the imprints of time. The villagers, though simple and sincere, hold a deep respect for the strong and disdain for the weak. In this small hamlet of merely a few dozen households, an unspoken hierarchy subtly exists. A small figure appeared outside the village, a boy, burdened with a basket nearly as tall as himself, filled with breadfruit. In spring, the winter reserves have all but dwindled, and the new crops have yet to be harvested, making this rather unremarkable fruit of vital sustenance. It is easily obtainable, merely requiring a venture into the nearby woods to gather. Behind the young boy, 3 older youths, each a head taller than him, emerged in a group. They bore hunting bows and short forks, with knives tucked into their waists and deer and rabbits strapped to their backs. Though they were not yet 10 years old, they were already capable of hunting in the mountains. Their prey was not the fearsome beasts of legend, but rather docile animals, captured primarily through traps, an endeavor that is no small feat at this time. The common folk and noble youths in the towns are mostly still sheltered under their parents' wings, learning and refining their skills. The leader of the trio suddenly called out, "Hey, Richard, where is your father? Has he taught you how to hunt? By your age, I was already setting traps in the mountains for rabbits." Another boy chimed in with a laugh. A fatherless child only knows how to gather fruit. To their surprise, the small boy shook his head and replied, "No need. I am not angry." But, with his rough, sun-kissed hands, he scratched his head, finding it somewhat perplexing, as he initially thought the boy was simply intimidated by the older boys and felt compelled to say something. In the mountains, children can lack many things, but they must not lack courage. Little did they know, the small boy smiled and stated, "Though I do not have a father, I have the best mother." Upon hearing these words, the man could only continue to grasp his head, grinning foolishly as he replied, "Indeed, indeed." The young boy hummed a tune, merrily bouncing along towards the village with a large basket on his back. In that moment, the shadow that had lingered in young Richard's heart dissipated, and he felt a surge of joy. His mother had always told him that one must strive to be happy, regardless of the circumstances. At 6 years old, Richard learned the essence of happiness. The middle-aged man, named Bobby, was the village blacksmith, while the boy's mother was rumored to be an apprentice in the art of magic. When she arrived alone in Rutherland village, little Richard was still swaddled in his infancy. She was not particularly beautiful, but her demeanor was as gentle as water. Her arrival breathed new life into the tiny village of Rutherland, introducing the first physician to the community, alleviating the need for villagers to travel dozens of kilometers to seek treatment for minor ailments or to endure their suffering until nature took its course. Her name was Ellen, and she opened a modest apothecary on the edge of the village. Although she could only concoct the most basic of potions, she saved more than one villager's life within her first year. Consequently, the village chief and elders decided to grant her a plot of land, formally welcoming her into the Rutherland community. In the quaint village of Rutherland, hunters were the most common, with only 3 professions represented: the blacksmith, Ellen, who also served as the village healer, and the retired officer who held the position of village chief. These three individuals upheld the very foundation of the village's existence. Life in Rutherland was tranquil and unhurried, with time passing almost unnoticed, and before long, spring returned once more. Young Richard had grown several centimeters, appearing akin to a child of 8 or 9, according to Rutherland's traditions. He was now expected to learn how to craft and set traps for catching rabbits and other small herbivorous magical creatures. Not far from the village lay a forest teeming with such creatures, while larger magical beasts were seldom seen. This area served as the village's training ground for children. Hunters never hunted the small animals there, but they would patrol the area regularly to remove any dangerous large beasts that might wander in. Nevertheless, every few days, Richard would still ascend the mountain with a basket on his back. The basket, though no longer disproportionately large, indicated that he was still foraging for fruits. Breadfruit was far from delicious and grew abundantly on the mountain, yet the villagers preferred the savory meat of magical creatures, even disregarding the flavor. It was sustenance that could bolster one's strength. At 7 years old, Richard learned the value of perseverance in his endeavors. If there were any unpleasant memories from his 7th year, it would be that dinner always consisted of breadfruit. This trivial matter would ultimately become one of the indelible nightmares of his childhood. As spring arrived anew, life in Rutherland remained unchanged. Blacksmith Bobby was still single. Ellen's apothecary showed no signs of improvement, and the village chief remained robust, always leading the charge against formidable magical beasts. At long last, Richard could begin to learn the art of setting traps. Meanwhile, Pyru and the others had already shouldered their short bows and ventured into the mountains alongside the village hunters. Having crossed the threshold of 10 years, they could now be regarded as youths, and their tall stature would easily mislead onlookers in the city into believing they were 15 or 16. The craft of laying traps is a profound skill, requiring extensive experience, keen observational abilities, nimble hands, and a measure of luck. With only rudimentary tools at their disposal, novices, unlike seasoned hunters, were often prone to injuring themselves while attempting to construct traps. Young Richard exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for learning, showcasing a distinct advantage over the other village boys. And on his very first day of trap setting, he achieved remarkable success, earning the admiration of the village's adults. The blacksmith Bobby, in particular, boasted about Richard to anyone who would listen, beaming as if Richard were his own son. However, almost everyone in the village was aware of his sentiments. If Richard were to call him father, Bobby would likely be willing to close his forge in sheer joy. As days passed, Richard became proficient in various traps. He began to venture deeper into the reserve, setting several large composite traps. This area occasionally harbored formidable magical beasts, and he sought to test his fortune. Fortune favored Richard, as a Kamchatka wild boar soon came into view and collided with his trap. Constructed from thorns, vines, and iron spikes, the beast trap securely ensnared the boar's front leg. Though the wild boar possessed immense strength, Richard's meticulous craftsmanship ensured that the balance of forces was expertly handled. After a frenzied struggle, the creature was unable to break free. Concealed nearby, Richard watched in anxious silence, palms slick with sweat, and for the first time, he questioned the reliability of the hunting knife clutched in his hand. An injured wild boar could be exceedingly dangerous. And despite the Kamchatka wild boar's relatively small size and timid nature, Richard was still merely a child. Just as Richard determined that the prey could not escape and prepared to charge forward, a sudden force from behind violently propelled him away. Richard fell heavily to the ground, the world spinning around him, and a metallic scent filled his nostrils. He heard the twang of a bowstring, followed by the anguished cry of the boar. Cheers erupted from nearby, their voices strikingly familiar. Richard slowly rose to his feet, only to behold Pyru accompanied by 3 youths who had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. It was one of these boys who had just forcefully shoved him aside. In Pyru's grasp was a hunting bow, and he wore a smug expression as he gazed at the unfortunate Kamchatka wild boar before him. An arrow was lodged in the creature's neck, striking a vital point. Hitting such a target with a single shot is no trivial feat, especially when the beast had been thrashing about in a frenzy. "You have stolen my prey." Richard suddenly realized their malicious intent and shouted in anger. "Everyone here can attest that I was the one who brought down this boar. How can you claim it as yours? Just because you set a trap?" "A true hunter knows that such traps are merely meant for catching rabbits," Pyru replied slowly, casting a disdainful glance at Richard. "Then how did you come to this place to hunt a wild boar?" Richard's retort left Pyru momentarily speechless. Though they looked down upon Richard's frail physique, they could not deny his intelligence. it was said that he could write extensively. However, Pyru and his companions did not regard Richard with any respect, for knowledge of letters was of little use in the hunt. Yet, Richard's sharp response ignited Pyru's fury. He swung his arm forcefully, and one of the boys beside him circled behind Richard, pushing him brutally to the ground. Richard rose to his feet. His small face flushed with a deep crimson hue, his hand tightly gripping the hunting knife. In that fleeting moment, an aura of intensity emanated from him, instilling an inexplicable chill among the group of youths. Ultimately, the knife was not drawn. In a moment of hesitation, Pyru delivered a swift kick to Richard's abdomen, prompting the boys to converge upon him, seizing the knife and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Pyru even planted a foot upon Richard's head, forcefully pressing his face into the earth. The boys from the mountains were imbued with a robust strength, and this assault was anything but mild. Richard made no attempt to struggle or plead for mercy. He simply endured in silence. As Pyru's fury escalated, so did the severity of his blows. And from Richard's muted reactions, he perceived only contempt. Gradually, the boys ceased their assault, and Richard took considerable time to slowly rise. Pyru hurled a few harsh words before departing with the wild boar in tow. Once they had vanished from sight, young Richard sank down beneath a tree, resting for a while before mustering the strength to stand and make his way home. That evening, Ellen gazed at her son, whose body was marked with bruises, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. In contrast, the boy consoled her, assuring her that he was merely in a bit of pain. After applying ointment to his wounds, he looked at his mother and asked, "Am I still not allowed to retaliate?" "Indeed," Ellen replied, gritting her teeth and nodding firmly. "Very well, I shall not retaliate. But neither will I yield." In the days that followed, Pyru sought out Richard on several occasions, the encounters invariably culminating in brutal beatings. However, on the most severe occasion, when everyone had grown weary from the violence, Richard was utterly incapacitated, yet Pyru never heard a plea for mercy or even a groan from him. Each time they grew tired and prepared to leave, Richard would gradually rise, silently regarding Pyru. That tranquil and steady gaze unexpectedly sent a shiver down Pyru's spine, as if he were being observed by a specter. From that year onward, Pyru began to experience nightmares. With each instance of violence inflicted upon Richard, he found himself haunted by dreams of terror for several days. Richard had never resisted or struggled, while Pyru continued to grow stronger, widening the disparity between their physiques. Yet, each time Pyru laid eyes upon Richard, he was met with the boy's calm, water-like gaze, which subsequently ushered in a series of relentless nightmares. Pyru was perplexed by one particular question: why did Richard never seek to inform his father? Had the boy done so, Pyru would undoubtedly have faced a few lashes himself. Nevertheless, Richard never mentioned the beatings to anyone in the village. The frequency of the boys troubling Richard gradually waned. On one occasion, when blood was trickling from his lips, Richard smiled at them, causing the youths to scatter in fear. That would mark their final attempt to confront Richard. At the age of 8, Richard learned the virtue of resilience. Chapter 2. The ritual. As spring arrived anew, young Richard began to shed his childishness. The hunting knife at his waist was no longer a mere ornament. He commenced accompanying the village hunters into the mountains for game, albeit not venturing too deeply into the forest, nor standing at the forefront when facing monsters. His assigned tasks predominantly involved assisting, setting traps, and tending to the spoils. Yet it was a testament that he had officially become a hunter. Blacksmith Bobby was filled with immense joy, for Richard's hunting knife was crafted over several nights from precious pieces of refined steel. Each time young Richard vanquished a beast with it, Bobby found himself elated for an extended period. Throughout the year, Richard faced numerous perils, yet he remained composed and adept in his responses. No matter how dire the situation, he never faltered. At the tender age of 9, Richard learned the essence of courage. This year was supposed to be the most carefree, as children of the mountains were never lacking in bravery. However, the courage imparted to Richard by his mother was of a different nature. He truly embodied it, and henceforth, his mother no longer referred to him as Little Richard, but rather as my Richard. My Richard has grown into a true man, she would cheerfully proclaim upon seeing him. Irene was taken aback, scrutinizing Richard earnestly, and inquired, "Tell me, my dear, who imparted this wisdom to you?" "It was written in a book," he replied. "Which book?" Irene asked patiently. "Not only the knowledge of wizards, but even that of magic apprentices is remarkably vast." Thus, Richard had learned several languages under Irene's guidance, including a particularly obscure and arcane ancient tongue. Reading had long ceased to be a challenge for him. In fact, He had managed to complete several introductory tomes on magic during the dreary and monotonous winter. However, Irene could not recall any book containing such a phrase. It's the one in the attic, filled with many intriguing things. It was there I first realized how vast the world truly is, Richard exclaimed with excitement. Is it that book? Irene pondered, recalling something, before smiling again. That book is indeed fascinating. My Richard, a true man, must possess wisdom, yet perseverance, strength, and courage are even more precious. With such intelligence, my Richard will undoubtedly be wise when he grows up. Therefore, I must nurture these qualities within you. Do you understand? And happiness. Richard interjected eagerly. Irene chuckled, ruffling his hair, and replied, yes, and happiness. Has my Richard been happy these past few years? Young Richard shook his head, responding gloomily, not always happy. Pyru bullied me, and I also detest breadfruit. And, mother, what kind of person is father really? Irene's expression briefly changed, then she spoke gently. Your father is a true man. Richard immediately replied, I know. He is the worst of the worst, the one whom mother despises the most. For many nights, Richard had awakened to the sound of his mother weeping softly in the dark. However, this time, Elaine did not divulge any further details about his father. She merely mentioned that her time with Richard's father was exceedingly brief, and that was all she knew. One day, you will come to understand your father very well. For some inexplicable reason, Elaine suddenly uttered this line. As the words escaped her lips, her expression shifted, as if something heavy weighed upon her heart. Even she could not fathom why she had spoken those words. Richard acutely sensed his mother's mood had suddenly darkened. With a subtle flick of his tongue, he murmured that he was going to read and swiftly made his way to the rear room. This space served as Elaine's study, adjacent to the laboratory where potions were concocted. The study contained only a modest collection of books, primarily focused on the fundamentals of magic, introductory potion making, and the history, geography, and culture of the continent, knowledge befitting Elaine's status as a novice sorceress. Richard relished spending his evenings immersed in reading here. A solitary magical lamp illuminated the room. Its light not particularly bright, yet fueled by Elaine's modest magical energy, it could shine throughout the night. Due to the high cost of oil, only a select few, namely the village chief, the blacksmith, and the mightiest hunters, alongside Elaine, could afford to keep a lamp lit for extended periods. In this humble yet cozy chamber, Richard quietly navigated his childhood. Within the thick tomes, he glimpsed another world, one far broader, more intricate, elevated, and resplendent than Rutherland. Young Richard often mused that when he grew to become the finest hunter in the village, he would take his mother away from Rutherland to explore the world beyond the mountains. Elaine sat alone in the living room. The soft rustling of pages turning reached her ears. Little Richard was diligently absorbed in his reading again. He had firmly grasped the foundational principles of magic, yet had not truly embarked on the study of sorcery. Elaine had even prohibited him from practicing meditation. In the continent, aspiring sorcerers typically began their initial meditation around the age of 4 or 5, allowing them to accumulate sufficient mental strength by the age of 10 to commence their magical education and cultivate their magical energies. However, young Richard saw no issue with this, for he understood little and believed implicitly in his mother's wisdom. Elaine sat in quiet contemplation, and due to having spoken more than usual that evening, the doors of memory creaked open, revealing a multitude of long-buried memories, each vying for attention. A dull ache began to throb in her head, and she gently massaged her temples, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. Her gaze fell upon the calendar on the table, and suddenly, she noticed a conspicuous mark. In just over 10 days, Richard would celebrate his 10th birthday. 10 years of age marks the threshold from boyhood to adolescence, while 13 or 14 signifies the cusp of adulthood. Had a decade truly slipped by unnoticed? Elaine stared blankly at the flickering light of the magical lamp, its brass body polished to a brilliant shine, reflecting her visage. She was not conventionally beautiful, merely a woman of striking features, yet in Rutherland, she was considered one of the village's most attractive women. A decade had passed, yet time seemed to have left no trace upon her face. Had it not been for her attire veering towards that of a middle-aged woman, few would recall her true age. To a stranger, she would likely appear to be in her early 20s. The reflection of her visage on the brass lamp was, in truth, quite unfamiliar to Elaine and far too ordinary, for it did not resemble the face she bore at birth. Long ago, she had never envisioned living such a simple, austere, and arduous life, and yet, here she was, 10 years into it. However, as she watched Richard grow day by day, she felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment deep within her. Elaine entered the study, observing Richard engrossed in a thick tome of beast illustrations, and smiled as she said, "My dear Richard will soon turn 10, and I have prepared a special ceremony to celebrate your coming of age." "Yea, will there be gifts?" Richard exclaimed, momentarily revealing his youthful exuberance. "Indeed. There will be gifts that will accompany you for a lifetime. But for now, you must rest well in the coming days. Do you understand? It is quite late, and it is time for bed." Chapter 3. Enlightenment. The attic, typically a repository for clutter, was now impeccably clean. Elaine moved aside a box, revealing a small altar behind it. The altar, crafted from stone, was adorned with an intricately detailed magical array. However, the space intended for a deity's statue remained vacant. Elaine meticulously dusted the altar, ensuring that even the slightest speck of dust was removed before rising to her feet. Her gaze falling upon a thick book carelessly placed atop a nearby box. The tome was astonishingly hefty, likely nearing 1,000 pages and equivalent in size to 4 standard spellbooks, weighing at least several dozen kilograms. Its bronze cover shimmered with a lustrous sheen, immaculate and evidently well thumbed. Elaine paused, realizing she had not laid hands on it for quite some time, and it was clear that Richard had been the one to delve into its depths. She was taken aback by the frequency and enthusiasm with which the little one was reading. Approaching the book, she extended her hand to open it. Her fingers, long and graceful, surpassed her beauty and elegance. The men of the village had often whispered about her exquisite hands. The cover of the book was forged from genuine bronze, heavy and cold, exuding the weight of time. Elaine knew that within the bronze, countless crystal particles sparkled like stars, and when activated simultaneously, they could form a miniature altar. If the user was sufficiently devout and powerful, they might even hear the voice of the moon goddess, Elucia, through it. This seemingly unremarkable yet weighty tome was, in fact, the most treasured artifact of the elven court, the holy text of the moon goddess, Elucia. The holy text contained unique divine arts exclusive to the moon goddess, but only those who earned her favor could perceive and wield them. In her former days, she could utilize 5 of these arts. Apart from the grand druid of the court, she was the priestess who comprehended the most divine arts. This not only signified strength, but also the goddess's endorsement. Yet now, despite her willingness to pay a steep price, she could only invoke one art, and that was by drawing upon the power of the holy text itself. 7 divine arts flowed through her heart like water. Elucia's fate art, enlightenment. Elucia's blessing art, healing. Elucia's wrath art, judgment. Elucia's blade art, silver moon armament. Elucia's will art, trial. There remained 2 more arts, one of which was the Elucia's heart art, foresight, which she had yet to master. The 7th divine art is merely inscribed within the sacred texts, yet never has anyone succeeded in wielding it. This is the enigmatic divine art of Elucia, the dark side of the moon. Eileen placed her hand upon the sacred tome, quietly absorbing the lingering essence of sanctity within its pages. At that moment, the 5th moon hung high in the sky, its cool luminescence filtering through the skylight, casting a gentle glow upon her figure. The subtle divine energy concealed within the moonlight silently permeated her being, accumulating in preparation for the upcoming ritual in a fortnight. The divine art known as enlightenment was a birthday gift for young Richard on his 10th year. On the eve of Richard's birthday, at the stroke of midnight, he was roused and led to the attic, where he knelt before the altar. The sacred text before Richard had been turned to a specific page, revealing lines of prayer he had never encountered before. These were in the ancient tongue of the elves, a language in which Richard had become as proficient as in the common tongue. The prayers expressed adoration and supplication to the goddess of the moon. Yet as Richard silently recited them, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation, as if his body were becoming transparent. In that moment, something that had been aimlessly wandering in the ether seemed to have discovered its purpose and swiftly approached him, rushing into his form. Richard felt a chill flow within his chest and abdomen, rapidly spreading to his limbs and lower body. This sensation was fleeting, although vividly clear. It was not uncommon to experience such feelings during a divine or magical rite. Many ceremonies even necessitate enduring intense pain, so young Richard remained silent, continuing to empty his mind as his mother had instructed. "My Richard, shortly you shall enter the realm of Goddess Elucia and receive enlightenment regarding your destiny. You may find yourself faced with 2 or 3 choices. If so, you may select." At this juncture, Eileen suddenly shook her head, revising her words. "My Richard, choose whatever you desire, but be attentive to the voice of the goddess and follow the dictates of your heart." Richard, in a state of bewilderment, nodded gently. As the soft cadence of Elaine's prayers resonated behind him, his consciousness began to blur, as if he were detaching from the world before him. Upon awakening once more, Richard found himself before an expansive and majestic temple. He stood in a vast square, measuring several thousand meters in circumference, and felt as diminutive as an ant within its grandeur. The square was paved with silver-gray stone, shimmering with an ethereal glow. As he gazed around, he was met with an infinite starry sky, where the twinkling stars appeared so close that he felt he could pluck them from the heavens. The square and the temple floated solitary in this cosmic expanse. The enormity of the space bore down on young Richard with an almost unbearable weight, quickening his heartbeat and instilling a fear that rendered him reluctant to look around any longer. Instead, he sprinted towards the temple. He ran for what felt like an eternity, traversing the entire square and descending 1,000 stone steps before reaching the temple's entrance. Had it not been for the robust constitution instilled in him by his upbringing in the mountains, Richard would have surely collapsed from exhaustion. Once he began to run, he dared not pause. The vast square filled his vision, and the radiant light danced as if the entire space was not static, but rather in motion according to some unseen law. Richard was gripped by the illusion that should he halt even for a moment, the square would tilt, and with the mirror-like surface offering no purchase, he would helplessly slide into an abyss of despair. Standing at the temple's threshold, Richard's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, and breathing became a strenuous endeavor. After a considerable effort, he regained his composure, recalling his mother's words of wisdom, and lifted his gaze towards the interior of the temple. The temple lacked a dome, instead encircled by a ring of towering pillars, pure as jade. At its center stood an altar, flanked by 3 indistinct statues of goddesses, each embodying distinct postures and spaced apart variably. The altar was intended to be graced by 6 additional goddess statues, each representing a different capability. The more goddess statues Richard could discern, the greater the abilities he might awaken in his enlightenment. Young Richard possessed an exceptional memory and swiftly recognized the capabilities represented by the 3 visible statues. They were the extraordinary divine power that could bestow immense strength upon the enlightened, the life force imbued with potent healing abilities, and the swiftness and agility akin to the very winds themselves. Richard felt a twinge of disappointment, for within his tender heart lay a clear preference, the pursuit of wisdom, a profound enhancement of intellect. For a true man, wisdom is indispensable. However, having 3 choices was a welcome prospect, as his mother merely hoped for more than one option. What Eleanor had not disclosed to young Richard was that among those who had experienced enlightenment, many merely perceived an empty temple. As young Richard approached the altar, he strained to widen his eyes, yearning to glimpse wisdom. Yet, this temple, along with the entire cosmos, was illusory, no matter how hard he tried. What could he truly see? Instead, his hesitation and uncertainty caused the 3 goddesses' statues to blur before him. Do you desire greater power? A voice suddenly resonated in Richard's ear. Young Richard was taken aback, scanning his surroundings, but perceiving nothing. The voice was abrupt, mechanical, and monotonous, imbued with a chilling metallic essence that instilled profound fear within him. Who I am matters not. I shall not appear again. Strictly speaking, I am the hidden half of your soul, intoned the voice. Impossible, young Richard exclaimed defiantly. His mother had assured him that his spirit was pure, devoid of chaos. Yet, after exchanging a few words with this voice, his trepidation began to wane. Children of the mountains are inherently brave. His initial fear was merely a reaction to the unknown, a surprise. Nonetheless, the voice remained unaffected by Richard's resolve, maintaining its unchanging tone. Now, choose what you wish to acquire. Before Richard, the altar once again radiated brilliance, revealing 3 statues of goddesses. In addition to wisdom, there was the crucial ability of elemental affinity, which would enable a mage to communicate more effortlessly with external elements, thus casting spells with reduced expenditure. In simpler terms, a mage endowed with elemental affinity could possess 1 to 3 additional spell slots compared to their peers. This was a terrifying talent that only grew in potency with advancement. The other ability was that of a natural envoy, granting individuals a more intuitive and profound understanding of nature. Not only would it significantly enhance stealth capabilities and speed in complex terrains, but it would also augment the power of various nature spells while providing greater resistance to toxins. Thus, all 6 abilities of enlightenment lay before Richard. This, he stammered, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. His young mind was a whirlwind of confusion, entirely unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. The only plausible explanation was that what he saw was merely an illusion. What else could it be? This was vastly different from what he had read in books and what his mother had told him. Richard finally recalled the purpose of his journey. Trembling, he extended his hand towards the statue of the goddess, a symbol of wisdom. standing before the towering figure, which loomed over 10 meters high. He could only reach the goddess's feet. This act held a significant meaning within the ritual. Bowing to touch her foot represented a posture of humility. As Richard's hand made contact with the statue, a sharp, crystalline sound resonated in his consciousness, causing the entire world to appear more vivid and lucid. Wisdom enables one to perceive the world with greater clarity. This was a phrase from the sacred texts, and at that moment, Richard finally grasped its profound significance. Upon touching the statue of wisdom, all the other goddess statues vanished simultaneously. Logically, this should have marked the conclusion of the enlightening ritual. However, the temple did not dissolve into nothingness. Do you not desire another power? The voice echoed again. What power is that? Richard paused and declared with conviction. I do not wish to forsake wisdom. You may refer to it as reality. It will allow you to observe the world from an alternative perspective. And at the end of this path, you may uncover something else. Something else? What might that be? Richard inquired with curiosity. Yet, the voice that emerged within his consciousness, along with the unrecorded seventh statue, utterly disrupted Richard's understanding. He suddenly felt as though this was akin to the devil's temptation. But how could the devil's power manifest within the sacred rite of the moon goddess? Gazing at the seventh statue, Richard found himself truly hesitant. Two conflicting voices were engaged in a fierce debate within his mind, each equally compelling. To seize or not to seize? Richard hesitated and struggled. Yet he found himself gradually approaching the seventh statue. The world thrives on balance. Every gain comes with its own cost. He recalled a teaching from the sacred texts, which emphasized that balance is one of the core tenets of the doctrine of Elutia. Thus, having acquired a second ability, what price must he now pay? The young boy experienced confusion and inner turmoil for the first time, but ultimately, he extended his hand toward the statue. His mother had once told him that he could choose according to his own desires, and he was unwilling to forego this opportunity, prepared to bear the consequences. Little Richard was courageous. He was ready to strive for unexpected gains. Furthermore, he was astute. He understood that deep within his mother's heart lay a hope for him to become a hero, a figure of genuine significance, at the very least. One who surpassed Baron Tucker. Chapter 4. Reality. At the moment his small hand made contact with the seventh statue, it suddenly transformed into a shadow, all of it penetrating Richard's being. In an instant, Richard felt as though his head was ablaze, as if his very brain was boiling. The agony that directly assaulted his soul nearly drove him to madness, yet he could not succumb to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, icy streams coursed throughout his body, violently clashing with the intangible heat enveloping him, causing every inch of his flesh and bone to feel as if it were fracturing. Richard endured in silence, the resilience and tenacity cultivated since childhood manifesting at this moment, as he truly persevered until all shadows entered his being. Once the last wisp of shadow was absorbed, Richard's spirit finally relaxed, his vision blurring as the goddess's temple gradually faded from sight. In this hazy vision, he beheld his mother's beautiful and concerned face. And he finally let go, losing consciousness. I have acquired 2 abilities. My mother will surely be proud of me, he thought instinctively amidst the drifting darkness. In the attic, a conspicuous crack appeared on the altar of the moon goddess, a rare sanctum that had been damaged during the ritual. Elena's complexion turned pale, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips, yet she remained oblivious, frantically inspecting Richard's body. Only when she confirmed that he was unharmed did she feel a slight sense of relief. However, when she noticed a small wisp of shadow swirling at his forehead, her expression shifted dramatically once more. The attic was illuminated by both firelight and moonlight, and as Richard lay supine, neither source could cast a shadow upon his brow. That small wisp of shadow, ethereal and elusive, floated gracefully yet remained coalesced. This was a shadow indistinguishable to ordinary mortals. However, Elaine, still imbued with the power of the 5th crescent moon, could perceive it. Trembling, she reached out to touch it, her fingertips encountering a faint chill and a stinging sensation, a result of the conflict between the shadow energy and the divine power of Elutia. A shadow creature? Elaine gasped, gritting her teeth. She plunged her fingers into the shadow at Richard's brow, silently reciting an incantation that had long since become foreign to her. This was a divine art of foresight that she had never mastered in her earlier years, yet in this moment, her heart was in turmoil. In her understanding, only this divine art could unravel the origin of the shadow resting upon Richard's brow. Even if hope seemed minuscule, she felt compelled to try. Since losing her status as High Priestess, she had also forfeited the goddess's favor and all her divine arts. Initially a desperate and reckless action, Elaine did not anticipate that her foresight would unexpectedly succeed. The vision flashed and vanished. The brief glimpse had drained all her strength, leaving her unable to even move a finger. Even if she were physically invigorated, the revelations she witnessed plunged her into profound despair once more. Shadows are not synonymous with darkness. They represent an energy devoid of tangible existence, inherently possessing spatial attributes. Shadow creatures come in countless varieties, most wandering aimlessly between planes. The chaotic energies between realms serve as their natural sustenance. They are cunning, perilous, and formidable, making them both beloved and feared by mages. Shadow summoning is a well-established spell, capable of being enhanced from level 6 to level 9. However, this spell carries a small chance of failure, wherein the summoned shadow creature may become uncontrollable, and mages, possessing magical power, are regarded as one of the most delectable forms of prey. Thus, each year, the continent bears witness to several incidents of mages being devoured by shadow creatures they summoned. The shadow that lingered at the center of little Richard's brow exhibited signs of life, yet it was not a complete entity. The shadowy energy it contained was not formidable. Even an ordinary priest could purify it. Its function was akin to that of a lighthouse, marking a position amid the infinitely complex multiverse. Summoning throngs of shadowy beings into this plane, an image foreseen by Elaine. Now, even if the shadow were to be eradicated and purified, it would be too late. That terrifying horde of shadowy life forms had already acquired their coordinates and commenced their journey. Little Richard served as the anchor and reference point for their entry into this realm. As the multitude of shadow creatures began their assault on the plane, Richard faced two potential fates. Either he would be obliterated by the violent clash of energies, or he would become the vessel for the most powerful of these shadow beings, forever losing control of his own body. In that moment, he would transform into a container for the shadowy populace. No one could clearly articulate the laws governing the planes. The traversing shadow beings might take centuries to complete their journey, or they could arrive within a month. How could this be? Elaine mused, cradling Richard in her arms, her tears streaming down uncontrollably. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze through the skylight, observing the fifth crescent moon still suspended in the starry sky. Just in time to notice a new mark upon its surface, resembling a dried bloodstain. It seemed that the power of the crescent moon had undergone a mutation, resulting in an alteration of the enlightening ritual. Yet, if she were still the high priestess of Alucia, such a mutation would not have occurred. Was this a punishment from Alucia? Elaine pondered bitterly, having long since exhausted her strength to lament her fate or wallow in self-pity. She descended the stairs while holding Richard, carefully placing him on the bed and tucking him in. In his slumber, Richard furrowed his brow slightly, yet he often smiled, clearly dreaming of numerous joyful things. He was a remarkably handsome boy, his youthful visage beginning to shed its innocence, already displaying hints of charm and grace. Elaine gazed at her child in silence. He was the entirety of her focus for the past decade, though a mere 10 years was but a fleeting moment in her long life. It now felt as protracted as a lifetime. Little Richard was growing quickly, though he appeared slightly more juvenile than his peers. This was merely a consequence of his lineage. Possessing half the blood of the Silver Moon elves, Richard also bore nearly 500 years of natural life. His features embodied a blend of rugged strength and the delicate beauty of the Silver Moon elves, an understanding known only to Elaine. Upon Richard's cherubic face, the small shadow still danced playfully. Outside, the bloodstained fifth crescent moon quietly retreated, and the sixth crescent moon, shimmering with a unique golden light, had already risen. When the seventh crescent moon emerged from the horizon, the dawn would soon break. At last, the radiance of the seventh crescent moon poured through the window, illuminating Elaine's face. She appeared significantly more haggard yet also possessed an extraordinary beauty. The mirror on the wall reflected an incredibly beautiful figure. This was her true form, one she had nearly forgotten over the past decade. This was the grace that only the Silver Moon elves could possess. She rose to her feet, carefully retrieving a sheet of enchanted paper adorned with starry patterns, and laid it upon the table. Next, she produced a well-sealed magical quill, checking it to confirm that the ink, infused with the essence of griffin tail feathers, still retained its potency. This ink, crafted from unicorn blood, was scarce. Only a few drops remained, but it sufficed for the brief missive she intended to compose. Yet, the once light feather quill felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in her grasp, and despite her efforts, she found herself unable to inscribe even a single word. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, she smiled softly, murmuring to herself, "The one capable of annihilating the elven court should be able to contend with shadowy beings, especially after a decade has passed." finally convincing herself. She began to draw an intricate magical circle at the top of the starry paper, then inscribed a lengthy name, Gurdon Isaiah Satanastoria Acment. The moment she completed the name, the quill trembled, and the entire name shimmered and glowed, emitting a soft red light akin to flickering flames. When the flames extinguished, the long name was left as a faint, nearly imperceptible mark. Though subtle, the imprint was deeply etched into the starry paper, and could only be obliterated if the precious paper itself were entirely destroyed. As a former high priestess, she was well versed in the secrets of bloodlines. The flames signified that the name inscribed with magical energy had resonated with the laws of existence, becoming perceptible to its rightful owner. Henceforth, everything she wrote would transcend the bounds of time and space, directly reaching the name's bearer. The quill hovered momentarily, her hand trembling gently. The recent signs further confirmed a truth. This was indeed Gurdon's true name, although she had never doubted it over the years. This was the first time she had substantiated it, with the advantage of possessing his true name. She could invoke the most malevolent curse with only a trifling amount of magical energy, rendering even the legendary Gurdon powerless against it. A true name is, after all, a paramount secret of certain bloodlines. This individual, how could he so casually divulge his true name to others? She mused. Yet her fleeting sentiment was swiftly replaced by memories of the vast, burning forest. Her hand turned cool. Yet her trembling ceased as she succinctly articulated her thoughts in a few lines, leading to the signing of her name. After a moment's hesitation, she elegantly inscribed her name, Alani Moonsong. The starry paper ignited fiercely, turning to ashes in an instant. The information recorded upon it transmitted through ancient and mysterious laws to distant realms. As she laid down the quill, Alani also relinquished all her sorrows, embodying tranquility and beauty. Chapter 5. Farewell. Little Richard slept for a full 7 days, awakening only when the sunlight of the 7th day streamed into his bedroom. The first thing he did upon waking was rush out of the room, searching the entire house for his mother. Upon spotting her in the study, Richard immediately dashed forward, exclaiming, "Mom, guess what I received in the temple of the moon goddess?" Alani turned around, gently stroking Richard's head, and asked, "Let me take a guess, my dear Richard, who has always aspired to be a magician. You must have acquired elemental affinity, haven't you?" Richard was suddenly taken aback, for before him stood a woman he had never encountered. Nevertheless, he possessed his own method of recognition. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent that felt overwhelmingly familiar and comforting. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Are you, mother?" "My dear Richard, this is indeed the true visage of your mother," Alani replied with a smile. "Is mother beautiful?" she asked. Little Richard nodded vigorously, proclaiming, "Mother is the most beautiful." In his eyes, she had always been the epitome of beauty. Moreover, now that Alani had regained her original appearance, her ethereal beauty, akin to that of the Silver Moon Elves, was renowned in equal measure to their divine sorcery. The patience of a boy is often limited, and the patience of a youth grows scarcely more. Thus, without waiting for Alani to ponder further, little Richard hurriedly exclaimed, "Mother, I have gained wisdom and truth." "Truth?" Alani responded, astonished. She was aware of wisdom, but had never heard of the existence of truth as a faculty within enlightenment. Little Richard furrowed his brow and endeavored to elucidate. Utilizing the newfound wisdom he had acquired, truth is, well, it is the ability to comprehend the world with greater clarity. It seems to be something that can be enhanced. At present, its utility is modest, merely allowing me to see further and hear more distinctly. Alani nodded, placing her hand on Richard's shoulder, gently reminding him to cherish the abilities bestowed upon him through enlightenment and to remember the teachings she had imparted. Her admonitions became somewhat verbose, taking over an hour to conclude, with many points reiterated, prompting little Richard to secretly make faces in protest. Little Richard was inherently intelligent. With an exceptional memory, and with his newfound wisdom, there was truly no need for repetition. Eventually, Alani realized her own verbosity and, smiling, asked, "My dear Richard, would you like to meet your father?" Richard furrowed his brow in deep concentration, yet he could not conjure an answer. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Alani interjected, "You will soon see your father. His emissaries should be arriving shortly to escort you to him. Along the way, you must be obedient. Do you understand?" This is quite unexpected," Richard thought, utterly bewildered and merely nodding in response. Then, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "What about mother? Is she coming too?" "No, mother will not be joining us." "Then I shall not go either," Richard declared resolutely. Alani chuckled softly and replied, "My dear Richard, you must go, for your mother has a heartfelt wish that requires your assistance to fulfill." Richard stood tall, declaring, "Mother, do not worry. I have grown up and will surely accomplish it." "Oh, what is the wish?" Elaine gazed deeply at Richard and slowly replied, "If one day my Richard becomes a truly great person, then bury mother and father's family grave at the highest level." Young Richard nodded vigorously. At that moment, he was unaware of the profound meaning behind this wish and the arduous path to its fulfillment. Yet, even if he were to comprehend it, he would not waver. Boys from the mountains are never short of courage. The mornings in Rustlin village are typically serene and peaceful, yet this particular morning's tranquility was shattered. First, the ground beneath the entire village began to tremble inexplicably, followed by a violent shaking. Even the slowest elders sensed something was amiss. Stepping out of his home to gaze toward the end of the road outside the village, the mountain wind carried a lingering chill, and as it swept through, even the bravest and strongest hunters involuntarily shivered. They did not merely feel the drop in temperature. Rather, an inescapable dread surged from within, as if an unavoidable catastrophe were impending. The earth continued to shake, and all villagers emerged from their homes, silently gathering in the open space at the village's entrance. From this vantage point, they could see the distant clouds of dust rising. In the forest, ancient trees intermittently crashed to the ground, while the birds had long since taken to the skies, fleeing their nests and soaring into the depths of the mountains. Suddenly, a demonic knight clad in heavy armor burst forth from the forest. His pitch-black armor bristled with over a dozen steel spikes, and a grotesque, terrifying visage of a devil was sculpted upon his chest. Beneath him, his warhorse was remarkably robust, towering half a meter above the wild stallions the villagers had encountered before. The horse was adorned with heavy armor, its sharp steel spikes indicating it was not merely for defense. Slung on the horse's left flank was a massive two-handed sword, a variant of the common horse-slaying sword. Yet unusually, it exceeded the ordinary length by a full meter and was significantly heftier. This weapon weighed at least 100 kilograms, wielding an almost insurmountable power. The rocky mountain path groaned beneath the iron hooves of the warhorse. As the hooves traversed, stones flew and mud splattered, leaving deep craters that exposed the earth beneath. Following the knight, a contingent of 20 heavily armored cavalrymen appeared, trailed by nearly 100 light cavalry. Even the light cavalry donned finely crafted full chainmail, with more than half equipped with shimmering magical longbows, displaying exceptional craftsmanship. This formidable army was sufficient to seize the castle of Baron Tucker, yet it was now charging at the diminutive Rustlin village with full force. Everyone, including the village chief, turned pale. Hunters are brave, yet even the most valiant among them understood they could not withstand these heavily armed knights. The village chief discerned unusual signs from the exceptionally tall warhorse of the leading knight. His past military experience informed him that only a constructed knight would command such a towering steed. The armored knight charged into the village of Lusterland, pulling hard on the reins of his steed. The colossal warhorse reared up, its massive front hooves crashing down and creating two shallow craters in the ground. As the horse came to a halt, the hot breath emanating from its nostrils met the chest of the village chief. The knight lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing a resolute and commanding visage. He cast a cold glance over the villagers gathered in the square and inquired, "Who knows where Alani resides?" The villagers exchanged glances, for there was no woman by that name in Lusterland. The blacksmith and the village chief recalled something but remained silent. The knight's expression darkened further, and just as he was about to speak, the door of the apothecary swung open, and Alani emerged, calmly asking, "Did Godin send you?" Mordred, with his short, dark red hair resembling steel needles, knelt before Alani, yet an undeniable aura of power radiated from him, causing the entire magical apothecary to tremble gently under his presence. Within his imposing frame lay the potential of a volcano ready to erupt. Alani's gown billowed in the air, but she did not step back. Standing composed amidst the swirling currents, nodding and saying, "With you here, I am at ease." Mordred smiled broadly, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, my lady." Alani then took the hand of young Richard, placing it in the palm of Mordred, saying, "He is the one that Godin desires most." "His name is Richard." After a pause, she added, "Richard Ackman." Mordred scrutinized the young Richard before closing his hand around it gently, smiling as he declared, "Mordred is at your service." The knight then looked up at Alani, saying, "Esteemed lady, your belongings are ready. Let us embark. Lord Godin must be eager to see you. I still need to retrieve something very important. Please wait a moment," Alani replied before stepping back into the apothecary and shutting the door behind her. At that moment, young Richard gazed up at Mordred, who was also observing him. They exchanged looks, the small eyes of Richard widening in astonishment against the large eyes of the knight. After a while, Mordred broke into a grin, utterly unaware of the reason for his amusement. However, his smile suddenly froze. Flames erupted without warning from every window of the apothecary, bursting through the roof and shooting up into the sky, reaching heights of over 10 meters. The fire was so fierce and sudden that even Mordred was taken aback. With a furious roar, the knight took a step forward and crashed into the apothecary. The stone walls crumbling before him as if they were made of cheese, and the blazing flames posed no threat to him whatsoever. Upon entering, he beheld Alani seated gracefully. Flames erupting from every part of her body, igniting everything in the room. Mordred was astonished. He had intended to rescue Alani, but was stunned to find that all the flames were emanating from her, for she had already set herself ablaze. As Mordred rushed into the flames, Alani offered him a fleeting smile before she was entirely consumed by the fire, burning away, transcending, leaving no trace of her existence in this world. Mordred stood in silence, allowing the fierce flames to caress his body. Alani's final smile was deeply etched in his mind. A smile so beautiful, so elegant, and yet so complex. Young Richard cried out in desperation, kicking and striking at the armored knight who held him, yearning to rush into the inferno. However, all his efforts were in vain, as the flames raged with ferocity, and in the blink of an eye, the entire apothecary collapsed with a thunderous crash. Slowly emerging from the ruins, Mordred gazed at the distraught Richard, and after a moment of silence, he said, "You have a wonderful mother. Come, let me take you to see your father." The sudden turn of events left the villagers of Ruthlon in a state of shock. As they stared blankly at the smoldering ruins, now only emitting wisps of blue smoke, unable to comprehend that just moments ago, it had been the apothecary they had frequented for a decade. The heavily armored cavalry formed a line, gently leading Richard away from Ruthlon. Mordred and the light cavalry remained behind. He had no intention of burying Alani, for she had completely transformed into flames. Only pure and mad genius could burn oneself entirely. And thus, Mordred held deep respect for this woman he had encountered but once. Gazing at the ruins, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Mordred's lips as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Such a woman is truly worthy of a gentleman." At that moment, a knight galloped to Mordred's side and inquired, "My lord, what shall we do with the people of this village?" Mordred surveyed the gathering of men, women, and children in the square, stroking his iron-hard mustache, and replied coolly, "There are many grown men here. A gentleman would not wish to see men living in this place. Therefore, eliminate them all." Chapter 6, Family. It was only when Richard beheld Ascent from a distance that he realized his father was a man of considerable stature. Nestled on the peninsula of Outlook, Ascent boasted a population exceeding 100,000. The city was constructed in accordance with the shape of the peninsula, with the highest terrain to the northwest, arching southward to the myriad islands of the Apennine Sea. The narrow, elongated city lay quietly, like a slumbering giant, sprawled between the water and sky, with orderly houses and meticulously planned streets, while towering walls, 20 meters high, wound around, safeguarding the city's inhabitants. Outside the city, vast plains flourished with fertile land, and the broad Rhine River coursed through the city, flowing into the Apennine Sea, providing an inexhaustible source of water for the boundless arable fields. Within Ascent, a small hill cradled the renowned Black Rose Castle atop its summit. This majestic and vast edifice could easily accommodate over 3,000 warriors, with tall towers in every corner housing permanent, large-scale trebuchets that gazed down upon the city below. Yet, since the construction of the Black Rose Castle, those trebuchets had never once been employed. Although enemies have once advanced to the foothills of the Ascent city, their strides barely grazed the castle walls before they were decisively repelled. The fortress serves as a formidable bastion of defense, and the Black Rose Castle epitomizes this architectural mastery. Throughout its compound fortress design, one can observe wooden shooting platforms extending from the battlements or arrow towers, gateways reminiscent of traversable tunnels, and 5 remarkably sturdy gates embedded 10 meters deep, alongside numerous concealed arrangements invisible to the naked eye. Upon its completion, Black Rose Castle was reputed to require merely 1,000 qualified warriors for its defense, rendering it nearly impregnable when adequately supplied. However, it has never truly been tested by the flames of war, for the castle's successive lords have favored offense over defense, even in times of overwhelming disadvantage. They preferred the boundless plains or profound mountains as their backdrop, choosing to annihilate foes through mobile warfare, ultimately achieving victory. Even amidst the Holy Alliance, the derangement of the Ackman family is well known. Few are willing to engage with madmen, particularly when such madness is accompanied by brilliance. As the Duke of Joseph on the Leonon Peninsula once lamented, when madness and genius converge, the resultant havoc multiplies rather than adds. After centuries of evolution, the Ackman family now boasts 2 marquises and 7 earls, with viscounts and barons numbering in abundance, possessing territories exceeding 100,000 square kilometers. Though the history of the Ackman family within the Holy Alliance is not particularly ancient, its strength is undeniable, marking it as a significant power. Curiously, while other families with such a plethora of noble lands would have produced at least a duke, if not a grand duke, the Ackman family has yet to ascend beyond the rank of marquis. It is noteworthy that the Ackman family is not lacking in martial prowess or formidable individuals. They possess powerful mages, elite warriors, and an array of peculiar high-tier professions, such as dragonvein sorcerers, hell knights, and shadow priests. The continent of Norland, however, is far from tranquil. Rather, it is engulfed in ceaseless conflict, with humanity occupying less than half of the land while waging wars against numerous races for survival. The bellicosity of humankind may rival even that of demons. They battle not only against foreign foes but are also embroiled in internal strife. The raging fires of war not only consume Norland but also extend to the depths of the oceans and various plains. In such a tumultuous and intricate situation, it would not be difficult for the Ackman family, rich in talent, to produce a duke or even a founding grand duke, provided they concentrate resources towards outward expansion, acquire sufficient territory from foreign races, and establish a solid governance, economic, and judicial system while equitably balancing internal family interests. A duke could emerge within merely 2 generations. At least half of the dukes of the Holy Alliance emerged in this manner, leading the nobility of other realms to perceive the Holy Alliance Empire as a stronghold of upstarts and provincial simpletons, with the emperor himself being the most prominent of these newly affluent individuals. However, once a phenomenon reaches a certain threshold, it undergoes a qualitative transformation, and the rise of the nouveau riche is no exception. The ostentation of the Holy Alliance's royal family surpassed the psychological limits of the majority of traditional nobles, thereby earning their respect and admiration. The rise of the current patriarch of the Akermont family, Marquis Gordon, is no less remarkable, though his history is far too brief. The brevity of this history poses the pivotal flaw of insufficient accumulation of wealth and power. Moreover, their audacity has hindered them from garnering respect. Gordon himself is a testament to this phenomenon, having commenced his journey 15 years ago as a mere novice warrior of the 3rd level. He subsequently demonstrated remarkable personal prowess and political military acumen, culminating in the conquest of the Elven King Escort in the Eternal Night Forest a decade ago, which reverberated throughout the Holy Alliance. Many have dared to invade Elven territories, yet only Gordon, with a mere 50 armored knights and over 1,000 miscellaneous troops, ventured deep into the Eternal Night Forest, and he succeeded. Now, at the tender age of 33, Gordon has ascended to the rank of Marquis and resides in the Black Rose Castle, having acquired the domain of Ascent, specifically designated for the Patriarch of Akermont. The underlying reason for this achievement is singular, despite the ornate language that permeates this narrative, which may be rife with chaotic logic, ludicrous examples, and Navi conjectures. The conclusion remains irrefutably accurate. The distance from Lutherlawn village to Ascent exceeds 3,000 kilometers, yet the journey was completed in less than half a month. Along the way, Mordred imparted numerous tales regarding the Akermont family to Richard, while also introducing various customs and power distributions across the continent. Thus, by the time they reached Ascent, Richard had gleaned significant insights into many families. For Richard, the concept of family was entirely novel. In the past, even the notion of a father was nebulous to him. So how could he comprehend the essence of family? However, Mordred's attitude suggested that this formidable knight placed immense importance on the concept of family. Here, the idea of family encompasses a broader scope, including not only direct and collateral bloodlines, but also the lesser nobles and knights who follow the main house, all of whom may be regarded as part of the family. The bloodline serves as the bond that connects families, its significance surpassing mere genetic ties. Many unique bloodlines possess special abilities, and the amalgamation of different bloodlines often gives rise to new powers. Certain bloodline capabilities are so formidable that they compel individuals to pursue them relentlessly. Thus, the notions of nobility and family acquire a new dimension in the world of Norland, where marriages are not solely for political alliances, but often serve to generate powerful progeny. When Richard stood before the grand entrance of the Black Rose Castle, he should have had a thorough understanding of Akermont. Yet, young Richard found himself increasingly bewildered. The chaotic influx of information from Mordred resembled fragmented puzzle pieces that failed to coalesce into a coherent picture. Chapter 7. The woman who upsets the world. The bathing and dressing ritual concluded swiftly, and Richard reclined upon the bed, afforded an hour of respite. Although the fatigue from his long journey lingered, he found himself unable to quiet the cacophony within his mind. During the bath, 2 maidens were present throughout, and young Richard, without lifting a single finger, completed the entire process. In truth, he had previously attempted to refuse and resist, yet the maidens effortlessly subdued him. Though their figures were delicate, their strength surpassed that of the village chief, rendering young Richard utterly incapable of resistance. He obediently allowed them to cleanse him from head to toe, even ensuring that every strand of hair and the crevice of his ears were immaculate. The chamber inhabited by Richard, though modest in area, soared to a height of 5 meters, featuring a narrow window situated 3 meters high that allowed the faint light of day to filter in. The walls, constructed from obsidian, retained their raw, unrefined appearance, untouched by any deliberate polishing. Adorning the rough surface were tapestries and shields, the tapestries a deep, dark crimson that struck Richard as resembling the desiccated hue of dried blood. The room was steeped in shadows, without the illumination of a torch. Even the midday light seemed to blur and lose its clarity. Reclining upon the bed, Richard felt an oppressive chill emanating from the floor, the walls, and every corner of the space. Yet, within his veins coursed a fire ignited by the 2 maidens, who had shared secretive laughter at the time. Richard, astute as ever, sensed their intentions were deliberate. The interplay of cold and fervor further muddled his thoughts. From the moment he departed from Rutherland Village, no, even from the inception of the awakening ceremony, everything had unfolded like a dream, rendering the world strikingly surreal. Amidst the turmoil, a knock resounded, signaling the hour for dinner. This castle seemed to be imbued with a subtle, pervasive essence, entwining itself around him, ensnaring each step he took, eliciting a profound, soul-deep repulsion and discomfort that he found impossible to articulate. The dining hall, though not the grandest within the Black Rose Keep, was certainly of ducal proportions. The 15-meter-high chamber was lofty and dim, and despite the multitude of torches affixed to the walls, their flames struggled to illuminate the frescoes adorning the ceiling. The dining table stretched 20 meters long, and Richard, adorned in the regalia befitting a noble youth, sat poised at one end, gazing across the expanse of the table that could accommodate 30 diners, towards his father at the opposite end. He was a man of peculiar charm, perpetually graced with a smile, his meticulously groomed hair and dense, short beard forming an integral part of his countenance. Time had etched subtle, nearly imperceptible lines upon his face, and delicate wrinkles had begun to emerge at the corners of his deep green eyes, which were clear and pure but evoked a sense of being overwhelmed in those who dared to gaze too deeply. He sat casually, adeptly carving into the roasted lamb chops upon his plate, consuming with remarkable speed, occasionally sipping from his goblet of red wine. There was an unusual rhythm to his movements. Even the most fastidious of etiquette instructors would find no fault in his demeanor. Indeed, while he consumed his meal with alarming rapidity and a considerable quantity, his elegance made it difficult for anyone to perceive that, within mere breaths, several kilograms of lamb had vanished. He was an undeniably graceful and charismatic man, a fact Richard could not deny, even as he harbored an urge to hurl the silver platter in his grasp at this man's face. In time, he would come to realize that countless others had harbored similar desires to strike the face of the Marquis of Godin. Yet for now, young Richard restrained himself, not for his own sake, but for the sake of his mother. Even now, he could not comprehend the true meaning of his mother's wish, but his resilience, patience, and wisdom led him to understand that he would soon grasp the deeper significance of that desire. Richard endeavored to sit upright, awkwardly grappling with his meal. The fare before him was sumptuous. The culinary delights from the grand kitchen of Black Rose Castle were renowned far and wide, boasting the finest red meat chefs and pastry artisans in the entire peninsula. Yet, Richard remained utterly oblivious to the flavors of the morsels that passed his lips. He had never been trained in etiquette, and his grip on the knife and fork clearly revealed his rustic origins. He was entirely unaware of the myriad rules governing noble dining. However, having changed into a new attire, young Richard possessed an undeniable beauty, his demeanor imbued with a serene, yet melancholic air reminiscent of Lord Gorton. Numerous maids flitting about the hall cast furtive glances in his direction. Richard had now crossed into adolescence, and in a year or two, he would surely exude the charm of a man. With an air of elegance, the Marquis of Gorton, having effortlessly devoured over 20 kilograms of lamb chops, finally dabbed his mouth with a pristine white napkin and smiled. His broad smile revealed a full set of dazzling white teeth, gleaming almost blindingly. "Your name is Richard," he said with a grin. "You are fortunate, for you bear the name Ackermond. Yet, you are also unfortunate, for the very same reason." Richard lifted his head at that moment, meeting Godin's gaze with unwavering resolve, declaring, "My name is Richard." Godin's eyes were as clear as water, yet few could hold his gaze. Nevertheless, Richard held his head high, showing no signs of retreat. Godin first smiled, then let out a sigh, remarking, "Your temperament is very much like your mother's. However, she never mentioned that your name is Richard Moonsong, did she?" Although phrased as a question, it carried the weight of a statement. Young Richard hesitated for a moment before finally admitting, "No." He now somewhat understood his mother's intentions. "Therefore, you still bear the surname Ackermond, whether you acknowledge it or not," Godin stated. By this time, he had finished all the main courses. With a wave of his hand, 10 maidens gracefully approached, clearing away the used dishes before replacing them with entirely new tableware and presenting an impressive array of 7 desserts. As Godin elegantly and swiftly indulged in the sweets, he remarked, "Let us speak of trivialities. Even the most seasoned nobility cannot find fault in my manners. Yet, those entrenched aristocrats still deem me a parvenu. As for another notable figure, whom we refer to as Bloodthirsty Philip, his preferred dish is raw beast meat, demanding it be severed from the living creature no more than an hour prior. In the case of rare varieties, the time limit may extend to a day. And this esteemed gentleman relishes tearing the meat apart with his bare hands. However, those nobles still concede that he possesses the true essence of nobility. Do you know why?" Richard shook his head, utterly oblivious to the world of nobility. His scant knowledge was gleaned solely from Mordred, who, it was evident, was not a competent instructor. For this bloodthirsty Philip is none other than His Majesty, the greatest emperor of our Holy Alliance Empire. The power he wields is overwhelmingly formidable, and his temperament is capricious, which makes the seasoned and genuine nobles reluctant to provoke him. Moreover, having such a prominent figure within one's circle brings forth a plethora of tangible benefits. Benefits so substantial that they are utterly impossible to decline. Richard nodded slightly, grasping a fragment of understanding. "Therefore, since your surname is Ackermond, it is indeed unfortunate. You must cultivate strength and become more powerful. With prowess, the world transforms into a paradise for you, while in the absence of power, every place resembles a hellish existence. At that juncture, you need not concern yourself with whether you were raised in the mountains or born within the most magnificent castle, nor must you feign pretenses as I do now. These are mere illusions, devoid of any significance for you at present. Your sole imperative is to grow strong, for you bear the name Ackermond, and the blood coursing through your veins is that of the Ackermonds. With this surname, people will harbor towering expectations for you. And if you merely surpass the average individual by a slight margin, you will inevitably disappoint them." Gordon's voice crescendoed, eventually resonating like thunderclaps ringing in Richard's ears, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Richard gripped the knife and fork tightly, momentarily oblivious to the piece of food that had fallen unceremoniously from the fork into the plate. He gazed, somewhat dazed, at the man opposite him, who maintained an impeccably elegant posture while unleashing a deafening shout that starkly contrasted with his demeanor. In the restaurant, aside from the butler and several male servants, there were a few guards and 10 knights, standing silently against the walls like lifeless statues. Among them was Mordred, who had accompanied Richard from Rutherland. At that moment, the statues seemed to come to life, although they retained their standard stance. Their gazes brazenly wandered towards the nakedness of the maid. Her beauty was not striking, yet her youth imbued her form with vitality and allure. Richard was rendered speechless, utterly overwhelmed by the intensity of the scene before him, for he was but a mere 10-year-old child. The resilience cultivated within him from a young age came to the fore, allowing him to grip the knife and fork tightly, preventing them from slipping from his grasp. Richard's pale visage reflected the gravity of the situation. How could one speak of murder with such nonchalance? Yet, within the restaurant, every individual, from the servants to the knights, displayed an air of normalcy, as if the master had merely suggested adding game to the menu, a matter of no great consequence. It was only then that Richard began to sense an insidious atmosphere pervading the castle, a faint yet persistent essence reminiscent of bloodshed accumulated over the years. Like the main course, the desserts too were consumed without Richard discerning their flavors. He fought to suppress the tumult in his stomach, striving to keep the contents at bay. This was a formidable challenge, for once the scent of blood was detected, it became increasingly pronounced, lingering at the edge of his nostrils. Nevertheless, Richard ate heartily. He was in his growth phase, and children from the mountains typically possessed robust appetites. Gordon appeared quite pleased, remarking, "The more you eat, the faster you grow." "Richard, your mother surely has dreams for you to fulfill, does she not?" Richard's expression shifted dramatically, falling into a contemplative silence, tacitly accepting the situation. Yet, he was resolute in withholding the specifics of his wish from Gordon, intending to reveal it only on the day of its realization. Gordon did not press Richard for details. Instead, he remarked, "Regardless of what your mother's wish may be, it is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor to fulfill. I shall not offer you direct assistance, nor will I bestow upon you any power. However, I will present you with ample opportunities to cultivate your strength. The extent of your journey lies entirely in your hands. I aspire that one day, you will speak boldly in my presence." Richard nodded in silence. Richard did not comprehend Gordon's words at first, yet within half an hour, he grasped the profound enjoyment of reuniting with his siblings. The deeper significance, however, would only reveal itself years later, when he would come to understand it on an extraordinarily profound level. At the moment of the meeting, Richard sat rigidly in a high-backed chair. His body as still as a statue, his gaze slightly raised towards the ceiling, fixated upon the mural above the door, utterly motionless. This was a small parlor within the inner fortress, situated in a separate wing opposite the dining hall, reserved solely for family use. The decor was opulent and lavish, starkly contrasting with the castle's somber coldness. The parlor was warm and bright, illuminated by fixed magical lighting that provided daylight-like brilliance, while numerous candles adorned magnificent, large hanging chandeliers, contributing not only to the visual splendor but also to a perfectly balanced warmth. On the sofas flanking Richard sat his siblings, specifically 2 younger brothers and 6 sisters. Richard had never imagined he would have such a multitude of siblings, and this was merely from his father's side. If one were to consider the cousins of the Ackermann lineage, the number would surely be even more staggering. His brothers occupied the left side, while his sisters perched on the right, with Richard positioned in the center, enduring their intense scrutiny, akin to a rare beast awaiting dissection. In stark contrast to the statue-like stillness of Richard, his siblings were far more boisterous and unruly. Both boys were younger than Richard, yet their gazes were laden with unabashed curiosity, disdain, and hostility, everything except familial affection. Their stares sent chills down Richard's spine, a sensation akin to sensing lethal intent. The 6 sisters varied in age. The eldest had already begun to assert her womanly identity with her pronounced curves, while the youngest was scarcely 5 years old. Their gazes were considerably more intricate, filled with curiosity, yet predominantly marked by scrutiny and hesitation. The 2 eldest girls huddled together, whispering furtively, casting glances at Richard, occasionally erupting into laughter that was both audacious and laden with innuendo. Their eyes held a raw intensity that Richard could not yet decipher. Yet he was certain it bore no resemblance to sibling affection. In due time, however, Richard would come to understand that such gazes were akin to those of a woman eyeing a man with whom she desired to share a bed. Richard remained silent, uncertain of what to say. His siblings showed no inclination to converse with him, instead fixating on him with piercing glares, some frosty and sharp enough to appear as though they wished to stab him, while others radiated such heat that they seemed ready to consume him whole. The brief encounter lasted merely 10 minutes, yet Richard felt as if he had endured an entire day, one that stretched interminably. When the steward finally led him away from the parlor, he realized that his linen shirt was completely drenched. It was only later that Richard learned this 10-minute meeting with his siblings was, in fact, a ritual, signifying his acknowledgement of possessing the bloodline of the Ackermann family and his subsequent induction as a member of the clan. This ceremony also provided the Ackermann members an opportunity for mutual recognition and selection. The following midday, Richard departed the Black Rose Castle, surrounded by a small contingent of cavalry, journeying westward. After that evening's dinner, he did not encounter Gordon again until his departure from Ascent. His meeting with his father turned out to be simpler and colder than he had anticipated. Although Richard had not expected much from their encounter, he felt a subtle sense of loss as he left Ascent. The multitude of siblings made it clear that he was merely an ordinary child of his father. Yet, Richard quietly clenched his fists, his nails piercing his palms. 2 images overlapped before his eyes, the many siblings and the blazing inferno. He suddenly felt that his mother's death was profoundly unjust. The procession continued westward, still accompanied by Madrid. This leg of the journey was marked by a significant reduction in the night's chatter. Often, entire days would pass with little conversation. The silent journey stretched on for 20 days, longer than the trip to Ascent. They traversed the dark forest, crossed the continent's second longest river, the Roman, and continued along the Pale Mountains for another 10 days, passing through the territories of several nobles and a grand duchy before finally reaching their destination, the realm of the legendary archmage Sue Helen. Home to the towering magical edifice known as Deep Blue, space possesses a formidable power, and vast expanses invariably exert a tangible pressure. Only when Richard stood before Deep Blue did he fully grasp the magnitude of a magical tower that soared over 500 meters high. It was not merely a solitary structure. The entire complex, primarily adorned in deep blue, stretched from the Everwinter Mountains to a branch extending into the icy bay. The main building exemplified the Gothic architectural style, with intricate and exquisite carvings embellishing the flying buttresses, striking spires piercing the sky, and pointed arches standing tall. Multicolored elemental clouds and arcane energies swirled about the tower's apex, giving the impression that the entire edifice was ascending towards the heavens. Soon, Richard met Sue Helen, a woman embodying the essence of a legendary sorceress, protector of the Holy Alliance, and dragon slayer, designated by Godin as his mentor. However, it was only when Richard stood before Sue Helen that he realized she had never agreed to teach him. This journey was entirely Godin's unilateral desire. At this moment, Richard stood within Sue Helen's magical hall, a space reminiscent of a dreamscape. The walls and floor, composed of an unknown material, shimmered in deep azure hues, glistening with a luster akin to jade and crystal. At first glance, one might perceive an unfathomable depth, yet it seemed as if nothing was truly discernible. Vibrant bands of light danced whimsically around the walls and floor, their movements erratic, reminiscent of playful fish, alive with an enchanting vitality. At one end of the hall, upon a raised dais, rested a throne meticulously carved from a single piece of natural crystal. Sue Helen sat upon this throne, her feet positioned at a height that nearly reached Mordred's chin, surpassing Richard's head, a clear indication of her elevated status. Yet, with her legendary persona, none would dare find it inappropriate. Her golden hair was casually styled, and she wore a court-style gown with a plunging neckline that exposed her shoulders and ample, snow-white décolletage. Her skin was so flawlessly pale that it incited an urge to bite, with the most coveted targets being her full bosom and delicate face. She appeared no older than 17 or 18, her youthful visage serene and dignified, embodying classical beauty as she reclined upon her lofty crystal throne, akin to a newly arrived goddess. Those who beheld her for the first time could hardly reconcile such youthful beauty with the image of a legendary sorceress. Yet, even the most novice of magicians knew that the establishment of Deep Blue exceeded a century. Her hands, elegantly crossed upon her lap, were adorned with elongated finger rings crafted from enchanted gold, each embellished with a myriad of gemstones and intricate patterns. In truth, those patterns were finely etched magical arrays, with the gems embedded at their focal points, representing rare magical stones that existed solely in legend. To the knowledgeable observer, each ring was an immensely powerful magical artifact, perhaps even nearing the status of a divine relic. Remarkably, Sue Helen adorned all 10 fingers with such rings. Furthermore, her earrings, necklace, and even the ribbons binding her hair were fashioned from similar magical accoutrements. The crystal throne sparkled brilliantly, and even Richard, an uninitiated youth, could discern its value. Yet, the true worth of this magical hall far surpassed that of the throne. The abyssal crystals, typically reserved for wands, were here employed to pave the floors and construct the walls. As Richard stood within the magical hall, he suddenly felt his perceptive abilities expand significantly, with tendrils of energy beginning to flow through peculiar channels into his being. As these filaments of power entered him, they were gradually absorbed, and at that moment, he was startled by the sound of shattering glass in his consciousness, as if a barrier had been broken, liberating his confined perceptions to disperse freely. In the next instant, Richard found himself touching a vast ocean of magical essence. This was a dark sea, devoid of light, its depths swirling ominously, capable of silently swallowing a whale whole. Should Richard fall into this abyss, he would be consumed in an instant, leaving no ripple in its wake. Yet, at this very moment, Richard stood upon the surface of this ocean. The sudden disorientation caused Richard's complexion to pale, his body trembling involuntarily, yet this sensation felt remarkably authentic, rendering him unable to discern reality. Meanwhile, Mordred was engaged in a serious discussion with Sue Helen regarding Richard's tuition fees. The adult implored, in light of past affections, "Please take great care in educating the young master." Past affections? Ah, I recall that your esteemed Marquis still owes me a substantial amount for materials yet to be settled. The principal has been paid, has it not? And what about the interest? It is unwise to discuss figures with a legendary mage. and Mordred promptly shifted the topic, revealing a second card. Young Master Richard possesses extraordinary magical talent. Every year there are dozens of prodigies aspiring to learn magic from me. I have had to decline 3 or 4 even among the divinely favored. Mordred solemnly unveiled his trump card. The young master carries the bloodline of Akermont, its purity rivaling that of your own, unmatched among this generation of Akermonts. The once composed legendary mage's eye sparkled, momentarily illuminating the entire hall of magic, akin to a dragon beholding treasures. Her tone remained unflustered, yet all could perceive that it was merely a facade. What may I do? You may have your way. Such words seemed utterly uncharacteristic of the serious and bloodthirsty Mordred. In truth, they were the Marquis's original words. Nevertheless, Mordred maintained his grave demeanor while uttering them, perhaps reflecting a slight disparity between his inner thoughts and outer appearance. At that moment, Richard's peculiar state was also noticed by Sue Helen and Mordred. Sue Helen, contemplative, slowly remarked, "The little one has managed to establish a connection with the magical reservoir of this hall, which is no small feat. Learning magic under my guidance could be deemed acceptable." "Indeed," Mordred replied with a smile, though internally he mused, "but this hall is crafted entirely from abyssal crystal. Even a knight of pure martial prowess like myself can sense the potency of its magic. Is it truly that remarkable?" Such an excuse seems rather flimsy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Sue Helen continued, "Gordon's little fellow possesses 2 decent planes. I require returns over 10 years, whichever you choose. Plane time? No, Nolandi time." Mordred's lips twitched slightly before he ultimately nodded. This request slightly exceeded the boundaries set by Gordon, yet it was reluctantly acceptable. In the grand framework of the world, Nolandi, even if not the singular primary plane, stands among the highest echelons. According to the laws of spatial worlds, time in Nolandi typically flows slower than in subordinate planes. Thus, a decade in Nolandi may equate to centuries in other realms. The Marquis' stipulated boundaries were already astoundingly generous. This represented half of Gordon's returns and would undoubtedly influence his future expansion plans. It is essential to understand that Gordon's next objective is to establish a foothold in the imperial capital, the legendary city of Fushide. To secure a position in such a place, no level of material preparation can be deemed excessive. It was only at this moment that Mordred recalled a prefix title quietly circulating among the elite of the Alliance regarding Sue Hyluin, the Bloodsucker. Her well-known adage follows, "I may not be the strongest, but I shall undoubtedly be the wealthiest." However, Sue Hyluin continued, stating that during the next prayer ceremony at the Eternal Dragon Palace, she would extend some assistance to young Gurdon. Mordred felt a wave of relief, as this aligned perfectly with the Marquis' stipulations. Yet, he was soon enveloped by a peculiar sensation. Such a significant matter had transpired without extensive probing or bargaining, and both parties swiftly reached an agreement on the baseline. What an extraordinary rapport! When the total revenue of a certain realm accumulated over a century is laid bare, it evokes a complex gaze from anyone who beholds it, regardless of its form. Sue Hyluin gently waved her hand, and the 18 mages of level 12 and above standing in the hall quietly withdrew, leaving only Sue Hyluin and Richard, who was still valiantly resisting the onslaught of magical energy. Although his clothes were thoroughly drenched in sweat, Richard persevered, his resilience, honed since childhood, finally manifesting in this critical moment. No matter how feeble the reasoning, it remains a reason. Even if Mordred discerned Sue Hyluin's cunning, he dared not voice it. That is the crux of the matter. Richard steadied his breath and gradually lifted his gaze to meet Sue Hyluin's eyes. He was momentarily taken aback. Although Sue Hyluin exuded an imposing aura that surpassed even the fiercest magical beasts he had encountered, this exquisite young woman, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, with her fair and voluptuous form evoking an almost irresistible desire to taste her, was to be his mentor? "Your father has essentially sold you to me for the coming years," the legendary mage stated ambiguously. Given Richard's lack of a listening skill above level 7, he could not fully grasp the implications of that phrase. Even if he could, he would not comprehend its meaning at that moment. While the Grand Sorcerer and the lunatic were haggling, the youth was struggling to endure the onslaught of magical tides, entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. "From this day forth, you shall be my student. You are to execute all my commands precisely, regardless of their nature." Sue Hyluin's voice resonated with authority and chill. With a flick of her nails, 2 high-ranking mages entered and escorted Richard away. Following Sue Hyluin's acknowledgement of his status as her student, Richard displayed the requisite respect and humility befitting an apprentice, refraining from meeting the legendary mage's gaze directly out of politeness. Consequently, he failed to perceive the peculiar glint emanating from Su Hailuan's youthful yet icy beauty. Reminiscent of an Alaskan polar bear eyeing its beloved delicacy, the king salmon, with an insatiable longing. At last, the magical hall was left with Su Hailuan alone. She wondered if she might be unable to suppress a laugh at any moment. A genuine delight spread across the enchanting features of the legendary mage as she unfurled a magical scroll. The projection from the scroll revealed a three-dimensional magical map, densely populated with symbols denoting hundreds of dimensional coordinates. Su Hailuan eagerly surveyed the markings of a dozen dragons on the dimensional map, contemplating a raid on several dragon lairs to celebrate her jubilant mood. What shall she do tonight? Should she seize a dragon, or perhaps several? The breathtaking legendary mage was in her own way grappling with her indecision. Chapter 8. Detection. The deep blue main tower was not constructed by conventional means. In addition to its height being thrice that of an ordinary magical tower, its diameter exceeded that by more than one-fold. This indicated that the total area of Deep Blue was over 10 times that of a standard magical tower, not including its vast array of auxiliary buildings. The sheer scale of such a magical tower was unfathomably costly, with over 10,000 individuals living directly and indirectly in its vicinity, resembling a small city. Yet, Deep Blue, akin to a colossal beast, consumed resources at a rate tenfold that of a city of comparable size. Its immense proportions rendered its architecture a supreme work of art. To facilitate the flow of materials, the coastal Deep Blue boasted a deep water port, with numerous docking stations capable of accommodating massive ocean liners, all magically carved from the rugged reefs. On land, 3 principal highways converge upon Deep Blue from 3 distinct directions, with no less than 5 or 6 towns flourishing along these thoroughfares due to the vibrant trade. Deep Blue is situated at the apex of the ice flow bay in the northwestern part of the continent, serving as the estuary for 2 majestic rivers. The vast expanse of ice flow bay resembles an ocean, stretching over a linear distance of more than 1,500 kilometers from the southern Starshine Peninsula to the northern Everwinter mountain range. During the winter months, Ice Flow Bay enters a freeze period, where only the southern coastal regions remain navigable. Meanwhile, the port of Deep Blue is located at the terminus of a warm current, rendering it an ice-free harbor. Even the notoriously fierce and formidable gray dwarves refrain from disturbing the tranquility of this place. Thus, over time, the surroundings of Deep Blue have transformed into a realm of beauty and prosperity. This encapsulates the history of Deep Blue. Richard's status as a magical apprentice was markedly distinct from that of his peers. He was personally recruited by Sahalan, which meant that the ordinary apprentice's day of historical study was expanded to a full 3 days. To expound upon the history of the Deep Blue over such a lengthy period undoubtedly tested the old mage's expertise. The 3 days of intensive indoctrination proved to be significantly impactful. At the very least, upon encountering Sahalan again, Richard would no longer perceive her as a naive and innocent young girl, nor would he feel any urge to bite. A woman whom even the gray dwarfs and the colossal beasts of the icy ocean feared could only be described in terms of her formidable terror. Of course, this outcome was likely not the old mage's original intention, but he remained oblivious to it. To most, Richard appeared a quiet child, so quiet that he seldom displayed any extraneous emotions. He had never been seen smiling joyfully nor in tears after being reprimanded or bullied. He would immediately comply with any request, executing it with meticulous precision, utterly uncharacteristic of a mere 10-year-old. There was a complete absence of sunshine in Richard's demeanor. Once the 3 days of historical lessons concluded, he faced the subsequent talent assessment for magical aptitude. Richard was ushered into a special hall, where an array of alchemical apparatus dazzled his senses. The hall bustled with over 20 wizards, with a grand mage presiding over the assessment. When Richard tapped into his true abilities, he perceived not a mere wizard before him, but rather a swirling orb of blazing magical energy. This was a mage of at least the 17th level, capable of serving as a court wizard in any empire, yet here he was, assigned to evaluate Richard's innate talents. Richard was stripped of his garments, pressed against the frigid metallic chair, and bound with an array of straps. Subsequently, the Grand Sorcerer meticulously inserted several crystalline needles into Richard's body. The entire ordeal was excruciating, yet Richard gritted his teeth in silence, enduring the pain. The atmosphere made it evident that the examination was of great significance. He had never heard of a talent assessment demanding such elaborate preparations. Typically, the evaluation for ordinary apprentices merely involved casting a level 0 spell at a crystal orb. However, these mages treated the standard testing ritual as if it were a monumental magical experiment, each exhibiting a serious demeanor, their movements precise and efficient, showcasing the full caliber of high-ranking sorcerers. Deep Blue had but one master, Su Hailuan. Apart from her, all were servants. Should she be pleased? It was likely that the mage's treatment would immediately improve by 50%. One mage approached Richard, presenting a flask beneath his nose, urging him to inhale the mist that floated within. Moments later, Richard's consciousness began to blur, yet he maintained a thread of awareness, faintly perceiving the events unfolding around him. Strange sensations coursed through his body. After a brief interval, he vaguely heard a muffled voice declare, "High elemental affinity. With a slight strength in fire, shadow, and holy aspects. Talent element, none." Following this announcement, he was beset by waves of intense pain, testing his capacity for elemental destructions, a fundamental aspect of magical resistance. Shortly thereafter, the voice proclaimed favorable results for elemental resistance. Suddenly, Richard's consciousness was pierced by a sensation akin to a needle, the agony striking directly at his soul. Even in his stupor, he could not suppress the convulsions, yet his body was tightly restrained, utterly powerless to escape. Exceptional mental strength. Close to genius, he heard this assessment, and finally relaxed, realizing he was still within the testing process. Moreover, the evaluation appeared to be quite commendable. Following this, there were meticulous examinations of his physical capabilities. Unbeknownst to Richard, the professional mages had even assessed his masculine endowments, concluding that they were readily usable, with outstanding potential, an evaluation even surpassing his magical aptitude. The testing persisted for 3 full hours, culminating in a report exceeding 20 pages. Throughout this time, Su Hailuan perused 2 notebooks, experimented with a new magical concept, and consumed 10 pounds of fruit, yet she never left her position of observation. Ultimately, when Richard regained consciousness, he was informed that his overall magical talent was rated as excellent, with no specific inclinations. He was also found to possess adequate martial prowess. Should he choose the path of a combat profession, he might achieve levels 11 or 12 in his lifetime. The commendable evaluation filled Richard with joy. Yet after enduring the lengthy ordeal, he felt utterly exhausted and struggled to remain upright, thus he was escorted away to rest. Surely, there must be one more tier above excellence? Richard mused, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired over the days. Furthermore, the designation of genius was not a constant. It was bestowed only under certain circumstances. However, the young man was unaware that the grading criteria of his evaluation chart differed significantly, as there were 5 additional levels beyond excellence: genius, outstanding, legendary, unique, and Sahalan. At this moment, in the monitoring room, Sahalan languidly reclined on the sofa, perusing the testing reports. In truth, she was already well acquainted with each data point, yet she felt compelled to review them once more. This served both as an affirmation of the efforts of the dozens of mages involved and as a means of oversight. The various abilities were remarkably balanced, devoid of any distinct shortcomings, nor did they exhibit particular strengths. Mental acuity, well, that seems acceptable. The physique appeared satisfactory, with proper training. He should be quite presentable, well-defined abdominal muscles, agile, with commendable stamina, and nothing else? Sahalan lifted her gaze from the report, fixing her stare upon the Grand Sorcerer. Under her scrutiny, this esteemed mage, who had attained the 18th level of magical prowess, inexplicably shivered, responding with deference. "This represents the most comprehensive assessment we have conducted thus far, totaling an expenditure of 116,000 imperial gold coins. All results are documented here, and no extraordinary talents have been identified as of yet." He chose to disregard and forget the peculiar murmurs Sahalan had just uttered. For a mage to reach the 18th level, the term genius scarcely encapsulated the depth of their intellect. Sahalan's brow furrowed in contemplation, based on his innate abilities. He could at most achieve the 18th level. Such potential seemed hardly significant. The mage, whose capabilities were deemed inconsequential, listened intently, his smile unwavering, embodying sincerity and humility throughout. No, that cannot be. The bloodline power he possessed, belonging to Ahmed, was undeniably potent and pure, perhaps even surpassing that of the minor Geddon. This was rather perplexing. Perhaps it was a result of the awakening of his Silver Moon elf heritage. Yet how could he lack any other extraordinary gifts? Sahalan's brows knitted tightly together. The mage spoke gently yet earnestly. Ahmed possesses a superior bloodline. Testing for bloodline talents currently exceeds our capabilities. Nonsense. Sahalan rebuked vehemently. I distinctly recall at least 6 methods to ascertain superior bloodline talents. Even apex bloodlines can be evaluated. Do I need to remind you of the significance of superior bloodlines? What have you all been doing? Have my gold coins been squandered on hounds? If he is likely to possess superior bloodline talents, we must spare no effort in the testing. There is no need to consult me on this. Do you comprehend my words? At any cost. The mage, fully aware of the implications, discreetly cautioned. Even the least expensive method requires an experimental cost exceeding 600,000 imperial gold coins. Oh, then let it be. Unbeknownst to Richard, who was oblivious to the minor interludes occurring behind the scenes, he was swiftly escorted to his designated area, where after enduring a day of excruciating torment, he promptly succumbed to slumber. Richard suddenly sat up, gasping in shock, feeling an instinctive urge to lunge forward. With great effort, he finally discerned his surroundings, causing beads of sweat to cascade down, saturating his nightgown. He drew in deep breaths, his chest heavy as though burdened by lead, nearly suffocating. Gradually, Richard lifted his gaze, only to realize he was reclined upon an opulent grand bed. The bed was astonishingly vast, large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 individuals simultaneously. The bedroom itself was equally expansive. With a mere glance, Richard calculated its immense dimensions: 2,015 square meters, complemented by a ceiling soaring 6 meters high. Lying there, he felt akin to a solitary vessel adrift upon the ocean. The sheer size of the bedroom surpassed that of the village chief's home, leaving Richard perplexed as to why such a grand space was dedicated solely for one person's slumber. The furnishings of the bedroom exuded luxury, with decorations reflecting a blend of a sorcerer's and a great noble style. Richard discovered that by focusing intently on any object, he could glean a plethora of data about it, precise to 2 decimal places. This was a genuine gift acquired from enlightenment, which had inexplicably evolved to its second tier, precision. With the emergence of precision, Richard sensed the latent capabilities of the 3rd and 4th tiers, namely, the ability to analyze an object's internal structure through X-ray vision and the capacity to assess the material composition. However, it remained unclear how long it would take to develop further abilities. At present, Richard could not fully comprehend the utility of this newfound reality. Yet he was immediately inundated with numbers. Each item he observed was accompanied by a multitude of data, thousands of figures flooding his consciousness simultaneously, creating a sense of disorientation. For instance, a chair was comprised of 111 distinct data points detailing its dimensions, curvature, and more. Naturally, if Richard wished, these figures could multiply exponentially. As the chair's satin backrest consisted of countless fibers, the soft leather of the armrest bore minute scales, invisible to the naked eye, but firm and resilient, reminiscent of some draconic creature's hide. However, existing in a world constructed of numbers was far from pleasant. Young Richard felt as though his mind was on the verge of being overwhelmed by an endless tide of data. Fortunately, the elevation of his intellect seemed to concurrently facilitate his ability to categorize and prioritize the abundant information, filtering out the vast majority of extraneous data and retaining only the most significant and pertinent figures. Throughout the night, Richard engaged in a battle with the multitude of data, striving to reduce their volume while ensuring that the truly important details were not overlooked. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. This marked the first day of Richard's formal education as a student of Suhailoan. The initial day of learning primarily involved familiarizing Richard with the entirety of the Deep Blue, identifying his designated area, the available public facilities, restricted zones, the process for requisitioning various resources, whom to consult when in need, and several general guidelines to heed. What surprised Richard the most was the domain that belonged to him. Indeed, the term domain encapsulated his precise talent with remarkable accuracy. In addition to a vast bedroom, he possessed a separate cluster of magical laboratories, comprised of a primary general lab and 6 specialized ones. Furthermore, the living quarters consisted of 11 differently purposed rooms, one of which was designated for clothing and accessories, leaving Richard perplexed. Currently, all his garments could fit within a small box, the majority of which had been prepared specifically for him by Gurdon. The only truly personal item he owned, aside from a necklace bequeathed to him by his mother, was everything else that had perished in the flames. Those magical tomes that had accompanied him through his childhood were reduced to ashes. The flames, fueled by the life force of a high-ranking priest, possessed a destructive power rivaling that of a dragon's breath. Next was an equally expansive storage area, divided into several rooms. Standing amidst the empty warehouse and rows of towering shelves, Richard felt utterly bewildered. He could scarcely imagine how one could fill such a colossal space. Such vastness could accommodate the winter provisions for an entire village. During the tour, he frequently encountered hurried magicians, most of whom would yield the path to him, with some even bowing in respect. Richard's innate talent shone through once more. as he effortlessly discerned that these magicians' gazes were fixated upon the intricate patterns at the collar of his newly donned robe. This was a mark of identity, signifying him as a direct disciple of Suhaylan. Thus, Richard understood that his standing within the Deep Blue was indeed formidable. The following day marked the commencement of formal and systematic magical studies. Upon receiving an extensive course list, Richard was once again struck by a sense of dizziness. The Deep Blue shattered the conventions of the magical realm. Simply the foundational course in magic was subdivided into disciplines such as magical philosophy, world systems, planar biology, planar geography, mathematics, principles of the world, composition, material studies, planar geometry, spatial geometry, racial history, and analysis of extraterrestrial life, among others, with further subdivisions emerging as one's knowledge deepened. The learning process extending throughout one's magical career. Within the magical framework of Deep Blue, magical philosophy held a profoundly significant position, marking the true beginning of Richard's education. Chapter 10. Top-down. This course was conducted in a colossal classroom capable of accommodating 300 individuals, featuring a raised platform at its center, adorned with a dozen spacious and comfortable seats, starkly contrasting the crowded seating on either side. As Richard entered the classroom, he was immediately directed toward the central platform. In an instant, hundreds of gazes fell upon him, making the young Richard feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The attendees ranged in age from children of 7 or 8 to venerable magicians in their 80s. This was a semi-public lecture. Any magician who had served the Deep Blue for over a year was permitted to attend. The central platform was exclusively reserved for the direct disciples of Suhaylan. Thus, as Richard took his seat, he instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. Envy, admiration, and jealousy were all palpable in the air. In addition to Richard, a young boy and girl were seated in the central area. They appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Richard. Yet they had already attained the ranks of 6th and 5th level mages, respectively. Suhaylan had accepted a total of 12 students, with Richard being the 13th. Currently, 3 others were still engaged in their studies in the Deep Blue, while the remainder had embarked on journeys across the continent and even to alternate planes, with the most exceptional among them having begun to wield dominion over dimensions. Richard had just taken his seat when the classroom's main door swung open, revealing a short, stout, bold wizard. Popovich, a 16th-level archmage, possessed magical prowess that, while not particularly remarkable in the Deep Blue realm, barely qualified him among the stronger practitioners across the continent. However, Popovich was not renowned for his magical rank, but rather for his theoretical contributions to the global system. His appearance was unremarkable, indeed. His large nose and round chin rendered him somewhat comical. Yet, the classroom was filled with aspiring individuals eager to advance in the magical world. And the opportunity to attend a lecture in the Deep Blue was rare, prompting an immediate hush as they awaited the masteress address. The essence of the magical realm lies in authenticity. When you observe the world, what you perceive, the sights and sounds, is not the true reality, but rather an image projected in your consciousness through your senses. This process is inevitable and may seem trivial. Yet it is precisely this process that creates an essential gap between our perceived world and the actual world. So, how can we minimize this discrepancy? It relies solely on your mode of thought. Indeed, one might assert that a wizard's mode of thought ultimately determines the nature of the world they perceive. After a brief pause, allowing the apprentices and wizards, some contemplative, others bewildered, to jot down his words, Popovich continued, "In the time that follows, I cannot teach you powerful 8th-level spells. Nor could I possibly impart 9th-level magic, for I am incapable of doing so myself." The classroom remained silent, devoid of the laughter Popovich had anticipated. Faced with this earnest group of students, whose serious expressions reflected a profound respect for their teacher, he could only helplessly stroke his bald head and mutter, "A bunch of dullards. Very well, let us get straight to the point. I shall teach you the methods of thought. Do not underestimate this, for it is the cornerstone of all that determines the achievements you can attain in the world of magic. A correct mode of thought will bring your perceptions closer to the true reality of the world, enabling you to make sound decisions during crucial choices, preventing you from acting like a headless fly and making decisions you would regret for a lifetime. By crucial choices, I refer to both magical experiments and the selection of spells during combat. To encapsulate my system in a single phrase, it is top-down. Remember, you must first understand the world before you can truly comprehend yourself. If, like a certain individual in this tower of magic, you begin solely from the self, you will only perceive a small fragment of your surroundings. This limitation will dictate the extent of your lifelong achievements. How can a sparrow ever be compared to an eagle? Therefore, do not emulate that individual. Such a mode of thought is akin to that of a prairie gopher. After vehemently criticizing this certain individual within the tower for several minutes, Popovich finally commenced the formal content of his lecture. The primal force is the foundation of all existence. Our world is constructed upon this primal force and expands in tandem with its growth. The primal force is immensely vast, and to date, we have yet to harness it effectively. We can perceive the primal force as an origin point, with our world, along with the countless realms that may exist. Suspended from this point, rules form the framework of our world, while myriad dimensions constitute the very flesh and blood of existence. Rules transcend dimensions, yet are fundamentally rooted in them. Each dimension is a tangible manifestation of one or several rules. The greater the number of rules a dimension can accommodate, the more expansive it becomes, and its standing within the cosmos elevates accordingly. A dimension that embodies multiple rules, such as the realm of Norland that lies beneath our feet, is regarded as a superior dimension, commonly referred to as the primary dimension. At this juncture, it becomes evident that rules and dimensions are intrinsically unified. To attain strength, one must adhere to the rules, rather than the contrary. Violation of these rules inevitably results in punishment. Do not presume that your newfound might grants you immunity from them. Only if you believe you can contend against the entirety of a dimension might you have the potential to alter or even dismantle fundamental rules. Beneath these fundamental rules lie secondary rules that emerge from them, serving as the objects of your aspirations. Take heed, aspirations. This term signifies ideals that are, for all intents and purposes, unlikely to be realized in your lifetime. Miracles exist eternally, but do not expect them to manifest in your favor. Now you should comprehend the significance of understanding the world. The powerful utilize and even challenge these derived rules, while only fools would dare to tamper with the fundamental ones. Rules dictate the essential characteristics and power structures of dimensions. On some unlikely future day, you may traverse dimensions to achieve conquest. At that time, analyzing the derived rules and power structures of dimensions will be your foremost task. Only by accomplishing this step can you adjust your combat strategies and redistribute resources to maximize the advantages of the dimensional environment, rather than being constrained by it. Throughout this process, there exists one paramount element. Do you know what it is? Popovich, speaking with fervor, soon found himself parched. After downing an entire bottle of pure magical water, he bellowed fiercely, "Dragon of Eternity and Time." The Dragon of Eternity and Time holds an almost supreme status upon the continent of Norland, towering over many deities. Its power is unfathomable, requiring no faith, and remains elusive. The Dragon of Eternity possesses its own sanctuary, the Temple of Eternity. This temple stands as one of the most significant locations on the continent, for it is here that one can commune with the Dragon of Eternity and Time. The location and number of the Temple of Eternity are fixed and immutable, unaffected by the vicissitudes of time and space. Long before the ancient records of civilization, the Temple of Eternity had already existed upon the continent. The magical civilization of Norland, transcending racial and geographical boundaries, has been profoundly influenced by the Temple of Eternity. It is through its guidance that humanity has evolved from a frail race, reliant solely on procreation for survival, into a magical civilization rivaling that of elves and dragon-blooded gnomes, culminating in the establishment of 3 vast empires of immense power and expanse. Other races are equally influenced by the eternal Dragon Palace, with all 6 great empires of the continent establishing their capitals upon the discovered ruins of this ancient stronghold. This venerable dragon transcends the realm of mere existence, leaving indelible marks across countless planes of reality. Upon entering a new dimension, your ultimate goal is to uncover the traces it has left within that world, be it a dragoness, an egg, or something else entirely. Even the mere discovery of dragon excrement could grant you immediate insight into the rules of that plane, propelling you to become a true powerhouse among dimensions. In comparison to this ancient dragon, the so-called deities are but parasites within the framework of rules. Those with fewer rules are weak gods, while those with many possess formidable divine power. Such is the simplicity of the world, from top to bottom, or perhaps the reverse. Popovich's excitement flushed his face crimson, and the chaotic magical elements around him raised concerns that he might explode from magical overload at any moment. Yet his voice grew increasingly fervent. Origin, world, rules, planes, power, and only then the individual. It's that simple. Once you learn to think correctly, you will find yourself standing atop the horns of the Dragon of Eternity and Time, gazing down upon countless planes. Those so-called sword saints and holy knights, those legends, are but mere specks of dust in the grand scheme of the world. Of course, this does not apply to the great Lady Sahalan. She is the owner, an exception. Ultimately, Popovich waved his short, stout hands, striking a rhythm akin to a war drum. emphatically declaring, "Thought determines everything." Each word fell like a hammer, heavily impacting Richard's consciousness, leaving him dizzy. This was not merely Bobovich's rhetoric overwhelming the senses. Rather, he employed techniques akin to mental shock, forcefully suppressing the student's awareness with the might of a 16th-level archmage to enhance the effectiveness of his teaching. As most of the classroom gradually regained their composure, the magical bell chimed, signaling the end of the lesson. That will be all for today. Let us curse some character within this magic tower together. Class dismissed. Bobovich grasped a hefty tome, utilizing an 8th-level spell for precise teleportation to depart, showcasing the immense power of a 16th-level mage. Back in his quarters, Richard remained unsettled for a long time, fervently devouring the reading list prescribed by Bobovich. Finishing just as dawn approached, Bobovich had opened a door for him, revealing a fragment of the world's secrets. This sensation mirrored the first time he had opened the sacred text in the attic of his home. Chapter 11. The first spell. The following day's lesson continued with magical philosophy, though this time the instructor was Riley, a 17th-level archmage and one of the notable figures within the tower. Riley was tall and slender, adorned with gold-framed magical spectacles, impeccably groomed from head to toe. His wise and profound eyes seemed capable of perceiving the very essence of the world. As he stood at the podium, the classroom remained enveloped in a profound silence. The 17th-level archmage stands not far from the esteemed position of a magus. Perhaps ascension may forever elude him, or perhaps it could transpire in a mere night. In comparison to a 16th-level archmage, the additional 8th-level spell slot provides a significant advantage, rendering the outcome of their battle irrevocable. Even a 10-year-old could calculate the disparity between 3 8th-level spells and 2. This does not even account for the differences in spell slots from 7th level and below. Although the advantages of spells below the 7th level may be minimal, they nevertheless constitute an advantage. Thus, upon his advancement to the 17th level, Riley's demeanor became flawless in certain respects, as he ceased to concern himself with the plight of prairie dogs and no longer spoke of the Kamchatka wild boar. When standing at the center of the podium, Riley felt an undeniable sense of superiority. In that enclosed space, he was indeed the supreme authority, wielding control over all. If only thoughts of a woman named Sue Hylowin could be banished, his perfection would be complete. Riley's voice, soft yet resonant, filled the ears of every listener with equal clarity. Every endeavor has its foundation, just as the world is built upon a singular point, with planes and rules interdependent. We, whether human or of another race, exist upon this plane. Though we may be weak, we are never insignificant. There are no two identical souls, just as there are no two identical individuals. What is the purpose of our existence? It is to comprehend the world, to grow stronger, and thereby to acquire more resources, which is tantamount to freedom. Our world is governed by the powerful, and our laws are the edicts of the strong. These laws are immeasurably distant from the rules of the derived plane, yet they can determine the fate of the vast majority among us. As the weak, you need not defy the derived rules. Violating the laws alone is sufficient for your destruction. The students in attendance mostly nodded in agreement, with some of the older mages resonating more profoundly with his words. Compared to the previous day's lesson, where most students were forcefully inundated with mental energy, today's lecture finally exhibited some interactive responses. Noticing the favorable reaction, Riley smiled slightly and continued with poise. Only the magus can perceive the derived rules. And without reaching the legendary realm, one cannot grasp the fundamental rules of the plane. How many of you, amongst us, can aspire to the status of a magus? Even among geniuses, how many falter along the way? I could elucidate the composition of the world and the rules of the plane, but such knowledge would hold little significance for you. However, in the realm of magic, anything is possible, provided one possesses formidable power. And where does power originate? It springs from self-awareness and the adept utilization of one's environment. Indeed, each individual is complex. To fully understand oneself may very well be a lifelong endeavor. Therefore, to enhance one's power, one must take grounded steps, beginning with self-understanding. Only from the bottom up can one seize their destiny. With a wave of his hand, a magical projection of a human form materialized before him. He pointed to various segments of the imagery and commenced to elucidate the core message. Strength is not inherently complex, yet it is far from being merely a matter of possessing additional spell slots. While 3 8th level spells undoubtedly surpass 2, one must not overlook other influential factors. In essence, an individual's power can be dissected into 4 primary components: attributes, equipment, skills, and lineage. There exists a 5th element, wisdom. This is where individual differences are most pronounced, and it is a realm that only you can truly navigate. Thus I shall refrain from delving into it in detail here. Let us begin with attributes. Starting with the concept of mental fortitude. At the conclusion of the course, the charming Riley succinctly summarized, "Do not covet the unattainable. Instead, remain grounded and ascend the ladder of strength step by step, for this is what you must endeavor to achieve." To speak plainly, the advancement of power brings with it an extended lifespan, affording you greater opportunities to pursue even more formidable strength. Therefore, gain clarity about oneself, comprehend the environment, allocate resources wisely, and maximize your personal power. The farther one travels along the path of strength, the more significant each step forward becomes. The tangible disparity between a 17th level mage and a 16th level mage is not as negligible as one might presume. Richard had just memorized two completely opposing modes of thought without the opportunity for thorough contemplation, when on the third day of class, Master Phil introduced several entirely new perspectives. For instance, the Master drew a circle in the air, bisecting it with a line, thereby designating the left side as red and the right as blue. The mysteries of the world are infinite, but can we truly comprehend all of them? This presents a fundamental divergence. Some individuals believe it is possible, a notion embraced by many magicians. Conversely, others deem it impossible, often asserting that only the divine can achieve such understanding, thus aligning believers and clergy with this perspective. Master Phil's line divides the circle equally, signifying no superiority in either viewpoint. Rather, he merely presents an introduction from a neutral standpoint. After elucidating the contradiction of whether the world is infinitely divisible or not, Master Phil expounded upon a dozen other viewpoints. Like Richard, most listeners found themselves perplexed, their primary query being the relevance of such concepts, as they do not enhance magical prowess. However, no one dared voice their confusion. Phil, a level 18 mage, appeared not significantly different from a level 17 archmage. To be candid, the distinction between a mage and a level 17 sorcerer is merely a single 9th level spell slot. A 9th level spell, nothing more. Consequently, no one questioned Phil, and all attentively listened, for the chance to hear a mage's lecture is a rare fortune, even among 10 sorcerers. Despite the seemingly impractical nature of the content, on the fourth day, a seemingly expressionless Theodore stepped onto the podium, first mirroring Phil's action by drawing a circle and bisecting it, though the placement of his line differed. The portion representing the unknowable red dominated, while the blue became a mere thin line. The world is so intricate that we cannot know everything. Only the divine possesses such omniscience. Later, Richard learned that Theodore was not a mage, but rather a remarkably powerful divine caster, roughly equivalent to a level 16 or 17 sorcerer. Deep blue symbolizes the realm of mages, and the emergence of a divine caster is already quite extraordinary, even more so. Theodore does not adhere to a single faith, but instead worships 3 deities concurrently, with each belief system remaining distinct. This allows him to wield 3 different divine magics, far surpassing the combat capabilities of a typical divine caster of his level. However, upon reflection and synthesizing the information he had encountered, Richard discerned that to simultaneously embrace 3 disparate faiths seems to necessitate deception. To deceive the divine, and 3 deities at that, Richard realized that Theodore was anything but ordinary. On the 5th day, Tizif similarly drew a circle and divided it with a vertical line, resulting in an overwhelming predominance of blue. Richard immediately recognized him as a mage and, moreover, a proponent of epistemology. Such swift and accurate judgment, however, appeared rather futile. On the 6th day, Master Fudger pointed to a chaotic array of numbers and proclaimed, "When you can perceive beauty within these figures, you will have achieved half of your success on the path of mathematics." On the 7th day, Master Koma challenged his students to discern numbers from intricate and beautiful 3-dimensional patterns, essentially urging them to abstract beauty into numerical form as a hallmark of their initiation into the geometry of spatial dimensions. Consequently, Richard found himself ensnared in an unresolvable cycle of identifying beauty within numbers and then recognizing numbers within elegant patterns. A month slipped by quietly, during which young Richard immersed himself in various ethereal theoretical concepts, the majority of which appeared to bear little relation to magic, at least to the direct application of magic, and many of which were contradictory. Amidst a vast, chaotic, and intricate tapestry of information, certain keywords such as special, Sahalan, boss, and ruler of all repeatedly etched themselves into Richard's consciousness. The instructors, ranging from Popovich to Tisraifa, often concluded their lessons with the phrase, "The world is simply thus," which nearly became the hallmark of the deep blue schools of thought. Although the world may indeed be simple, Richard found himself utterly perplexed. However, Richard did not emerge from this period empty-handed, in a rather fortuitous circumstance. He made a substantial advancement in his magical abilities. He learned to conjure a fireball. Chapter 12. Fireball. Fireball, to be precise. Richard mastered the fireball spell. And he did so even at the first level. The fireball spell is a legendary third-tier magic, holding a status akin to that of Sahelan in the first two tiers, an unparalleled existence. Numerous legends and proverbs surround the fireball spell, the most common being, "A wizard who can only conjure fireballs is not a good wizard." Yet, irrespective of the perspective from which this proverb is interpreted, it acknowledges the uniqueness and significance of the fireball spell. Its formidable nature led to a phenomenon during a certain period wherein novice wizards diligently studied the fireball spell, prompting the emergence of this adage. The pinnacle of research and development surrounding the fireball spell was encapsulated in a magical treatise published by an 8th-level wizard, entitled On the Possibility of 5 Fireballs Vanquishing a Mage. This document, which altered the course of history, possessed all the elements of widespread appeal, including a sensational title, sound logic, and a startling conclusion. In truth, the original title of this treatise was an initial exploration of the superposition effect of fireball spells in enclosed spaces, concluding that when 12 fireballs are simultaneously cast, even an 18th-level mage would struggle to withstand the cumulative damage. In the most extreme scenario, should the unfortunate 18th-level mage find himself in a uniquely shaped enclosed space, precisely at the focal point of reflective energy, and each fireball trigger a critical hit, it is theoretically sufficient to employ merely 5 fireballs. Initially, this magical treatise garnered little attention, but after a well-meaning individual altered the title to 5 Fireballs Vanquish a Mage, it swiftly became a sensational phenomenon. What enraged the archmages was that, aside from the misleading title, the premise of this magical treatise was lucid, the logic impeccable, and the calculations precise. In other words, its conclusions were correct, albeit of little practical significance. Which archmage would willingly remain in a meticulously calculated confined space, subjected to the bombardment of 5 fireball conjurers? Furthermore, the formidable mental fortitude and mastery of magical energy possessed by archmages would render the explosive impact and extreme efficacy of such rudimentary spells nearly impossible. Only under the most extreme conditions, coupled with a series of fortuitous coincidences, could the phenomenon of 5 fireballs occur. Yet, who among the low-ranking mages, and the many with only a superficial understanding of magic, would heed these nuances? Their focus was solely on the phrase 5 fireballs vanquishing an archmage. This was infuriating yet utterly unavoidable. Engaging in a debate regarding the logic of 5 fireballs with low-tier mages would be inherently foolish. The singularity of magical research indeed proves detrimental to the flourishing of magic itself, consequently led by a prominent archmage. Dozens of mages and hundreds of apprentices dedicated nearly 3 years to extensive investigation and study, culminating in a report that concluded excessive research on the fireball spell would result in a significant proportion of mages encountering additional challenges in their future advancements, with severe cases potentially hindering their ultimate magical potential. The issue lies in the fact that these statistical data, despite being riddled with inaccuracies and illogicalities, were the sole reference available to the low-tier fireball conjurers. They lacked the resources to gather original data independently. Thus, whether in support or opposition, all parties were compelled to cite the statistical findings within the report to bolster their assertions. As these statistics garnered frequent citation, they morphed into perceived truth. If reality contradicted these figures, then reality must surely be at fault. Regardless of the fireball conjurer's indignation, they ultimately had no choice but to accept the reality. Moreover, amidst their frustration, they were genuinely apprehensive about the potential repercussions on their own advancements. The archmage in question, while not particularly distinguished, represented the consensus of the higher-tier mages, a stratum that ultimately dictated the future of the fireball conjurers. Thus, the situation surrounding the fireball conjurers gradually began to transform for the development of magical civilization itself. This was indeed a positive turn of events. However, the entire process ultimately revealed another truth. The quantity of mages is inconsequential. It is the level that determines everything. Nonetheless, what renders the fireball spell unique is that, regardless of how people perceive it, whether objectively or subjectively, it remains exceptionally special. Even a level 20 archmage, upon entering the battlefield against thousands of ordinary soldiers, would likely instinctively cast a fireball. After years of extensive research, all advanced magical techniques, including magical enhancement, extreme efficacy, rapid casting, instantaneous casting, silent casting, spell elevation, precise control, and spell delay have undergone specialized studies concerning the fireball spell. Not only does it surpass the first 3 tiers of magic, but it is also unparalleled among all spells within the first 5 tiers. As the tempest surrounding the fireball spell gradually subsided, the once controversial low-level mage, now referred to as the 5 Fireball Mage, found his true name fading into obscurity. Throughout an entire month of various courses, only 3 days were dedicated to subjects directly related to magic, the classification of magic, introduction to low-level magic, and meditation. The instructor for the introduction to low-level magic was also a mage, whose teachings primarily revolved around theories of elemental balance, scarcely touching upon incantations, gestures, or the practical application of low-level spells. Instead, students were left to their own devices, learning from the magic texts provided. After nearly a month of study, Richard had discerned a common trait among the instructors of Deep Blue. They were exceedingly verbose regarding theoretical concepts, expounding upon pure theory with great enthusiasm, while showing utter disdain for the practical skills of casting spells, often neglecting to provide explanations and expecting students to grasp the nuances through practice. In any other context, such an approach from a magic instructor might be deemed fraudulent, or at the very least, indicative of a superficial understanding of the craft. However, within the realm of Deep Blue, theory was exalted to an extraordinary degree. Excelling in theoretical research was considered a shortcut to winning the favor of Suhailuan. Moreover, apart from the venerable historian, all instructors were at least level 14 Grand Mages, a caliber so elevated that it quelled any potential dissent. Richard learned the fireball spell from the enchanted tome that had been delivered to him. In truth, the casting and manipulation of the fireball spell is not particularly intricate. It is classified as a Tier 3 magic primarily due to its substantial demand for fundamental magical energy. During the hours following his daily lessons, aside from the requisite meditation, Richard devoted himself to the relentless practice of magic. He mastered all 6 0-level universal spells within a mere 15 days, after which he focused on refining his skills. While perfecting the 0-level spells, Richard also perused the entirety of Tier 1 to Tier 3 magic, seeking a systematic understanding of lower-tier spells to aid him in selecting his inaugural Tier 1 spell. His innate intelligence was ever at play, and Richard found that his comprehension of lower-tier magic was swift and profound. After merely a few readings, he attained a fundamental grasp. It was during this journey that Richard unexpectedly discovered that the fireball spell, as a Tier 3 magic, was remarkably straightforward, indeed, simpler than certain Tier 1 spells. This simplicity is not without reason. After nearly a millennium of refinement and the diligent study of countless practitioners, the fireball spell has approached perfection, and its straightforward casting method is a testament to its efficacy. Richard was but a youth, brimming with insatiable curiosity. As he utilized his newly acquired knowledge to ascertain that the magical energy he possessed precisely met the minimum requirement for casting the fireball spell, his heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 13. Exploration. In young Richard's eyes, the surrounding world had transformed into a digital realm. After navigating through initial chaos, he began to master the art of harnessing these numbers. For instance, under the influence of his innate talent, Richard could accurately perceive the total magical energy of a typical first-level mage, which he defined as 10. By this measure, his own magical energy amounted to 8. Yet, at this moment, he remained oblivious to the profound implications of his discoveries. This marked the inception of the digitization of the magical system. The fireball spell required a magical energy of 15, while the energy demand for spells of the 3rd level hovered around 20. Richard now understood that the key to the fireball's prominence among low-level spells lay in its lower magical energy requirement, greater potency, and straightforward casting method. However, he recognized that the casting process inevitably involved a slight loss and waste of magical energy, and a mage could not exhaust their entire magical reservoir at once without inflicting severe harm upon their body. Thus, Richard instinctively sensed that there remained significant room for improvement in the standard fireball spell. After several sleepless nights of relentless research, young Richard discovered that through multiple enhancements, the magical energy consumption of the fireball could actually be reduced to 8, provided the entire casting process was executed flawlessly, without omitting the critical 3 seconds of incantation. While reducing energy consumption would diminish the spell's power, he noted that when the magical energy was lowered to 8, the original potency of 15 would only decrease to 10. In terms of magical lethality per unit of energy, this version of the fireball was evidently superior. Moreover, compared to other first-level spells, which boasted a maximum potency of 5. The fireball maintained overwhelming supremacy. Curiosity, as it often does, proved to be a double-edged sword. On the second night, Richard endeavored to cast the fireball spell, and to his astonishment, he succeeded on his very first attempt. As he watched the orb, noticeably smaller than a standard fireball and a vivid crimson hue, glide slowly towards the steel automaton 25 meters away, his heart nearly ceased its rhythm in trepidation. The fireball detonated with a resounding explosion, flames erupting in a circular arc, delivering a wave of scorching heat that even Richard could feel. The steel automaton, directly struck by the fireball, exhibited signs of deformation, with magical flames clinging to its surface. This automaton was engineered to replicate the defensive capabilities of a half-plate armor, serving a dual purpose of assessing magical potency. One could only imagine the fate of a warrior clad in half-plate armor standing in its place. That fireball would surely have claimed his life. He had succeeded. This was the first level of magic ever conjured by young Richard, and an overwhelming joy engulfed him in an instant. He yearned to leap and cheer, yet his legs weakened, and he found himself leaning against the wall, gradually sliding down. In that moment, his body felt utterly drained, as if every part had ceased to heed his command, rendering him unable even to lift a single finger. Lying for a mere 3 hours and 6 minutes allows magical energy to replenish automatically, and the precise talent offers an accurate answer based on the rate of magical recovery. At that moment, Richard would be able to rise and commence his meditation. This implies that after casting the fireball spell, he could remain standing and even sprint a few steps, rather than being rendered helpless as he currently was. The precise talent also bestowed upon Richard the advantage of accurately grasping his various states, and with sufficient reference standards, he could even quantify his mental energy. For the first time, young Richard felt a surge of joy. He could hardly contain his eagerness to fully restore his magical energy and test the success of his enhancements to the fireball spell. The exhilaration of exploration and discovery was immense, akin to the first ray of sunlight breaking through the gloom that had long surrounded young Richard. He also discovered that the world of magic was wondrously intricate and vast, to the extent that one lifetime would be insufficient to explore even a fraction of it. As magical energy gradually accumulated, it finally reached 1 unit, prompting Richard to struggle into the meditation chamber, consume a vial of magical recovery potion, and begin his meditation. Several hours passed, and just as his magical energy was about to be fully restored, Richard, unable to contain himself, burst forth from the meditation chamber and launched another fireball at the damaged steel automaton. As the fireball formed between his hands, Richard's magical energy swiftly diminished, vanishing in an instant. The fireball flickered unsteadily but ultimately left Richard's hands, hurtling toward the automaton. The experiment was once again a success. The method of improvement Richard discovered was indeed effective. However, due to his overwhelming excitement during the casting process, a minor flaw arose, resulting in a slight increase in magical consumption. Thus, after the fireball was released, Richard collapsed once more. Fortunately, the magical recovery potion had a prolonged effect, capable of accelerating magical recovery over the course of a day, allowing Richard to simply sit on the ground for an hour. During that hour, Richard was immersed in incessant calculations. When he finally stood up, dawn had already broken. Today's lesson was on magical mathematics, and for the first time, Richard listened intently, even perceiving beauty within the countless tedious numbers. He was not a deviant like Fugia, nor was he a fanatic. Rather, he genuinely comprehended the utility of mathematics, living as he did in a world shaped by numbers. Throughout the entire day of lessons, young Richard's mind operated at high speed, completely devoid of fatigue. The content of the courses was not difficult to grasp. Yet seeing his fellow students either bewildered or deeply pondering made it apparent that the material was not as simple as Richard experienced. It seemed that the wisdom bestowed upon him by the moon goddess, Elusia, was indeed effective. Watching the 2 heavy doors gleaming with a metallic sheen slowly close before her, the young girl stomped her foot in frustration. She felt an overwhelming urge to blast open the imposing doors with magic, yet she understood that the doors, forged from anti-magic metal and protected by magical runes, would withstand even her feeble level 2 acid arrow, let alone the 6th level dispel. Just the value of those 2 metal doors was considerable, not to mention the worth of the area beyond. Even a mere patch of vacant land, in the deep blue realm where every square inch commands an exorbitant price, holds immeasurable value. How is it that I've encountered you twice yet you have not even inquired about my name? The young girl muttered in frustration. She then recalled that, According to the records, Richard appeared to be merely 10 years old, a rather advanced age for the nascent stages of a magical career, yet still too youthful for a man. With a resigned shake of her head, she departed in anger. However, what could she do? If Richard truly acquired the capabilities of a man, it would then be too late for her to act. She would have no chance at all. In the depths of blue, competition was omnipresent. Chapter 14. The Joy of Sue Hailuan. Upon gazing at the first line of the bill, Richard was rendered speechless. It stated, update of one magical puppet, totaling 600 gold coins. The magical puppet was the steel figure Richard utilized to practice his fireball spell and other incantations. As he passed the magical testing grounds, he had already noticed that a new puppet had been installed. Yet, how could such an item cost 600 gold coins? Richard had little understanding of finances, but he knew that his mother had lived in Rutherland Village for a decade, and her total savings amounted to only a handful of coins. The pelt of a large magical beast in the city cost merely 1 or 2 coins, and capturing them required the perilous endeavors of seasoned hunters. Perhaps the wealthiest village chief might possess a fortune of 100 coins, much of which had been accumulated from military pay and bounties during wartime. Had he truly obliterated 600 gold coins with just 2 fireballs? Cold sweat streamed down Richard's forehead as the staggering figure nearly suffocated him. Rutherland Village was also part of the Holy Alliance's territory, and currency flowed freely in the depths of blue. To young Richard, 600 gold coins represented a debt that he could never repay in his lifetime. He harbored a deep aversion to debt, a trait inherited from Alani. The priestess of the moon goddess was loath to owe anything to anyone. Overwhelmed by psychological pressure, Richard felt his vision darken. But he gradually regained his composure and continued to examine the bill. As he suspected, the prices of the consumables listed below were astonishingly high. For instance, a single potion for mana restoration was nearly 500 gold coins. Upon reflecting on the multitude of magical potions in the apothecary section of the warehouse, Richard's perception shifted entirely. Those potions were labeled, detailing their effects and usage, primarily serving to enhance magical perception, affinity, and restoration, tools employed by mages to expedite their training process. In the month leading up to his arrival in the depths of blue, Richard had gained a rudimentary understanding of the world beyond the mountains. During his time in Ascent, he had been astounded by the exorbitant prices of goods, but compared to the depths of blue, items in Ascent seemed as if they were practically free. For example, a mana restoration potion cost merely 10 coins in Ascent, yet on the bill in the depths of blue, it soared to 500 coins, a staggering 50-fold increase. However, what young Richard remained unaware of was that the mana restoration potions sold in the Ascent market lasted only 3 hours, with a recovery acceleration effect of merely 0.5 times. The potion he consumed had an effect lasting 24 hours, with an acceleration effect of 1-fold. Similarly, the result of a 16-fold enhancement in overall performance came at a cost that was 50 times higher. Progressing through levels, concocting potions, and advancing in various fields becomes increasingly arduous. The cost escalates with each advancement. Thus, the pyramid structure is universally applicable across all domains. The concept that young Richard had just learned provided a fresh perspective on this principle, diminishing marginal returns. At the close of the first page, Richard beheld his total expenditures for the month, a staggering 18,000 gold coins. On the subsequent page, he encountered a singular line item under income, labeled as a tuition subsidy, amounting to 30,000 gold coins. While he had grown accustomed to dealing with large figures in terms of expenses, he was nonetheless astounded by the magnitude of the subsidy. Just a day prior, even 30 gold coins had been an unfathomable sum for young Richard, leaving him at a loss as to how to spend it. Life in the mountains was largely self-sufficient, apart from the fabric that needed to be purchased externally. He struggled to conceive of any other expenditures. However, 30,000 gold coins. Could it not cover the entirety of this laboratory? Still reeling from his astonishment, Richard gazed around the vast alchemical lab, involuntarily contemplating. Yet, as his eyes roamed over every corner of the experiment, he arrived at a precise conclusion. If one were to cover the floor with imperial gold coins, it could accommodate a staggering 300 coins. Shaking his head vigorously, young Richard endeavored to dispel these troubling figures from his mind. Whether it was 30,000 or 300,000, it made little difference. Both were unimaginable fortunes. Moreover, the 30,000 gold coin subsidy was merely the beginning. The second page bore several blank entries, designated only by broad category names, devoid of any figures. It appeared that these would serve as sources of income in the future. However, one particular entry perplexed Richard: the joy of Su Hailuan. What kind of income was this? Once he regained his composure, young Richard realized that the 30,000 gold coin subsidy was, in fact, not a substantial amount. The expenses in the Deep Blue realm were countless. This was merely the first month. He spent most of his time attending classes, with less than a week dedicated to actual magical practice, and the materials consumed were pitifully few, yet his expenditures had already reached 18,000 gold coins. It was evident that maintaining a balance between income and expenditure next month would be a challenge, and in another month, 30,000 gold coins would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Richard did not dwell on the matter further, although he still lacked a profound understanding of money. He had come to realize that each day spent in the depths of the arcane consumed a substantial amount of resources. Despite receiving a grant of 30,000 gold coins, Richard understood that such generosity was not without its costs. Gaining entry into the arcane realm and studying under a legendary mage, at first glance, appeared to be a significant investment of resources by Marquis Gedon. However, the deeper truth lay in the fact that Alani had sacrificed her very life to secure this opportunity for Richard. The history and political structure of the continent were equally essential subjects for mages. Thus, Richard had begun to form a preliminary understanding of the world of Norland. He recognized that being a direct disciple of a legendary mage was a coveted position sought after by numerous influential figures within the empire. Although Marquis Gedon's strength and status were not particularly remarkable, the opportunity he had procured for Richard must have entailed a sacrifice greater than that of other noble families. Before he knew it, 2 months had elapsed. Richard immersed himself daily in the realms of magic and numerics, scarcely aware of the passage of time. He had now adeptly mastered both the talents of wisdom and reality. The digital realm was not merely strange and monotonous, it also offered irreplaceable advantages. For instance, as long as he remained within his perceptual range, Richard could intuitively discern the strength of others. Take Minnie and Randolph, 2 fellow students of Su Hailuan, who had attained the ranks of 5th and 6th level mages respectively, both at the tender age of 14. Minnie possessed a magical power of 70, while Randolph reached an astonishing 110, placing them on par with 7th level mages in terms of raw magical potential. Their magical strength far exceeded that of their contemporaries, signifying a direct disparity in capabilities, as they possessed more spell slots than their peers. Furthermore, being a direct disciple of Su Hailuan implied that their bloodlines held exceptional traits. Formidable bloodline abilities often proved to be pivotal in the battles of many high-ranking practitioners. Yet, each morning upon awakening, Richard found himself involuntarily confronted by visions of roaring flames and the silhouette of his mother amidst the fire. Occasionally, he would discover bloodstains on his sheets, remnants of his own lips, which he had bitten in his sleep. Chapter 15. Arcane Patterns in His Studies. Richard discovered that he excelled in all domains related to numerics, composition, and motion control. The intricate and convoluted formulas seemed to reveal their secrets to him at a glance. However, the more he learned, the more he felt overwhelmed by the vast mysteries of the magical world, which only served to illuminate his own ignorance. Richard was profoundly focused and capable of enduring solitude. At this moment, his life revolved solely around magic. Winter had arrived without him even noticing. The first snowfall descended softly. While the outside world was already frigid, yet within the depths of blue, the atmosphere remained as warm as spring. After residing in this deep blue realm for several months, he had acclimated to the pervasive, gentle glow of magical lights surrounding him. On this particular night, a brilliant shooting star streaked from afar, piercing through the swirling snowflakes to land on the top platform of the deep blue. 3 archmages, accompanied by as many as 20 sorcerers, stood respectfully waiting, indifferent to the biting wind and falling snow. Under the piercing gaze of a legendary mage, the white-bearded archmage felt an involuntary shiver run through him, beads of cold sweat forming instantly. High-ranking mages understood the discomfort of being scrutinized by a legendary wizard. It was akin to a frog under the gaze of a serpent. The disparity in mental fortitude imposed tremendous pressure on lower-tier mages, comparable to the intimidation of a dragon's might. He had not anticipated that Su Helen would take notice of such a trivial matter. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately and promptly produced 2 sketches of magical arrays drawn by Richard, presenting them to Su Helen. Her eyes fell upon the sketches, instantly captivated. She unwittingly slowed her pace and ultimately came to a halt, examining the drawings with great interest. The archmage beside her could no longer contain his sweat. To him, these sketches appeared utterly mundane, merely the most basic introductory magical arrays, adhering strictly to standard formats with no hint of innovation. In truth, these introductory magical arrays were characterized by their simple structures and clear principles, serving limited purposes, rendering any innovation or improvement unnecessary. Richard had merely reproduced the standard version taught in class. He had chosen to present this to Sue Helen solely because she had previously expressed significant interest in him. Even remaining in the monitoring room throughout the entire assessment process, a span of several hours in the main plane, a testament to the preciousness of a legendary mage's time. Thus, he discerned Sue Helen's level of regard for Richard and had been keeping a watchful eye on his progress. Now that Richard had made a slight advancement, he deemed it worthy of separate mention. Essentially, this archmage was merely seeking to curry favor with Sue Helen, as her satisfaction was paramount on the financial statements he received each month. In truth, this was indeed a minor improvement. Richard's magical arrays were flawless, yet they were hardly remarkable. Any well-trained mage would seldom err in drawing standard magical arrays. However, the fact that Richard made no mistakes in his initial practice was somewhat noteworthy. Yet, among those destined to become grand archmages, who was not exceptionally gifted? In the eyes of this grand archmage, such an achievement hardly warranted attention. Of course, the absolute deviation between the two magical arrays and their standard versions was astonishingly minute, almost inconceivable. However, drawing magical arrays was not akin to crafting alchemical components. Precision need only meet the standard, beyond which there was little significance. If a mere millimeter of error does not compromise the efficacy of a magic array, why then strive for precision within 10 micrometers? Should Richard innovate upon the two introductory magic arrays, he would undoubtedly earn a new level of respect. However, devising an original magic array is no feat for a sorcerer below the 10th rank. Yet, after observing for an extended period, Sue Helen, despite perceiving the Grand Master as a fool, recognized that these sketches were far from simplistic. Nevertheless, she could not discern what made them particularly exceptional. How delightful! Sue Helen exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to tap the Grand Master's shoulder. However, being petite in stature while the Grand Master towered above her made the action somewhat laborious. The Grand Master, maintaining his composure, bent slightly to facilitate her gesture. With a resounding clap, Sue Helen's delicate hand struck the Grand Master's shoulder, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by the claw of a colossal dragon, rendering him powerless as he fell to the ground. Sue Helen gasped, conjuring a magical water shield to lift the Grand Master from the earth, and remarked, "I was simply too thrilled, and perhaps struck a bit too forcefully." Not at all. It was precisely perfect. The Grand Master chuckled, his aged visage blooming like a flower weathered by storm and wind. "It is all due to your wise guidance," he humbly replied, feigning modesty, though it was evident he was oblivious to the extraordinary nature of the two sketches. Having reached his current position, he was no ordinary individual. Yet, his heart could not help but quicken slightly, as Sue Helen's unabashed laughter signified that the upcoming month's bill would bear a conspicuous figure beside her joy. Like an eager child yearning to share her excitement, Sue Helen unabashedly displayed the sketches to the three Grand Masters beside her, proclaiming, "Look, these two sketches are nearly identical to the standard version." She placed particular emphasis on the word identical, and as the three Grand Masters scrutinized the sketches once more, expressions of realization dawned upon their faces. The discrepancy between the sketches and the standard version was within 0.01 centimeters, and the error was remarkably stable. Such precision and stability could only be attained by grand sorcerers of the 10th rank or higher, who had undergone years of rigorous training. Yet Richard was merely a first-level apprentice. This is an exceedingly rare talent, one Grand Master exclaimed in sudden understanding. Moreover, he possesses excellent mental acuity. Another Grand Master interjected, his talents are commendable across the board, without any apparent weaknesses. The third Grand Master, the one who had handed the sketches to Sue Helen, gasped in disbelief and exclaimed, "Have we discovered a future magic rune engineer?" "Indeed, we have." Sue Helen beamed with joy. As the ultimate force of humanity, construct knights are a collective term that can be further categorized into various professions such as archers, shield bearers, armor breakers, and even magical assault sorcerers. However, their essential characteristic lies in their capacity to bear at least 3 magical sigils. A single moderate sigil can potentially enhance the combat prowess of melee professions by 30%. Thus, a knight equipped with a 13th or 14th level sigil can contend with warriors of around 17th level in terms of combat strength, often surpassing them in battlefield effectiveness. The professional hierarchy resembles a pyramid, with higher tiers becoming increasingly scarce. The number of 18th level combat professionals is exceedingly limited, comprising formidable individuals sought after by various factions, none of whom would willingly serve as cannon fodder in an army. Nevertheless, the individual combat strength of sigil knights is not significantly inferior to these esteemed beings, enabling them to charge into battle in formidable numbers, thereby possessing the power to alter the tide of conflict. Since the emergence of sigil knights on the battlefield, every renowned military commander has echoed a common adage: only sigil knights can contend with sigil knights. The architects of this marvel are the sigil artisans. While the number of esteemed beings is limited, high-tier warriors around 13th or 14th level are numerous, if not abundant. However, the total number of sigil knights within the Sacred Alliance Empire has consistently remained around 1,000, never exceeding 3,000 at its peak. This bottleneck is constrained by the number of sigil artisans. If sigil knights represent strategic power and legendary mages signify strategic deterrence, then sigil artisans are the architects of strategic advantage. The requirements to become a sigil artisan are exceedingly stringent, necessitating exceptional magical aptitude, outstanding control, creativity, and ample patience. Many sigil knights possess only a limited area capable of accommodating sigils, compelling artisans to condense large magical arrays into palm-sized regions, which are then inscribed onto specialized modules or directly onto the knights themselves. The works of advanced sigil artisans have become so intricate that they are nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In one of the three great empires of humanity, the Sacred Alliance Empire, even counting the most elementary, the total number of artisans barely reaches 10. Each one is a coveted prize among royalty and local nobility. Even the most junior artisan signifies the promise of a squad of sigil knights a decade hence, a temptation that is irresistible to any high-ranking individual. The status of advanced artisans is scarcely inferior to that of legendary mages. Through two sketches, Richard has aptly demonstrated the most vital talent of an artisan: meticulous precision. Holding the two sketches, Sue Helen found herself increasingly enamored, her laughter growing more unrestrained, resonating beyond the uppermost tier of the magical tower, with signs of permeating downward. This woman. The three archmages may have shared this thought, yet outwardly, they harmoniously joined Sue Helen in laughter, their mirth as natural as if Richard, the future artisan, were their own son. It was truly hard to suppress laughter. Sue Helen suddenly exclaimed, before continuing her exuberant laughter. Sue Helen harbors no desire for worldly power, and the allure of the artificer holds no appeal for her. The three archmages who have long followed her are well aware that her joyous laughter stems from finally attaining the status of a master artificer. In her heart, this achievement equates to having triumphed over all artificers. Previously, although her students were all prodigies of magic, none were artificers, which left her vexed. The artificer who had once offended her has now risen to become a grand artificer, a national treasure of the Saint Tree dynasty, one of the three great empires. Despite her legendary status as a mage, Sue Helen finds herself powerless against him, resulting in mutual disdain from a distance of thousands of miles. Thus, her grudge has persisted to this day. With Richard now in the picture, Sue Helen has the opportunity to fulfill her long-held wish, though it remains to be seen how she will express her joy upon the hapless Richard. This is sheer fantasy, yet no one would be foolish enough to shatter it, unless they wish to forfeit Sue Helen's delight. The legendary mage, having finally stifled her laughter, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, from this day forth, we shall devote ourselves entirely to training Richard as an artificer. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. I do not wish for anyone but you to know. The three archmages, along with the other mages, silently scoffed at her words, for Sue Helen's laughter had resonated through several levels of the magical tower, and it would not be long before she could no longer contain her pride, proclaiming this news far and wide. Nevertheless, everyone responded with solemn agreement, their expressions grave. As Richard fretted over next month's budget, he suddenly noticed an additional line beneath the subsidies. It was Sue Helen's joy, amounting to 500,000 gold coins. Indeed, the joy of a legendary mage holds great value. This was the sole thought that flickered through Richard's blank mind in that moment. Chapter 16. Art life in the deep blue is both tense and methodical. Time slips away unnoticed in a haze of confusion. Richard remains unchanged, his existence largely the same, save for the gradual increase in inexplicable income on his monthly bills, with Sue Helen's joy consistently representing the largest portion. Richard has never quite understood how he has managed to bring joy to Sue Helen, but each time he reviews the bills, he is acutely aware of the substantial worth of the legendary mage's delight. It would not take long for a Grand Archmage to find themselves bankrupt in pursuit of such joy. While Suhailuan continues to revel in her happiness, Richard is compelled to maintain a careful balance between income and expenditure. The consumption required for a mage's training is immense, beyond what ordinary individuals can fathom, and seems to be inexhaustible. Moreover, Richard's recent course schedule has also undergone changes. In addition to the broad lectures on magical philosophy, continental politics, and introductory alchemy that anyone can attend, the number of specialized courses on his timetable has suddenly surged, to the point where he discovers that certain subjects have only him as the sole student during designated class times. This is certainly not a favorable development. At least, that is how Richard perceives it. Each instructor possesses a corresponding remuneration, borne collectively by all students enrolled in the course. Thus, private tutoring implies that Richard must personally shoulder the entirety of the tutor's fees. Consequently, the expenditures on his monthly bills have been swelling rapidly. However, Richard noticed that following the initial joy of the legendary mage, he suddenly became the focal point of increased attention from those around him. Passers-by often pointed and whispered about him, even in the classroom, engaging in hushed conversations. Richard's perceptive abilities had yet to develop to the point where he could discern the content of their discussions, nor did he care to. Yet, the incessant sensation of being scrutinized left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. The legendary mage's commitment to secrecy lasted less than a week before he divulged to his inner circle the news of having accepted a future constructor as a student. These individuals, too, could not contain the excitement for a month before sharing the revelation with their trusted confidants. This cycle continued, and within 2 months, the entire Deep Blue was aware of the emergence of a future constructor. Although the future is shrouded in uncertainty, the endorsement from Suhailuan lent credibility to the claim. Even those who harbored doubts were astute enough to refrain from voicing them. The fools who always spoke the truth would find themselves swiftly silenced by those eager to please Suhailuan. Thus, at this juncture, there remained only one person in the Deep Blue unaware of the identity of the future constructor, Richard himself. Of course, he sensed the peculiarities around him, for instance. He could not fathom why courses in mathematics, geometry, composition, aesthetics, and all subjects related to magical arrays suddenly multiplied exponentially. Some classes, which initially had other students in the foundational segments, eventually left him as the sole attendee. Nonetheless, Richard's reaction to these anomalies was merely a slight concern regarding the implications for increased expenditures. Recently, Richard's schedule underwent further alterations, with a substantial increase in drawing tutorials, which fundamentally began with sketching. He embarked on a new realm of learning. However, the assignments he submitted consistently left the once-renowned painter of Norland both amused and exasperated. Each of Richard's sketches was executed with utmost precision, rendering them devoid of any discernible flaw. Yet, where was the spirit? Art is not merely a replication of reality. However, if the reproduction of reality reaches a point indistinguishable from the real, could it not also be considered a form of art? Thus, each time the esteemed painter beheld Richard's creations, he felt a suffocating urge to retch. Those meticulously accurate drawings, precise to 1/100th of a centimeter, struck him like heavy boulders, repeatedly shattering his faith and understanding of art. How could such precision be possible? How could it? Yet, throughout it all, the painter found himself unable to utter a single disparagement. Although Richard's work diverged from conventional artistic norms, anything that reaches an extreme can indeed be classified as a form of art. As a 15th level Grand Mage, the artist comprehended that while Richard might lack a certain spark in the realm of art, his precision was an unparalleled gift for a magician, particularly for a construct master. Thus, he could hardly voice any untimely remarks. No matter how fervently he revered art, he could not disregard the significance of Sue Helen's joy. Just as a grand edifice requires a solid foundation, so too does art need sustenance in the form of bread and gold. Furthermore, if his preferences were to jeopardize the future of a potential saintly construct master, he would have to contend with the wrath of Sue Helen. The mere thought of such a dire prospect made this fastidious grand mage and eminent painter prefer to endure the ravages of the polar grey dwarfs. Richard occasionally found himself troubled by his mounting bills. His workload had significantly increased, averaging a small painting to complete each night, along with 2 to 5 diagrams of magical arrays and a substantial amount of planar geometry assignments. The complexity of the tasks was not the sole concern. The cost of the writing materials was considerable. Firstly, the writing instruments required an extensive array of specialized magical paper, such as star-patterned parchment, moonlit paper, and abyssal nightmare cloth. along with various inks ranging from ordinary dark ink to the blood of hellish creatures from the realm of Lorska. The common trait among these materials was their exorbitant prices, with longer names often indicating even higher costs. As for planar geometry, due to its three-dimensional nature, it necessitated completion on the magical imaging apparatus of his alchemical workstation, leading to a staggering consumption of mana crystals, the quantity of which Richard had ceased to tally. In summary, he frequently observed servants carrying in boxes of pristine magical crystals while removing the empty containers. Were it not for the lingering joy of being a legendary mage, Richard would be at a loss as to how to continue. For now, he could merely maintain a precarious balance between income and expenditure. He faced a similar dilemma regarding the allocation of his time. Beyond attending classes and completing assignments, he needed to meditate and practice his magical skills. Currently, the time dedicated to these activities had been compressed to its limits. Any further reduction would genuinely impede his growth in magical prowess. In setting expectations for his mana development, Richard used the average performance of lower-tier mages as a benchmark, deliberately excluding outliers like many from his comparisons. Even to sustain a basic rate of magical advancement, he relied on mana recovery potions. Priced at 500 gold coins each, a daily dosage would amount to 15,000 gold coins per month, yet another substantial expenditure. With time in short supply, Richard's only option was to curtail his sleep. However, as he was still in a phase of physical growth, his daily meals were specially formulated, containing various rare magical beast blood and flesh to enhance his vitality and accelerate his development. For these unique ingredients to yield their full efficacy, ample sleep was essential. Fortunately, within the depths of the blue, numerous methods allowed for shallow meditation through sleep, albeit with limited effectiveness, yet still preferable to none. Now, Richard faced the conundrum of having too many obligations and insufficient time. The challenge lay in how to allocate his limited time and resources to maximize overall effectiveness, which was evidently a mathematical problem. The complexity of this issue escalated in direct correlation to the increasing variables. Richard dedicated 4 entire days to meticulously organize his tasks into several categories, delineating necessary steps and pushing his intellectual gifts to their limits as he calculated the optimal distribution of materials, time, and operations. Only then did he find a resolution to the persistent issue that had plagued him. The investment of those 4 days proved invaluable, as once the plan took shape, his analytical talents immediately produced a comparative analysis of the old and new schemes. Without optimizing for maximal overall effect, he would waste more time within a month than the sum of those 4 days. However, this realization left Richard feeling as though he were nothing more than a finely tuned alchemical machine. Yet, what significance does it hold? His world has already been digitized, indifferent to the increasingly mechanical nature of existence. Thus, in a life as precise as a magical clock, Richard welcomed his first spring in the deep blue and celebrated his 11th birthday. That morning, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. Opposite him stood a youth. Children from the mountains often grow taller, and the special provisions hastened and solidified this growth process. So now, Richard towered over his peers by a significant margin, appearing almost 13 or 14. His face had nearly shed all traces of childhood, and his serene eyes led one to mistakenly believe they belonged to an adult. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of upheavals he had endured, or perhaps it was inherited from his father, Gordon, that Richard's facial contours bore a hint of ruggedness, endowing him with a touch of masculinity. On the other hand, his appearance also reflected the distinctive traits of the Silver Moon elves: long, slightly curved eyes, elegantly arched brows, and a high, straight nose, characteristics exclusive to the pure-blooded nobility of high elves. Richard was indifferent to his looks. Yet extensive studies in painting and aesthetics had made him aware that he was not unremarkable. Rather, he was quite rare. The precision of his talents promptly corrected his misguided perceptions. On his 11th birthday, all Richard possessed was a mirror reflecting himself and the indelible memory of a blazing fire. Chapter 17. The Duel. Another achievement was Richard's successful enhancement of the standard fireball spell, reducing the incantation time by half a second. This marked the first and most crucial step towards instantaneous fireball casting. The fact that it was not a standard rapid spell indicated Richard's understanding of the underlying magical principles had reached a new pinnacle. Should he succeed in further enhancing the magic, or even achieving magical supremacy in the future, Richard would possess the hallmark spell of a powerful mage, the instantaneous Great Fireball. Richard meticulously groomed his appearance before the mirror, as those of elven lineage are naturally attentive to their looks. Today, he had orchestrated a special itinerary for himself. He had ordered a bouquet of pristine white flowers, intending to cast them from the open terrace of the upper levels of deep blue. It is said that the pinnacle of deep blue approaches the trade winds, and theoretically, if these blossoms are thrown high enough and fortune favors him, the perennial trade winds could carry them hundreds of kilometers away. Richard hoped that his mother in the heavens could see him. As usual, he left his residential area, cradling the bouquet he had ordered, and made his way towards the teleportation magic circle that would lead him to the upper levels of the deep blue. This teleportation circle could transport a dozen individuals at once to their designated floors, making it the most convenient and swift mode of transportation, albeit with a rather hefty price tag. As Richard approached the teleportation circle, he noticed several young magic apprentices already standing nearby. Among them were a few familiar faces, individuals with whom he had previously shared classes. The others, however, were strangers to him. They seemed to be waiting for something, but as Richard stepped into the teleportation circle, they appeared to change their minds and squeezed in alongside him. The circle was not particularly spacious, and with several people already inside, it felt rather cramped. After a few moments of swaying, the sensation of confinement around him dissipated, signaling that they had arrived at their destination. As the magical curtain fell, Richard found himself on the 20th floor of Deep Blue. Here, he was to transfer to another teleportation circle bound for the 40th floor, a process he would repeat until he reached the grand terrace on the 80th floor. However, just as Richard stepped out from the curtain, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through him as someone delivered a sharp kick to his rear. Caught completely off guard, Richard yelped in surprise and instinctively lunged forward, only to trip over an obstacle beneath him, causing him to tumble heavily onto the polished black stone floor, sliding several meters before coming to a stop. The intense pain coursing through his body left him momentarily incapacitated, and the sudden impact made his head spin. Yet, the raucous laughter and mockery erupting from behind him soon clarified that he had just been the target of a cruel prank. While the base nature of the attack was infuriating, what truly distressed Richard was the bouquet, intended for his mother, which had slipped from his grasp during his fall and landed several steps away. Petals had scattered, and the carefully wrapped stems were at risk of unraveling completely. In a panic, he scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the bouquet. These flowers were his mother's favorite, not particularly rare, but scarce in the northern regions far from the mountain village. He had reserved them at the flower shop a month in advance, and today was the day he was finally able to collect them. Just as his fingers were about to brush against the bouquet, another hand swooped in first, seizing the flowers away. Richard's entire body tensed instantaneously, and he slowly straightened up, gazing forward. Before him stood a young sorcerer, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. He towered over Richard by half a head, his countenance exuding arrogance and mockery, clad in the robe of a magical apprentice, tilting his head as he examined the bouquet in his hands. He was one of the young apprentices who had been waiting by the teleportation circle moments ago, and now he appeared to be their leader. The other young apprentices began to gather in small groups, subtly encircling Richard. Despite Richard's usual dullness, he now comprehended that these individuals had come specifically for him. What perplexed him was how, having immersed himself in the realm of magic and scarcely interacting with anyone aside from his instructors, he could have drawn their attention. Richard was certain he hadn't exchanged a single word with any of the young apprentices. However, his remarkable memory, a gift of wisdom, allowed him to vaguely recall that the youth before him was named Paypan, seemingly hailing from a moderately influential noble family within the Holy Alliance. Although he possessed some magical talent, he was hardly remarkable in the depths of the arcane, or else Richard would have retained more information about him. As for his magical prowess, Richard observed the numbers representing Paypan's magical energy fluctuating, which were calculated by an innate ability based on his magical fluctuations, ultimately settling at the figure of 15. Thus, Richard discerned that Paypan was indeed a second-level magician, with his magical capacity having reached that standard. Paypan incessantly scrutinized the disheveled bouquet in his hands, shaking it vigorously. Yet, aside from shedding more petals and leaves, he gleaned nothing further. He then cast a sidelong glance at Richard, his demeanor a blend of arrogance and frivolity, and inquired, "Are you the renowned Richard? It's hard to see what merit you possess that would warrant the esteemed Princess Suhalen to take you as her disciple. Yet, to be frank, you certainly have a rather fine posterior." The other young apprentices erupted in laughter, clearly seasoned in such mockery and fully grasping the implications, even without experience. Richard could decipher their lewd gazes. His face flushed crimson, Yet his resolve quelled his indignation as he articulated each word with conviction. "Return the flowers to me. Return them." His voice was deep, akin to the growl of a young lion. "Ah, so you truly cherish this trinket," Peipan remarked, leaning slightly forward, bringing his face closer to Richard's while loosening his grip, allowing the bouquet to tumble to the ground. Before Richard could react, another apprentice swiftly stamped down upon it with force, grinding it beneath his foot. The pristine petals scattered across the ground, irretrievable. More petals languished under the weight of the apprentice's soul, groaning in their demise. The area before the teleportation array was a bustling thoroughfare, and a considerable number of onlookers had gathered nearby. Aside from the sound akin to crushed berries, the spectators were also treated to the ominous crackling of bones. Witnessing Richard's plight, some timid individuals felt a twinge of discomfort in their own noses. Suddenly, Peipan was enveloped in darkness, only to be overwhelmed by a kaleidoscope of reds, yellows, and a myriad of hues. The world spun around him, and for a moment, he was utterly disoriented, just as the young apprentices stood in stunned silence. Richard lunged at Peipan, seizing his hair with both hands and leveraging his entire weight to hoist Peipan's body into the air. Richard's hands pressed down firmly on Peipan's head, driving the already blurred visage towards the unyielding ground with tremendous force. Should he succeed in this endeavor, Peipan's skull would surely fracture. However, within the assembly of magicians in the arcane, such a malignant incident could not be allowed to transpire. Two 6th-level physical immunity shields simultaneously enveloped Richard and Peipan, and the repulsive forces between the shields caused them to bounce apart like colliding spheres. The efficacy of the physical immunity shields was formidable. Unless they absorbed a sufficient amount of damage, the only recourse was to wait for the duration of the magic to expire or for it to be dispelled. Enshrouded within the shield, Richard's eyes burned with determination as he relentlessly struck at the barrier, intent on breaking free, completely disregarding the words of the middle-aged mage. "No, we must separate them." The middle-aged mage frowned, attempting to intervene. However, another mage tugged at his robe, saying, "Let them be." The middle-aged mage hesitated, lowering his voice slightly. "But Richard is His Highness's student." The latter chuckled softly, whispering, "The challenger is Peipan, a mere lackey of Randolph. Randolph is also a student of His Highness. Therefore, I believe a magical duel is indeed Peipan's intent. It is just that this fool nearly botched the situation." The middle-aged mage realized this was a matter between the students of His Highness, and there was no need for their interference. "Very well. Let us proceed according to the rules. In Deep Blue's tradition, when there exist irreconcilable conflicts, the resolution can be achieved not only through the exchange of gold, but also through magical confrontation. If one party proposes a magical duel and the other consents, and if there is no significant disparity in strength, the duel is established and conducted under the supervision of the enforcement mages of Deep Blue. Magical duels are held in designated arenas, staffed by mages assigned to ensure safety. A substantial deposit must be paid in advance to cover potential damages to the arena's facilities. The primary responsibility of the attending mages is to safeguard both duelists, as the principle of magical duels is to avoid endangering life. Of course, absolute fairness is an illusion. For instance, while Peipan is registered as a 1st-level mage, his actual magical prowess has reached the level of a 2nd-level mage. Half an hour later, Richard and Peipan stood at opposite ends of the duel arena, 20 meters apart. Peipan's injuries had been superficially treated. Though pale, he no longer exhibited the earlier disarray, having donned a new robe to replace the bloodstained one, though his flattened nose appeared quite unnatural. Although it was merely a magical duel between 1st-level mages, news of the prior altercation had spread surprisingly quickly. Due to Richard's unique status, a considerable number of spectators gathered, filling the stands that could accommodate 200 onlookers. The expressions of the spectators were remarkably relaxed. Acquaintances exchanged greetings, seemingly indifferent to the impending duel, as battles among 1st-level apprentice mages were hardly noteworthy. After all, both sides were unlikely to employ defenses, and with their limited magical capacity, they could unleash at most 3 1st-level spells without causing mortal harm. In truth, the majority of those present were eager to discover what distinguished Richard enough to be chosen as a pupil by Sue-Hailuan. If Richard were to falter, that would only add to their amusement. Schadenfreude fills the hearts of many as they witness the fortunate plummet from grace. Within a high balcony, behind a translucent magical window, stand Sue-Hailuan's other 2 students, Minnie and Randolph. Minnie, a tall and strikingly beautiful young woman, exudes an air of aloofness and pride. Despite her youth, she has matured splendidly, her demeanor radiating an enchanting allure that captivates those of the opposite sex. Conversely, Randolph, now a tall and imposing young man, possesses an impeccable appearance, lineage, charisma, and strength that set him apart from his peers. It is no wonder he has been chosen as a disciple of Su Hailuan. Such brilliance is rare. With a casual shrug and a smile, Randolph remarks, "I merely wish to observe what extraordinary qualities this future magical rune artificer possesses. I have never quite grasped why our teacher has dissuaded me from pursuing a path toward becoming a rune master. After all, the esteemed artificer, His Highness St. Cruz, recognized my talent in magical runes long ago. Moreover, since he is also a student of our teacher, there is no reason for him to outshine me against those beneath us, is there? The disparity in magical prowess is merely of the first level." Randolph's smile conveys his confidence as he adds, "Our teacher would never forsake a talent such as mine for the sake of a failure. My monthly expenses often bring joy to our teacher, exceeding 100,000 gold coins. Not to mention, my father is." He pauses, shifting his focus as the duel commences. Let us observe. Minnie also turns her gaze to the arena, though it seems she mutters to herself. "Yet I have heard that Richard's income amounts to 500,000 gold coins each month." Randolph remains silent, seemingly unaffected by Minnie's words, although a flicker of displeasure crosses his countenance. In the duel arena, Poppin and Richard begin to chant their incantations, accompanied by the appropriate magical gestures. Poppin's initial stance is both precise and clear, indicating he is casting the most practical and powerful spell of first-level magic, the magic missile. In terms of magical proficiency, Poppin's fundamentals are exceptionally solid. Even the most discerning of instructors would find no fault in his execution of this spell. Typically, a first-level mage would conjure only 2 missiles. Yet Poppin's hands glow with 3 orbs of magical light. A ripple of surprise courses through the onlookers, astonished by Poppin's magical aptitude. The casting time for the magic missile is minimal, and as Poppin releases his spell, Richard is still in the midst of his preparations. One of the 3 missiles locks onto Richard, while the other 2 are aimed at his left and right flanks. Given Poppin's current capabilities, he can only fully target one of the 3 missiles, yet this tactical approach ensures that whichever direction Richard chooses to evade, he risks being struck by 2 missiles simultaneously. Should Richard choose not to dodge, he would inevitably endure the impact of a magic missile. Poppin is acutely aware that a single missile would not suffice to defeat Richard. Having personally experienced the latter's unexpectedly robust physique, he recognizes that Richard possesses the magical energy of a second-level mage, enabling him to unleash 3 magic missiles in total. The barrage of 3 magical missiles was more than sufficient to leave that young man utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Richard had only just completed his registration as a novice mage, capable of unleashing at most 2 rounds of magical projectiles. Poppin assessed that he could withstand a single missile strike, albeit with considerable pain. But 2 would be beyond his limits. Such is the nature of magical duels. Had he been a third-tier mage, victory would have been assured, and this confrontation would never have been sanctioned. The realm of Deep Blue is fair, yet to momentarily overlook certain inequities requires formidable backing and substantial material investment. Poppin's family was far from reaching such heights. After launching the 3 magical missiles, Poppin began to prepare for the next round. Richard was taking his time to complete his spell, leading Poppin to believe that the goddess of victory was favoring him. The mere thought of the promised equipment, gold, and status from the figure behind the scenes sent a thrill through Poppin, causing his incantation to falter, extending the casting time from 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds. However, before he could finalize his spell, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience. Was this a cheer? A herald of his impending victory? Poppin pondered. Though he retained a modicum of self-awareness, he lifted his gaze, eyes widening in shock, completely forgetting the half-prepared spell. Poppin could scarcely believe his eyes. What was that? A fireball. How could a novice mage conjure a 3rd-tier spell? Wasn't he the use of scrolls prohibited in magical duels? Why was there a fireball? The genuine fireball had already been launched, hurtling towards Poppin. While the fireball spell lacked a locking mechanism, its high velocity and the considerable damage radius rendered targeting unnecessary. It was only when the fireball was within 5 meters that Poppin jolted from his stupor, letting out a cry and scrambling to evade. Yet, even at his fastest, he could only manage to escape 3 meters before the oncoming wave of flames caught up to him. With a resounding boom, Poppin was propelled into the air, tracing a brief arc before crashing heavily to the ground several meters away, unable to rise again. The duel arena, once filled with cacophony, fell into an eerie silence, as everyone instinctively held their breath. Among the audience were many seasoned archmages who recognized that Richard's fireball was significantly weaker than a standard 3rd-tier spell. However, the impact of a 10-level spell was more than sufficient to inflict severe damage on any mage below the 3rd tier. Although Poppin had not been killed instantly, he would require a considerable period to recuperate from his injuries. A loud thud once again drew the audience's attention. The magical missile that Poppin had cast finally reached Richard, who braced himself with crossed arms, enduring the impact. Without a hint of hesitation, he began to prepare his second spell, maintaining perfect composure and precision. At this moment, the dueling arena was so quiet that even the softest feather falling to the ground could be distinctly heard. Although Richard's incantation was whispered, it was nonetheless perceived by the few grand sorcerers present, who were struck with a sense of foreboding. Despite the substantial alterations to the spell, they were still able to discern its essence. Remarkably, Richard's second incantation was yet another fireball spell. Richard's complexion had turned pale, the swift depletion of his magical energy leaving him with a sensation of being utterly drained. He was down to less than 4 points of magic, having regained a slight amount through the restorative potion he had prepared. The spell he intended to cast was a modified version of the fireball, designed to reduce magical expenditure. Yet it remained imperfect. Even if perfected, it would still require 6 points of magic to unleash a level 8 fireball. Nevertheless, it was a resolute belief that propelled Richard forward, compelling him to complete the spell, even at the risk of magical exhaustion. Though diminutive, the fireball could still prove lethal. At that moment, the resident mage materialized in the center of the arena, waving his hand to dispel Richard's unfinished incantation while simultaneously stabilizing his chaotic magic. Heeding the mage's words, Richard approached the motionless Poppin, roughly lifting his head to examine the charred, swollen visage marred by smoke and fire. In a voice devoid of emotion, he stated, "Someone once told me that if someone wishes to strike you, you must first double the blow upon them." With that, Richard stood tall and, summoning all his strength, delivered a fierce kick to the center of Poppin's backside. Poppin emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, transitioning into a lament that was indistinguishable between laughter and tears, breathless and intermittent. Richard took a couple of steps away, only to suddenly pivot and deliver another kick to Poppin. This strike instantly raised Poppin's cries to a pitch that echoed through the air. Within the private box, Minnie and Randolph were taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Minnie suddenly let out a scoff and remarked, "Randolph, you were right. It seems young Richard is indeed worth 500,000 gold coins." With that, she disregarded Randolph and strode purposefully towards the exit of the box. Randolph's face turned ashen, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, his gaze fixated on Minnie's slender waist and swaying form, his teeth clenched tightly together. With a resounding bang, the box door slammed shut before him, the force of it betraying any semblance of noble decorum. In an explosive outburst, Randolph began to rage, shattering everything within reach, for he could easily afford the cost. As for Poppin, he had become a forsaken orphan in that moment. Even his usual entourage of sycophants had vanished from sight. It was only now that they remembered the terror of Her Highness Suhuluin. These apprentices, having recently entered the depths of the azure, still bore the remnants of their worldly, frivolous habits. Chapter 19. Balance. The upper third of the deep blue was designated as the exclusive domain of Suhuluin, a sanctuary where the unwelcome were strictly prohibited. However, entry was possible if one dared, as the magical puppets roaming between the floors possessed the strength of a level 15 warrior, attacking any intruder not recorded within the magical core. Theoretically, if one could defeat these puppets and challenge a cadre of magic mentors, eventually toppling Suhuluin, they could ransack the lair of the legendary mage at will. Minnie appeared at the end of the corridor, striding briskly forward. She is, after all, still a young girl. Her hurried footsteps, tightly pressed lips, slightly furrowed brows, and her body, tense and seemingly poised to evade some unseen threat, betray her clear discomfort with the dim, eerie corridor. Yet, this area, characterized by darkness, foreboding, and dampness, is a theme decreed by Her Highness Suhuluin, leaving no room for dissent. At that moment, a faint scream echoed through the corridor once more. Minnie recognized the source of the sound, a cold smile creeping upon her lips as she spat vehemently. At the far end of the shadowy corridor lies an expansive prison area, covering over 1,000 square meters and housing more than a dozen torture chambers of various sizes and functions. In the center of one cell, Randolph is suspended high on a rack, his limbs spread wide, stripped bare. A bare-chested jailer, muscular and glistening with oil, wields a 5-meter-long whip, striking Randolph repeatedly. The jailer, a black man, wears tattered leather shorts stained with dark, ominous blotches, the blood of unknown origins. If one could momentarily disregard the violence and bloodshed to observe closely, they would discover the jailer's remarkable skill. The whip dances through the air, tracing intricate patterns, snapping with a terrifying crack before landing on Randolph's pale backside, leaving vivid crimson welts in its wake. The welts rise high but do not burst, ensuring that the pain multiplies without inflicting severe injury. From a distance, the jailer, standing 4 meters away, expertly wields the whip, leaving evenly distributed marks that fill every available space on Randolph's tender skin, with only occasional overlapping lines. Yet without breaking the surface. From afar, it resembles a piece of abstract art, a chaotic composition of colors and lines, exuding an indescribable beauty. Such mastery of the craft has reached an extraordinary level. If this jailer were to step outside, he would be deemed a formidable force. Randolph's backside has swollen significantly. Tears, snot, and saliva mingling on his handsome face, contorted in agony. As a scion of an ancient noble family, Randolph is not lacking in courage or endurance. However, the punishments in this dark realm are primarily designed for the denizens of the abyss, various dragonkin subspecies, hybrid orcs, and other formidable races. For humans, especially those like mages who do not excel in physical strength, these tortures are akin to a tasteless bowl of plain water. For instance, the jailer inflicting the lashes on Randolph has already shattered his will with the simplest of whippings. It is worth noting that the cell suspending Randolph is quite spacious, containing a total of 16 implements of torture, of which the jailer can adeptly wield 9. As the whipping concludes, Randolph's convulsions show no signs of abating. He cannot even descend into unconsciousness. Waves of excruciating pain crash upon him, relentless and unyielding, battering against the dam of his sanity. As if he teeters on the brink of utter despair. All the wounds were concentrated on the posterior that many had once cautioned him to pay special attention to. And thus the immense humiliation nearly drove Randolph to madness. Fortunately, he was a person of strong will, and he did not completely crumble until the very end. However, after the flogging concluded, he found himself devoid of the strength to feel shame, as even more humiliating events had transpired during his punishment. He could only hope that this incident would not become public knowledge. If it reached Sue Helen's ears, his position as an apprentice would undoubtedly be at risk. The mere thought of being cast out from Deep Blue sent a shiver down Randolph's spine, and he dared not imagine how he would navigate the days to come. The fall from grace was a disparity that not everyone could endure. In that moment, Randolph finally realized that what set him apart was not his appearance or talent, but rather the title of Sue Helen's disciple and his noble lineage. For a time, fear and regret consumed his soul, causing him to forget even to curse Minnie's posterior. A black-skinned slave trudged heavily along the gravel path, hastening through a grove adorned with vibrant foliage, and then traversed a vast expanse of lush lawn, only to arrive at a few tables and chairs set by a small lake. In contrast to the eye-catching fruits and containers, those pieces of furniture were simply designed, adorned only with solid colors, unpretentious yet immediately evoking a sense of comfort and relaxation. A Grand Archmage succinctly and swiftly described the financial situation of Deep Blue for the winter. Before he could finish, a large cherry, destined for Sue Helen's petite mouth, suddenly froze midair. Sue Helen's brilliantly luminous eyes locked onto the Archmage, and an imposing pressure, akin to that of a mighty dragon, was instantly unleashed, causing all the Archmages present to waver unsteadily. "What did you say?" "We incurred losses last season." Sue Helen interrupted sharply. "That too is a loss. I recall that midway through last year, I had just raided several dragons and even invested some of the spoils into the operations of Deep Blue. How could there be losses? Have the reasons been ascertained?" "The reasons have been identified." Yet, the gray dwarf Archmage hesitated, appearing to struggle with his words. "Speak." Sue Helen's voice rose once more. Another human Archmage stepped forward, stating, "As per your instructions, Randolph has been punished. How do you wish to proceed? What is your suggestion?" Sue Helen languidly twirled a waterflower fruit in her hand, showing little interest. The human Archmage replied, "His talent is quite commendable, with an overall rating of excellence. Moreover, he is the son of Duke Solom of the Sacred Tree Dynasty, and Master Cruz has also acknowledged his aptitude as a constructor. Therefore, I recommend that we retain his status as an apprentice. But he is, after all, the son of Duke Solom." The human Archmage cautiously reminded her. Even within the esteemed ranks of the Sacred Tree Dynasty, Duke Solom was a figure of significant importance. The Duke himself bears 3 illustrious titles: Dragon Slayer, Troll Terminator, and Infernal Hunter, standing on the precipice of legend, poised to step into the realm of the extraordinary at any moment, should hostilities truly arise. it is not certain that Duke Solem would succumb to Suhalen. Impatiently, Suhalen gestured to interrupt him, stating, Randolph is Solem's son, but Solem does not possess solely one heir. Moreover, aside from Randolph's mother, the remaining 11 wives of Solem would align themselves with us. Here is the proposal. I recall there are 2 other sons of Solem with considerable talent who would not bring disgrace to my name. Let us grant them the priority for this self-funded apprentice position. As long as Solem provides half of the originally pledged sponsorship fee, he shall secure this opportunity. With this sponsorship, Deep Blue shall not face any financial shortfall, correct? Suhalen turned to the gray dwarf, her face brimming with anticipation. The gray dwarf quickly calculated, furrowing his brow, and remarked, this would merely ensure coverage for the spring. Your mood, however, is bound to improve henceforth. Suhalen grew serious, her small hand grasping the fruit bowl, momentarily forgetting to toss any into her mouth. She pondered, conflicted, and ultimately, with a hint of anguish, confessed, my mood is beyond my control. What shall we do now? The dragons are already quite impoverished. I visited them one by one just last year, and returning now would yield little. Furthermore, they are retreating further away, making the journey increasingly arduous. Perhaps we should consider adding another self-funded apprentice position? The gray dwarf ventured tentatively. Before Suhalen could respond, an elder mage vehemently opposed, that is out of the question. The status of Her Highness's apprentice is of utmost significance. It cannot be trivialized. Having one is a temporary measure, but adding another is unacceptable. An abundance of apprentices lacking genuine merit would severely tarnish Her Highness's reputation and that of Deep Blue. Reputation may be a matter for the future, yet financial losses are immediate. Moreover, to become Her Highness's apprentice, even if self-funded, would be a coveted opportunity for countless prodigies. Can you bear to witness our youngest and most beautiful princess unable to revel in her desires? Moreover, one of her students is destined to become a grand architect. Beside this resplendent sun, all other stars shall fade into obscurity. The gray dwarf nearly erupted in fervor. Suhalen raised her small hand once more, prompting all the mages to fall silent, holding their breath in anticipation of her decision. After wavering between deficit and reputation multiple times, Suhalen ultimately arrived at a painful resolution. Let us indeed add another self-funded apprentice position. To alleviate her psychological burden, she promptly shifted her focus to Richard, declaring, now, let us examine what the future Grand Architect has accomplished. The financial pressure immediately elevated young Richard's prospects from Grand Architect to that of a Holy Architect. Chapter 20. An unexpected turn. Another mage produced 2 pages of documents and presented them before Suhalen. The legendary mage cast a sweeping glance. Leaping to his feet, has he truly improved the fireball spell? Let me behold these enhancements. A total of 7 modifications. Remarkable indeed. To be able to cast a 3rd-level fireball at the 1st rank, even I back in my day. The legendary mage suddenly cleared his throat before continuing. When I became a 1st-level mage, I could manage to cast the fireball spell 4 or 5 times at most. However, this young lad is undeniably a genius, not only as an artificer but also bearing the bloodline of Archimond. Hee ho ho, ha ha. Suhalen repeatedly scrutinized the 2 pages in his hands, seemingly unable to absorb enough of their contents, until he finally succumbed to laughter. Amidst his boisterous mirth, the legendary mage addressed the gray dwarf. Very well, let us adjust the budget for young Richard this month. Let us increase the allocation under my joy category. Before he could articulate the specific figures, the gray dwarf, well acquainted with the legendary mage's temperament, promptly interjected, Your Highness, you appear to be exceedingly jubilant at this moment. Though the legendary mage was unable to suppress his laughter, he opted to postpone the timing for the budget adjustment. At this very moment, the future Holy Artificer remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Young Richard stood stark naked in the bathroom, pouring a basin of cold water over his head with fervor. He had long since turned off the magical heating system in his living quarters, a comfort that maintained a constant temperature throughout the year, but at a cost of 1,000 gold coins per month. The icy water, adorned with frost, sent tremors through every muscle in Richard's body. Yet, it was only through this that he could quell the boiling blood surging within him. From the brawl with Poppin before the duel to the heart-stopping kicks in the arena, Richard now pondered the madness of his actions in that moment. Was it merely for Poppin's insult towards his mother? Surely, it was not solely for that reason. The moment he grasped Poppin's head and slammed it against the ground, as well as the intent to unleash a second fireball in the duel, were actions that could have cost a life. Despite retaining the innocence of a mountain youth, Richard believed that while Poppin deserved punishment, it was far from deserving of death. Yet, At that time, the insult ignited a torrent of heated blood rushing to his head, making him feel as though he had fallen into a furnace. Poppin became an object of unbearable hatred in Richard's eyes, to the extent that he felt tearing him apart would not suffice to dilute the animosity swelling within him. Thus, smashing Poppin's face into the ground was merely the beginning. In the arena, Richard was willing to overextend his magical power to ignite Poppin on the spot. The second fireball would undoubtedly transform Poppin, devoid of any magical defense, into a human torch, suffering excruciatingly until death. Overextending magical power is a cardinal sin for a mage. Depending on the extent, it could lead to a slowed recovery of magical energy, with the duration ranging from a month to several years. In severe cases, it could cause a mage's power to degrade, or even lead to death. This is a grave price to pay, yet Richard was prepared to sacrifice anything, seeking only to extinguish Poppin's life. However, even if you were to slay Poppin 100 times, it would not suffice to assuage the fury that resided within young Richard at that moment. When Richard awoke once more, it was already the third day following the duel. The remnants of his boiling blood still coursed through him, igniting an uncontrollable urge to confront Papong once more. Young Richard soon realized that his condition was decidedly abnormal. His temper had become unusually irritable, and a profound desire for violence surged from the depths of his heart, rendering him nearly incapable of restraining his actions. Even now, he felt an overwhelming need to shatter something, a desperate attempt to quietly release the fury that simmered within him. Suddenly, a splash of cold water fell upon him. Just as Richard struggled to lift the wooden bucket, a sweet, melodious voice rang out from behind. "Hey, is anyone in there? Come out and eat." The unexpected fright rendered Richard's mind a blank, reminiscent of his childhood when a wolf had stealthily pounced from behind in the woods. The instincts honed from his time in the mountains compelled him to drop the bucket and awkwardly lunge backward, preparing for a desperate struggle against the intruder. As he turned, Richard beheld a young girl standing at the doorway of the shower, peering inside. He recognized her as the very girl who had been delivering his bills. But he could no longer control his stiffened body, and he lunged directly at her, toppling her to the ground. Richard had grown to resemble a youth of 14 or 15, nearly matching the girl in height. Pinned beneath him, she let out a sharp cry of pain. "How is it you? How did you get in?" Richard struggled to maintain his limited clarity, his voice laced with astonishment. "I'm the one assigned to bring you meals now. But you were asleep. I've already come twice. How was I to know you'd suddenly vanish?" "Ouch." The girl spoke with an air of innocence, still dazed and aching from being knocked over and crushed beneath him. Though she was a certified second-rank mage, her physique was far from robust. Unlike warriors, most mages possessed bodies scarcely stronger than ordinary folk. As the weight of his body pressed down on her, a sudden flush bloomed across her cheeks. Instinctively, she raised her hands to push him away, but the moment her fingers met the firm contours of his youthful frame, she hesitated. Instead of resisting, her arms wound around him, her body writhing restlessly beneath his like a cat refusing to submit. Her eyelids fluttered half shut, her back arching as she rubbed the soft curves of her chest against the faint definition of his muscles. Whimpers still escaped her lips, but they no longer carried just pain. There was something breathless and dreamy in them now. Richard found the girl's reaction rather peculiar. She had initially intended to assist him in rising, yet suddenly transformed into an obstacle. However, her response ignited within him an unfamiliar flutter, a sensation that quickened his heartbeat for the first time in his 11 years of life. In an instant, Richard entertained the thought that remaining atop her was rather delightful, and he felt a reluctance to rise. The softness he sensed against his chest, was it truly the girl's bosom? Indeed, it was quite pleasant. If only it were a tad larger. This was not mere fanciful thinking, for it was supported by ample data. Richard had acquired nearly all the measurements of the girl's physique. Both precision and intellectual prowess coalesced at that moment, allowing him to formulate equations describing certain significant curves. Once again, numbers revealed to Richard the essence of beauty, albeit in an untimely manner. The impact of the fluttering sensation diminished significantly, obscured by a veil of numbers and formulas. Compared to other women etched in his memory, the girl's dimensions were indeed not particularly impressive. Yet, they were still commendable. Age, too, proved to be a critical variable influencing these key figures. The two talents worked in unison to rectify Richard's misguided perceptions. Just then, the girl suddenly thrust a lithe, elastic leg from beneath the hem of her magical robe, inserting it between Richard's legs and lifting it until it could penetrate no further. In that instant, Richard was beset by a whirlwind of disjointed numbers, swirling chaotically before him. Chapter 21. Irrigation. Richard was uncertain how he managed to rise to his feet. Yet ultimately, he freed himself from the girl's entanglement and stood upright. The girl's stamina was limited, and Richard's unexpectedly solid physique was exceedingly burdensome for her. After a few movements, she was drenched in sweat, her limbs feeling weak and fatigued. Upon witnessing Richard successfully standing, the girl was filled with frustration, nearly biting her lip in anger. Was it not said that noble boys begin to discern the differences between men and women by the age of 6? A 10-year-old noble youth should certainly possess such understanding. Many sons of affluent noble families have likely encountered numerous women by the age of 15. Yet, why did Richard appear so utterly oblivious? As a student of a legendary mage, what noble lineage could be more distinguished than his? It was inconceivable. Being a pupil of the prince, he must have deemed her inadequate. The girl was so distressed that she inadvertently voiced her troubled thoughts. What makes you think you are inadequate? Richard inquired, somewhat bewildered. Even now, he felt as though the events that had transpired were mere figments of a dream. With a determined bite of her lip, the girl softened and leaned against Richard's embrace. Observing her feeble demeanor, as if she might collapse onto the hard stone floor, Richard instinctively supported her. The girl took the opportunity to twist her supple waist, pressing her most prominent features against him. However, just as he steadied her, Richard could not help but draw in a sharp breath. One of the girl's hands discreetly grasped his lower body and began to rub vigorously. After a few moments, the sensations conveyed to her hand made it clear that he was a fruit on the verge of ripeness, nearly mature but still lacking a touch. Perhaps it would take a year, or merely a few months, and with ample nurturing, the time frame could shorten even further. Yet, at present, the fruit was still somewhat unripe. Nevertheless, a fruit is still a fruit, and like all those nearing maturity, with sufficient manipulation, it could likely be hastened to ripen. The girl bit her lip again, evidently pondering deeply. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to act, not out of a sudden pang of conscience, but rather due to the possibility that hastening the ripening process might cause harm to the fruit. Even if such risks were minimal, they could yield unforeseen repercussions. She was not willing to take such a significant gamble. Thus, Richard was finally able to don a dark, casual robe and take a seat at the dining table, gazing vacantly at a silver platter overflowing with roasted meat. This constituted his lunch, and dinner would offer a similarly generous portion. The roast weighed no less than 2 kilograms, not including 4 equally substantial side dishes and a large cup of an oddly flavored beverage whose name eluded him. In the past, this had been the entirety of young Richard's daily sustenance. Now, it was merely one meal, and he was compelled to finish it. Besides delivering the meal, the girl's other task was to ensure Richard completed his food. Although he grasped the knife and fork, Richard found it challenging to begin. He was indeed hungry, especially after the prolonged entanglement with the girl, which had quietly dispelled a vexing, mysterious energy. However, confronting such a vast quantity of food proved daunting, particularly as the roasted meat exuded a nauseating aroma. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, and as time passed, Richard felt the flow of blood within him quickening. He harbored a profound fear that consuming the meal would once again awaken that inexplicable, searing vitality. The young maiden, perceiving Richard's hesitation, smiled and encouraged, "Do indulge. A famous saying of His Highness is, to possess the strength of a dragon, one must first have the appetite of a dragon. Thus, the high-ranking sorcerers of the Deep Blue are known for their hearty appetites." Although a student of Sue Helen, whom he revered deeply, Richard found himself perplexed by his mentor's adage. Moreover, it was not merely the roasted meat. The flavors of the side dishes and the wine began to provoke a visceral response within him. With each new aroma that wafted into his nostrils, he sensed a vein of his blood stirring. Meanwhile, the young woman sat gracefully at the table, her elbows resting on its surface, chin cradled in her hands, observing Richard intently. Yet, he noticed that whenever her gaze flitted to the food, it would ignite with fervor, only to revert to an innocent demeanor afterward. Thus, Richard discerned that this luncheon was likely far from ordinary. "What kind of meat is this?" he inquired. "Ribs of the Komodo dragon," she replied without hesitation. "And the wine?" "It is the warrior's brew reserved for the elite soldiers of the Ashen Dwarfs from the Flame Canyon." "Ah, and these dishes? Wild garlic, blood parrot, kaboo berries, and SPI bluegrass. All are key ingredients in powerful potions, prepared using special techniques. Consuming them can enhance one's strength and constitution." The young woman seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of each dish, suggesting that this was not merely her area of expertise. Richard sensed that she was nearing the threshold of a third-tier mage. While third-tier sorcerers of her age were not uncommon, they were by no means prevalent. even within the deep blue. Richard nodded and beckoned to the girl, saying, "You should join me for a bite. I cannot possibly tackle all this alone." The girl gasped in surprise and quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no, they are far too expensive. I simply cannot afford them." "Consider it as aiding me in a little indulgence," Richard replied with a smile. When the mysterious, bubbling blood failed to disrupt the moment, Richard remained remarkably astute. The pastor had witnessed an abundance of upheaval, and hardship often accelerates a man's maturation. Upon hearing Richard's words, the girl inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Yet she still shook her head, saying, "It's not possible. I understand your kind intentions, but these are special formulations meant exclusively for men." What she left unspoken was that these foods would similarly hasten a man's maturation, albeit in a different manner. Such knowledge, however, was indeed not hers to possess. Richard glanced at the young girl once more, and without further hesitation, he commenced the earnest consumption of the food before him. He ate with remarkable speed and attentiveness, the constraints of time compelling him to focus intently on each task at hand. Finally, as he raised his glass and downed the pungent liquor in one swift motion, he noticed the girl's eyes flicker momentarily. In that instant, it seemed to her as though a somewhat unripe fruit was being ruthlessly nourished. Within 10 minutes, Richard had thoroughly cleared his plate, the silver dishes gleaming as if freshly washed. From the girl's reaction, he surmised that the upcoming month-end bill would undoubtedly feature an eye-catching figure. "I haven't yet asked your name," Richard suddenly remarked. The girl's body trembled slightly, her head lowering awkwardly as she replied, "I am Eileen Fyra." Eileen finally lifted her gaze, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she continued, in deep blue. "Tradition dictates that one must invest effort to earn gold coins. However, I possess a wealth of knowledge. You may inquire about anything pertaining to deep blue, and of course, a modest fee will be charged based on the rarity of the information." After tidying the tableware, the girl unexpectedly leaned toward Richard and pecked his lips swiftly, exclaiming, "Thank you," before darting away like the wind. Observing the girl's noticeably buoyant strides, Richard felt a surge of cheerfulness wash over him. However, the pen in his hand exhibited a rebellious nature, often veering off course when he wished it to pause. It soon dawned on Richard that he too was feeling somewhat amiss. His heartbeat raced far more than usual, and he found himself eagerly anticipating dinner's arrival. Though the localized magic circle was costly, its design was not particularly intricate, merely demanding high precision. Yet, this time, Richard devoted significantly more time than he would have for the most complex of magic circles. It seems my efficiency this afternoon has been somewhat lacking. Though perhaps not entirely, Richard pondered. The efficiency was merely a quarter of what it should be under normal circumstances, yet it provided an accurate answer. He could not deny that, at times, this talent was rather unlikable. At last, dinner time arrived. The girl approached with punctual grace, quietly observing as Richard swiftly and accurately devoured the food in his bowl. Before departing, she once again bestowed a gentle kiss upon his lips, then took his hand and placed it on her chest, flashing a mischievous smile as she declared, "You owe me a gold coin," and promptly exited the residential area. In the young man's eyes, Eileen's figure receded into the distance, joyous like a beautiful swallow. He paused, deep in thought, casting a glance back at the place from which Eileen had emerged. It was a residential zone, marked by a long wall with only a single metal gate, powered by a magic circle, indicating that the vast area beyond belonged solely to one master. "Did you just say this is the residence of that, Mr. Richard?" the young man inquired of the old mage. "Indeed. Richard is the latest student to be enrolled by His Highness. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is a true genius. One merely needs to glance at this residential area to understand that among the prince's students, only 2 individuals are privileged enough to inhabit such a vast space. Furthermore, there lies a monumental secret." At this juncture, the old mage feigned an air of mystery, lowering his voice. "Oh, what secret?" the young man inquired, leaning in with keen interest. The old mage glanced around discreetly before whispering in a tone barely audible to the two of them. "Mr. Richard is destined to become a future artificer." The young man's expression transformed into one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "What? Did you not just say he has barely turned 11? The old mage, agitated, hopped in place and urged, "Lower your voice. This is a secret. I mentioned he is a future artificer. Future." The young man, finally comprehending, remarked, "Incredible. Who has determined he possesses the talent for artificing? Princess Sahalan, perhaps? Who else but the princess?" The young man chuckled, producing a small pouch of gold coins and pressing it into the old mage's hand, saying, Thank you for divulging such a significant secret. Weighing the pouch in his hand, the old mage's face broke into a broad smile. This matter remained a secret solely for Richard amidst the depths of the deep blue. However, the old mage had become quite adept at exchanging secrets for coin from those who ventured anew into the deep blue. The young man cast a lingering glance at the entrance of the residential area before addressing the old mage. The time agreed upon with the teacher is fast approaching. We should proceed now. It would be quite impolite to keep the teacher waiting. Chapter 22. The Legend in the Private Library. Sahalan sat upright at the table, poring over a hefty tome of magic. Surrounding her in the air were hundreds of magical texts, some closed, others open, with certain pages standing upright to display their text or illustrations, awaiting selection. When the legendary mage required assistance, the books would autonomously glide to her side, flipping to the designated pages and adjusting their angles to present the content in the most readable manner. She furrowed her brow in concentration, flipping through the pages rapidly, occasionally making annotations on the sheets before her. This area, ostensibly a private library, boasted 70 rows of towering bookshelves, each 7 meters high, brimming with an array of magical texts, rivaling even the grand library of the principality. A beam of light streamed from the domed crystal ceiling, casting a vast spotlight at the focal point of the semicircular library where Sahalan sat illuminated. At that moment, the half-ajar door of the library was gently pushed open, and a gnome mage with graying hair and beard tiptoed in. Upon noticing the legendary mage diligently at work, the gnome instinctively softened his steps further and called out in the gentlest tone possible, "Your Highness." Startled, the gnome mage weighed the importance of delivering his message and, after a brief internal deliberation, spoke softly, "Your Highness, the son of Duke Solom has arrived and awaits your audience." The grand doors of the library suddenly swung open, and a magical tome, nearly half the height of a gnome wizard, soared forth, striking the gnome's back with a resounding thud. Instantly, he felt his internal organs churn violently, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. It was at that moment the gnome archmage comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suhailuan had indeed summoned him for a matter of utmost importance, one significant enough to risk incurring the wrath of Duke Solarum. An entire hour elapsed before the gnome archmage was finally called. He dashed into the library, where a slightly fatigued legendary mage tossed him a densely scribbled sheet of paper, instructing him to adhere to its contents before proceeding to the reception area. The displeased expression that lingered on the legendary mage's exquisite face from being interrupted in her work compelled the gnome archmage to adopt the most humble demeanor and a repentant expression as he watched her depart, only then taking the time to scrutinize the document. He was quite curious about what could warrant such attention from the esteemed princess. The paper contained a recipe, detailing 112 ingredients and 28 dishes, with measurements precise to the 10th of a gram and dining times accurate down to the minute. This culinary outline was intended for Richard, yet it spanned a mere month. The fact that a legendary mage devoted over 4 hours of her invaluable time to craft a monthly meal plan for Richard prompted the gnome archmage to reconsider his initial assessment. Perhaps Richard could indeed aspire to become a skilled construct master, and the notion of him evolving into a holy construct master now seemed plausible. After all, it was no small feat to command the attention of a legendary mage for several hours to tailor a monthly recipe. An ordinary construct master would hardly suffice. In a lavishly adorned small reception room, a young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the magnificent and grandiose iceberg bay. Although spring had arrived, the northern chill persisted, and scattered icebergs still floated on the surface, mingling with the vessels entering and exiting the harbor like pristine white sails. These might simply be larger ice floes, yet beneath them could lurk colossal drifting icebergs. Despite the deep blue waters being a non-freezing port, half the year demanded caution from seafaring vessels to avoid colliding with these floating giants. From the vantage point of the windows, the majestic Everwinter Mountains unfurled to the right, their steep cliffs and grand peaks enveloping the northern edge of the iceberg bay. The southern line, in contrast, was far more gentle, with only slight undulations in the terrain, blanketed by expansive, dense coniferous forests. Along the southern coastline lay a deep-water harbor, where, despite the winter season, more than half of the 12 berths were occupied by ships, including a magical ocean vessel nearly 100 meters long and over 30 meters tall. The dock bustled with activity, vehicles of various kinds lined up in long queues, revealing no signs of the off-season. The busy port signified prosperity, opportunity, and immense wealth. Amidst the distant horizon, a fluttering flag became discernible, heralding the arrival of yet another colossal ocean vessel, as evidenced by the numerous masts that followed. The young man gazed intently at the harbor. The faint smile that had graced his face now replaced by a contemplative expression. Aside from him, the only other occupant in the reception room was Minnie, who had nestled herself into a sofa, engrossed in the pages of a magical tome. However, her demeanor suggested a certain distraction. After waiting here for 4 long hours, she had long surpassed her limits. Yet, considering the close ties between their families, she was the only suitable companion for the young man, as his subordinates were not permitted to enter this place. What a breathtaking view! The young man suddenly exclaimed, his admiration evident. Minnie, feeling somewhat languid, raised her arm and stretched, her newly blossomed figure subtly revealing a touch of allure. Although her gaze remained fixed on the spellbook, her attention was momentarily diverted by a remark from Stevenson. However, it appeared that Stevenson from the ducal house of Solom was a dragon blood sorcerer, a rarity that seemed to bear little relation to a mechanist. The smile at the corner of the young man's mouth remained unchanged. That is precisely why I seek the personal guidance of Her Highness, Princess Sahalan. Master St. Cruz certainly possesses the ability to make me a mechanist, but it would require relinquishing my bloodline powers. I believe, Your Highness, you have the capability to unravel this conundrum. Minnie nodded slightly. In truth, sorcerers are already quite rare among mages, primarily relying on bloodline abilities for their casting, and generally can master only a limited number of spells, albeit with significantly greater potency than mages of the same tier. Dragon blood sorcerers represent one of the most exceptional branches of sorcerers, and even the most basic green dragon bloodline harbors the potential to become a grand magus. To forsake the abilities of a dragon blood sorcerer in favor of becoming a mechanist is indeed a daunting choice. On the other hand, this also underscores Stevenson's unique status. The Sacred Tree dynasty widely recognizes him as the most promising successor of the Solom family. The teacher may not necessarily agree to accept you, given your age, Minnie candidly expressed. Observing her slightly vexed demeanor, Stevenson added, once I become Your Highness's student, there will be many matters I shall need to consult you about. At the very least, I am quite unfamiliar with Deep Blue. Pausing for a moment, he continued, moreover, I sense that our relationship could be deepened further and connected in a more intimate manner, perhaps through an engagement. Stevenson smiled and remarked, beautiful Miss Minnie. As a direct descendant of a distinguished family, you must understand that our marriage need not be founded on affection. A mutual lack of aversion would suffice as a favorable outcome. What binds us are our families and interests, not to mention our shared passions. As for understanding, I already possess ample knowledge about you, for Randolph has gathered every piece of information he could find to ensure his proposal's success. Naturally, following this incident, similar intelligence has found its way to me. As for myself, I trust you have heard enough about me, and in the future, there will be ample time to deepen our acquaintance. Lastly, and perhaps most crucially, it is imperative for the House of Neo and the House of Solom to forge an alliance, one that must be sustained through a matrimonial union. Within the Neo family, there exists no better candidate for such a union than yourself. Therefore, if you choose not to accept my proposal, would you consider marrying one of my brothers instead? Stevenson smiled calmly and replied, that statement lacks honesty. Should you pursue such a course, you would inevitably sever ties with the Neo family. Without the support of the Marquis of Neo, I doubt you would be able to afford your tuition, which is merely a fifth of what you owe me. Furthermore, I have heard that Your Highness detests being indebted to others. Observing Minnie lost in contemplation, Stevenson shrugged and added, moreover, you see, I am not an unlikable individual. As for you, Miss Minnie, should I require a wife, it would be challenging to find anyone more suitable than yourself. I suggest you contemplate my proposal earnestly. But there is no need to rush into a decision. The greatest virtues of us sorcerers lie in our rationality and composure. At that moment, a voice drifted in from the hallway. Indeed, that is a virtue of sorcerers. However, sorcerers are not warlocks. Warlocks possess an inherent madness. Sahalan glided into the parlor, elegantly throwing herself onto the sofa in the main seat, tugging at the vibrant crimson silk draping beside her. With a melodious chime, the side door of the parlor swung open, and 6 black servants entered in a procession, bearing a designated red tea table, an incense burner, and, of course, a splendid golden basin filled with the legendary sorcerer's delicacies. Once she had settled comfortably, Sahalan commanded, bring black gold to me. An apprentice dashed off immediately, and moments later, the gray dwarf mage hurriedly arrived. Black gold, whose full name is Black Gold Saphiek Stormhammer, hails from one of the formidable tribes of gray dwarfs, significant enough to have established its own kingdom. Uniquely, black gold possesses a distinct aversion to spirits, yet shares a profound insight into ores and jewels. His unparalleled magical talent, fervent obsession with collecting gold coins, and exceptional acumen in appraisal ultimately secured him the esteemed position of the legendary sorcerer's treasurer. After glancing at a paper handed over by the Grey Dwarf, Sahalin's previously tense expression gradually relaxed. It was then that she recalled Stevenson was still present in the parlor. And she nodded toward him, saying, "You must be the Stevenson I've heard of. Not bad at all. You needn't stand, please. Have a seat." Stevenson chose a sofa at the edge, sitting upright with an unusually grave and somewhat pale countenance. While carefully perusing the documents in her hands, Sahalin remarked somewhat absent-mindedly, "A dragon-blooded sorcerer, quite rare indeed. Which dragon's lineage do you possess?" Her gaze skimmed over a line of small text, which black gold had underlined for emphasis. After perusing the text, the legendary mage, whose once slightly furrowed brow had begun to ease, was suddenly graced by a few rays of sunshine. Revealing an unexpected patience as he explained, "I have encountered many dragons, some of whom I have vanquished. Over time, I have accumulated an aura that instills a sense of dread among them. Given your draconic lineage, being in my presence must surely be uncomfortable for you. You are truly admirable," Stevenson remarked, his words sincere. The similar effect of reverse dragon fear emanating from Suhailuan was not a natural occurrence. Rather, it was a consequence of the curses accumulated from dragons in their dying moments, though the curse could not genuinely harm Suhailuan. The reverse dragon fear was not intended to assist the legendary mage in battle, but to serve as a warning to dragons. From over 100 kilometers away, they would sense Suhailuan's approach. Yet one must ponder how many dragons must fall for such an aura to manifest in this woman. "Ah, Stevenson, is it? Come. Have a seat. These fruits are quite delightful. You should try them." The legendary mage, in high spirits, felt compelled to share his snacks. After all, the list indicated that Duke Solom had provided full sponsorship rather than the agreed half. Stevenson complied, inching closer to Suhailuan, yet wisely refraining from touching her snacks, despite the temptation of a few items that beckoned him to indulge without restraint. After reviewing the list several times, Suhailuan reluctantly handed the paper to Heijin. Only then did she finally lift her gaze, scrutinizing Stevenson earnestly as she inquired, "How has Solom been faring lately? Has he ascended to legend yet? Surely he must have achieved that status by now?" Stevenson straightened, eagerly awaiting this question. "My father successfully ascended to the legendary realm at the end of last year, becoming a demonic shadow knight. The demonic shadow knight is a warrior endowed with formidable physical prowess and shadowy powers, exhibiting a remarkable resistance to various forms of magic, with complete immunity to many lower-tier spells. While their absolute offensive capability may not be overwhelming, their rapid attacks and swift movements rival those of high-tier rogues, allowing them to close the distance to their adversaries with skillful precision, thereby becoming nemeses to spellcasting professions, earning the title of Demon Slayer." In Stevenson's estimation, despite Solom's recent ascension, his substantial professional advantages would render him a formidable opponent for Suhailuan. Under this premise, Solom willingly offered a sponsorship fee double the agreed amount, and his formidable strength, coupled with a humble demeanor, should compel Suhailuan to regard him as a core candidate for development. Stevenson still pondered why, having established a price, his father would willingly sacrifice such a significant sum. Upon hearing of Solom's legendary status, Suhailuan was momentarily taken aback, inquiring further, "He ascended as a demonic shadow knight?" "Indeed, I can assure you of that." Suhailuan's expression froze momentarily before erupting into laughter. He chose to become a demonic shadow knight instead of the holy judicator, which would have been far more fitting for him. "Oh, that's Solom. It appears that the beating he endured years ago has indeed left him with a profound psychological scar, and quite a severe one at that. Huh. Does this fellow believe that by becoming a dark battle mage, he can exact revenge upon me? It seems I must bestow upon him an even more profound lesson. So he may comprehend that even as a legendary powerhouse, he must remain humble before me at all times. Oh, how delightful. I simply cannot wait any longer." The style of a legendary mage is characteristically swift and decisive. Even as I speak, I have already risen to my feet, instructing preparations for my journey while making my way to the terrace of the reception hall. Clearly, she intends to waste not a single minute, planning to soar directly southward to confront Duke Solarum in a duel. Now, he finally understands why Duke Solarum would willingly pay double the tuition, while cautioning him to never disclose that he has become a legend. Chapter 23, Shadows. The Deep Blue continues to function as usual, propelled by the torrent of gold coins, operating with a sense of urgency and order. Only little Richard observes that this month, Sue Hylowen's joy has unexpectedly surged to a record-breaking 800,000 gold coins. This is a substantial sum. Anywhere else it would be, but not in Deep Blue. Following this extraordinary increase in joy, Richard soon discovers that his coursework has also expanded. Particularly one class instructed solely by the Grand Mage, titled Fundamentals of Composite Magic Circles, naturally requiring high-grade materials to utilize alongside the composite magic circles. Thus, within the distorted pricing system of Deep Blue, Richard's considerable earnings are swiftly melting away like a snowball under the sun, with the expectation that by summer, his additional income will be entirely exhausted, necessitating a return to concerns about maintaining a balance between income and expenditure. Eileen continues to bring him meals daily. Richard's appetite has grown, and his methods of consumption have become increasingly peculiar, with stringent demands regarding timing and frequency. More painfully, the food has evidently taken on many bizarre flavors, some of which are nearly unbearable. Yet, under Eileen's companionship and explanations, the entire process has miraculously ceased to feel arduous. Each time Richard finishes his meal, Eileen engages with him affectionately, employing various methods, at times a kiss, at others a caress, or simply a warm embrace. Under the girl's guidance, little Richard has begun to grasp the structure of a woman's body. However, such intimacy occasionally stirs the boiling blood within Richard, requiring him to suppress it through a near meditative state. Yet, in his naive confusion, Richard senses that something significant is soon to transpire. The fruits remain unripe. Yet instinct compels him to explore deeper into the girl's body. However, the time left after the girl's meal is not extensive, lasting no more than 5 minutes. Each time, as the time approaches, she departs immediately, as precise as a magical pendulum. On this last day of the month, it is once again time for the customary post-meal dessert. This time, the girl clutches Richard's hand, gently exploring the massive mother-of-pearl button on his front, its surface exhibiting a slightly rough texture with intricate patterns, feeling exceptionally vivid under the heightened sensitivity triggered by food. Consequently, as her fingers glide over it, the subsequent sensation of touching another plush and sleek surface accentuates the stark contrast even more. Suddenly, young Richard felt an unusual restlessness coursing through his body. In a flurry, he glanced down to find that his buttons had come undone, revealing no hindrance beneath. At this moment, the allure of the young girl was almost lethal. With a sudden, forceful motion, he tore away the last remnants of her clothing, while she initially displayed a hint of panic before firmly grasping Richard's hand, urging him to stand upright. As she herself slid down against him, bowing her head, it was a fierce deluge, and the fruit was on the verge of ripening. Just as Richard anticipated another cascade, Eileen abruptly sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear, time is running out." She hastily secured her garments, seized the utensils, and fled. Would something transpire tomorrow? Richard pondered, his heart racing perilously close to its limits, the rapidity of its beats rendering him somewhat breathless. The following day, the expected event did not unfold. Eileen seemed preoccupied, her delicate face betraying an undeniable gloom. When Richard inquired, she refused to divulge anything. After their meal, Eileen took Richard's hand and placed it upon her chest, applying a gentle pressure before hastily departing. Intimacy comes at a price. Regardless of the degree of contact, Eileen demanded a gold coin. Well acquainted with the prices of the Deep Blue market, Richard understood that a single gold coin was scarcely substantial, perhaps insufficient to sate the girl's hunger. Thus, he continuously posed numerous questions to her, willingly paying for the answers. However, Eileen's pricing was strictly adhered to, charging precisely according to the value of the information itself, never taking a penny more. Nevertheless, the fruit had begun to ripen. Richard sensed the change in Aaron, yet no matter how persistently he questioned or subtly probed, he could not elicit a response. However, as he focused intently on his meal, his peripheral vision occasionally caught glimpses of Aaron's radiant smile, which was shadowed by another Aaron, one who was quietly weeping. Consequently, Richard's world became shrouded in darkness. Aside from his obligatory studies and training, he found it challenging to muster enthusiasm for anything else. The following month passed without noteworthy events, save for an encounter at a public lecture attended by hundreds, where a man named Stevenson approached him, introduced himself as a fellow student of Sahalan. Time flowed as usual, and summer arrived silently. Aaron grew increasingly hurried, clearly establishing a distance from Richard. Eventually, she ceased even accepting the daily gold coin he offered. As a result, the special meals became ever more difficult to swallow, while their portions continued to grow. Richard noticeably grew taller and more robust. His curriculum now included foundational physical training, employing methods akin to those of a professional warrior. Paradoxically, as time progressed, Richard's pace in magical training accelerated, a fact that astonished him, considering the bulk of his time remained consumed by demanding academic responsibilities. That evening, as was customary, Erin departed from Richard's living quarters. In the instant the heavy metal door closed, a magical symbol on the hem of her garment flickered, sending a wave of information far beyond. In the shadows nearby stood a mage, cloaked in dark robes, his piercing gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the girl, prompting her to quicken her pace involuntarily. Only after she had distanced herself did the mage glance at the magical timer in his hand, confirming that Erin had left Richard's residence within the allotted time. He nodded slightly, tightened his robe, and vanished into the depths of darkness. Erin hurried toward the passage leading to the upper levels. Although the teleportation magic circle was convenient, it came at a steep cost, affordable only to mages with formal positions in the deep blue. The passage, on the other hand, merely required time and effort. Anyone with a modicum of martial skill could ascend from the lower to the upper levels in one breath, making the walking passage the preferred choice for most. The girl hurriedly rounded a corner, only to be startled to find someone standing directly in her path, nearly colliding with him. With a gasp, her young body reacted swiftly, preventing an actual collision. She uttered an apology as she brushed past him, but he grasped her wrist firmly. It was an exceptionally strong grip, rendering Erin unable to break free, and her wrist throbbed as if the bones might crack. "Are you Erin?" inquired a tall young mage, his voice gentle. Yet the unwavering strength of his grip betrayed a less than amiable temperament. "I am Stevenson. Since you also profit from selling information, you should know who I am." The young mage smiled. Under the piercing and chilling gaze of the young man, Aileen felt as though she were a frog ensnared by a serpent. A sudden cold sweat breaking out on her skin, her damp clothes clinging uncomfortably to her body. When the youthful sorcerer uttered his name, her heart plummeted into icy despair. She was acutely aware of who Stevenson was. The deep blue belonged to Sahalan, and every time the prince accepted a student, it became the talk of the town. Although she could distinctly sense Stevenson's malevolence, his status rendered her powerless to resist, and a wave of despair washed over her. "Esteemed Mr. Stevenson, I have always departed punctually, without delay or any misconduct. Do you have any further demands of me?" Aileen exclaimed in a panic, her voice tinged with fear. Stevenson leaned slightly forward, bringing his face close to hers. His right hand first grazed the girl's waist, then traveled upward, exploring her not-so-busty yet remarkably supple form before lifting her chin, forcing her gaze upward. Their faces were so close that their noses almost touched. "I have heard that you receive a gold coin from Richard every day. Now, you are to recount to me the entire process by which this coin is acquired." Stevenson's voice dropped to a deep, sinister whisper, laced with an eerie hiss, reminiscent of a serpent flicking its blood-red tongue. As he spoke, he indeed appeared almost reptilian, extending a long tongue to brush against the girl's lips. Aileen felt a chill envelop her. Stevenson emanated an aura that instilled profound terror within her, causing her body to stiffen, akin to the sensation of being under a mild fear spell. This must be some form of bloodline ability. Yet it deepened her sense of hopelessness, for to manifest such power at such a young age was rare even in the deep blue. However, Stevenson's words sparked a glimmer of resolve in the girl. She found an unexpected strength and abruptly pushed him away, shouting, "You are not a member of the law enforcement sorcerers." Stevenson paused in surprise, then chuckled with intrigue, saying, "I never anticipated you to be so astute." "Indeed, I am not a member of the law enforcement sorcerers, but in the deep blue, everyone has a corresponding price." And the girl was acutely aware of her own worth. She believed that no sane individual would relinquish the identity of a legendary sorcerer's apprentice merely to possess her body. True to her instincts, Stevenson remained stationary, showing no intent to advance further. Aileen dared not provoke him excessively. He possessed a quality that sent shivers down her spine. Thus, she did not linger and swiftly turned towards the direction of the teleportation array. Even if it meant incurring significant expense, she was unwilling to draw closer to Stevenson again. "Perhaps you might reconsider," came Stevenson's voice from behind her, accompanied by the enticing sound of clinking gold coins that made her hesitate. Surely she was safe now, she mused, her heart racing ever faster. Stevenson stood still, regarding her like a wolf eyeing its prey, his smile calm and self-assured. A finely crafted leather pouch danced in his right hand, producing an enchanting symphony of clinking coins. Though modest in size, it was sufficiently plump, and upon her first glance, Aileen was convinced of her initial assessment. It contained at least 200 gold coins. Moreover, her extensive experience, keen perception, and the dimly lit surroundings revealed that the pouch emanated a faint magical glow. This was a pouch crafted from enchanted leather. Such leather is notoriously expensive, and a pouch made from it is even rarer. Only the true scions of noble families could ever afford such extravagance. The enchantments on the pouch could either enhance its actual storage capacity or reduce its weight and that of its contents. Even the most basic decorative enchantments would significantly elevate the pouch's value beyond the mere gold it could hold. Stevenson's smile grew increasingly serpentine. While the frog felt powerless to escape. I touched you earlier. This is your rightful reward. Come here, take it. Eileen felt a dryness in her throat, rendering her speechless. She yearned to turn and flee, yet her feet moved inch by inch toward Stevenson, her mind a cacophony of conflicting thoughts. He wouldn't force me again. And since he has already touched me, this money is merely compensation for what has transpired, isn't it? Amidst her turmoil, Eileen suddenly realized she had unconsciously approached Stevenson. It was as if he could read her thoughts. He grasped her hand, placing the pouch in her palm, and with a devilish smile declared, "The pouch is yours as well. But I..." Eileen's throat felt too parched to articulate a coherent sentence. Everything felt amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Stevenson stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no intent to pressure her, instead saying, "There's no rush. You may ponder it at your leisure. My offer remains valid for a month." In a sudden burst of impulse, Eileen turned and fled. Behind Stevenson, Minnie appeared like a specter. Her pale eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the girl, she coldly remarked, "Those living on the fringes would do anything for money. Is this the sort of person you desire? If so, you shall not lay a hand on me." Stevenson chuckled darkly, asserting, "Our engagement has been established, and according to the rules, I am entitled to do as I please." He yanked Minnie forward, his right hand plunging into her mage robes, groping her forcefully. Minnie's face paled with anger, yet her struggles were futile. 17-year-old Stevenson was robust and entirely overpowered the still youthful Minnie. "The teacher will not spare you," Minnie cried out, her voice tinged with hysteria. She flailed her arms and kicked in futile resistance, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was a sorceress, a newly minted young woman. "Teacher?" Stevenson sneered. "Without the financial backing of the Solom family, would you even be able to afford the tuition at Deep Blue? In just a month's time, so much has changed. Without our assistance, the Marquis of Neo might struggle to retain his own territory. Does he truly wish to exchange every gold coin for enchanted arrows, while also providing for a prodigious daughter studying at Deep Blue? Do not be naive. If he possessed genuine capability, why would he sell you to Solom?" Upon hearing the word sell, Minnie's complexion instantly paled, in light of the transactional nature behind this paper marriage. The stark and urgent exchange of benefits bore a striking resemblance to a mere sale. "Without me, dear Miss Minnie, your idyllic existence at Deep Blue, the resplendent aura of a legendary mage's direct disciple, will vanish by tomorrow. Have you truly contemplated this?" Stevenson's words were as chilling as the winds of a frozen hell, rendering Minnie rigid with fear, her struggles becoming increasingly feeble. His hand, equally frigid, slowly descended. "Dear Miss Minnie, if you have made your decision, please part your legs." Minnie suddenly trembled violently, tears streaming from her tightly shut eyes. Stevenson then resumed his elegant aristocratic tone, even smiling as he said, "As for Erin, my interest in her is singular. Our little Richard seems to harbor some affection for her, hence I must first claim her as my own. And regarding Richard, you will undoubtedly assist me. Having said so much, you should realize that little Richard is our mutual adversary. Thus, assist me, dear." Stevenson patted Minnie's face and then observed with satisfaction as her gaze towards Richard's residence became tinged with unmistakable hatred. Chapter 24. If in winter, the heart state shall change. Richard was acutely aware that Erin had undergone significant changes in recent days and sensed her troubled heart, yet the underlying reasons eluded him, as his inquiries yielded no fruitful results. In this moment, he realized that apart from Erin, he had no one with whom to converse. Indeed, in the depths of the Azure world, he found himself utterly friendless. Although he was a direct disciple of the esteemed Suhailuan, he had encountered his mentor merely thrice in the span of a year. It was remarkable that, aside from the sorcerers who taught him, he had spent the most time with Erin. Whenever solitude enveloped him, the ache in Richard's heart became painfully pronounced, sometimes akin to the fierce flames that only flicker in the depths of dreams. Only when he immersed himself in the vast realms of magic and knowledge could he regain his composure, focusing on intricate formulas, curves, magical energies, and creatures from other dimensions. Summer felt as relentless as winter. This summer, Richard's growth was nothing short of astonishing. In every academic domain, he experienced a remarkable outpouring of talent, often delivering results that left even the most seasoned sorcerers speechless. Aside from the praises for the sagacious and eternally correct Su Heluan, no other words were necessary. Within a remarkably brief period, Richard's magical prowess surged once more, and by the end of summer, he was poised to meet the criteria of a level 2 mage. Beyond the realm of magic, Richard's performance was equally breathtaking, in subjects such as philosophy, history, politics, and economics. The young boy absorbed knowledge like a parched desert, thirsting for every drop. Even the most fastidious of painters fell silent upon viewing a piece submitted by Richard. It depicted the silhouette of a young girl, clutching a large, temperature-regulated food container, hastily walking into a dim corridor. The fleeting outline captured her repression, sorrow, and a hint of confusion and fear. Even the fluttering edge of her magical robe suggested an imminent departure with the wind. For reasons unknown, the food container appeared to be the focal point of the composition, with brushstrokes differing from those used for the figure. While the portrayal of the girl was dynamic and masterfully rendered, the container seemed to remain motionless, heavy as if it were a boulder, pulling at the viewer's heart with an unsettling gravity. The canvas was monochromatic, devoid of any additional materials, entirely delineated by a magical quill, with countless fine lines of varying depths creating a suffocatingly exquisite image. The painting captivated the great artist for a full hour, yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Finally, with a profound sigh, he remarked to his assistant that when the representation of reality surpasses a critical threshold, it transcends into art. This piece, merely a fleeting moment captured, was sufficient to achieve eternity. The assistant was left speechless, astonished that such a simple monochrome sketch could elicit such high praise from the master. However, as one of the few who nearly reached the pinnacle of the sacred alliance of art, the master's judgment could not be doubted. Having received the master's commendation, the painting could easily fetch tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world. The only factor hindering its further appreciation was Richard's continued existence, which seemed destined to endure for quite some time. However, it is likely that such a masterpiece may not be created by Richard for a considerable period in the future. The master, lost in contemplation for a long while, finally shook his head solemnly, gesturing for his assistant to leave. He then positioned himself before the easel, fixating intently on the portrait of the young girl. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened, casting a shadow over the studio, yet a flicker of ethereal fire, ignited purely by magic, appeared beside the master, adding a dim glow to the room. In that subdued light, the subtle allure of the delicate sketch was unveiled without reservation, immersing the viewer in an atmosphere of darkness, coldness, and vastness, as if traversing an endless corridor. The master had not witnessed the joy of the legendary mage for several months. This painting it was so evocative that the master could not feign ignorance of its profound essence. It signified a peculiar circumstance, one specifically enumerated by the legendary mage as needing to be reported. The repercussions of failing to do so were all too clear to the master, and he could only imagine the ensuing wrath of the legendary mage. Between the realms of art, conscience, and the joy of Su Helen, the master could still struggle. However, when confronted with the choice between conscience and the fury of Su Helen, he found himself devoid of any option. With a pained expression, the master removed the portrait of the girl, meticulously wrapped it, and hastily exited the studio. An hour later, the portrait was presented before Black Gold. The gray dwarf made the master wait a full 40 minutes, emerging from a workbench cluttered with gemstone ores that blocked half the passage, then spent a minute listening to the master's explanation. The deep blue world was one of magic and gold, yet it held no place for art. The gray dwarf stood with one foot on the slope of the peak of magic and the other atop the summit of gold, rendering his physical stature barely reaching the master's chest, while his psychological elevation was the stark opposite. The gray dwarf hardly absorbed any of the master's detailed explanation. He bypassed all the explanatory phrases and grasped the crux. Richard's work was one of the situations specifically requested to be reported by Her Highness Su Helen. Upon hearing this, Black Gold dared not be negligent, carefully tearing open the wrapping with his rough, calloused hands, akin to the hardened scales of a beast, revealing the portrait within. Silence enveloped the room. The gray dwarf's eyes were fixed intently on the portrait, his lips moving rapidly as if in quiet soliloquy. The master, deeply astonished, had not anticipated that Black Gold could perceive the painting's radiant charm and be moved by it. Suddenly, the master questioned his previous biases against the gray dwarfs, who had claimed that this race was devoid of an appreciation for art. Black Gold exhaled a heavy breath, rubbed his sore eyes, and said, "Is that all?" The master, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Ah, yes, but the painting is yet to be colored, hasn't he it?" The master found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his feelings regarding the outburst of the black gold, and could only guide patiently. "Look closely. This painting captures that fleeting moment." The gray dwarf followed his instruction, scrutinizing the artwork repeatedly, yet ultimately concluded that it required some color. As he departed from the black gold's office, the master's heart felt as desolate as Richard's, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of defeat that nearly obliterated his confidence in art. He could never comprehend why this connoisseur of jewels, magical artifacts, and antiques was so utterly ignorant of painting, with every untrained remark delivering a profound blow. Behind the master, the two ancient bronze doors of the gray dwarf's office slowly closed. These doors towered at twice the height of those in ordinary spaces, signifying that the office's ceiling was equally lofty. Thus, these splendidly archaic doors, representing wealth and status, had always been a source of envy and resentment among many in the deep blue. The reason the gray dwarf, standing at merely half the height of an average human, had fashioned his office so grandly was all too evident. As the doors sealed shut, the gray dwarf let out a chilling laugh, murmuring to himself, "The boss's delight is not so easily attained." Within his cabinet, if one included this portrait of the young girl, the events that might please Sue Helen had already filled more than half the space, totaling 67 items. The last morsel of pastry was swallowed by Richard with unwavering determination. And then he lifted his gaze to meet the girl's for the first time, instinctively wishing to express his gratitude. However, the sequence of numbers that appeared on her body rendered him utterly paralyzed. The girl had transformed, in this digitized vision. Previously subtle changes were magnified to an alarming degree right before his eyes. Her bosom had slightly enlarged, and the disparity between the two sides was evident. Clearly not a result of natural growth, but rather of external injury. Her movements seemed awkward, particularly as her legs occasionally quivered gently and her waist subtly shifted, as if the plush seat beneath her was causing her discomfort. Moreover, her eyes appeared somewhat swollen and redder than usual, suggesting she had cried recently. Today, the young sorceress's robe was wrapped particularly tightly, yet in a moment of unguarded motion, a bruise on her neck was revealed. Her heartbeat raced far quicker than normal, a rhythm Richard recognized only from moments of immense significance. All these signs coalesced in Richard's mind, conjuring an answer that felt utterly unbelievable. At the tender age of 11, he had been oblivious to the early enlightenment experienced by noble children at 7 or 8, but now, having turned 11 and a half, with Eileen guiding him through much of this journey, he was well aware of all that inevitably transpires between adult men and women. "You have a man?" Richard's voice emerged dry and hoarse, nearly indistinguishable to his own ears. Eileen's body trembled slightly, her complexion paling in an instant. As the truth unfolded, she gradually regained her composure, brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair by her cheek, and confessed, "Yes, just last night." Richard inhaled deeply, closing his eyes, resolutely dismissing the disheartening numbers that danced before him. "Why?" His voice was as calm as Aaron's, yet imbued with a chilling coldness. "I need money. I have plenty." Since he became aware of Aaron's transformation, Richard, like a fledgling bird breaking free from its shell, began to explore the world beyond his previous confines. Though he still lacked even a single friend to converse with, Richard had at least come to understand that he could not measure others in the deep blue by his own standards. Take consumption, for instance. His monthly income was sufficient to afford a comfortable life for dozens within the deep blue. Erin's complexion was pale as she gazed deeply at Richard, shaking her head. Her voice soft yet resolute. "But I do not wish to profit from your wealth." The metallic isolation door gradually closed, and as the heavy thud echoed, Richard felt as though he had suddenly lost all strength, slumping against the chair's backrest. He clutched his hair tightly, desperately attempting to convince himself that nothing had transpired moments ago. Yet, not only two enlightening talents, but even all the traits cultivated in his youth were incessantly reminding him of this cold and harsh reality. However, he could not comprehend why Aaron would refuse to accept his money. At that moment, Richard did not yet grasp that in youth, individuals often cling to inexplicable convictions that stir their souls, yet inadvertently allow the truly significant aspects of life to slip through their fingers. Autumn felt akin to winter. The early autumn in the ice-flow bay was already quite frigid, and late autumn bore no distinction from the harshness of winter, discernible only by the lingering vibrant hues of vegetation yet to fade. Throughout the autumn, Richard erupted like a long-dormant volcano, unleashing tremendous energy. His fervor for learning and insatiable thirst for knowledge left even the grand sorcerers, who had been astonished by the pace of summer, once again astounded. They could scarcely believe that one individual could so thoroughly exploit their time, and all of this was undeniably manifesting within Richard's diminutive frame. Richard's meticulously adjusted schedule left him no room for contemplation, his utilization of time honed to the precision of seconds. Each day, utterly fatigued, he would instantly clear his mind, collapse onto his bed, and succumb to slumber, relinquishing even the most basic vigilance acquired from his life in the mountains. Only in this manner could Richard attain the deepest sleep, restoring the energy required for a day's worth of study within a mere 3 hours, allowing the magical rejuvenation of those 3 hours to rival the benefits of meditating for the same duration. Reports flew towards the black gold like snowflakes, inciting a furious outburst from the gray dwarfs. He exerted every effort to minimize the volume of documents sent to the legendary mage's desk, lest the excessive joy of Her Highness Sue Helen jeopardize the already fragile financial equilibrium of the Deep Blue. Yet, the power of the gray dwarves was sometimes limited, and an avalanche of records danced through every corner of Deep Blue, with many reports possessing sufficient energy to bypass him entirely and reach Sue Helen directly. Consequently, the financial balance of Deep Blue began to teeter precariously. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Duke Solom suddenly provided a substantial sponsorship, while another self-funded disciple-esque qualification fetched an exorbitant price at auction in one of the 3 great human kingdoms, thus adding 2 significant veils of modesty to Deep Blue's autumn and winter financial report. However, the Grey Dwarves were not a short-sighted race, and Black Gold possessed a long-term strategic vision, often worrying about Deep Blue's financial state 3 centuries hence. Yet the stark reality was that it would not take 3 centuries. By next spring, survival would become untenable. Day by day, the Grey Dwarves withered, their robust forms miraculously revealing a hint of gauntness, while ill-fitting coats fluttered with each curse-laden punch, reminiscent of the fragile balance on their ledgers. He grappled daily with a deluge of numbers, yet income remained stable, while expenditures were perpetually elusive, with every unexpected overage bringing little solace. Each eroded profit felt to Black Gold like a piece of his own flesh being brutally excised. Nevertheless, the legendary mage's delight was impervious to the will of the Grey Dwarfs. At times, she would even cheer for Richard's minor achievements. In this autumn, the sole inhabitant of Deep Blue who wished to avoid witnessing Sue Helen's elation was the Grey Dwarf. In moments of utter despair, he even contemplated the idea of tapping into Sue Helen's personal purse. If only the princess would open even a small corner of her coin pouch, Deep Blue's plight would be swiftly resolved. Black Gold had once been intoxicated by this notion, envisioning the delicate purse filled with untold treasures of dragons. However, fortune smiled upon him as he quickly regained his senses, realizing the sheer folly of such an idea. Even dragons dared not covet Sue Helen's purse, let alone a mere Grey Dwarf. Yet, Black Gold was undeterred. He swiftly found his own motivation. If he could not resolve the present predicament, what purpose would he serve? A financial officer was not merely a keeper of accounts. That was work even high elves could manage. The Grey Dwarves were withering, while Richard, equally troubled, found himself in stark contrast. On the final day of late autumn, Richard stood bare before the floor-to-ceiling mirror, meticulously scrutinizing his reflection. Before him was a physique that began to manifest the essence of masculinity, characterized by broad shoulders, nascent pectoral muscles, a sharply defined waist, taut and powerful hips, and legs that, though slender in an elfin manner, brimmed with latent vigor. His face bore subtle changes. Perhaps it was the result of a prolonged absence of laughter, or the consequence of extended silence and contemplation. The remnants of youthful softness and innocence that lingered in spring had completely faded, revealing pronounced angles akin to steel hewn from a giant's axe, with each contour concealing flowing magma within. As for his eyes, they were tranquil like a deep abyss, somber, frigid, and unfathomably profound. Richard's heart stirred slightly as his gaze fell upon his lower body. There, his masculine attributes stood proudly erect, ever poised for conquest, already remarkable and with ample room for future growth. Upon seeing this impressive manifestation, a long-forgotten smile graced Richard's lips. He had become a man. Yet, at that moment, Aaron's clear yet weighty voice unexpectedly pierced his thoughts. Yes, just last night. Why? I need money. I have plenty, but I do not wish to profit from you. Approaching the iron automaton, Richard assumed his customary stance, legs shoulder-width apart, flawlessly preparing to strike, inhaling deeply. The surface of the automaton gleamed, reflecting Richard's visage with clarity. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of his own reflection in the armor ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. He loathed himself, and even more so for not having recognized Aaron's plight sooner, allowing his own despair to fester in silence, culminating in an intolerable outcome. This rage awakened his latent bloodline. His blood surged and boiled, transforming into a torrent of molten lava that surged to his head. The burning blood suddenly endowed Richard with boundless strength, each vein threatening to rupture under pressure, every meridian seemingly on the brink of bursting. He unleashed a primal roar, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to the chest of the iron automaton. The steel-crafted chest caved in with a resounding impact, even revealing faint cracks. Not just his fist, but a portion of Richard's forearm sank into the automaton's chest, the sheer ferocity of his strike creating a swirling vortex of suction. The automaton becoming ensnared upon his fist, the deformation expanding further. Finally, as the unleashed force dissipated, the contorted automaton was violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall and warping once more. This was a standard magic automaton, possessing defensive capabilities comparable to military-grade half-armor. This meant that Richard's punch was potent enough to slay a knight clad in half-steel armor from the front. In terms of energy equivalence, it was akin to a weakened fireball spell. Thus, on this day, as autumn transitioned into winter, Richard awakened his first bloodline ability, eruption. Winter's chill was indeed upon him. The artworks presented by Richard leave the master breathless, each one more evocative than the last. They are all rendered in monochromatic strokes, meticulously crafted with delicate feather quills. Initially, the compositions displayed an emphasis on structure and chiaroscuro, featuring a myriad of characters. According to the master's teachings, the presence of figures imbues a painting with soul. However, in Richard's submissions, the human figures gradually diminish, while the atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive. Eventually, the canvases are devoid of any living beings, and even the landscapes become indistinct. Yet, in the master's discerning eyes, these pieces possess an escalating potency, akin to the dark sea of night, where only the faintest ripples betray the impending tempest. The master occasionally finds himself irresistibly drawn to scrutinize the lines, each stroke, each curve. Each smooth delineation seems to resonate with the anguished cries of souls from the depths of despair. Even a single line exudes such formidable power. The master struggles to envision what Richard must have been like during the act of creation. One day, despite being merely a 12th-level sorcerer, he suddenly realizes that the psychological impact of these works is becoming overwhelming. Yet, the duty of a mentor compels him to meticulously examine each of Richard's paintings. Richard's paintings increasingly featured a diminishing use of light, and the objects within them grew ever more indistinct as vast swathes of shadow began to dominate the canvas. One fateful day, when Richard submitted a work composed entirely of chaotic lines, the master, in a fit of rage, shattered everything in the studio that could be broken. During the winter, two minor incidents slightly disrupted Richard's life. The first occurred during a class when he once again encountered the young sorcerer who introduced himself as Stevenson. The young mage was exceedingly warm and impeccably courteous, displaying the refined etiquette befitting a scion of nobility. Their shared status as disciples of Suhalen naturally fostered a sense of camaraderie between them. Also present was Minnie, another student of the legendary magician, who, despite her usual icy demeanor, appeared animated and lively at that moment. After listening for a while, she not only joined the conversation but also initiated several topics of discussion. The second minor incident was yet another fleeting glimpse of Eileen. It was merely a distant silhouette amidst the bustling crowd of the largest trade district on the lower levels. In that moment, Richard recognized her instantly. Eileen was accompanied by a man who openly embraced her waist in an intimate manner. Their destination was inconsequential, as was the nature of their activities, for it was clear that everything that needed to be done had already transpired, whether more or less was of no significance. Richard did not pursue further, nor did he cast a second glance. The young man beside Aaron bore some resemblance to Stevenson, yet Richard refrained from making any further comparisons. The identity of the girl as companion had become inconsequential, prompting Richard to erase both her and the man from his thoughts with remarkable ease, while forgetting remained a challenge. Alleviating the pain presented numerous alternatives. This might be regarded as one of Richard's small victories during this winter. Chapter 25. Break through these two seemingly trivial matters. Particularly witnessing Aaron in an intimate moment with another man, indeed left an impression on Richard, though he was unaware of it at the time. The following morning, the entire bay remained enveloped in slumber. As winter deepened and the eternal night approached, The sun's appearance was still far off. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the brightness outdoors. The ground, hills, vegetation, and inland rivers were all encrusted with ice, solidly frozen and reflecting a spectrum of blue and white light. Only the surface of the harbor's waters continued to ripple gently. Richard began to open his eyes, observing the world around him. The first thing that captured his gaze was the myriad of individuals, clad in deep blue. The ones he interacted with most were still those venerable magisters who imparted their wisdom to him. Yet, in Richard's perception, they transformed from mere alchemical automatons, endlessly dispensing their extensive knowledge, into vibrant beings, humans, elves, dwarves, and even dark elves. The magisters possessed their own emotions, joys, and sorrows, along with their vested interests. They regarded each individual with a unique perspective, their attitudes varying accordingly. Every gesture, every raised eyebrow, every glance, and even identical phrases delivered with differing intonations and speeds reflected distinct conclusions in Richard's newfound reality. As Richard's understanding of the magisters deepened, and his observations grew increasingly meticulous, he amassed a rich tapestry of comparative memories. He suddenly discerned that many of the words spoken by his teachers, as well as their myriad expressions, concealed deeper meanings. Gradually, he began to unveil these hidden truths. The magisters, each specializing in different realms, maintained varied relationships. Some fields were closely aligned, while others bore no relation whatsoever. Those magisters within similar domains often harbored strained relations, occasionally engaging in blatant rivalry, reminiscent of the dynamic between Popovich and Riley. In contrast, magisters from unrelated fields tended to enjoy a more harmonious rapport, many of them being good friends. Upon reflecting on these observations, Richard contemplated the underlying thread connecting these phenomena: competition, driven by the pursuit of profit, epitomized by gold. With his eyes wide open, Richard also gleaned much more. For instance, he finally understood the sudden influx of geometry, mathematics, painting, and magical array courses, as whispers of his future as a construct master reached his ears. It dawned on him that his teachers intended to cultivate him towards becoming a construct master, though a boy raised in the mountains. Richard had long since expanded his horizons during his year in the Deep Blue. Nevertheless, while construct masters enjoyed a prestigious status, Richard regarded them with a tranquil indifference. Under the subtle influence of Alani over the past decade, he was unaware that he had developed a heart capable of remaining unfazed by praise or disdain. Regardless, now that he was aware of his teacher's expectations, Richard resolved not to disappoint them. Children from the mountains are inherently stubborn and possess clear distinctions between love and hate. Richard, possessing keen intellect and having endured numerous tribulations, was far more mature than his peers. He recognized his unique position within the Deep Blue and understood the extent of the joy his monthly achievements brought to his teachers, which could drive many to madness. Many with ulterior motives, despite their eyes filled with envy, desire, and predation whenever they gazed upon Richard, maintained a respectful distance, wary of employing their schemes against him. The incident with Peipan had merely been an unfortunate anomaly, a folly committed by a few naive noble scions unaware of the world's depths. Furthermore, Richard had already discerned that no matter where he wandered, one or two individuals always trailed him from afar. Whether it was Richard's own feelings or the piercing gazes of the crowd, which ranged from malevolent to fearful retreat, he understood that this was not surveillance but rather protection. Thus, whenever he recalled his teacher's boisterous personality and their relentless pursuit of wealth, a gentle warmth would surge within him. This was the sole comfort he found amidst the chill of winter. Fortunately, during those aimless days, Richard's studies remained unaffected. Instead, he thrived in the realm of magic. Just the thought of this brought a sense of solace to his burgeoning maturity. Aside from the intact head, the steel automaton had become severely contorted and deformed, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. This was the result of Richard's repeated use of his explosive bloodline abilities to strike. The surrounding walls were also marred with numerous dents and divots, the marks left by the automaton's relentless assaults. Richard approached the puppet and gently caressed its weathered, pockmarked surface. Within the indentations lay sharp edges and jagged cracks. The marks were not solely the result of his fists, but also of his elbows, shoulders, knees, and even his skull. Several of these depressions were stained with dried blood, remnants of pain that had lingered far too long. Experiencing a subtle sting at his fingertips and gazing at the bloodstains, Richard realized that the winter he had envisioned as busy and tranquil was, in truth, far from serene. The anguish had persisted, buried so deeply that he had nearly convinced himself he had forgotten it. The head of the iron puppet remained intact, its smooth, rounded surface reflecting Richard's somewhat distorted visage. The puppet was in a state of disrepair, with many connections barely holding together by a thin line, perhaps on the verge of detaching with another blow. Richard smiled, patted the puppet's face, and strode confidently toward his bedroom. The following day, there was a painting class. After an entire session devoted to art appreciation theory, a dozen students politely submitted their assignments and gradually departed. Richard was the last to approach. For reasons unknown, the master felt an unsettling discomfort upon seeing the still youthful Richard, instinctively averting his gaze from the boy's eyes. The mere thought of the paintings Richard had submitted made the master feel as though a damp, icy creature clung to him, an inescapable sorrow weighing heavily upon his heart. As the master glanced at Richard's submission, he noted it was merely a small painting, measuring 30 centimeters square, and he exhaled in relief. Doesn't this piece appear far more pleasing? Richard's soft-spoken words instantly sent a chill down the master's spine. He instinctively leapt from his chair, nearly tripping over the hem of his robe. However, he could not afford to be flustered. Pointing at Richard, he stammered, "You in contrast." Richard remained as composed as an iceberg, his smile radiating elegance and beauty, evoking a temptation akin to a devil's whisper. Yet the master understood the harrowing toll that such a lure would exact. It could lead to a soul's eternal descent into the abyss. As he beheld Richard's rare smile, beads of cold sweat trickled down the master's back, and he felt an even deeper chill as he recalled that Richard was merely 12 years old. The master longed to ask Richard how he had come to discern his feelings, but the words remained unspoken. Regardless of how Richard had acquired this knowledge, the truth was now evident. After regaining some composure, the master recognized that Richard undoubtedly had more to say. This 12-year-old boy evoked a sense of utter inscrutability within him, while the paintings incessantly reminded the master of the turmoil lurking deep within the young artist's soul. Taking a deep breath, the master adjusted his attire, embracing the demeanor befitting a mentor. He seated himself and gestured for Richard to do the same. Richard did not take a seat. Instead, like any ordinary apprentice seeking academic counsel, he respectfully bowed to the master and then, with the grace and poise of a trained individual, inquired, "Master, first and foremost, I would like to ask you to enlighten me about the realm of the artificer." The master, taken aback, shook his head and replied, "I am not an artificer, merely a 12th level mage of little consequence. If you seek knowledge pertinent to the artificer, you would be better served by consulting Archmage Phil, who instructs you, or Archmage Hero. Their expertise in arcane runic constructs far surpasses my own." Richard interrupted the master, saying, "No, I do not seek to inquire about the specialized knowledge of magical constructs. Rather, I wish to understand what a construct master does in the outside world, their responsibilities, and how they lead their lives. Furthermore, I am curious about the renowned construct masters of the present day, their life experiences and achievements before and after their rise to fame. I wish to know these matters. Teacher Phil and Teacher Hero spend most of their time in the deep blue, unlike you, who have traversed the continent and were once a distinguished guest of the 3 great empires. Surely, you possess more knowledge on these subjects." Richard's inquiries once again left the master momentarily stunned. He could not fathom why Richard would pose such questions, seemingly trivial and akin to mere curiosities. However, a potential explanation crossed his mind, though it felt somewhat incredulous. Logically speaking, these were not matters one would expect a 12-year-old to contemplate. Yet, exercising caution, he inquired further, "Why do you wish to know this?" A cold sweat broke out on the master as he recognized that this was precisely the possibility he had just considered. At that moment, there was no turning back. And on an emotional level, he felt inclined to impart his knowledge to the child before him. Over the past few days, through the silent exchanges of imagery, the master perceived that Richard was somewhat different from his other students. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke slowly. "Very well. First and foremost, my perspective is that the artificers are not merely creators of miracles. They ought to be regarded as weavers of nightmares. It is through their craft that the ultimate armored knights have come into existence. These knights, regarded as unassailable fortresses, obliterate one stronghold after another under their iron hooves. The emergence of artificers has transformed warfare, reshaped the continent's landscape, and accelerated Norland's expansion into alternate dimensions. Without them, the world might have taken on an entirely different visage, and countless lives would not have perished. In essence, artificers are, in fact, the architects of the war legions." Richard interjected, succinctly summarizing the master's artistic musings. That is one way to put it. However, the master was reluctant to accept that young Richard had drawn such a conclusion, yet after a moment of contemplation, He conceded, "Very well, you are correct." Just as the significance of legendary professions lies in posing a lethal threat to a nation's royalty and nobility. For no matter the profession, legendary figures can evolve into the most perilous assassins. The respect accorded to artificers stems from their role as the harbingers of destruction for nations. A legion composed of even a single squad of armored knights is sufficient to vanquish an army of thousands. Now, let us begin with Master Rodander, the first true artificer on the continent. The Master's commentary was succinct yet vivid, conjuring images of once mighty artificers with just a few words. These artificers, through their intellect and genius, created numerous legions of armored knights, each bearing the indelible mark of their creators. Every artificer's creations were strikingly unique, presenting a realm where individuality and talent could flourish unabated. The most renowned artificers in history have bequeathed resplendent masterpieces to posterity, such as Solomon's illusionary armor, the Crimson Knight of Legati, and St. Peter's celestial armaments. Many artificers have endeavored to emulate these masters and follow their paths. However, these true masters have always remained imitated, yet never surpassed. It took the Master a full hour to sketch a rough outline of the history of artificers. To delve into the details would likely require far more than a mere 10 days or a fortnight. After the Master had taken a brief respite, Richard spoke. "Thank you, Master. My second request is to ask if you could introduce me to someone." The Master nodded and replied, "I know many individuals in the Deep Blue. I should say that I have some acquaintances among most of the rather exceptional ones. What sort of person do you wish for me to introduce you to? A woman, perhaps?" "Huh." The Master's cold jest did not elicit a laugh from Richard, who lowered his head and remained silent for quite some time. Eventually, as if having steeled himself, he lifted his gaze and said, "I want to find someone who can teach me how to kill." Chapter 26. The Art of Slaughter. What? The Master suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, akin to plunging naked into the icy waters beyond the window. He could scarcely fathom that such words had escaped Richard's lips, a 12-year-old child, one who, despite his quiet demeanor, was diligent, hardworking, and ambitious, suddenly expressing a desire to learn the art of killing. In an instant, every painting Richard had created flickered back to the Master's mind. Reflecting on those lines imbued with boundless power, the Master realized his grave misjudgment in perceiving Richard merely as an ordinary boy. Within the educational system of the human aristocracy, some children at the age of 12 are already quite mature, with 15 being the universally recognized age of adulthood. Beyond the realms of human activity, certain orc tribes consider children to be adults by the age of 6 or 7. With this realization, the Master straightened himself and earnestly inquired, "The individual you seek, I indeed know of, and he is a true expert in the art of killing. However, I must first understand why you wish to learn this skill. Since the constructor is the architect of war, it is only by mastering the art of killing that one can forge an even more remarkable construct knight," Richard replied calmly. Richard nodded, straightened his posture, and respectfully bowed to the Master before presenting a piece of paper. The Master initially presumed it to be yet another assignment, only to discover it was a payment receipt signed by Richard, confirming the number of class hours the Master had taught him that month. Naturally, the majority of those hours were fictitious. However, with this document, the Master could redeem gold coins from Deep Blue, the sum of which amounted to an astonishing 10,000, an amount he could not afford to overlook. This process was remarkably secure, as the remuneration for private lessons would ultimately be paid by the student, and Deep Blue would settle this payment with Richard. Since there was no detriment to Deep Blue's finances, there would be no cause for scrutiny. Upon seeing the receipt, the Master's heart grew tumultuous once more. Was this a bribe? "Richard." The Master called out to the young Richard, who was about to depart, tugging at his disheveled hair. "Why did you seek my assistance?" "Because it seemed the easiest option," Richard replied. "And if I refused to help you, who would you turn to?" The Master inquired, still clinging to hope. "Black gold," Richard answered. The Master was enlightened. It appeared that in young Richard's eyes, both artists and those who dealt in gold coins were equally unreliable, which is why he chose to approach him. Yet, he was eager to learn another answer, so he called out, "Hey, young Richard, who would you ultimately seek out?" Richard spoke without a moment's hesitation, referring to those great archmages who were solely devoted to educating their students. As night deepened, Richard departed from the Deep Blue main tower and ventured into the auxiliary structures commonly known as the Fringe District. The main tower housed a multitude of mages, each requiring the direct or indirect service of at least 20 to 30 individuals. Most of these people resided in the Fringe District, as the rental prices and real estate costs of the deep blue main tower were far beyond the means of any mage below the 10th level, even for a humble room that could barely accommodate a bed. The fringe district itself was divided into several zones based on proximity to the main tower, with the circular area closest to deep blue housing numerous mages, the majority of whom had yet to reach the 10th level. They could not afford the deep blue, but managed to establish their homes in its immediate vicinity. Wrapped in a dark cloak, Richard traversed several zones until he reached the outermost edges of the fringe district. Along the way, he sensed a variety of gazes, some from haughty 8th level mages, others from shadowy figures harboring ill intentions, and many filled with curiosity. Those who lingered in the same area day in and day out often recognized one another, or at least felt familiar, making any stranger a subject of scrutiny. However, the insignia of a 3rd-level mage on the corner of Richard's cloak spared him from much trouble. At the end of a dimly lit alley devoid of any patrons, Richard stood before a dilapidated tavern. The wooden sign above the entrance bore a significant crack, barely revealing the image of a semi-nude woman, rendered with crude and clumsy artistry. A few faint beams of light slipped through the tavern's door, illuminating the quiet interior that lacked both raucous revelry and live music, instead filled with a pungent aroma of alcohol wafting into the air. It was winter, and the cold was pervasive, with only the deep blue main tower maintaining warmth through magical means, a warmth that extended to the inner ring of the fringe district. This was one of the reasons for the soaring property values in the inner ring, as well as a source of the heavy burdens and haughtiness felt by its residents. In this frigid alley at the edge of the fringe district, the weather had turned exceedingly cold. Even if the tavern activated its heating facilities, it would only be marginally warmer than the frigid air outside. Achieving a comfortable living temperature would require an entire month's revenue, which could not cover even a single day's energy expenses. The slight warmth made a significant difference to Richard, yet for most ordinary individuals, there was little distinction between 30 degrees below zero and 50 degrees. In such a cursed climate and in such a remote location, it was hardly surprising that the tavern had no patrons. Richard pushed open the door of the tavern and stepped inside. The establishment was modest in size, accommodating only 3 tables. Behind the bar stood a man of average height, his appearance unremarkable, with graying temples that suggested he had seen his fair share of years. Richard surveyed the tavern, absorbing the atmosphere in its entirety. The man behind the bar, while washing a glass, cast a sidelong glance at Richard and remarked, "Young lad, didn't your mother ever tell you that one must be of age to indulge in alcoholic beverages? Of course, if you possess the means, I would not object to serving you a couple of drinks." Richard lifted the hood of his cloak and declared, "I am not here for libations. I seek a particular individual." "Whom do you seek?" The man behind the bar appeared intrigued. "Disaster Blade." The moment the words escaped his lips, Richard felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, instantly rendered immobile, unable to move a single finger, except for his head. It seemed that his entire body was beyond his control. Furthermore, the chilling aura that enveloped him was laced with a multitude of sharp sensations, akin to countless needles mercilessly piercing his skin. This was Richard's inaugural encounter with the essence of murderous intent. Time appeared to freeze. The 2 men at the table halted their actions. One remained poised with a goblet tilted towards his lips, while the other cautiously held a slice of nearly transparent wind-dried meat aloft. Yet, they were evidently not like Richard, who was paralyzed, although their motions had stilled. Their gazes were fixed upon young Richard, their expressions devoid of any superfluous emotion. "I wish to learn the art of killing," Richard stated succinctly. "Why?" "Because I sense that I may soon find it necessary," Richard replied. Naya nodded, refraining from probing further into his reasoning, instead stating, "This is deep blue. Even the periphery is suffused with its depths. Therefore, I have prepared the tuition," Richard interjected. Naya grinned, a smile breaking across his face. "My lessons are quite costly, requiring no less than 500 gold coins daily." With that smile, the icy tendrils of murderous intent dissipated. Richard produced a finely crafted enchanted leather pouch, unfastened it, and spilled a cascade of gleaming gold coins onto the bar counter, declaring, "I have prepared 1,000. So impart upon me all that you know." Naya cast a nonchalant glance at the mound of coins, a playful smile gracing her lips as she replied, "A mere child. Yet you come bearing such wealth to the den of a killer. Do you not fear that I might simply devour you whole? I surmise it was that artist who delights in painting women who sent you here. But he is a spineless wretch, utterly untrustworthy. Therefore, young one, present me with a reason why I should not end your life immediately." "Because I have brought only today's gold," Richard responded. Naya's laughter grew more exuberant as she remarked, A clever child. However, it would be prudent to furnish me with additional reasons. At times, I may act for the sake of coin, and at others, I may not. Thus, for your own safety, it would be wise not to assume that my sole desire at present is merely monetary. Richard hesitated for a moment before introducing himself. I am Richard Ackman. My teacher is Her Highness Sue Hailuan, and my father is Godin Ackman. Naya's smile abruptly faltered, and he spat a thick wad onto the ground, bellowing at the two men by the table. What say you, old chums? The man on the left set his drink down and replied, those two are both madmen. If you have done anything to young Richard, rest assured that Godin will drag you out of hell, and Her Highness will ensure you regret your existence for the next 1,000 years. Redbeard, you shall not escape. Naya roared, sweeping all the coins from the bar into his pockets, fearful that any delay might alter his fortune. After securing the money, he regarded Richard with a gaze that finally bore a hint of change, and after a moment's contemplation, he declared, what I intend to teach you extends beyond mere murder. It is the art of annihilating life. Let us commence at once. Richard brushed past the puppet, his left hand tracing an almost imperceptible arc across the puppet's neck. Before he made his way to the bedroom, with a resounding thud, the puppet's head silently detached from its body, tumbling to the ground and rolling some distance away. The incision at its neck was smooth as a mirror, as if cleaved by a razor's edge. Chapter 27. The power to change the world. Spring had returned once more. Aside from the fact that he was approaching his 13th year, Richard was initially unaware of the special significance this spring held. However, after traversing the deep blue and the tavern during the late hours of the night, when Richard once again picked up the magic circle, dimensional geometry, or other studies, he was astonished to find that he had gained a new understanding of those once static elements. They were no longer merely a collection of precise numbers, but rather interconnected and mutually influential, with effects that were not confined to a single moment or place. To illustrate with a simple example, setting up the same large fire-type magic circle in a desert terrain versus a forested area would yield identical levels of instantaneous attack power. Yet, over the ensuing 3 to 5 years, in the desert region, the localized concentration of fire elements would increase, redirecting underground water paths and causing nearby oases to shift several kilometers, or even recede entirely. Conversely, when the large fire-type magic circle was activated in a forested terrain, it would incinerate vast swathes of trees, altering the local density and variety of plant life. However, before the plant seeds carried by the prevailing winds could proliferate and take root extensively, the land was granted a period of rest and recuperation, thus enhancing its fertility. These effects and deductions may seem irrelevant for a one-time battle, yet for a prolonged conflict lasting over a century, or even in the context of the societal evolution of an entire race, they hold immense significance. Richard seemed to feel as though he had truly realized the pretext he once held, gaining a fresh perspective on the profession of a fabricator. Yet, he himself found it difficult to believe this sensation. It could merely be a coincidence or perhaps an illusion born from recent fatigue. From a purely rational standpoint, the latter possibility seems more plausible. One fateful night, Richard found himself unable to sleep, as a cascade of memories from his life flooded his mind. The vast knowledge acquired during his time at the Deep Blue Institution intertwined and connected, illuminating numerous questions that had once lingered in obscurity, suddenly revealing their answers. Inspiration surged forth like a spring, while his heart raced like a wild steed. Suddenly, Richard sprang upright and dashed to the magical laboratory, swiftly arranging over 100 materials in an orderly fashion. He then unfurled a piece of fine beast hide, retrieved a magical pen tipped with specially crafted mithril, and began to inscribe a magic circle upon the hide. The night quietly passed, with the glow of the magical lamps remaining constant, allowing one to completely lose track of time. He switched between 22 different types of magical pens, discarding 6 of them, and employed no fewer than 200 combinations of magical materials. At last, a complex magic circle was completed on the hide. The hide had become remarkably resilient, and the magic circle shimmered with radiant light. As Richard infused it with magical energy, the circle began to accelerate autonomously, bestowing upon him a nimble and swift magical enhancement. Gazing at the beast hide, Richard could scarcely believe his eyes. The ethereal night had culminated in this singular achievement. If one disregarded the material and various minor imperfections, this beast hide would be referred to as a magical construct in the outside world, though it was merely the most rudimentary of magical constructs. Enhancing agility at a basic level, every magical construct, no matter how simple, was still a magical construct. Cradling this crude magical construct, The toil, contemplation, perseverance, and anguish of the past years surged forth in his mind, rendering Richard's emotions exceedingly complex. Those relentless efforts, never allowing a moment to be squandered, had coalesced into a torrent. The madness buried deep within his veins and the inescapable heartache transformed into the impetus that urged him onward. To trace the origins of this moment, perhaps it could be distilled into two phrases: profound accumulation leading to a sudden outburst, and the inevitability of success when the time is ripe. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, Richard permitted himself a mere 3 minutes of indulgence. He was acutely aware that everything within the deep blue was, in fact, built upon the shimmering reflections of water and clouds, where dreams could shatter at any moment. The exorbitant tuition fees, the vast consumption of materials, the magical recovery potions he consumed daily like water, and this vast, unsettling living space were all constructed upon the joys of Her Highness Suhalen. To put it less eloquently, Richard still depended on the whims of the legendary mage for his livelihood. Before talent could be transformed into strength, it existed merely as a painting hung upon a wall, possessing only ornamental value. Richard was acutely aware that everything he possessed at present, including the funds intended to aid Eileen in her time of need, was derived from his father, the man who once piqued his curiosity, yet now was someone he fervently wished to forget. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to refuse. The pursuit of magic was an endeavor that required substantial wealth as its foundation. With his obstinate nature, he was determined to repay every coin taken from Gurdon in due time, fulfilling his mother's wishes, all the while ensuring he would never cross paths with his father again. Perhaps, however, one day in the future, the two might encounter each other on some battlefield of a different realm. The world, after all, is rife with the extraordinary. Yet Richard was tormented by the stringent logic instilled in him by his studies in magical philosophy, which incessantly reminded him that merely resolving to repay double in the future did not grant him the right to frivolously expend the gold he had received from Gurdon. While many might find comfort in a more cavalier answer, Richard could not. Deep within him, the bloodlines of both parents instilled an instinctual pride, a pride that rendered self-deception impossible and made it abhorrent to act shamelessly. Now, a pivotal moment had arrived, marked by the attainment of elementary agility. The thin animal hide indicated that Richard could soon craft magical constructs of sufficient quality for practical use. And extending from elementary agility to other basic magical constructs would pose little challenge. The cost of each standard magical construct, even the most rudimentary, astonished Richard, who had grown accustomed to the lofty prices of Deep Blue. Henceforth, he could generate income by creating these constructs and selling them to Deep Blue. The potential earnings were substantial, though still incomparable to the recent joy of Her Highness, Princess Suhalen. Richard was certainly not foolish enough to decline the delight of the princess simply because he had the means to earn. Yet, the additional gold signified more materials, accelerated training, and greater freedom. A youthful and naive inquiry arose, yet Richard's instincts offered a starkly realistic and harsh answer. Nothing would truly change, for the past had transpired, and time could not be reversed. As Richard observed the world of Deep Blue with increasing scrutiny, his understanding of its governing principles deepened, and the myriad expressions that lay behind the diverse faces became more apparent. He began to glimpse fragments of the truth hidden behind a myriad of illusions. The lost time was uncomplicated, while this world was intricate. Dawn broke. At the end of the ice floe bay, the sun emerged from the dense icebergs, gradually ascending into the sky. The sudden brilliance of sunlight streamed through the window, overshadowing the magical glow of elementary agility and causing Richard's weary eyes to sting. Richard rubbed his weary eyes and meticulously stored away the magical patterns he had crafted. He then hurriedly departed from his living quarters in search of the esteemed Archmage Phil, who had imparted to him the knowledge of magical arrays, eager to ascertain the next steps in his learning journey. Phil was indeed worthy of the title of master, not merely due to his formidable level 19 magical prowess, but more so because of his vast erudition, his groundbreaking contributions to the philosophy of magic, and his fair and genuine character. At present, Phil served as Richard's mentor in the realm of magical arrays, and in the future, he would also guide Richard in the intricacies of magical crafting. Magical crafting encompasses a multitude of disciplines, necessitating an extensive breadth of knowledge. However, it lacks a singular, fixed path. Thousands of years of research have merely delineated it into 7 ascending levels, categorized from the ground up, with the first 4 levels each possessing a varying number of standard magical patterns. Those capable of drawing basic magical patterns are not yet recognized as formal crafters. Only those who can produce secondary constructs are acknowledged as true crafters. The title of Grand Crafter is bestowed upon those who can create third and fourth level constructs. Ultimately, any crafter who has managed to create, or has previously created, a fifth level magical pattern is honored with the title of Saint Crafter. As for the sixth and seventh levels of magical crafting, they reside more in the realm of speculation and imagination. It was still early, and the deep blue area was relatively devoid of movement. Richard, suppressing his restless heart, swiftly emerged from the teleportation array, standing at the entrance of the upper tier designated for Suhalen. The entire upper tier of deep blue was reserved for legendary mages. Yet the lowest levels of this exclusive domain were allocated to the most senior Grand Archmages as their living quarters, reflecting the generosity, trust, and affection of His Highness Suhalen. Their daily lives and magical laboratories were situated here, and thus, this vast expanse of 5 levels housed only 17 Grand Archmages, Phil being one of them. Upon being granted entry into Master Phil's private domain, Richard found the Master just concluding his morning meditation, dressed casually in a magical robe. Phil exuded a palpable aura of elemental energy with every gesture. Such a potent affinity for the elements caused the magical density surrounding Phil to far exceed that of ordinary spaces. As a student, even merely standing beside him to listen would yield slow yet enduring benefits to Richard's accumulation of magical energy. However, it was only immediately after meditation or in the presence of his most esteemed students that Master Phil would manifest this elemental aura. Noticing Richard, a subtle glimmer of appreciation flickered in Phil's eyes. He gestured toward a nearby chair, inviting Richard to sit, while he himself retrieved a vial of mana restoration potion and took a few sips. Richard, however, chose to remain standing, producing a piece of beast hide inscribed with intricate patterns of basic agility, and presented it to Phil. Master, this is a creation inspired by a sudden epiphany I had last night. I seek your guidance on it. Just a glance at the dense and exquisite designs revealed the exceptional quality of the magical array. Phil rarely smiled, but upon receiving the beast hide, he was about to offer Richard some words of praise when his expression suddenly shifted dramatically. As Phil cast another glance, his body involuntarily trembled. He abruptly rose to his feet, but the momentum was too swift, causing his robe sleeve to brush against the half-consumed vial of potent mana restoration potion. The exquisite crystal bottle, along with the potion worth over 2,000 gold coins, tumbled from the table, shattering upon impact with a resounding crash. He inquired solemnly, "You claim this is your work from last night. Are you aware of its significance?" Master Phil was a figure of great respect, and Richard sensed no negativity emanating from him. Given the intricate and perilous nature of the magical realm, having a wise guide was of paramount importance. Thus, Richard recounted, in summary, all that had transpired beyond his magical studies over the past year, deliberately omitting any mention of Eileen. In his understanding, the intimate gestures shared between the sexes at that time merely accelerated his maturation and were undoubtedly unrelated to magic. Moreover, he did not conceal his learning experiences with Naya. After a brief pause, Master Phil remarked, so it was him. I did not anticipate that the infamous Blade of Catastrophe would also arrive in the Deep Blue. His name is Naya now, is it? That was his original name, rarely invoked. What he imparted to you is likely one of the reasons you are now able to transcend the barriers between various disciplines. Both destruction and creation encompass knowledge across all realms. Richard hesitated for a moment before asking, "So, can I continue my studies with him?" Master Phil pondered briefly and replied, "At present, it seems feasible. The Blade of Calamity, now known as Naya, was once a figure of great renown throughout the Dark Realm. His mastery of the art of slaughter approaches the realm of artistry. Teaching you for several years should pose no difficulties. However, I am curious as to why you suddenly wish to delve into the art of killing. To forge more powerful construct knights, one must understand the most effective methods of taking life." Richard's gaze drifted to one side, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, "I do not wish to rely on the power of Marquis Gordon." Years of wisdom allowed Phil to discern the subtle secret revealed through Richard's choice of address. Yet he felt no surprise. Those associated with the surname Ackermond were known for their distinct personalities. Of course, on the continent, there were several families of a similar ilk, such as St. Peter, Vismar, Agareth, Solomon, Julius, and others. Phil nodded thoughtfully, contemplating his final query. "Indeed, I harbor one last doubt, and that is wisdom. The art of slaughter transcends the limitations of its domain, leading one to perceive possibilities beyond borders. However, to masterfully integrate the 46 foundational disciplines involved in magical rune constructs requires more than mere genius. it necessitates prolonged diligence and true wisdom, not mere cleverness. And you, Richard, in the realm of the deep blue, do not belong to the most distinguished few. I initially believed you would not be capable of developing your own magical rune construct system until the age of 15, yet you achieved this at just over 12. Which seems quite implausible. Nevertheless, Phil recognized this as a question without an answer. The undeniable fact remained that Richard had indeed taken a crucial first step for all construct artisans. This is reality, it exists and is valid, regardless of whether the reasoning is sufficient. Phil, who delved deeply into the philosophy of magic, understood that behind every phenomenon there must be a cause. If one cannot find it, it is not absent. Rather, it is merely obscured from view. Norland is rife with secrets, and the universe, composed of innumerable dimensions, can never be fully explored. Thus, it is not entirely absurd to consider that some indifferent deity might have imparted the entire knowledge of construct artisanship to young Richard. In fact, historically, the St. Peter who crafted the heavenly armaments once revealed that much of his inspiration came from divine revelation before his passing. Phil rose, carefully securing the basic agility spell, and addressed Richard, enough of this trifling. Do not squander time on minor issues. Whatever the reason, your breakthrough can largely be attributed to fortune. Luck has always been a significant component of strength, especially as one advances. After a brief pause, Master Phil added with a profound tone, Richard, perhaps you are yet unaware of how fortunate you truly are. However, this is somewhat of an open secret and does not require utmost confidentiality. It is time I share it with you. Princess Suhalen has a habit of retaining only one student in each magical domain to formally continue her legacy. As the most radiant jewel in the crown of magic, construct artisanship is no exception. Suddenly, Richard began to comprehend why he sensed hostility from Stephen and Minnie, while Randolph, who had no prior connection, would resort to deadly schemes against him. As far as I know, at least Stephen is determined to pursue the path of a construct artisan with unwavering resolve. Yet now, you have surpassed him, taking a decisive step forward. Therefore, I just mentioned to you that if you encounter insurmountable disputes in the future, it is essential to consider how to address them. Additionally, you must remain vigilant regarding your own safety. Richard discerned the implications behind Master Phil's words. Yet he remained somewhat incredulous. After all, this was Deep Blue. Master Phil chuckled softly and remarked, no matter how formidable the rules may be, they are merely designed to govern rational beings. Richard bowed his head in contemplation, then nodded, seemingly in understanding. At that moment, the elderly archmage had finished preparing his belongings, and the assembled students had arrived. He turned to Richard and said, Now, follow me, fortunate little Richard. I shall unveil to you the miraculous capabilities of the artificer. I trust that after witnessing this, you will gain a profound understanding of the world of artificers, transcending the mere half-truths of tales and autobiographies. An hour later, Richard and Phil found themselves seated in a vast outdoor magical laboratory located beyond the Deep Blue. This expansive arena was designed to test the power of colossal spells and legendary incantations, and it also served as a coliseum for assessing the strength of newly discovered magical beasts or summoned creatures. Under Richard's keen gaze, a volatile ironclad steed was introduced into the arena. The ironclad steed, a creature native to the vicinity of Deep Blue, towered over ordinary warhorses, its back encased in a layer of scales as hard as steel, exhibiting an extremely irritable temperament that rendered it virtually impossible to tame. Its powerful iron hooves could crush the skull of a polar bear, and its speed and jumping prowess rivaled that of the majestic Mars deer, leaving it with few natural adversaries. The true value of the ironclad steed lay in its unparalleled durability, which exceeded that of known metals. Yet it was as light as down feathers, requiring minimal effort to enchant. As the ironclad steed paused momentarily, Richard noticed that a section of its breastplate had been removed, revealing a rudimentary agility rune embedded within. This was no simple inlay. The hide had undergone meticulous trimming, and the implantation required precise handling. As the ironclad steed's breaths grew heavier, the embedded magical rune began to shimmer, indicating that it had absorbed the creature's magical energy and was commencing its function. Provoked by the surge of vitality, the ironclad steed suddenly erupted into a frenzy. It reared up, releasing a prolonged whinny before its hooves thunderously struck the ground, propelling it forward like a bolt of lightning. Its trajectory indicated an intent to leap over two stacked logs and forcefully breach the confines of the arena, seeking freedom. In the instant the ironclad steed launched into the air, the magical rune emitted a dazzling brilliance. The creature unleashed astonishing potential, soaring to unprecedented heights, not only clearing the first barrier, but crashing directly into the second. This single leap covered nearly half the distance further than an ordinary ironclad steed could manage. What splintered as the hefty logs scattered in all directions, with one log measuring half a meter in diameter almost snapping in two from the impact. Yet, the ironclad steed was evidently not unscathed. It became disoriented, spinning wildly and struggling to find its bearings, careening about in a chaotic frenzy. The rudimentary agility rune pulsated with light, while the steed's speed escalated beyond its control. It either overshot its takeoff, misjudged the distance to the barrier and collided with it, or leapt too high and far, losing balance midair and crashing to the ground. Was this the power of the artificer? Little Richard suddenly felt a dryness in his mouth. He felt akin to an infant, clutching a steel sword that he wished to treat as a toy. Only after brandishing it did he realize that this sword possessed the power to obliterate the world before his eyes. Chapter 28. The First Strike. Yet, was this power truly within his grasp? For the first time, Richard found himself wavering. In the testing ground, the ironclad horse's stamina was rapidly depleting, its speed noticeably diminishing. Though it remained far swifter than an ordinary ironclad steed, naturally, its energy waned at an even greater pace. After toppling the final obstacle, it finally succumbed to exhaustion, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, froth spewing from its mouth. Its hooves twitched a few times before it lay still, never to move again. Richard let out an exclamation, taken aback by the unexpected outcome, and hurriedly glanced at Master Phil. The venerable archmage patted him reassuringly and said, "Do not be anxious. A standard basic agility enhancement typically increases speed by approximately 30%. However, the magical rune configuration you have created is somewhat imperfect, resulting in a fluctuating speed increase between 30 and 50%. The armored steed's inherent constitution is, in fact, insufficient to bear the magical rune configuration. It was forcibly integrated for experimental purposes. Had everything been flawlessly executed, the magical rune configuration would not have inflicted such damage upon the original body. Now, I believe you have begun to grasp how a configurator can transform the world." Richard nodded, his heart racing, rendered utterly speechless. This was a power capable of altering the world, to be wielded with utmost caution, especially by one like him. Master Phil imparted this profound thought before leading Richard away. Today, Richard was granted a reprieve, and indeed, he desperately needed it. The initial excitement from his agile drawings had kept him in a state of heightened exhilaration throughout the night. His physical strength, energy, and magical prowess were all depleted. Witnessing the results of his handcrafted magical patterns further amplified his uncontainable enthusiasm. However, as tranquility settled in, an equal wave of fatigue washed over him. As if a heavy stone were pressing down upon his eyelids, making them impossible to lift, and he longed to succumb to sleep right there. At 30 years of age, and having followed the master for many years, the surprise on his face was but a faint reflection of the tumultuous emotions churning within. The 2 crates of potions each contained merely 10 vials. However, the potency of the powerful elixirs produced by Deep Blue was several times that of similar potions available outside, with their price exceeding tenfold. Although Phil held a prestigious position within Deep Blue and earned a commensurate income, the value of these 2 crates was equivalent to the Master's fixed earnings for an entire month. It is essential to note that Phil's income was not solely for his personal sustenance. It also covered the operation and maintenance of his laboratory, as well as the remuneration for his staff. The younger students nearby could hardly conceal their own thoughts. Some appeared astonished, others envious, while a few remained indifferent, though they were a mere handful. The experiment with magical patterns consumed the entirety of the morning, and Phil glanced at the enchanted hourglass, reminding him that the afternoon's class on magical philosophy was about to commence. At that moment, the magical teleportation array in the northeast corner of the viewing platform flickered a few times, revealing the figures of Stevenson and Minnie. Upon spotting Phil from a distance, Stevenson exclaimed, "Master Phil, we finally found you." The usually genteel young man could not contain his eagerness and joy. Stevenson broke into a run, halting before Phil, and despite his evident urgency, he respectfully bowed first. One must acknowledge that his etiquette and demeanor were exceptionally distinguished among his peers. Given his notable family background and his own remarkable talents, achieving such composure was indeed commendable. In comparison, the other 2 students of the prince appeared somewhat lacking. Many often involuntarily exhibited an inherent pride, while Richard, for the most part, remained oblivious to his surroundings. Even during breaks, Richard was wholly absorbed in his notes and handouts, rendering him completely unaware of everything around him. much to the frustration of those who wished to befriend him. Master Phil, this is a piece I created last night. Inspired by a sudden spark of creativity, I would like your assessment. Stevenson's tone betrayed his eagerness, though he maintained a humble demeanor. The pride and self-satisfaction in his voice were unmistakable, evoking curiosity about what he might present. Stevenson carefully opened the enchanted leather case in his possession and retrieved a perfectly hexagonal piece of magical beast hide, extending it towards Master Phil. This is a piece of dark red beast hide, imbued with a rich aura of magic. The blood-red streaks and large black spots indicate that it is sourced from a particularly perilous magical beast, the flame Earthwalker dragon. Due to its exceptional durability and excellent magical conductivity, Earthwalker dragon hide serves as the standard material for crafting magical inscriptions, suitable for constructs of level 2 and below. The hide produced by Stevenson is of remarkable quality, evidently surpassing the ordinary standard. In the hands of a master craftsman, it could even yield a simple level 3 construct. The meticulous cutting and pre-treatment of this Earthwalker dragon hide are exquisite, clearly not the work of Stevenson himself. At the center of the hide is an intricately carved magical array, shaped like a clenched iron fist, standing upright, exuding an aura of raw power. The lines and composition display a high level of skill. By general standards, it is quite impressive. However, for the construction of this specific magical array, the technique appears somewhat crude, as it comprises 3 composite magical arrays that demand a level of precision and macro understanding far beyond ordinary measures. Thus, the magical array is not yet complete, though flickering magical light occasionally sparkles from its corners, indicating that it is at least partially functional. Having concluded his remarks, Phil casually handed the dragon hide to a nearby student and proceeded towards the teleportation magical array. As he passed by Stevenson, the old archmage paused, glanced at the young dragon bloodline sorcerer, and remarked, "Moreover, the dragon hide is truly impressive. It is somewhat regrettable." Amidst a throng of students, Phil's figure vanished within the radiance of the magical array, leaving Stevenson standing there, bewildered and at a loss. The sky was overcast, and the wind was biting. Stevenson, not yet 18, bore the bloodline of the Red Dragon. The ability to draw complete magical inscriptions marks the most significant milestone in a craftsman's life. Achieving even a 10 completion rate means that producing a genuine magical inscription is merely a matter of time. It can be said that once this step is taken, one is destined to become a craftsman, even if only capable of inscribing elementary magical constructs. Stevenson, being young, had time in abundance. He had anticipated that this creation, which consumed more than half a month of his efforts and was a product of the combined strength of the Solem family, costing over 1 million gold coins in total, would thoroughly impress Master Phil. Yet, he did not expect the outcome to be as it was. Had this work been entrusted to Master Craftsman St. Cruz, it would undoubtedly have garnered the highest praise and commendation. However, Phil's indifference and casual dismissal doused Stevenson's fervent spirit with a bucket of icy water, akin to the frigid waters of an Arctic bay. Who was Luther? Stevenson knew that Luther was Master Phil's student, 31 years old, a 13th level archmage, devoid of any special bloodline, merely matching his age with his magical prowess. Such an individual would not even warrant Stevenson's attention, even beyond the deep blue. Yet, the work he painstakingly completed was casually tossed to this mediocre individual and entrusted to guide him. What Stevenson valued was not wealth. Rather, he sought the recognition and legacy of legendary mages. Suhailuan's joy, as indicated by the project's name, most directly represented her attitude. If even Suhailuan's joy could not be attained, how could one possibly earn the qualifications of a legacy architect? On every occasion, Stevenson maintained the decorum and grace befitting a nobleman, even when he occasionally yearned to shatter his adversary's nose or tear apart their corset. He had gained a profound understanding of the structure of Deep Blue, comprehended its operational patterns, and was well acquainted with the temperaments, habits, and preferences of each key figure. Furthermore, he successfully garnered a circle of allies while isolating his foes. Yet, the latter point raised some doubts, for Richard had always been solitary. However, after exerting unprecedented effort, Stevenson now experienced an unparalleled sense of disillusionment. The coldness of Archmage Phil at that moment awakened him to the realization that Deep Blue was a colossal, unmatched beast. He had merely convinced himself of his understanding, yet had failed to grasp its entirety. In the face of the multitude of archmages, the 17-year-old dragon-blood sorcerer was utterly insignificant. Even if he proclaimed himself a genius, In Deep Blue, geniuses were abundant. One of Phil's students remained in the experimental grounds, tidying up the area. Upon seeing Stevenson's pale and bewildered expression, the student felt a pang of sympathy, especially since he had received numerous small gifts from Stevenson, although not particularly rare. These tokens represented thoughtfulness and care, which were particularly precious coming from a true-blood scion of such a noble lineage. He greeted Stevenson, then, ensuring no one was around, lowered his voice to say, "The master is quite busy today, as Richard submitted a magic pattern construct this morning. Consequently, the master has devoted the entire morning to testing the efficacy of that construct, disrupting the schedule." The student's voice, though soft, contained words that thundered in Stevenson's ears, nearly causing him to falter. "Richard? Magic pattern construct? What type of construct was it? And what was its completion level?" Stevenson inquired with the last vestige of hope. His voice suddenly grew hoarse, and the disheveled hair he had intentionally tousled now truly appeared unkempt, with strands dampened by sweat clinging to his forehead. Yet deep down, he understood that any magic pattern construct suitable for efficacy testing would far exceed his own 20 completion rate. The student glanced at Stevenson with sympathy, gestured towards the ironclad horse being dragged away by a strong man in the distance, and remarked, "It was basic agility, but the completion level is actually inconsequential. Do you see that ironclad horse? That construct has already been made into a plugin and installed upon it." The experiment was a success, indicating that the construct plugin merely requires minor refinements. Despite being mentally prepared, the answer he received far surpassed Stevenson's expectations. The magic pattern construct had already been transformed into a plugin and successfully tested. This marks the second hurdle on the path to becoming a constructor, which involves affixing the crafted magical runes onto specific creatures. Yet Richard effortlessly surpassed this obstacle, and Stevenson comprehended its implications all too well. By the most lenient standards, Richard could now rightfully claim the title of constructor. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Stevenson's vision, all hope, future prospects, and the splendor of accolades seemed to fade away in that moment, while the immense investment his family had made in him remained unwaveringly cold and burdensome. Stevenson had witnessed Randolph's downfall and had once derided it with pride. However, it soon dawned on him that Randolph's present might very well become his own tomorrow. Stevenson grasped the student's hand with such force that his nails dug deeply into the flesh. In a hoarse voice, he pressed, "Are you certain it is Richard? Richard Ackman? That mere boy who is yet to reach 13. The student calmly extricated himself from Stevenson's grip. He understood the tumult of emotions Stevenson was experiencing. Recognizing the gravity of his distress, young Richard had delivered a staggering shock to everyone. Even the great Archmage Phil could not maintain his composure, let alone Stevenson. The habits of legendary mages had long been an open secret. Thus, competition and even trampling among students of the same discipline was commonplace. Each of Richard's advancements signified delight for their mentors, yet represented a heavy blow to the other students under the auspices of the same master. The brilliance of Richard's recent achievement was so striking that the student could hardly bear to contemplate the weight of the blow Stevenson must be enduring. In truth, there was no need for imagination. One only needed to observe the once composed Dragonblood sorcerer's current state of disarray to understand. As for the minor pain in his arm from being grasped, the student dismissed it. The small gift from Stevenson was more than sufficient to compensate for such trivial discomfort. Witnessing this young, radiant, and prodigious Dragonblood sorcerer, who had ensnared the hearts of numerous beautiful maidens, in such a disheveled state brought a flicker of secret delight to the student's heart. It was reminiscent of Princess Suhalin's oft-repeated phrase, "It was simply impossible not to laugh." After all, compared to the typically taciturn Richard, Stevenson's brilliance was far more resplendent. Should he find himself wallowing in the mire, the applause for him would undoubtedly multiply. The student, however, did not truly laugh. Instead, he regarded Stevenson with a gaze filled with deep sympathy and understanding, saying nothing but nodding gently. For someone like Stevenson, who had always been at the center of the surrounding world, sympathy was the last thing he needed. Having achieved the desired effect, the student resolved to take his leave. He feared that lingering any longer might cause him to genuinely burst into laughter. In the deep blue, only Suhalin felt unrestrained enough to laugh freely. All others were mindful of the time, place, and company when they wished to express such mirth. Just before departing, the student suddenly recalled something and glanced around once more, quietly slipping a charred fragment of skin into Stevenson's hand. However, Stevenson did not hastily examine what he had received. Instead, he retrieved a small crystal vial and presented it to the student as a token of gratitude. This vial contained a potent magical restorative potion, and although it was a small bottle, its market value exceeded 500 gold coins. For the student, today was a day of abundant rewards. He had witnessed the birth of a miracle, received a valuable gift, and more treasures awaited him, all of which elevated his spirits. He could not ask for more. Before stepping into the teleportation magic circle, the student could not resist glancing up at the sky above Iceberg Bay, appreciating the pleasant weather. Stevenson also looked up. The sky was thick with leaden clouds, heralding the impending storm. Only Stevenson and Minnie remained in the grandstand beside the experimental site. Minnie lingered near the magic circle, approaching the railing only when the strongmen cleared the armored horses from the arena, observing closely. She did not draw near during Stevenson's conversations with Phil or with the master's students. "Curse this dreadful weather," Stevenson muttered under his breath. The early spring chill in Iceberg Bay was still biting, and the cold wind against his sweat-soaked garments made him feel as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. He opened his palm to examine what the student had thrust into his hands, and his expression darkened instantly. It was a piece of singed beast hide, clearly derived from a subspecies of lizard, and in terms of quality, it was at least 4 grades inferior to that of a flame lizard. With a market value per unit area differing by over 1,500 times, Stevenson, being astute, immediately grasped the student's intention behind this fragment of hide. Richard's rudimentary agility was inscribed upon such a barely acceptable material. It was common knowledge that superior materials significantly enhanced the success rate and efficacy of magic circles. Thus, the small, charred fragment in his hand suddenly felt unbearably heavy, nearly slipping from his grasp. The chasm that had already widened between him and Richard now felt more insurmountable than ever due to this singed hide. Another gust of frigid wind swept through, draining the color from Stevenson's face. He suddenly found himself loathing this place, this wretched weather, this abominable situation, and these detestable people. The only aspect he could take satisfaction in today was that his demeanor before Master Phil and his students had remained composed, without any undue display of emotion. Stevenson waved his hand, beckoning Minnie to approach the teleportation circle. He yearned to leave this place swiftly. Minnie casually inquired, "What did he just give you?" Stevenson stiffened, then forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Just a decent piece of hide." Chapter 29. Conspiracy in the Deep of Night. Richard had long succumbed to slumber. It was a dreamless night, and the profound sleep allowed his nearly exhausted body to gradually recuperate. The potent magical and energy restorative potions had condensed this recovery process manifold. An old adage circulated among the Grey Dwarf tribe: time is gold. However, that refers to the time of ordinary individuals or secondary planes. For those like Richard or Sue Helen, their time cannot merely be quantified by gold coins, especially considering the time in their primary planes. Richard was acutely aware that he had taken the most significant step, which allowed him to sleep profoundly and peacefully. The pent-up frustrations of recent days seemed to have been released amidst the tumult of the armored steeds. However, he remained oblivious to the profound impact that his enchanted sigil would have on others, and indeed, on the entire Deep Blue. Stevenson's residence was even more expansive than Richard's, towering 3 additional stories. To outsiders, this not only signified the prince's affection and regard, but also served as a testament to the illustrious status of a scion from a noble lineage. Only Stevenson himself understood the immense sacrifices entailed in maintaining such an esteemed fade. Richard's residence is entirely free of charge, while Stevenson is obliged to pay the full rent for a larger and more functional living space. Even for Stevenson, who nominally enjoys the unwavering support of the Solom family, the monthly rent of nearly 300,000 imperial gold coins is an immense burden. Moreover, he must also cover tuition fees that amount to double this sum. Although Duke Solom has already made a one-time payment for several years of his tuition, the costs associated with his studies in the Deep Blue are not calculated in this manner, even disregarding professional methods of monthly amortization. The interest this substantial amount would accrue is considerable. It is evident that the vast resources of the Solom family cannot be solely invested in Stevenson. A significant part of his ability to sway the family council lies in their fervent desire to possess a fully fledged mechanist of their own bloodline, a yearning shared by any ambitious family on the continent. Randolph was initially the candidate for this role, yet his foolishness led to his premature failure. Stevenson, seizing the opportunity, persuaded the family council of his potential. Not only is he a dragon pulse sorcerer, but he also possesses the potential of a mechanist, with resources that surpass those of Randolph. Furthermore, he has begun to engage in family affairs in recent years, demonstrating exceptional talent. Additionally, Stevenson bears the burden of many tuition fees, as after the betrothal was established, Marquis Neo hastily ceased to pay for any of his daughter's expenses. The situation at the front lines is indeed dire. Marquis Neo's financial state is on the brink of collapse, and with the conflict primarily raging within the Marquisate's territory, whether he can sustain his resources until the end of next year remains a significant question. Ultimately, this predicament arises from the incompetence of the Marquis's subordinates. In Stevenson's eyes, the uncle leading the Solem reinforcements also belongs to this list of inept individuals. The combined forces of Neo and the Solem army possess an overwhelming advantage in numbers and are operating in familiar terrain, yet they have made little headway against Elegy, failing to encircle or decisively defeat her relatively small force. Neo's one-sided weakness has also emboldened several neighboring noble families to stir restlessly, and the Solem family's assertive involvement has come at a corresponding cost. As the conflict becomes increasingly stagnant, the benefits Stevenson once derived from Marquis Neo have largely evaporated. Should Elegy continue her disruptive actions, it will soon turn into a loss. The latest news Stevenson has received indicates that the Solem family has resolved that if this woman cannot be dealt with within a week, they will negotiate with her. As for the issue of war reparations, let it be a headache for Neo. For over half a year, Stevenson had meticulously decorated his residence with considerable taste. Yet now, the sounds of various vessels shattering incessantly emanate from his bedroom, exquisite and elegant artworks being violently hurled against the walls and floor, shards flying in all directions, with some even grazing Stevenson's face, leaving faint traces of blood. The tangible and intangible burdens weigh heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him, while smashing things offers a momentary release. It is merely a temporary remedy. Yet now he seeks only to vent his fury, otherwise he would surely descend into madness. Once again, it is Ackermont. Once again, it is Ackermont. They are all a band of lunatics, fiends, wretches deserving of hell. Why must they obstruct my path? Stevenson roared in a frenzy, cursing vehemently. Yet such outbursts were insufficient to release the pent-up rage within him. However, his bedroom had been stripped of objects to shatter, save for an ancient vase, exquisitely crafted from gold and inlaid with crystal, standing unscathed. This artifact had once been the cherished possession of an emperor from another realm. Aside from its immeasurable artistic and temporal worth, the mere act of slicing the gold and the finest purple crystal into pieces would fetch no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. Stevenson himself could never afford such a premier work of art. In truth, it was one of Duke Solem's private treasures, placed here merely to bolster Stevenson's facade. Minnie stood quietly in the corner, solitary yet beautiful. She was in the bloom of youth, her physique maturing into an alluring form, and her cold, proud demeanor only enhanced her vibrant vivacity. Yet, her arms and face bore several delicate red lines, remnants of cuts. Stevenson's wrath had also found her. The shards that flew about were indiscriminate in their destruction. Upon seeing Minnie, Stevenson's anger flared anew. In this moment, she was not merely a lovely maiden or a prodigious mage. She appeared to him as a vast black hole of gold coins. Her tuition was but a fifth of his own, yet it still amounted to a considerable sum. Although her living quarters were not as expansive as those of Stevenson and Richard, they were certainly not smaller than those of an ordinary mage, leading to her rent surpassing even her tuition. Moreover, this did not encompass the expenses incurred from her magical studies. For the Solem family, supporting one more Minnie was not a challenge. Yet, Stevenson's own expenses had already reached staggering heights, and adding Minnie's costs rendered the burden nearly suffocating. On a sinking ship, even the addition of a small stone's weight can leave its occupants gasping for air. Stevenson understood all too well that after utilizing such vast resources from Duke Solem, he could ill afford to fail. The lifespans of legendary figures are considerably prolonged, and throughout the long life of Duke Solem, he would never lack for sons and daughters, nor for those with talent. Stevenson's mentor had long since informed him that before one becomes a true powerhouse, a genius is worth naught. Countless prodigies are born across the continent each year. Yet only those who receive ample support can flourish. Those deprived of resources are left to bear the hollow title of brilliance, often before reaching adulthood. For upon their maturation, they may find themselves lesser than the average individual, their former glory casting a shadow over their future lives. Randolph serves as a recent example of this truth. Stevenson harbored an insatiable desire for success, equally matched by a profound dread of failure. For the path he had traversed had transformed into a direct descent into the abyss of hell. where even the slightest retreat could spell his utter ruin. A mere dragon-veined sorcerer hardly merits such an extravagant financial backing. The renowned charm of the socialite hardly justifies such a sum of gold. As for the management skills concerning family affairs, an ancient lineage spanning over 100 generations is replete with numerous managerial talents. In truth, to secure the opportunity to become Su Hailuan's legacy artificer, he invested not only the resources of his family and those of Duke Solom, but also considerable human and material assets derived from his maternal lineage. Should the family decide to relinquish their support, his fate would scarcely differ from those bustling mages outside the depths of the deep blue inner ring, all consumed by the singular pursuit of wealth. Yet, upon the precarious bridge leading to the Artificer's path, Richard's recently matured figure loomed before Stevenson. As imposing as the divine chasm of the Augustus Mountains, steadfast and immovable. The engagement he unilaterally forged with Minnie added a significant sum to the Duke Solom's financial obligations. This predicament cannot be solely attributed to Stevenson. He merely acted in accordance with the codes of noble society, making a decision most advantageous for his future, for besides his paternal lineage, maternal and spousal connections are equally vital resources. However, who could have anticipated that Marquis Neo would display such shamelessness and ruthlessness, casting aside his most exceptional daughter to the Solom family? Thus, Stevenson, nearly pressing his face against Minnie's, roared, "You! What use are you now? Aside from the substantial tuition you demand monthly, how can you assist me? Will you help me progress in the art of artificing, or gain the favor of my mentor? Speak," he continued. "Richard has already left me far behind. What am I to do?" Witnessing Minnie's silence, Stevenson found it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "I nearly forgot you are a woman, at least useful for a night of passion. Now, undress and get onto the bed." Minnie did not argue nor resist. Instead, she silently removed her garments, lying upon the bed and parting her legs. Throughout this ordeal, her expression remained serene. However, once settled, she turned her face aside, concealing the tears that flowed uncontrollably. With her eyes tightly shut, she awaited the anticipated violent intrusion. Moments passed, yet no movement came. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she opened her eyes to find Stevenson standing at the bedside, gripping the neck of a bottle of strong liquor, taking deep swigs intermittently. His gaze drifted over Minnie's body, fixating on the icy bay beyond the window. The harbor in the night was not entirely engulfed in darkness. The omnipresent ice shards reflected an eerie glimmer, devoid of any signs of life, exuding an atmosphere of stark, chilling desolation. He glanced at Minnie and coldly declared, "You are a clever woman. This is neither the time for your whims nor petty tantrums. If I fail to become an artificer, then all is lost: status, honor, wealth, power, none shall remain. You are undoubtedly aware of this. Marquis Neo has long forsaken you, and your fate is irrevocably entwined with mine. You should consider yourself fortunate. For illustrious noble families with a rich history, such as ours, hold formal betrothals in high regard. Therefore, I currently have no intention of dissolving our engagement. However, you must now strive for your future, demonstrating your worth to me and to the Solom family, proving that you merit the expenditure of 500,000 gold coins each month. Should you fail to do so, or should you choose not to, I will not compel you. You may depart from the deep blue next month. I believe no one would willingly squander such a sum monthly for the daughter of a fallen marquis, a woman who has already been used." The last few words were bellowed by Stephen with a tipsy bravado. Minnie remained motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling. Stephen's words rang true, and she could not afford to lose the support of the Solom family. Without financial backing, her status would plummet, placing her in a situation far worse than that of Eileen. Given her once noble lineage, there would be many men eager to leave their mark on her. Yet, her magical talents, at this juncture, were of little consequence. A famous saying by Su Hailuan is, "Gold is finite, while talent is abundant." Thus far, the engagement has been a one-sided affair, with Stephen bearing the burden. After a moment, Minnie's eyes finally flickered, and she sat up slowly. Her demeanor remained as frosty as ever, yet the pride and mockery in her gaze had been replaced by pallor and deep gray. A wry smile tugged at the corners of her lips, but this time it was directed at herself. She stood barefooted beside Stephen, gazing out the window alongside him, and said, "I truly lack the capital to be proud, nor can I relinquish everything I currently possess. Therefore, I shall choose to stand with you. Whether you regard me as a woman, a partner, a friend, or even a subordinate, I will not be treated as a mere toy." With a sigh, Minnie continued, "Don't you find this matter rather peculiar? Richard had never learned how to construct a complete magical construct before. Under the guidance of St. Cruz, utilizing the finest materials, it took him over half a month and resulted in 41 failures before he produced a magical construct with only 20% completion. How could Richard possibly create a usable construct plugin directly? Minnie's assertion prompted Stephen to calm down and ponder. Are you suggesting that the magical construct was not created by Richard? No, that is impossible. Master Phil would not lie, as it serves no purpose, and he has no need to favor either Solem or Ackman. The magical construct must have been crafted by Richard himself. Yet you are correct. The entire situation is indeed strange. We have long since obtained Richard's course schedule, and according to the curriculum, he would not begin learning construct crafting for at least another year. There must be a crucial underlying factor that enables Richard to surmount obstacles that many cannot overcome in their lifetimes, achieving such a leap. What we need to discern now is precisely what that key element is. Even if I cannot utilize it, it may provide some inspiration. Minnie frowned and remarked, "This is quite challenging." Indeed, it is very difficult. Richard had scarcely any friends and rarely interacted with those irrelevant to him. The individuals he encountered most frequently were the sorcerers who taught him, and these old fellows were almost entirely devoid of warmth. Here in Deep Blue, I had no means to track Richard or discern the company he kept, even if I could acquire information about his whereabouts. The commotion it would create would be too great. Stevenson involuntarily furrowed his brow. The cautionary tale of Randolph loomed large in his mind. And exhibiting hostility towards a fellow student of the prince was sure to displease their instructors. Aileen, perhaps we should send her to inquire. She might yield some answers, suggested Minnie, considering that she was the only woman who had ever been so close to Richard. After a moment's hesitation, Stevenson nodded in agreement. Yet he soon sighed, his voice tinged with resignation as he remarked, "Even if we uncover the secrets behind it all, the chasm that has formed is exceedingly difficult to bridge." Though Richard's overall evaluation is merely excellent, which pales in comparison to mine, evaluations are not everything. At the very least, his displayed talents are not significantly inferior to my own. Moreover, Stevenson managed a bitter smile before continuing, "The resources he can devote to his training far exceed my own." Minnie fell silent. The truth was undeniable. Richard's monthly income was not a closely guarded secret, and anyone of notable status could ascertain it if they wished. His total earnings were not exorbitant, yet his expenditures were far below Stevenson's. Most of Stevenson's bills were allocated towards rent, tuition for both himself and Minnie, alongside various social expenses. After deducting these, the funds available for coursework, magical experimentation materials, and restorative potions amounted to less than half of what Richard had at his disposal. These were the expenditures that directly influenced the pace of magical cultivation. Moreover, the creation of that initial power room construct had depleted nearly all his reserves. Stevenson took another deep swig of strong liquor, letting the fiery liquid blaze down his throat and into his chest. He had begun to sense that his efforts since entering Deep Blue were veering off course. He had once believed he was adeptly employing both schemes and stratagems, using Aileen to psychologically undermine his rivals, rallying every potentially useful ally to isolate his opponent, and pouring all his resources into showcasing his talents and abilities as a construct master. However, the outcome had delivered a nearly devastating blow. Richard had triumphed in this unannounced conflict with progress that surpassed his by 2 whole levels. Stevenson could not help but reflect on whether he had engaged in excessive actions. Would the results have differed had he devoted all his energy and resources directly to the study of construct mastery from the very beginning? Deep Blue was unlike the outside world. Here, there was no need for the veil of public opinion, no necessity for noble justifications. Only the joy of Suhalen and absolute strength were required. As Minnie observed the ambitious man beside her wear a look of dejection and despair, she suddenly felt a chill envelop her bare skin, and her heart began to tighten. The fingertips gently caressed her smooth and delicate skin. Yet what she felt was not humiliation, but a profound chill. If Stevenson were to abandon his quest, he would still possess the bloodline of the dragon-veined sorcerer and the strength of a powerful matriarch. What, then, remained for her? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Minnie slowly uttered, "Perhaps there exists a shortcut at the end, albeit with slim chances of success." "What method do you propose?" Stevenson inquired eagerly, his eyes lighting up like a drowning man spotting a piece of driftwood. "Find a way to get close to the teacher and win her favor. Recently, I have sensed that her mood has been increasingly unstable, presenting a prime opportunity. Though she is a legendary sorceress, she is still a woman." Stevenson paused for a moment, then grasped the implication of Minnie's words, his eyes gradually brightening. Yes, a legendary sorceress is indeed a woman. How had he not realized this before? It seems that women understand women best. Are you suggesting that I should find a way to make Sue Helen my woman? Stevenson pondered, his expression slowly regaining vitality as he revealed a nobleman's impeccable smile. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat in the realm of magical constructs, his advantage over Richard in this domain was overwhelming. In noble society, such matters were not uncommon and often did not invoke even a hint of embarrassment. Though this was an unconventional battlefield, its significance and impact could sometimes rival that of a true battlefield. A glint of determination flickered in Stevenson's eyes. It is indeed a strategy, though the chances of success are slim. I cannot place all my hopes upon this. I still have a few individuals I can rely on in the deep blue. If the situation demands, that boy shall simply cease to exist. Chapter 30. Succulent and delicious. Those in proximity to the legendary sorceress could distinctly sense that recently, Her Highness Sue Helen had become somewhat peculiar. Her emotions fluctuated dramatically and without discernible pattern, resembling a little girl harboring a rabbit in her heart. All the magi who could approach her grew increasingly cautious. Reading her every mood, even the esteemed Master Phil exercised greater prudence. Many speculated in hushed tones that the legendary sorceress had succumbed to romantic inclinations. Yet these seasoned archmages well understood that a beast in heat is the most dangerous of all. One sunny afternoon, the legendary sorceress languidly reclined on a chaise lounge, lost in her thoughts, oblivious even to her favorite fruits lying beside her. Her attire was casual, an ivory silk robe clinging to her form like a second skin. With her bare feet propped high on the armrest, the soft skin radiating a pearlescent glow under the warm sunlight. These exquisite bare feet, along with the glimpse of her calves, would inspire the unknowing to exert their utmost imagination to envision the wonders concealed within. However, those who stood beside the legendary sorceress were far from ignorant, and thus they averted their eyes from her revealed allure, harboring no inappropriate thoughts in their hearts. The sorcerers dutifully reported the recent significant events in deep blue, yet the legendary mage appeared distinctly disinterested, at times even squinting in lethargy. At that moment, a servant entered from outside, stating that the master painter wished to seek an audience with His Highness, the legendary mage. Sahalen, with her eyes half closed, remained motionless for a time until the servant, struggling to maintain his bow, cast a pleading glance towards the sorcerers. Only then did she lazily nod, allowing the art master, clutching a painting, to appear before her in a state of trepidation. Approaching the soft couch, the art master bowed deeply, not daring to let his gaze rest upon any part of Sahalen. He revealed the painting he held tightly against his chest and respectfully spoke. Your Highness, your student, Stevenson, has created a portrait for you, one of considerable artistic value. Thus, I have taken the liberty of intruding upon your precious time to present this work to you. Sahalen's half-closed eyes finally opened wide, her focus sharpening as she shifted her body with the reluctance of a cat basking in the sun, seeking a better angle to admire her likeness. The legendary mage had many disciples, and she had received countless peculiar gifts. Yet Stevenson was the first to present her with a portrait. Indeed, it was a masterpiece. Although there were few portraits of the legendary mage, many were crafted by great masters. However, all of them emphasized her identity as a legendary sorceress. Even those that depicted her beauty did so with themes of dignity, majesty, and splendor. Earlier works often illustrated her grand exploits in other realms, where, despite her breathtaking beauty, she exuded an aura of chilling menace and overwhelming power. This half-length portrait, however, was distinctively unique, portraying a woman of graceful beauty and subtle charm. The background of the painting primarily featured hues of blue, green, and white, with each color scheme selected to express purity, softness, and sweetness. The layering of these colors was masterfully executed, never overshadowing the subject's elegance, but rather enhancing a sense of tranquil beauty. Had it not been for the signature water blue robe of the mage, one might scarcely discern that this woman, imbued with a touch of haziness and melancholy, was indeed a legendary sorceress. Stevenson's intentions were artfully and subtly laid bare through this portrait. A flicker of emotion finally ignited in Sahalen's eyes, and the art master, keenly observant, noted this subtle change. Once a wanderer among numerous realms, mingling within the circles of nobility and courts, he had also been a suitor to many noblewomen. In Sahalen's gaze, he recognized a sentiment he had witnessed in many others before. Indeed, over the years, people had remembered Sahalen solely for her stature as a legendary mage. recalling her formidable spells, her wealth rivaling that of dragons, and the flourishing prosperity of Deep Blue, while forgetting that she was, at her core, a woman. The lives of legendary figures are significantly prolonged, and as such, their mindsets evolve. They transition from the natural decline of time to a renewal of youth, to the weariness of age, and ultimately, to a state of detachment. On the continent of Nolan, where the illustrious High Elves once thrived, profound insights and detailed narratives have been recorded. Presently, Sahelan, having ascended early into the realm of legendary mages, exhibits a mindset that remains distinctly youthful. Is she 20 or perhaps 18? It is impossible to ascertain. Yet, the haze of confusion that flickers in her eyes is something the master artist has often observed in the gazes of noble women and young maidens still dreaming of love. The potency of this portrait becomes evident through such reflections. In times past, the master artist was captivated by Sahelan's beauty and strength, willingly forsaking the vibrant world outside to settle in the depths of the azure. However, as time elapsed, his one-sided admiration faded into oblivion. Love, after all, necessitates a foundation in reality. When the artist began to rely on the funds he received from Sahelan for his sustenance, the once elusive dream slipped further from his grasp. Thus, when he witnessed Stevenson's thoughts and endeavors, the artist felt no trace of jealousy. Instead, memories long buried resurfaced, and the act of reminiscing left him with mere sighs. This, indeed, is a hallmark of advancing age. Moreover, he found himself willing to assist Stevenson, a notion that would have been utterly inconceivable a decade prior, even if such assistance bore a considerable monetary value. Perhaps startled by the artist's gaze, Sahelan abruptly opened her eyes wide, her gaze strikingly clear, causing the artist to hastily avert his eyes. With a hint of greed, the legendary mage cast one last glance at Stevenson's half-length portrait, then beamed with delight, exclaiming, "This is splendidly rendered, but am I truly so beautiful? Indeed, you are the loveliest among all legends." This time, the artist spoke before any of the archmages could interject. Sahelan smiled modestly and turned to the gray dwarf, saying, "Black Gold, this little fellow Stevenson is quite impressive. Let us augment his joy this month with a little gift from me. As for the amount at this juncture," she suddenly glanced at the artist, who remained rooted in place, and commanded, "You may leave now." The artist, his heart a tumult of emotions, dared not linger and quickly departed. However, he was certain that Sahelan would express her delight towards Stevenson, which would surely bring him joy and encourage further gestures. Yet, as he approached the magical teleportation array, the artist found himself slowing his pace, astonished by his own transformation. When did he become so worldly, assisting a young nobleman, whom he scarcely knew, in pursuing the very object of his former admiration? Was it merely for gold? A struggle commenced within the artist's heart. A voice fervently argued that nearly every archmage toiled for Sahelan's joy, and was that not also for the sake of coins? If the archmages could do so, what right had he, a mere grand mage, to feel any restraint? However, reason and experience mercilessly reminded the artist that the two scenarios were not the same. All archmages possessed their own principles in conduct and action. They contributed to the Deep Blue in their own unique ways while earning their rightful rewards. The joy of Sahelan is not without cause. It is rather a recognition of their achievements and hard work. The elderly archmages regard Sahelan with the affectionate gaze one would bestow upon a delightful young girl, eager to indulge in playful banter with her. Certainly, among them are those who labor solely for the sake of gold, yet they share a common trait of dedication, earning each coin with a clear conscience. Those devoid of moral integrity could never endure in the presence of legendary mages. Upon this reflection, the master artist felt the coins and magic crystals in his pocket grow warm. He could not help but ponder whether it was his gradual decline through self-abandonment that had prevented him from creating truly satisfying works for several years. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, after the master artist's departure, Sahelan's gaze remained fixated on her portrait, her expression growing increasingly intricate. The archmages exchanged glances, their concern palpable. Stevenson's intentions were quite evident. They were not worried about Sahelan's perceptiveness, yet her current demeanor was decidedly unusual, leaving them with an unsettling feeling. Could it be that the legendary mage was truly swayed by that cunning young man? After a prolonged silence, the gray dwarf could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat a few times to capture Sahelan's attention before exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have yet to decide on the reward due to Stevenson for this month." Sahelan, sensing the abnormal tone in the gray dwarf's voice, still kept her gaze on her portrait and casually replied, "Just 100 gold coins will suffice." "How much?" The gray dwarf was incredulous for the first time in his life. Given Sue Helen's recent fascination with the portrait, even hearing a figure of 1,000,000 would not have shocked him as much. The legendary mage finally pulled her head away from the portrait, somewhat impatiently stating, 100. Did I not make myself clear? How much more do you wish to give? Do you intend to pay on my behalf? Oh no, of course not. You jest. I have no money, the gray dwarf exclaimed, fervently shaking his hands, a rare display of anxiety, with tastes akin to those of dragons. Gold was not merely currency to him. It was an ever-growing collection. The thought of parting with gold was as painful as having his beard shaved. Black Gold momentarily failed to grasp why Sue Helen would reward the master artist for the portrait. However, the other archmages exchanged knowing looks, nodding slightly in mutual understanding. Though none considered clarifying matters for the artiverse gray dwarf, Phil stepped forward and recounted the details of Richard's training under Naya. As Phil spoke of Richard, Sue Helen's eyes brightened, and before he could finish, she interjected, "No wonder Richard suddenly made breakthroughs in magical inscription. It turns out this fellow has been meddling." Master Phil, do you believe this will adversely affect Richard's future achievements? Phil had already contemplated this issue. He shook his head and replied, "No. It is quite likely to benefit Richard in the future." Sue Helen's eyes instantly gleamed with a dangerous light. "Is someone plotting against my Richard?" Phil hastily clarified. "That's not what I meant. However, we can be certain that Richard has the potential to become a construct master, and such individuals rarely remain off the battlefield. Acquiring knowledge of the arts hidden in darkness will undoubtedly aid in his survival." The legendary mage nodded in agreement, saying, "That is indeed true. Yet, I am astonished that Naya would dare to secretly instruct my student without my consent. His audacity remains as formidable as ever. The former Blade of Calamity was quite an annoyance. I once yearned to leave a lasting impression on him, but he scurried away like a timid mouse, disregarding his reputation, and I let the matter rest. I never anticipated he would hide in the deep blue." "Well, very well, ha ha ha." As the legendary mage's laughter took on an odd tone, all the archmages fell silent. Naya was indeed bold to have offended Sue Helen and still dare to take refuge in the deep blue. It was, without a doubt, an unexpectedly clever move. However, his identity was now public, and it would be too late for him to depart from the deep blue at this point. While Sue Helen may not be the most powerful among legends, she was certainly the most vengeful, and her ability to hunt and track was as renowned as her magic. As for the identity of the Blade of Calamity, few paid it any heed. The deep blue was teeming with people, and the population flow in its outskirts could rival that of a small nation's capital, mingling with countless individuals who had once survived in the shadows. As long as they adhered to the rules of the deep blue, no one would concern themselves with their past. The deep blue maintained its own regulations, and the rules of the outside world were utterly ineffective within its confines. Sue Helen bit her lip, expressing her frustration, "Though the Blade of Calamity has wronged me. Upon reflection, it was merely trivial matters. Moreover, I later came across his private stash of decades. Well, after all these years, it can be overlooked. He is quite perceptive now, teaching Richard authentic skills without any ulterior motives, which complicates matters further." At that moment, the gray dwarf stepped forward, reminding her, "Your Highness, taxes." "What?" Sue Helen was momentarily taken aback, having to admit that her reactions had been sluggish lately. "Your Highness, Naya has not paid taxes. He collects 1,000 gold coins daily from your Richard as tuition, but has not remitted taxes. This is a blatant theft of your gold." The gray dwarf grew increasingly agitated, gesticulating animatedly to emphasize his statement. The legendary mage's delicate brows furrowed. To some extent, she shared a peculiar affinity with the gray dwarf, a passion for gold. Suddenly, she sat up straight and exclaimed, "Black gold. Immediately seek out Naya and collect the due taxes. Bring several others. He has always had a few accomplices." The gray dwarf straightened his posture, thumping his chest like a gorilla, and bellowed, "No need. I can handle it myself. This is the deep blue." He strode out of the reception hall like a true warrior, his demeanor rivaling that of a phalanx of armored knights poised for an assault. The sorcerers present, however, displayed expressions of skepticism. Having collaborated for nearly a decade, they were acutely aware that once he exited the hall, the gray dwarf would undoubtedly summon a dozen enforcement mages before daring to confront the Scourge Blade. Thus, the council session came to an end. After all the archmages departed, Sue Hylowin gazed at the portrait for a considerable time before instructing her attendant to summon Richard. Richard and the legendary sorceress met in a delicately adorned and cozy chamber, rather than in the vast hall that resembled a picturesque landscape. The sorceress casually draped a long garment over her snug silk robe, The collar intricately embellished with an array of exquisite hand-embroidered lace that framed her youthful and delicate visage, enhancing her charm. Her long hair was haphazardly gathered into a loose bun, secured by 2 dragon-tooth hairpins, yet a few stray strands cascaded down, resting alluringly upon her rounded shoulders, exuding an irresistible allure. As Richard entered, the legendary mage was kneeling on a deep crimson woolen carpet, half leaning on a mahogany tea table, intently fixated on a delicate balance scale crafted from magical gold. The scale's trays, adorned with weights of varying sizes and quantities, were in a state of severe imbalance, with the right tray nearly touching the base. In Sahalin's left hand, she toyed with a small, exquisite weight, hesitating over which side to cast it. This weight was remarkably diminutive, smaller than any other on the table, seemingly incapable of exerting a decisive influence regardless of its placement. However, Richard astutely observed that the support of the scale was intricately carved with entwined dragons and demons, each exuding a faint aura of magic. He quickly realized that this was a magical scale, whose equilibrium was not solely determined by the weights, but significantly influenced by the inherent magical essence of the objects. Furthermore, it was highly sensitive to its surroundings, capable of responding to the unpredictable elemental energies of the planes, thus altering its state of balance. Consequently, it served both as a tool for assessing the magical quality of items and as an instrument for divination. Richard stood quietly, choosing not to intrude. He relished this tranquility and admired the breathtaking allure that the legendary mage effortlessly radiated in this moment. The crisp sound of the magical gold striking resonated melodiously, lingering in the air. That tiny weight seemed as heavy as a mountain, pressing the tray straight down, sinking completely. Suhailuan glanced at Richard, then at the scale, and back at Richard, repeating this action. Her expression transformed into one of indescribable peculiarity. Chapter 31. The Deep Blue Elegy on the last day of April each year. The 7-stringed crescent moon of the Norland continent simultaneously graces the night sky. It is said that this day marks a moment of transformation for one's fate throughout the year. Hence it is referred to as the Day of Destiny. According to legend, on the Day of Destiny, the gods lend an ear to the voices of their believers, or dispatch their emissaries, even descending to the mortal realm to hear the wishes of the faithful. The devout shall be rewarded, while the faithless shall gain nothing. However, those who have traversed the plains know that legends are merely tales. Yet, on this year's Day of Destiny, many lives were indeed altered. In a spectacular assault, breaking through and encircling the enemy, the armored knight in Eligia's hands finally appeared on the battlefield, engaging in a decisive confrontation with the armored knights of the Neo and Solum families. With a ratio of 20-18. The Solum and Neo coalition maintained a slight advantage, albeit minimal. However, the outcome of the battle saw Eligia, at the cost of 5 armored knights, completely annihilate the coalition's knight squad. This was a pivotal engagement. The forces of Countess Eligia, with armored knights at the forefront, pierced through the coalition's ranks like a razor-sharp spear, tearing open a breach in the ironclad defenses, deepening and widening the wounds until the entire situation collapsed utterly. In this battle, thousands from the coalition were captured, and nearly 1,000 heavy cavalry were lost. Solum officially declared its withdrawal from the war, while Neo's envoy for peace negotiations was dispatched swiftly as the battle concluded. Among the military aristocracy, ancient rules dictate that the outcomes of peace talks are already determined by prior engagements. Marquis Neo would lose up to 1/3 of his territory in exchange for a decade of peace. In contrast, Eligia would claim all the lands forfeited by the vanquished. This bountiful harvest would grant her sufficient legitimate territory, awaiting the decree of the Emperor of the Holy Alliance to elevate her title to Countess Eligia. In the southwestern front of the Holy Alliance, Eligia would become a central topic for an extended period. Yet, on a broader continental scale, more discussions revolved around Gordon Ackermont. He chose to officially enter the capital of the Holy Alliance, the miraculous city of Fushide, at noon on the Day of Destiny. The path into Fushide has always been paved with steel and blood, with numerous factions openly and covertly obstructing entry, and some prominent families resorting to outright assassination. This is a tradition of the Holy Alliance, established by its first emperor. Families lacking the strength to break through such blockades and assassinations are deemed unworthy to stand in Fushide. During the process of a family establishing itself in Faust, the assaults on their territory are entirely legitimate. For centuries, behind the glory of each family that successfully settled in the realm of Shiji, lies a path stained with roses and blood. Yet, it is often the case that people remember only the victors, forgetting the multitude of families that have vanished into obscurity along this treacherous road. Godin's decision has captured the attention of the entire continent, one reason being that perhaps Egmont, as a unified entity, qualifies to challenge Shiji, yet Egmont has never truly come together as one. As the patriarch, Godin represents solely himself. Furthermore, Godin's meteoric rise has rendered him conspicuously lacking in the depth esteemed by the old nobility. Depth is not an empty term, quite the contrary. It signifies a clandestine private domain, a mountain of amassed wealth, a cadre of construct knights, a well-equipped army, and a reservoir of talent capable of sustaining expansion. The totality of these elements constitutes depth. Depth is something earned over time, accumulated year after year. This accounts for why newly wealthy individuals ascend swiftly yet also fall just as quickly. Undoubtedly, Godin Egmont exemplifies a parvenu, and notably, one of the more foolish among them. Before Godin Egmont, the path to Shiji is fraught with challenges. However, unlike the successful families of the past who summoned legions from various realms to forcefully break through defenses, he has taken the opposite approach, commanding all armies, including those of his homeland, to remain stationed, vigilantly guarding against other families seeking to seize the opportunity. He has not even wielded the authority of a patriarch to request collaboration from other members of the Egmont family. When Godin Egmont embarks on his journey, he is accompanied solely by his 13 construct knights. At noon on the fateful day, Godin Egmont appears punctually before the gates of Shiji, causing a ripple of astonishment throughout the Holy Alliance. This marks the first foray of the Egmont family into Shiji, signifying that from this day forward, Egmont is officially recognized as one of the most illustrious families on the continent. For Richard, the Day of Destiny is also significant. At 11 o'clock that night, he is to receive a summons from a legendary wizard. He instinctively senses that this meeting will be extraordinary. As night descends upon the magnificent icebound bay, on this exceptional evening, the deep blue has come alive. A misty, ethereal blue glow emanates from the intricate patterns of the Grand Tower, rising into the night. From a distance, it resembles a splendid and mysterious blue crystal tower standing at the far end of the icebound bay. The grounds surrounding the deep blue are ablaze with thousands of bonfires, and from the heights of the magical tower, they resemble stars scattered across the night sky. The chill of early spring seems to fade away as people gather around the bonfires, singing, dancing, indulging in strong spirits, and reveling in the rare spectacle of the deep blue illuminating the night. Most of them reside in the fringe districts. Deep blue is their sanctuary and spiritual support. As long as this magical tower stands in the north, their pride will swell accordingly. The appointed time has arrived. Before Richard, the imposing magical automaton swung open two heavy steel doors, revealing a spiraling staircase ascending beyond. The doors, towering and in perfect harmony with the aesthetic of the upper echelons of the deep blue, bore no special treatment on their steel surface, exposing a rich hue of red ochre and weathered textures that exuded a primal beauty, evoking visions of the metal's origins amidst the desolation and despair of a wilderness deep within a ruined landscape. The staircase itself was exquisitely crafted, radiating a soft luminescence throughout. At first glance, the glow appeared unremarkable, yet upon closer inspection, it induced a dizzying disorientation, rendering the material of the staircase indistinguishable. Each sculpture adorning the handrails was a masterpiece of artistry, further enchanting the beholder under the gentle illumination. The height of the staircase left Richard in a state of vertigo. He had now entered the uppermost realm of the deep blue, beyond which lay Sahalin's true private domain, a forbidden area inaccessible even to the Grand Magi. Would a legendary sorcerer seek an audience with him in this private sanctuary? Richard steadied his emotions and ascended the steps. At the summit, a small door, intricately carved with sculptures of various forms, swung open on its own. To his astonishment, two dark elf maidens stood beyond the threshold. The sudden appearance of these notorious denizens of the underground world startled Richard, almost prompting him to unleash a spell. However, he quickly recalled that this was the private domain of a legendary mage, where no foes could possibly appear. It seemed these two dark elf maidens were indeed subordinates of hers. The maidens appeared to recognize Richard. One of them gestured invitingly, saying, "Mr. Richard, please follow me." With that, she took the lead, while the other maiden closed the door behind them. Observing the light, soundless steps of the dark elf maiden ahead, Richard suddenly felt beads of sweat trickling down his body. Naya had once taught him to observe the movements of others. Each step the maiden took was precise, akin to the swing of a pendulum, measured to the width of her shoulders, neither more nor less. Each step barely touched the ground with the tips of her toes, yet exuded a palpable sense of strength. Though her gait was infused with rhythm and possessed a balletic grace, Richard perceived it as exceedingly perilous. indicating that the maiden harbored formidable martial skills. Should she choose to strike, Richard's current abilities would render him utterly defenseless. The maiden led Richard into an expansive space. If Sue Hylowen's 1,000-meter reception room simulated the picturesque essence of mountains and waters, this vast area, spanning nearly 10,000 square meters, replicated the natural environments of various planes. Here, one could find realms of molten lava, frigid polar snowfields, arid deserts, and even damp, murky swamps, not to mention a dragon's lair. Various terrains were separated by magical barriers, each undisturbed by the others. Each environment was alive, animated by shadows flitting about, barely discernible through the glimmers of purple, blue, and green emanating from the barriers, revealing strange creatures that could only be found in comprehensive bestiaries. After traversing this area and ascending another flight of stairs, Richard encountered yet another door. This stone portal, while exquisitely polished, bore no extraordinary features. The maiden gently caressed the door, and it slid open soundlessly. She no longer advanced, but gestured for Richard to enter. At the end of a long, dimly lit corridor lay a fantastical realm. Countless isobis crystals were embedded in the walls and ceiling, radiating varying shades of blue, casting a dreamlike hue over everything within the chamber. The floor, smooth as a mirror, was made from an unknown stone that felt warm and comfortable underfoot, devoid of any chill. Standing there, Richard felt as though he were at the very center of the multiverse, gazing upon an endless sea of stars. In the distance, a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a panoramic view of the Everwinter Mountains beneath the night sky. The magnificent and towering Everwinter Mountain range stands like an ancient titan, vast and imposing, quietly lying there as a mere witness to the changes of the continent's history, without participating in them. Before a 10-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window stands a slender figure, seemingly inconspicuous in this dreamlike space, which is why Richard did not notice her at first. However, once his gaze fell upon her, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Unable to look away, she was Sue Helen, the legendary sorceress, conqueror of realms, dragon slayer, and demon terminator. In such a space, at such a time. With such a woman, Richard experienced a peculiar illusion, as if he were enveloped in a dream or had stepped into another's memory. His body and soul overwhelmed by a profound weariness, as if he had fought across dimensions for eons, or had wandered even longer. "Teacher, did you call for me?" Richard suppressed his unusual emotions and stepped forward to greet her. Richard's heart raced as he deeply bowed and replied, "I would be delighted." Sue Hylowen smiled gently and remarked, "You see, every gain comes at a cost. Thus far, all the expenses have been borne by your father, Gordon Ackermont. However, I believe this is not the situation you desire. At present, I can offer you an opportunity, one where you may exchange your very self as the price for acquiring formidable power. Do you accept?" It was a harsh reality, yet undeniably true. Every individual holds a price, even those who staunchly believe they cannot be measured in gold. Furthermore, since one's worth is determined by others, there inevitably arises a discrepancy between the perceived value and one's own psychological valuation, often a substantial one. Thus, in the absence of clarity regarding the heights he might attain in the future, Richard found himself unable to make promises. Upon reflecting on the words of the legendary mage, Richard discerned that Sue Hylowen held a certain favoritism towards him. If he were to reject her assistance, he was uncertain where he might find the necessary resources to grow powerful enough to fulfill his mother's dying wish. His father cast a daunting shadow that continued to expand. The choice lay heavy upon him. Sue Hylowen approached Richard, gently caressing his face, urging him to lift his gaze. This was their first physical contact. The legendary mage's hand was delicate and icy, causing him to tremble. He suddenly realized that, standing face to face, their heights were quite comparable. Demons towered over humans, and Silvermoon elves were a head taller than ordinary folk. Richard, inheriting the bloodlines of his parents and having spent his childhood in the mountains, had grown taller than his peers. The breadfruit that Alani had fed him during his early years was, in fact, a principal ingredient of an ancient Silvermoon elf recipe. Moreover, in the past year's specialized diet in deep blue, Sue Hylowen had invested significantly. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Richard had become indistinguishable from an average young human. In such close proximity, Richard beheld the legendary mage's face, which radiated a remarkable softness. It was a source of encouragement, finally instilling within him the courage to voice his thoughts. "Master, I possess nothing that could possibly equate to your nurturing. As for the future, it remains distant. Who can truly predict what 3 years hence will hold?" Sue Hylowen smiled tenderly. her aura of magical brilliance unable to conceal the shimmering light in her eyes as they danced with emotion. "Ah, so this is what troubles you, you headstrong little one. Just like your mother." Richard was truly astonished this time. "Do you know my mother?" "I have met her a couple of times. We are rather good friends. Alani is a person of great respect, and your character is strikingly similar to hers, which is why she came to mind. As for her and your father, well, that belongs to the past, and I shall refrain from elaborating. I merely wish to convey that I can discern a fragment of your current concerns." The legendary mage's voice was calm and gentle, yet it effortlessly shattered the ice, encapsulating Richard's innermost feelings, compelling him to bow his head to conceal the few unwarranted tears that threatened to escape his eyes. "I am inclined to offer you this opportunity partly due to Alani, but also in the hope of rekindling a dream that I once deemed utterly unattainable. Not long ago, I found myself on the brink of despair. However, your arrival has ignited a glimmer of hope within me. Thus, there is no need for you to ponder the specifics of what you can contribute. As long as you possess the determination to give your all, that is sufficient." Richard, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I am willing." Yet, before he could utter another word, Suhailuan gently placed her small hand over his mouth, her laughter ringing with delight as she said, "No need to say more. Those first 3 words are sufficient. Now, little Richard, it is time for you to witness the true essence of magical runes." Suhailuan glided back a few steps, as if gliding upon a tranquil surface of water. Without the need for any incantations or gestures, she appeared to defy gravity, gracefully ascending until her toes hovered a meter above the ground, where she paused. With the elegance of a swan, she unfurled her arms, and in an instant, her magical robe, along with all her garments, transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights that danced and intertwined around her in the air. Richard stood transfixed, utterly unprepared for the ethereal beauty of the form before him, revealed in its entirety without a hint of concealment. The legendary sorceress possessed a physique that surpassed the limits of imagination. Before Richard could fully awaken from his astonishment, intricate azure patterns began to emerge upon her skin. In an instant, they blossomed like living branches, spreading gracefully across her entire being, only to suddenly radiate a captivating, gossamer-like blue luminescence. Richard's consciousness, once a tabula rasa, has now been suffused with a resplendent azure hue. His thoughts have solidified, rendered incapable of flowing. Words and ideas alike fall short of capturing this exquisite beauty. Suhailuan's voice wafts through the air, seemingly descending from the heavens. "Do you see? This is my magical sigil, deep blue aria. It remains unfinished. I once believed I might never have the chance to complete it in this lifetime. Yet now, I am willing to grant myself a glimmer of hope. Richard, should the opportunity arise in the future, complete it for me." Chapter 32, The Dazzling Shadow. Richard instinctively approached her. Each step felt as though he were treading upon a most vivid dream. The luminous aura, so close it seemed ready to caress his face. He reached out to touch the layers of undulating blue, yet his fingers traversed the resplendent hue, directly encountering her form. A force akin to legendary magic erupted at the point where his fingertips met her skin, causing both Richard and Sue Helen to involuntarily shudder. Enraptured by the beauty and the enigmatic depths of the deep blue, Richard found himself at a loss for words, unable even to articulate the sensations that flooded him. Suddenly, he perceived a surging vitality erupting from the very depths of his being, an unprecedented ferocity that was utterly uncontainable, sweeping through his senses that had momentarily paused. Compelled by primal instinct, his hand unwittingly ventured forth, ascending along the smooth thigh of the legendary sorceress. Richard felt as though he had suddenly ignited a volcano. With a thunderous roar, Sue Helen transformed into a blazing torch, radiating blue flames that enveloped her entire being. The mysterious patterns on her skin intensified, ultimately morphing into an unfathomable deep azure. Gritting her teeth, she lifted Richard effortlessly, and a torrent of potent magic surged into his body, causing elemental storms to erupt around him. In the midst of this furious tempest, all of Richard's garments were shredded to tatters, then reduced to mere ashes. With a resounding thud, Richard was cast naked upon the ground. The surface was exceedingly hard, and the impact was profoundly jarring. However, the magic infused by Sue Helen coursed through every cell of his body, rendering him impervious to pain. Yet, the violent tremors left his limbs numb, preventing him from rising immediately. The legendary mage's power could not suppress the wild bloodline that had fully awakened within Richard. Lying on his back, his manhood stood erect, defiantly pointing towards Sue Helen. "Damn it!" The words escaped Sue Helen's lips, almost squeezed out between clenched teeth. In an instant, she darted 10 meters forward, hovering above Richard before descending directly towards him. The blue streak of light trailing behind her resembled colossal wings, nearly obscuring much of the space, dazzling and resplendent. Refusing to fade away easily, Richard's body instinctively arched upward, embracing the dazzling and elusive temptation, emitting a hoarse roar akin to that of a wild beast from his throat. He felt a certain part of his body suddenly plunge into a mysterious realm, scorching, moist, and powerfully invigorating. Each vigorous movement in that domain delivered a crushing impact on his nerves, compelling him to cry out involuntarily. He instinctively retaliated, his hands climbing up her thigh, gripping tightly, striving with all his might to immerse his most sensitive parts deeper, ever deeper. The legendary mage's delicate brows initially furrowed tightly, then gradually relaxed, ultimately rising in a slow arc. On that fateful night, within the depths of a cerulean dream, the boy transformed into a man. The seven-stringed moon hung high, casting a spectrum of colors across the night, marking a turning point in the destinies of many. Even the most extraordinary days must eventually pass, even a day of fate. As the morning sunlight streamed upon him, Richard gradually awakened, heralding the dawn of a new day. He discovered that Sue Helen had not departed. She remained in slumber, her body flawless beneath the morning light, a lustrous sheen akin to ivory shimmering upon her skin. The faint blush upon her chest seemed to quiver, as if responding to Richard's gaze. The deep blue magical runes that had adorned her body the previous night had vanished, rendering the events of the past as though they were merely a fleeting dream. Everything was so exquisite, save for the slight awkwardness of their intertwined forms. Richard's form was curled up, his head resting in Sue Hailuan's embrace, his hands and legs entwined around her, as if fearing she might flee, yet simultaneously reflecting a profound sense of insecurity and reliance. The legendary mage, in stark contrast, lay sprawled comfortably, her right arm draped around Richard, deeply content in her slumber. Turning her head, she opened her sparkling eyes, fixating on Richard for a moment, and gradually, a glimmer of vitality emerged in the depths of her pupils. It was then that Richard understood she had truly awakened. Upon seeing Richard beside her, Sue Hailuan exhibited no hint of surprise. Instead, she first covered her mouth with her hand and indulged in several expansive yawns, then stretched her body with abandon. Richard, however, let out muffled groans. For when Sue Hailuan moved, her right hand continuously grasped his most sensitive area. The scene before him was so provocative that he nearly succumbed to another overwhelming surge of desire. The legendary mage sat up, glanced at Richard, and unexpectedly inquired, "Still want more?" Richard's face flushed crimson, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, his vitality surged, and though his intellect, enhanced by innate talent, equated to 3 years of wisdom for others, it could only be likened to the maturity of a mere 17 or 18-year-old. To transition into manhood for the first time, particularly under the influence of a woman as exquisite as Sue Hailuan, was undeniably exhilarating. How many times did he yearn for this experience? The legendary mage once again donned a peculiar smile. It seemed that the gentle and graceful woman from the previous night was merely an ephemeral illusion. Richard truly began to ponder deeply. The limits of this body remained unclear to him. However, one thing was abundantly clear: no matter how many times he tried, it would never suffice. He even felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, as if he could continue to fight until the sun rose a second time. His blood surged with anticipation, wholeheartedly supporting Richard's fervent ambitions, willing to be drained in battle. 3 times? No, perhaps 5. Richard hesitated. Suddenly, Sue Helen burst into laughter, her right hand gesticulating vigorously, nearly causing Richard, who was precariously perched at the edge of a cliff, to lose his composure. She then stood up, summoned fresh undergarments in a mage's robe, and began to don them casually, remarking, "Dawn has arrived." Thus, not even once. A profound sense of loss enveloped Richard as he fell silent, rising to his feet. He noticed a complete set of men's clothing in the corner of the bedroom, and, upon closer inspection, discerned that they were perfectly tailored to his size. He walked over and dressed. Once clothed, Richard felt a considerable alleviation of his awkwardness and apprehension. Sue Helen was no longer the woman who had driven him to madness the previous night. Before him stood the legendary mage, exuding her usual flamboyance, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Richard found himself disoriented, unable to reconcile the two distinctly different personas of the legendary mage before him. Caught in a haze between last night's dreams and the reality of this morning, Sue Helen glanced at Richard, then approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the magnificent sight of the sun slowly rising from the Hungdong Mountains, and softly inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" Richard composed himself, forcing calmness as he inquired, "Why? And what do you require of me in the future?" The legendary sorceress chuckled melodically, shrugging her shoulders as she replied, "What is there to question? It is quite simple, dear brother. I have been feeling rather melancholic lately, so I have chosen to bestow this upon you. Just that straightforward. Well, if a reason must be sought, then the delightful and delectable nature of it suffices splendidly." Observing Richard's somewhat pale countenance, Sahelin could not suppress a more boisterous laughter. Once her laughter subsided, she added, in earnestness, "There is indeed a rationale. My greatest passion lies in leaving an indelible shadow upon the hearts of those formidable beings who might one day alter the course of history on this continent. However, each individual is distinct, and thus the methods to instill such psychological impacts vary accordingly. As for you, after much contemplation, I believe the method from last night is most effective, devouring you. Henceforth, whenever you pursue a woman, you shall inevitably be reminded of me, haha." With a demeanor and tone strikingly serious, the legendary sorceress conveyed her thoughts, leaving Richard speechless. When she finished her laughter, he reiterated his second question. "So, what do you require of me in the future?" He placed particular emphasis on the word future. The future, Sahelin's expression suddenly turned somber. She sighed, extending her left arm to roll up her sleeve, revealing her delicate forearm. Beneath her snow-white skin, intricate blue magical patterns began to emerge. The deep blue elegy was a 6th-level magical construct, while the knowledge of the Nolan continent only encompassed 5th-level magical patterns. Thus, to master it, one must delve deep into the infinite planes to uncover the secrets of the deep blue elegy. "I shall venture to explore the planes," Richard stated calmly, devoid of oaths or fervor. "I shall await your return." As the deep blue magical patterns gradually faded, Sahelin lifted her radiant visage, regaining her audacious spirit. Yet Richard now comprehended that the flamboyant and unrestrained legendary sorceress seen by all was not the true Sahelin. It was during the midnight hour, amidst the deep blue ethereal flames, that her genuine essence resonated. Perhaps both were manifestations of Sahelin, one obscured, buried deep where none could see. The dawn had arrived, and the day of destiny had transitioned into the past. Richard, of course, would never speak of it. This matter, this experience, he would deeply bury within his heart, cherishing it as his most precious treasure. Yet, another declaration from the legendary sorceress brought a subtle smile to his previously serene countenance. Sahelin had claimed to have consumed his first experience of life, asserting that she intended to leave him with a shadow upon his soul, and indeed, she succeeded. Her mark was indelibly etched into Richard's heart, a shadow that would never fade. It was a radiant shadow. Chapter 33, The Second Blow When Perseverance and Diligence Unite. They unleash astonishing energy. Richard's progress in nearly every domain was astonishingly swift, save for the accumulation of magical power, which could only grow gradually and methodically. Time ought to have flowed like water, yet amidst the tranquility, there were minor interludes. The secret of Fate's Night, which Richard had resolved to keep hidden, became known within a week, as the legendary sorceress, unable to contain her delight, boasted about its exquisite nature. Like many secrets, this one quickly circulated throughout Deep Blue. Consequently, most men and nearly half of the women remembered Richard's name, harboring various forms of disdain, wishing they could take his place. Alas, such thoughts remain mere fantasies. However, for the majority, while they could not physically strike Richard, they could indulge in the satisfaction of mentally assaulting him daily, a source of considerable joy, albeit fleeting. No matter how incredible it seemed, none dared to question Sahelin, not a single soul. The boss is always right. And those who dispense gold coins hold the ultimate authority. This has become an irrefutable truth within Deep Blue. The pricing system in Deep Blue rendered those who could not share in Sahelin's joy unable to survive, or at the very least, to live with great difficulty. As for the vast majority of the population who lacked the privilege of receiving the monthly accounting statement, they were entirely voiceless. The accounting statement served as the most effective invisible barrier, dividing people into core and peripheral groups. Those familiar with the history of Deep Blue recognized that this was not Sahelin's intention. The impetuous sorceress was not adept at societal management, yet the structure naturally formed. People had grown accustomed to a life of stratification. Without it, the majority would feel lost. The unassuming individuals who formed the foundation of Deep Blue found great comfort in this existence. Much like the serfs of nobility, they contributed their taxes while their lords bore the duty of protection. In a continent ravaged by war, to live under the aegis of a legendary sorceress was a blessing. The 17 archmages gathered around the legendary sorceress were those who could offer her counsel. Contrary to the sentiments of the masses, they welcomed this turn of events. For them, the emotional well-being of the legendary sorceress was of utmost importance. Among them, only the Grey Dwarf experienced a tumultuous shift in sentiment. Upon hearing the legendary mage triumphantly declare the remarkable event of the Day of Fate, the Grey Dwarf's first reaction was one of ecstatic joy, believing that His Highness had indeed displayed remarkable wisdom in bestowing delight in such a manner. It is important to note that the joy Richard had acquired had recently become a heavy burden upon the hearts of the Grey Dwarfs. Yet, he soon found this notion improbable, for the joy Richard had garnered represented a substantial sum for the Deep Blue, but was trivial to the legendary mage's personal coffers, rendering such meticulous calculations seemingly unnecessary. Nonetheless, the Grey Dwarf remained resolute in his belief that since His Highness had found joy both physically and spiritually, there was no need to further indulge in gold. At the very least, the expenditure should be significantly curtailed. On the other hand, the fortunate Richard. The reason he was adorned with the title of Lucky was also a testament to the Grey Dwarf's insistence. With an innate aesthetic sensibility of his race, he could only perceive Richard's increasingly robust physique, the subtly flowing magic, and the gradually revealing fierce aura of his hidden lineage. Yet he struggled to discern what made Richard so delectable. However, what rendered Black Gold exceptional was his ability to transcend the stubbornness and persistence inherent in Grey Dwarf blood. He believed that since Richard had been bestowed such an honor, there would be no psychological barriers in acquiring the magical patterns crafted by Richard at a modest price in the future. Richard's burgeoning talent in the realm of construct artisanship is increasingly astonishing. He has transcended a year's worth of study, mastering the intricate art of rune crafting through sheer self-dedication. His comprehension can be likened to the principle of accumulating strength over time. Subsequently, he embarked on formal studies and construct courses, achieving a level of stability and precision in drawing complex magical arrays that defies belief, even prompting descriptions of divine inspiration. Great individuals, or those aspiring to greatness, possess a unique vision. While numerous magi have observed Richard's promising ascent, the enigmatic figure known as Black Gold has fixated on the vast potential of rune constructs that Richard is destined to create during his developmental journey. Typically, an artisan in this field encounters a multitude of failures, resulting in the wastage of considerable materials before gradually honing their skills. Yet, Richard's remarkable precision and stability have led the Grey Dwarf to foresee an astonishing success rate in his future runecrafting endeavors. The market value of rune constructs is not dictated by Richard, but rather determined by the collective success rate of artisans across the continent. A significant profit margin exists between the two differing success rates, and the Grey Dwarf has already caught the scent of gold. Following the events of Fate's Day, the Grey Dwarf has further lowered the psychological acquisition price for rune constructs by 40%. In truth, this price still offers only a modest profit margin, nearly 70% cheaper than the prevailing rates across the continent. The Grey Dwarf reassured himself, feeling remarkably benevolent. After all, any difference in price ultimately benefits Her Highness Sue Helen, does it not? Thus, in the days following Fate's Day, the Grey Dwarf's heart brimmed with optimism. The events of Fate's Night, on one hand, curtailed expenditures, while on the other, augmented future revenues. There could be no happier situation. However, the days of Black Gold's bliss came to a sudden halt on the day Sue Helen determined the monthly bills, for Richard's joy showed no signs of diminishing. The Grey Dwarf sat in a daze for an extended period, finding solace in the prospect of future income that could be anticipated. Albeit the psychological acquisition price for rune constructs had been reduced by an additional 10%. News spreads like ripples across a lake, emanating outward from the epicenter. Perceptive individuals can gauge their distance from the core based on the timing of their awareness. Stevenson was notably sensitive, receiving the news neither too early nor too late, but rather significantly later than he had anticipated. Yet, he now found himself too fatigued to feel anger toward his lowly status in the Deep Blue, for the content of the news itself had far surpassed his imagination. Upon receiving the information, Stevenson maintained a facade of calm, at least within his dwelling. No extraneous sounds disturbed the silence. He stood naked before the magical mirror, his gaze fixed upon his reflection for a full 2 hours. Many lingered behind him, motionless before the floor-to-ceiling window, resembling a lifeless statue. The living quarters were intended to be a sanctuary, completely segregated from the harshness of the outside world. Even with the windows open, the magical barrier was sufficient to shield against the cold and gloom beyond the tower. However, now the oppressive leaden atmosphere seeped through the glass. encroaching upon the sanctity of his abode. The air seemed to have solidified, and the heavy leaden atmosphere made it difficult to breathe. Minnie instinctively wrapped her arms around herself and realized that her body, ensconced in the magical robe, felt so fragile, utterly incapable of withstanding the ravages of the storm. The ice floe bay was magnificent, yet unfriendly. It remained eerily calm before unleashing its fury in a blizzard, just as it was now. The residential area was equally shrouded in an oppressive silence. Stevenson's living space was vast, indeed immense. Such expanse represented beauty, as well as a symbol of status and power. In the past, Minnie had reveled in the allure of space. But now she suddenly found the enormity of the residence overwhelming, a source of anxiety. Two individuals, standing in such a vastness, were not merely subjected to an inexplicable chill, but were also gripped by the fear of imminent disorientation. An impulse to flee surged within Minnie. Yet she bit her lip fiercely, restraining herself from any movement or sound. She understood that the longer the silence persisted, the more terrifying the storm would be upon its arrival. Stevenson had been standing quietly for 2 hours, with no indication of how much longer he would remain. However, the fact that only she and Stevenson occupied such a large space meant that when the storm truly began, she would be the sole target for his ire and frustration. At last, Stevenson stirred, positioning himself before the magical mirror to display every aspect of his physique, each muscle defined. The blood of dragons bestowed upon him a robust form, far stronger than that of an ordinary mage, coupled with the vigor of his mature age. Thus, the young man reflected in the magical mirror was tall and muscular, nearly devoid of any excess flesh, his limbs proportioned to an almost perfect degree, exuding a masculine pride. In the mirror, the power of the dragon's blood manifested as a faint dark red hue, coursing across Stevenson's surface, enhancing his sinister allure. Viewing himself from a neutral perspective, a multitude of evaluations naturally arose in his mind, the majority of which were commendatory, reflecting the accolades he had garnered since entering the social realm 2 years prior at the age of 15. He could indeed take pride in his physique and appearance, while that accursed Richard, due to his youth, still exuded an air of immaturity. In terms of masculine appeal, at least for now, Stevenson could firmly overshadow Richard. Nevertheless, amidst the terms he used to describe himself, handsome, resolute, robust, and powerful, one crucial word was notably absent. He slightly tilted his head and, in a chilling, damp voice, inquired, "What does tender and delectable mean?" Minnie trembled at the sudden onset of the storm she had been dreading. With her head bowed, her body involuntarily began to shake. Yet she uttered not a single word. In such moments, any utterance would be akin to spilling blood before a ravenous wolf, only serving to incite his more savage instincts. Bang! Stevenson's fist shattered the magical mirror, his right hand subsequently tearing open, blood gushing forth from numerous wounds, dripping steadily onto the floor. Stevenson felt no pain in his right hand. Instead, he turned around, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Minnie, and roared with every ounce of strength he possessed, "I demand to know, what does tender and delicious mean?" Chapter 34. The residue of memory. After a moment, Minnie stirred slightly, her hands groping along the ground until she managed to lift her upper body with great difficulty. Blood flowed continuously from her hairline, staining half of her cheek and adhering her long locks to her face. Not only her forehead, but blood also streamed from the corners of her mouth and nostrils. Feeling the warmth and dampness on her face, Minnie reached up to touch it and found her hand smeared with blood. She vigorously wiped her hand on her clothing, then tore off a piece of her skirt, dabbing at the blood on her face before tying her hair back with the blood-soaked fabric, unsteadily rising to her feet. Stevenson stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently, the blood vessels in his eyes showing no sign of relenting, while the muscles beneath his skin twitched and his tightly clenched fist crackled ominously. The dragon-veined sorcerer possessed a formidable physique. Although he could not compare to a true warrior, he could easily prevail over ordinary mages in hand-to-hand combat. His fury made his strikes all the more formidable. Minnie swayed as she approached Stevenson, closing her eyes and bracing herself for another blow. Her white dress was stained with blood, and one side of her face had swollen. Yet her expression remained serene. From beginning to end, she did not utter a single sound, for she understood that any cries or pleas would only invite further brutality. Stevenson's eye twitched, and suddenly he grasped the neckline of her long dress, tearing it forcefully. The upper half of the garment ripped apart, and he yanked away her undergarments, exposing her upper body completely. However, what lay before him was not a body that could incite desire. Rather, the once pristine, delicate skin, full of youthful vibrancy, was now marred by bruises and contusions, a shocking sight akin to a precious vase shattered and cracked in numerous places. Stevenson gazed, inhaling deeply, then closed his eyes. After standing in silence for several minutes, he regained his composure. Aside from the persistent blood vessels in his eyes, everything else had returned to normal. He addressed Minnie. You should refrain from attending classes for the next few days. Focus on healing here. I will summon a healer shortly to tend to your facial injuries. Minnie silently nodded, watching as he waved his hand, signaling that he had nothing more to say. She then dragged her weary body, striving to maintain her composure, into the bathroom to wash the blood from her skin. Meanwhile, Stevenson donned his attire, then twisted a large ruby ring on his finger. The gemstone emitted a blinding flash of light before dimming. Magical messages penetrated through numerous barriers, reaching every corner of the deep blue. Moments later, two capable men arrived before Stevenson. One was a warrior, and the other a healer. After attentively listening to Stevenson's instructions, the warrior departed immediately, while the healer remained to begin Minnie's treatment. The priest, with hands crossed reverently before his chest, bowed profoundly to the divine and began to chant an incantation. A cascade of pure, luminous light, rich as water, emanated from his hands and poured over Minnie. The radiant glow flowed down her skin, and wherever it passed, her wounds visibly closed, the bruising dissipated, and even the swelling gradually subsided. Although Minnie's injuries appeared alarming, they were merely superficial wounds that did not warrant such potent healing. However, Stevenson was evidently anxious and could not wait for her natural recovery, prompting the priest to disregard his own exhaustion and cast 3 potent healing spells in quick succession. With a determined grit of his teeth, Stevenson swung his hand forward, striking at the empty air with a commanding voice. Give it your all. The combatant's demeanor shifted, revealing a sinister expression before he stealthily departed. In the wake of the fateful day, many lives were irrevocably altered, yet Richard continued his steadfast efforts. To him, the journey to the pinnacle resembled the rocky ascents of his childhood, requiring each step to be taken with diligence. Each day, with the sun rising and setting, represented a small step forward. On this particular night, Richard, burdened with both satisfaction and fatigue from the day's labors, made his way toward his dwelling. As the imposing metallic door of his residence loomed in the distance, he suddenly heard faint sounds of weeping and cursing emanating from a nearby alley. The voices struck a chord of familiarity, and his keen intuition immediately alerted him that it was Erin's voice. Erin, a name that had nearly faded from memory, yet here it was resurfacing unexpectedly. It sounded as though she was in some sort of distress. Richard felt a twinge of curiosity. Who would dare to cause a ruckus in such a tranquil area? His residence was situated in a serene locale, where the magical lights illuminating the public spaces exuded a dim, gentle glow, making it seem an unlikely setting for trouble. This expansive area was sparsely populated, with only a few residential quarters. Aside from Richard, the inhabitants were master mages, high-ranking nobles, or even members of royalty. Thus, security was both vigilant and robust, with magical surveillance ensuring no blind spots. Should anyone truly wish to stir trouble, they would soon find themselves encircled by a multitude of enforcers who seemed to appear from thin air. The sounds of distress originated from a narrow alleyway on the left, which appeared dark and deep, emerging from around a corner where Richard could not discern the unfolding events. Furrowing his brow, he promptly turned and strode purposefully toward the alley. Upon rounding the bend, he finally beheld the source of the commotion. Indeed, it was Erin, confronted by 3 men who were clearly of ill intent. Behind Erin stood a formidable giant, his massive frame capable of encompassing 3 young women. One of his hands gripped her wrists tightly, lifting her nearly off the ground. Beside him, a tall, slender man stood with arms crossed, his gaze roving over Erin's figure, fixated on her chest and abdomen. In front of Erin loomed a burly man, his hands incessantly groping her body, as though searching for something, yet never straying far from her most sensitive areas. Eileen found herself utterly unable to escape, resorting to frantically kicking her legs, only to be ensnared by the man before her, who seized her thigh and tucked her under his arm. His hand traveled along her leg, accompanied by a lewd chuckle as he remarked, "I nearly forgot. There are quite a few places here where money can be hidden. Come now, let me see. You seem rather anxious. I wonder how many gold coins you've stashed away." The man showed no intention of halting his advances, probing further with an even more lascivious grin. "The time isn't quite ripe, but it's merely a matter of days. We ought to collect some interest in advance. If you truly lack funds, perhaps a few nights of your company could suffice as repayment. After all, you're no stranger to profiting from men." The attention of the 3 men had fully converged upon Eileen, when suddenly, An overwhelming wave of heat surged forth, sealing off all avenues of escape. Then came Richard's voice. "Release her. Richard Ackermont." The three men were visibly taken aback, their demeanor transforming into one of utmost reverence. Even those who scrape by in the fringes are familiar with the names of the legendary mage's disciples and the archmages. Such knowledge is essential for survival. In this domain, they scarcely dared to entertain any ill intentions. Everyone was aware that all noble districts were under the vigilant gaze of magical eyes. A public warning against any rash or ignorant individuals who might harm the residents of the esteemed quarters. For the noble district was home not only to powerful mages, but also to many aristocratic offspring lacking overt prowess. The three men promptly relinquished their hold on Eileen, who bolted to Richard's side like a startled rabbit, her trembling hand quietly grasping the hem of his mage robe. The leading man shot a fierce glare at Eileen before adopting a sycophantic smile, saying, "Lord Richard, this woman owes us a considerable sum. She has been evading us by hiding in the deep blue. We had no choice but to seek her out here, yet she still attempts to shirk her debts." "There are still 3 days left," Eileen cried from behind Richard. Chapter 35. Assassination. The man glared at Eileen defiantly, asserting, "But this is not your first instance of delay. According to the regulations of the Deep Blue, I have every right to demand immediate repayment. Should you fail to comply, you must either accompany me to work off your debt or be expelled from the Deep Blue." As he turned to Richard, his expression shifted to one of feigned amiability, his transformation as swift as a spell cast in an instant. "Esteemed Lord Richard, perhaps we should not be here. Yet we are merely adhering to the customs of the Deep Blue, with no intention of defiance. The illustrious Princess Suhalen once proclaimed that contracts must not be desecrated. This woman, failing to repay her debts, refuses to adhere to the rules regarding interest or provide services. Do not be deceived by her pitiable appearance." His demeanor was one of respect, yet his words harbored an undercurrent of firmness. The rules of the Deep Blue, though not numerous, were as unyielding as iron, and even archmages were not privileged to violate them. Richard certainly lacked such authority. Richard's fingers drew together, and the leaping fireball ascended several meters before erupting with a resounding bang, dissipating into nothingness. Such exquisite control over magic caused the three men to pale, instinctively retreating a few steps. While logic dictated their actions, the disparity in status and identity between the parties was too great for them to dismiss their fear. Should Richard, in a fleeting moment of displeasure, inflict harm upon them, the only consequence they would face would be the compensation of gold coins. Richard cast a glance at them and declared, "I shall repay her debts on her behalf. Now, leave at once." However, the leader of the group, clearly unwilling to relent, continued to surreptitiously gaze at Aaron, who was concealed behind Richard. Richard let out a cold laugh and said, "What? Do you intend to question my credibility? 1,200 gold coins." Aaron's voice was soft, clearly trembling, and her shoulders subtly shook, evidently weeping with her head bowed. Richard hesitated, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. He still vividly recalled the last time Aaron was unwilling to profit from him, yet, within the span of less than a year, everything had changed dramatically. Had it not been for her desperate circumstances, Aaron might have never disclosed the extent of her debts to him. By revealing the figures, it signified her readiness to accept Richard's financial assistance. In just 1 year, her innocence, dignity, and pride had seemingly vanished. The girl who once peeked through the bathroom door radiated a sunshine-like essence. Richard's heart tightened unexpectedly, partly due to the man's earlier remark about profiting from men, but more so because he had been cornered by an insurmountable debt amounting to a mere 1,200 gold coins. This sum was merely equivalent to the cost of testing 2 spells and consuming 2 bottles of restorative potions a year ago. At present, Richard had long ceased to use ordinary mana restoration potions, as their effects were woefully inadequate and their onset painfully slow. Furthermore, upon receiving the monthly bill at the beginning of each month, he hardly glanced at the last 4 digits, for whether they were 4 zeros or 4 nines. They represented nothing more than inconsequential trifles. Richard remained remarkably calm, with no discernible fluctuation of emotion upon his countenance. He merely inquired with a nonchalant tone, "Shall I repay this sum on your behalf? Is there anything else?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Eileen softly replied, "I still owe 400 gold coins to a few others, but I can manage that on my own." Richard interrupted her. "So it totals to 1,600 gold coins, correct?" "No problem." Aaron finally lifted her head, hastily wiping her face with the back of her hand beforehand. She cast a glance at Richard, managing a resigned smile. and then tucked her hair behind her ears. Now, her emotions had settled completely, and the faint smile she wore seemed to retain a trace of the once sunny girl she had been. However, I lack the means to earn such an amount. At least not for another 6 months. I have nothing left, only myself. Therefore, should you desire me, you may seek me out at any time. A sigh escaped his heart once more as he stepped back in front of the young woman. Aaron looked up at Richard and softly confessed, I am very scared. I'm sorry. Is it because of those men? Aaron silently nodded in affirmation. Richard's words carried a subtle undertone of menace. Having already pledged to repay Aaron's debts, he was unyielding. Should those individuals dare to persist in their harassment, he would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson. Perhaps even consigning a few souls to the abyss. The distinction between the residents of the deep blue tower and those of the fringes was stark, encompassing a vast chasm of power disparity. If Richard were to take a life in the fringes, a mere monetary compensation would suffice, and if provoked or insulted, he would bear no responsibility, not even the burden of compensation. Throughout their journey, Richard and Aaron maintained a profound silence, each at a loss for words. A year had elapsed, leading them to a state of mutual inarticulacy. Aaron's dwelling was nestled in a narrow alley on the outskirts of the fringes, a closed room devoid of any view of the outside world. Though there were windows, they served more as decor. They could only open inward, with a mere palm's breadth separating them from the courtyard wall. The magical illumination provided the only source of light. Such residences were ubiquitous in the fringes, while those with exterior windows commanded prices 3 to 4 times higher. Surrounding the deep blue were scattered small towns, yet outsiders preferred to reside within, even if it meant enduring the darkness of the fringes, for it was perceived as a more dignified existence than that of the townsfolk. After escorting Aaron to her doorstep and discreetly noting her address, Richard turned away, intentionally avoiding her hopeful gaze. The cold night air rendered the fringes eerily silent. The dim lighting flickered, the unstable quality of the subpar fuel casting large, undulating shadows that resembled monstrous entities from an alternate realm, poised to pounce upon unsuspecting prey. For reasons unknown, Richard suddenly felt a chill. He was now at the edge of the fringes, where temperatures plummeted to -10 degrees. Yet, his magical robe, unlike that of an ordinary mage, could withstand temperatures as low as -50. Nevertheless, an unnatural cold enveloped him, a damp, icy chill that felt as if he were ensconced in an eternal ice cave, where even the air seemed to congeal. It was akin to being ensnared in a reptilian cellar, with something slithering across his back intermittently. Soon, a thin sheen of sweat formed, soaking his undergarments. Adding to his discomfort, Richard suddenly froze. From the shadows behind him, a figure began to emerge, slicing through the darkness with the grace of a predator. Like a cheetah pouncing, the creature lunged forward, wielding a shadowy, deep gray dagger aimed viciously at Richard's lower back. The thrust was swift and brutal, executed at close range, making it nearly impossible to evade even for a seasoned warrior, let alone a mere adolescent magic apprentice. Assassins and archers have always been the bane of mages. One strikes in close quarters while the other attacks from afar. As the dagger's tip grazed Richard's magical robe, it unexpectedly veered off course, failing to pierce the fabric. The assassin's reaction was impressive, devoid of any panic. He steadied his aim and applied more force. The robe immediately glowed with a faint, earthy hue, swelling outward as a translucent shield was activated. The assassin felt his arm, along with the weapon, sink into a thick mire, making each movement laborious. However, this was not the assassin's first encounter with a mage, and he was well versed in dealing with magical shields. Determined, he fixed his blade upon that same spot, suddenly unleashing his strength. The dagger plunged down like a spear, slicing through the robe with a sharp sound, leaving a significant gash. Yet, behind the magical robe was nothingness. The assassin flicked his arm, casting the robe aside, only to see Richard seizing the opportunity to bolt several meters away, racing toward a shadowy alleyway. A surge of dark delight washed over the assassin, for another accomplice lay in wait within that very alley, and Richard was unwittingly walking into his own demise. Yet, the credit for the kill would not be the same depending on who delivered the final blow. The assassin immediately quickened his pace, leaning forward until his torso was nearly parallel to the ground, closing in on Richard at a speed twice his own. Richard perhaps fled in haste, stumbling and unexpectedly hurtling through the air. In his panic, he reached out for an iron bar fixed to the alley wall, seemingly attempting to leverage it to steady his soaring body. The assassin, now mere leaps away from Richard, reveled in the opportunity. Richard was entirely exposed, a living target. and the assassin could easily eliminate him before he could escape into the alley. Once Richard slipped into the shadows, it would be exceedingly difficult to strike before his accomplices arrived. Thus, the assassin surged to his utmost speed, thrusting his dagger toward Richard's side once more. However, with a firm grasp on the iron bar, Richard suddenly exhibited a remarkable surge of strength. Utilizing the bar as a pivot, his body traced a semicircle, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, narrowly evading the assassin's lethal strike. The assassin, having lunged with full force, found himself unable to redirect his momentum, careening past Richard by sheer inertia. In the assassin's eyes, this was akin to exposing his vital points for Richard's assessment. Fortunate for him, he was a magician. Had he been an assassin himself? Just as the assassin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly witnessed Richard's right hand bend, snapping the 3-centimeter thick iron bar, a tool once used for securing equipment during exterior repairs, cleanly in half. Richard then wielded the severed half-meter rod like a dagger, driving it with precision into the assassin's side, followed by a deft flick. The strike, executed with unparalleled accuracy, penetrated deeply beneath the ribs, shattering the spine and severing the still-attached nerves, leaving a gaping wound in the assassin's abdomen. These seemingly inconspicuous movements inflicted a grievous injury that even a high-ranking sorcerer would find insurmountable. Richard's technique was undeniably one of the most exquisite arts of the dark underworld. Chapter 36. Participation. Richard did not withdraw the iron bar. Instead, he released his grip and, with a swift motion, propelled the assassin further into the air. He maneuvered alongside the assassin's body like a shadow. The assassin's limbs had completely severed their connection to the central nervous system, yet amidst the shock, he could still manage to think. As he soared past the alley entrance, he suddenly recalled the companions hidden within. With a muffled thud, 2 daggers simultaneously pierced the assassin's body. One plunged through the gaps between his ribs, striking his heart, while the other drove into his spine from behind, executed with ruthless precision and lethal force. Unfortunately, he had misidentified his target. This was a fatal error. Richard emerged like a phantom from behind the assassin, his bare hand slicing across the nape of the assailant who had lunged from the alley. The hand, once belonging to a magician, emanated in extraordinary sharpness. Instantly, the assassin's head was sent soaring, while blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. Richard extended his hand, seizing the assassin's head, then bent low, propelling it along the ground as if it were a mere ball. The assassin's visage remained frozen in shock and terror, rolling into the depths of the alley until it came to rest before a thick shroud of shadow, his wide-open eyes staring vacantly into the darkness. The shadow seemed to bristle under his gaze, subtly shifting and parting to reveal 2 narrow slits, akin to the eyes of a beast, locking in a fleeting exchange with the assassin's vacant stare. This alteration was minuscule, nearly imperceptible, yet, within Richard's sight, it appeared as a series of pulsating numbers. The shadow, incongruous with its surroundings, was swiftly discerned by Richard. With a sudden whoosh, a blazing fireball hurtled into the alley, erupting in an explosive conflagration in the semi-enclosed space. The fireball's potency multiplied exponentially, as a magical inferno of nearly 50 energy levels could obliterate any practitioner beneath the 10th tier in a single strike. A piercing cry reverberated through the tumultuous flames, followed by a flaming figure that began to dance wildly amidst the blaze. The searing heat washed over Richard. Even from a distance of several meters, it was almost unbearable. Yet, rather than retreating, Richard advanced into the alley, pressing himself against the wall near the entrance. Concealing his presence, his right hand slowly ascended, palm facing the alley's mouth. A flicker of flame erupted from Richard's hand, striking the man squarely in the face. The man let out a wretched howl, his visage contorted in agony as darkness enveloped his vision, stumbling backward in disarray. The spell, a mere first-tier fireball hand with a power level of only 2, often regarded as trivial in the wilderness, could serve crucial roles like igniting fires. However, when wielded with precision, it could unleash formidable might. As the man retreated 2 steps, an unexpected chill swept across his abdomen. With a furious roar, he swung his heavy axe in a lightning-fast arc, barely grazing Richard's scalp. Caught off guard, Richard was doused in cold sweat. Astonished that the man could execute such a swift and precise counterattack despite the grievous injury to his eyes. Bolstered by a surge of martial energy that marked him as a warrior of at least the 10th level, Richard, with remarkable decisiveness, swiftly dropped to the ground in an unusual posture, adopting the serpentine movement of a lizard as he glided along the earth. In an instant, he had evaded to a distance of 10 meters. This decision proved to be impeccably timely and astute, as the man's counterattack consisted of a relentless series of strikes. The heavy axe had narrowly missed Richard 3 times from above, continually adjusting its angle of assault, each attempt drawing perilously closer, to the extent that it even sliced through the fabric of his clothing behind him during the most treacherous moment. Richard pressed himself against the wall, remaining utterly still. A searing pain gripped his chest, and waves of suffocation assailed his consciousness, akin to a fish gasping for air upon reaching the shore. Yet, Richard restrained himself, enduring the agony that felt as though it might split him apart, breathing slowly at a rate several times slower than usual, lest he be detected by the sightless warrior. The initial surge of his innate ability had already diminished. The aftermath of unleashing a power several times greater than his norm brought an overwhelming fatigue, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Even with the immediate consumption of a potent energy restoration potion, it would take half an hour for him to regain his composure. During that span, Richard found himself nearly devoid of any capacity for action. Richard's gaze was fixated on the ground before the warrior's feet, only casting fleeting glances at his movements. This was a subtle technique of the shadowy realm, designed to prevent the subject from becoming alert due to direct eye contact. Meanwhile, Richard silently assessed his dwindling magical energy. His body was nearly exhausted from previously casting spells in rapid succession. Now, he possessed just enough power to conjure a fireball of standard potency. However, against a warrior of level 10 or higher, a fireball of less than 10 levels would prove ineffective. He held his breath and slowly turned, intent on uncovering the whereabouts of that accursed scoundrel. Yet, with the slightest movement, he suddenly felt a chill at his abdomen as a gaping wound, measuring nearly 40 centimeters, opened up. Blood, entrails, and unidentifiable fragments cascaded forth. The warrior staggered, disbelief etched upon his face, and as he dropped his heavy axe with a resounding thud, his body crumpled to the ground like a deflated sack. At that moment, distant flickering lights of magic illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by the clamor of voices and the hurried footsteps rapidly approaching. The disturbance had clearly attracted the attention of the enforcement mages, even in the fringes. The open casting of area of effect destructive spells was strictly forbidden, and the fireball spell epitomized such destructive magic. The arrival of the enforcement mages was undoubtedly a boon for Richard. A sense of relief washed over him, and he exhaled a warm breath. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, a raspy, low chuckle reached his ears, followed by a seductive voice that seemed to whisper directly beside him. "You can rest assured and embrace death, Richard." Yet the assassin did not draw near as her voice suggested. Just as her words faded, a dull, unreflective dagger emerged from the void, aiming for Richard's back. The dagger, of an unusual ashen hue, was coated with a lethal poison that could claim Richard's life within half a minute, even with a mere scratch. As the dagger neared Richard's spine, the assassin's form began to materialize, becoming vaguely visible like a translucent being. However, her decisive strike faltered as an oddly shaped short blade, suffused with dark red light, materialized in midair, intercepting her dagger. This was no ordinary short blade. On the contrary, its distinctive blood-soaked edge and the signature crimson glow had garnered considerable notoriety in the shadowy realm. The Blade of Calamity. The female assassin gasped in shock, her form now more defined, her features becoming discernible. She watched in horror as a wisp of dark red light shot from the blood-colored short blade, instantaneously penetrating her body and vanishing. In that instant, memories of ancient tales regarding the Blade of Calamity surged forth in her mind, despite being buried for over a decade. The true terror of the blade lay not in the sharpness of the dagger itself, but in its unparalleled artistry of assassination and the unpredictable curse of calamity it wielded. Each time the dagger claimed a life, it absorbed a portion of the victim's soul energy, storing it to empower the curse of calamity. The Blade of Calamity possessed 6 distinct curses, each capable of activation only once a day, yet those afflicted remained virtually oblivious to the fact that they had been cursed. Thus, the longer one is targeted by the Blade of Calamity, the greater the peril becomes. The dagger emitted a dim crimson light that, upon entering the body, caused no sensation, yet the female assassin was acutely aware that the calamity wrought by the blade was the tracking blood mark. This was the most notorious curse associated with the Blade of Calamity, capable of revealing the cursed individual's whereabouts at any moment within the span of 3 days. With a deft backflip, the assassin silently landed 10 meters away, crouching like a shadowy panther, her lifeless eyes fixated on the blood-red dagger. From the hilt of the dagger emerged a hand, followed by a lean arm, and then a rather ordinary, even somewhat shabby outfit, culminating in an unremarkable face, though the grin upon it was decidedly crass and lewd. Were it not for the fearsome dagger, Naya could easily be mistaken for a proprietor trapped in a modest diner, surviving on meager earnings to fill his belly, passing the idle hours dreaming of beautiful women. It was nearly impossible to reconcile him with the dashing figure who once illuminated the dark underworld over a decade ago. Naya displayed no signs of trepidation akin to the female assassin's heightened alertness. Instead, he ostentatiously flaunted a few flourishes with the dagger, leering at her curvaceous, powerful form with the lecherous gaze of a middle-aged man. "Ah, it's you. What was your name again? Let me think. Blood Parrot, or was it Gray Sparrow? No matter what you're called. It's been over a decade, and I must say, your figure remains quite astonishing. Yet your rank, tut-tut. How is it that after all these years, you remain at level 14? Have you been too busy entertaining noble gentlemen to focus on your training?" The Blood Parrot maintained a stance ready for action, yet Naya's casual posture, coupled with his crude, boisterous demeanor, created an impression of a street thug. To her perception, there was not a single avenue for escape or attack. A level 14 assassin found herself in such a seemingly powerless state. One could only wonder how formidable Naya must have been at his peak. However, instead of attacking immediately, Naya continued to mock the Blood Parrot with biting sarcasm. "Oh dear. Look at your stance. Why is your rear end so elevated? Trying to entice me? Although I have indeed earned a considerable sum recently. How did you know I was wealthy?" Heh, heh. He chuckled grotesquely for a moment before his tone darkened, shedding the exaggerated crudeness and lewdness to speak coldly. "Blood Parrot. How dare you scum like you venture into the depths of the blue? Tell me, who is your master behind you? Reveal it, and I shall let you go. If you wish to be obstinate, I wouldn't mind practicing some long and used techniques. Hey, Richard, you can stand up now. No need to be so tense. This is my territory. And she cannot touch a single hair on your head." Richard responded instantly, but not in a conventional manner. Instead, he first sidled over to the corner, then, like a lizard, adhered to the wall before rising upright. The entire movement was remarkably swift, and the direction of his actions was exceedingly cunning. Should anyone attempt to ambush him during his ascent, they would likely misjudge the situation and end up empty-handed. Richard's actions greatly pleased Naya. While the Blood Parrot initially expressed surprise, followed by a sudden realization. In a hoarse and unpleasant voice, it remarked, "Disaster Blade. Have you imparted all your assassination techniques to Richard? No wonder they have all failed." Naya, visibly displeased, shook her head and spat disdainfully. "What do you mean by teaching him everything? Bah, what I've taught him is merely the surface. It hardly qualifies as the art of assassination. However, this little fellow does learn quickly and diligently, always remaining alert, showing a hint of talent. But, dear Blood Parrot, are you stalling for time? Have you not noticed that I am also stalling for time? This is my territory. No matter how many reinforcements you summon, you cannot escape my grasp." At that moment, a powerful voice echoed from afar, filled with vigor and authority. "Her reinforcements have been dealt with, and so have yours. Moreover, allow me to correct you. This is Deep Blue, the domain of His Highness. Since you stand on His Highness's territory, you are obliged to pay taxes." The law mages, who had made a grand commotion earlier, finally arrived at the scene. The Blood Parrot's body trembled slightly, yet it dared not alter its crouched position. It realized that any slight movement would provoke Naya's lethal strike. Just then, a diminutive yet imposing figure emerged from the end of the alley. It was the Grey Dwarf. The aura of authority emanated from the numerous law mages behind him, far exceeding a mere dozen. They were further protected by over 10 heavily armored foot knights. Formidable giants wielding heavy weaponry, whose might in urban combat was unparalleled. Even Naya would find them troublesome, let alone with dozens of well-armed mages at their backs. The foot knights dragged 3 corpses while escorting 2 men forward. The living captives were the very same men Richard had encountered in Naya's tavern, yet despite their captive status, they appeared remarkably at ease. This was because the Grey Dwarf had indeed come merely to collect taxes, a task that fell squarely on Naya's shoulders, leaving them without any income. As for the 3 corpses, they were the reinforcements the Blood Parrot had awaited. Unfortunately, their lack of cunning led them to resist, resulting in their immediate demise without inflicting even a scratch on the Grey Dwarf's forces. In direct combat, assassins stood little chance against a fully armed regular army. In truth, the Grey Dwarf leading such a formidable assembly meant that not just 3 of the Blood Parrot's accomplices but even 30 of Naya's allies would be forced to flee. And that escape would certainly include Naya herself. Thus, when the Grey Dwarf appeared, the smile on Naya's face transformed into one of insincere flattery, tinged with awkwardness and bitterness. The gray dwarf's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he remarked, "You claim that what you taught Richard is merely superficial, not the essence of assassination? And you dare to charge 1,000 gold coins a day? You must realize that all of that will ultimately be His Highness's money." His Highness's money. Naya, with a sheepish grin, pulled the gray dwarf aside and lowered his voice, saying, "Was I not just boasting? Behold, Richard is now capable of handling 4 assassins single-handedly. How could this merely be superficial? It is the quintessence of my years of accumulated wisdom. Therefore, the tuition fee is entirely justified. And I dutifully paid my taxes last month. You have brought so many people here. This is..." The gray dwarf lowered his voice, casting a glance at the blood parrot, and remarked, "I have heard there are some minor troubles here, so I brought additional personnel to ensure you can manage. Lest harm befall His Highness's young Richard. Who would have guessed that those who arrived would be of such caliber? What do you intend to do with this woman?" Naya furrowed her brow and replied, "This is indeed quite troublesome. I lack confidence in extracting information. Perhaps you could stay and observe?" No. My only concern is collecting taxes. Anything beyond that is of no concern to me." The gray dwarf emphatically waved his hands in a decisive refusal. Then, with a sudden blink, he added, "Moreover, I do not wish to hear what she has to say. Should you glean any information, handle it yourself. Does the dark world not have its own rules?" Naya's frown deepened. "Yet this is Deep Blue. Everything must adhere to Deep Blue's regulations." The gray dwarf forcefully waved his hand, brusquely interrupting Naya. "The rule of Deep Blue is simply to pay taxes honestly. Nothing more. All right, I shall take my leave. Remember the taxes for this month. As for anything else, I have seen nothing." With a wave of his hand, the regiment of mages and foot knights promptly discarded the 3 corpses and 2 men upon the ground, surrounding him as they departed. Naya's expression darkened. The gray dwarf's brusque demeanor was backed by armed forces capable of obliterating the entire dark world of the city. Furthermore, the demonstration and warning were unmistakable, implying that His Highness need not intervene, for those beneath him are more than capable of dealing with any nefarious individuals, regardless of their notorious reputations from years past or beyond these walls. This is Deep Blue. His Highness's Deep Blue. Throughout the dialogue, until the gray dwarf's departure, the blood parrot maintained a posture of elevated rear, as if indulging in some peculiar preference. The ground beneath her had long been soaked with sweat. Yet Naya's murderous intent remained fixated upon her, leaving her no opportunity for escape. The armed forces led by Black Gold were a far more terrifying presence than Naya, and she dared not make any unnecessary movements. When Naya's gaze fell upon her once more, the blood parrot finally realized that no chance remained. With a wild scream, she lunged toward Naya. A dull thud echoed as Naya's short blade miraculously appeared at the back of the blood parrot's head, rendering her unconscious with a swift strike. Once the blood parrot collapsed to the ground, Naya kicked her a few times to confirm her state of unconsciousness before turning to Richard and saying, "Now, I shall interrogate her thoroughly. The process will be exhilarating and quite bloody. You may observe from the side, or even lend a small hand, as this will greatly aid your understanding of the art of the dark world. However, this is not obligatory, for the content may be too early for you, and the impact might be overwhelming. Thus, you must decide for yourself whether to partake in the forthcoming process. What say you? Do you wish to join?" Richard's complexion was slightly pallid. He had already received an initiation into the knowledge of the shadowy realm and comprehended the implications of the provocation and bloodshed that Naya spoke of. Nonetheless, he resolutely nodded in affirmation. The swiftness of Richard's decision took Naya by surprise. This assassin, who had navigated the dark underworld for over a decade, found it perplexing that someone of Richard's illustrious lineage could possess such an unwavering pursuit of the darker arts. The intensity of his resolve almost led one to suspect an inherent proclivity for the macabre within him. In truth, when making his decision, Richard's thoughts were remarkably straightforward. What would Gordon Ackman do? Would he cower in fear? The answer was unequivocally no. Gordon had witnessed countless scenes of brutality far exceeding this particular event and had orchestrated bloodshed of an even graver nature. Most crucially, whether through his own eyes or his mother's recounting, Gordon was utterly fearless. Thus, Richard resolved to partake in this endeavor. Observing Richard's face, pale yet steadfast, Naya shrugged and remarked, "Very well, let us proceed. However, prepare a container, large enough, for you shall find it indispensable." Chapter 37. Blood and Innocence. The unconscious blood parrot was dragged by Naya towards the tavern, as casually as one might carry a bag of goods. The night deepened, and the fringes of the district grew quieter still. not a single wanderer, typically fond of the nocturnal hours, could be seen. The recent imposing arrival of the enforcers had prompted the residents of the surrounding alleys to shutter their windows and doors, with not even a sliver of space left for prying eyes. Under the weight of survival's harsh demands, curiosity had utterly vanished from the populace. Richard silently trailed behind Naya, his pallid complexion betraying an inner turmoil, yet it was the clenched fist hidden within his sleeves that revealed his true state. The muscles in his forearms twitched incessantly, and droplets of crimson slowly seeped through the gaps of his fingers. Previously, Richard had sustained injuries on his hands. The iron rod had not been polished, leaving behind splinters and grains of sand from the casting process that clung to its surface. As he grasped it, the rough edges tore into his palms. What began as superficial wounds had now become a source of torment, compelling Richard to rely on the sharp pain from the pressure of his injuries to barely suppress the wild throbbing of his heart. Deep within, a tempest raged, and had he been alone, he would have yearned to scream and unleash his pent-up anxiety through furious kicks and chaotic destruction, believing that such an outburst might provide a fleeting solace to his overwhelming tension. This evening, Richard embarked upon his inaugural act of murder, claiming 4 lives in a single, swift motion. The final soldier met a gruesome fate, as Richard painstakingly disemboweled him, damaging most of his internal organs, leaving him to succumb slowly and agonizingly before Richard's eyes, consumed by terror at the moment of his demise. In that precarious intersection between life and death, Richard entered a state of absolute tranquility, where all consciousness and actions transformed into chilling numbers. The skills he had acquired from Naya flowed forth effortlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. Yet, the 4 assassins mistakenly perceived Richard as merely a novice magic apprentice, a grave misjudgment that cost them their lives. Apart from the fireball spell, the other 3 assassins fell prey to Richard's unexpectedly masterful assassination techniques, and the outcomes of the fireball spell were intricately tied to his stealthy artistry. In the shadowy realm of conflict, the fleeting moments of proximity often dictate the fates of the contenders. During the climactic battle, everything for Richard felt like a dream, real, frigid, and suffused with digits. Only when the gray dwarf departed did he awaken from this reverie, subsequently inundated with a surge of anxiety, weakness, nausea, and spasms that assailed his heart. Beyond the sorrow of taking a life for the first time, Richard felt an inexplicable tension regarding the impending fate of the blood parrot. Strangely, the more relaxed Naya appeared, the more anxious Richard became. His keen observations revealed that when Naya mentioned the blood parrot, he caught a glimpse of unease flickering across the faces of Naya's 2 companions. While the blood parrot itself had betrayed unmistakable fear and despair in its final moments of consciousness. From Naya's words, Richard deduced that the blood parrot had held a modest reputation in the dark world over a decade ago. If such a figure, alongside Naya's longtime companions, exhibited signs of tension and fear, what revelations might Naya unveil to him shortly? Moreover, Naya had just emphasized the necessity of bringing along a wooden barrel. The mere thought of the barrel sent Richard's stomach into spasms, igniting an overwhelming impulse to find a corner and purge himself of everything within. Naya, Sahalan, and the Grand Sorcerers shared a common trait. They never jested about serious matters. Despite his desire to vomit immediately, Richard gritted his teeth and followed in Naya's wake, managing to persevere until they reached the tavern, a feat he considered miraculous. After Richard and Naya departed, the 2 languid men remaining at the scene transformed dramatically, swiftly disposing of the bodies and clearing the area with astonishing speed. Within mere minutes, nearly all traces of the incident had been meticulously erased, save for the remnants of magical flames licking the depths of the alley. By the time dawn broke the next day, the residents of the border district would emerge from their homes, under the impression that nothing had transpired the previous night. In truth, in the chaotic border district, such occurrences, explosions, tremors, and an array of peculiar sounds were commonplace, and the populace had long since grown accustomed to them. As long as doors and windows remained securely shut, the interior and exterior of their homes existed as 2 disparate worlds, rendering the happenings outside irrelevant to those within. The building is safeguarded by the stringent deep blue regulations, whereby any act of forced entry or damage to the exterior walls is unequivocally deemed a malicious offense, with the perpetrator classified as an intruder and an adversary of deep blue. Naturally, occurrences outside may also become relevant, particularly if the inhabitants exhibit an excessive curiosity. Naya dragged the blood parrot across the modest lobby, entering the kitchen from the bar area. Richard noted that the kitchen was remarkably spacious, even exceeding the area of the front hall. in addition to the commonplace stove, wine rack, and food storage. The kitchen walls were adorned with an array of iron rings of varying sizes, while several pulleys hung from the ceiling, each suspending hooks of different dimensions. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of cooking oil and low-quality spirits. Yet these formidable scents were unable to mask the pervasive mustiness. The walls and floor were constructed of stone and had been scrubbed clean, but faint, irregular stains remained. "Please close the door," Naya instructed, as she dragged the blood parrot to the center of the kitchen. Upon following Richard's instructions to close the door, he was astonished to discover a relatively sizable wooden barrel positioned behind it. The barrel, although aged, was remarkably clean and devoid of any unpleasant odor. However, the mere sight of it triggered an overwhelming physical reaction within Richard. He hastily lunged towards the barrel and began to retch violently, having not yet dined. The meager contents of his stomach were soon expelled, leaving only a clear, acidic liquid. The pungent aroma of the acid surged into Richard's nostrils, momentarily overpowering all other scents in the kitchen. Yet, amidst this olfactory assault, a subtle and previously inconspicuous odor emerged with striking clarity. In an instant, Richard discerned its origin. It was the unmistakable scent of long-standing bloodstains. Richard was suddenly struck by a wave of discomfort, his body's instinctive response overpowering him. His stomach convulsed violently, almost folding in on itself. The last vestiges of acidic bile nearly erupted from his lips. Meanwhile, Naya appeared to have anticipated Richard's reaction, casting him a fleeting glance before immersing himself in his own endeavors. He vigorously pulled down the iron hook dangling from the ceiling, impaling the blood parrot's limbs upon it. With a swift tug of the iron chain, the blood parrot was suspended in midair, her extremities stretched to their limits in excruciating tension. The intense agony roused her from unconsciousness, leading to a piercing shriek as sharp instruments penetrated several of her veins. However, upon regaining her senses, the blood parrot ceased her cries, relaxing her top body to survey her surroundings. The first sight that met her eyes was Naya, and despair flickered within her gaze, prompting a soft groan of resignation. Naya's hands roamed over her body indiscriminately, accompanied by a lewd expression that was utterly repulsive. Yet, the blood parrot relinquished all hope of resistance. Her strength ebbed away beneath Naya's touch, and the despair in her eyes thickened, rendering her spirit irrevocably broken. Naya hummed an off-key tune as he methodically stripped her of her garments until nothing remained but the last shred of fabric, which he carelessly discarded. Thus, the blood parrot found herself naked, suspended in the center of the kitchen. Due to the damage inflicted upon her muscles and meridians, her body occasionally twitched involuntarily. Strangely, the wounds inflicted by the iron hook did not immediately bleed profusely. Instead, they oozed slowly, droplets falling to the floor in a rhythmic cadence. Richard finally rose to his feet, his face a ghastly shade of pale, needing to lean against the wall for support. He wiped the stains from his chest, summoned his courage, and lifted his gaze to the naked form of the blood parrot. He knew that what lay ahead was the true test. The blood parrot, though undoubtedly past her middle age, retained an appearance of youthful vigor, her striking physique suggesting she could not be older than 30 from any angle. Her powerful, well-defined legs and the exaggerated curves of her bosom and hips were undeniably alluring to men. Often, her beauty and physique served as her most formidable weapons. Yet now, in Richard's eyes, her body held no allure. Rather, in his focused observation, he discerned numerous anomalies in her physical data. Tears involuntarily welled up in Richard's eyes, rendering his vision a blur. Yet, amidst the haze, he seemed to glimpse the arrogant and overbearing visage of his father. On that face, as unyielding as steel, resided a pair of eyes so chillingly serene that they instilled dread. The word father held no warmth or affection in Richard's heart. It was suffused only with loathing, coldness, and an oppressive weight. Richard was even oblivious to the true extent of his father's power. Each recollection was merely shrouded in an unfathomable depth. Would Gordon, were he present, be unable to bear it? Thus, whenever he could slightly regain control over his physical reactions, Richard would lift his head, straining to open his eyes and observe what Naya was doing. If tears blurred his vision, he would wipe them away. If the buzzing in his ears drowned out Naya's words, he would shake his head vigorously, and when his weary body longed to collapse, he would grasp the iron ring on the wall with one hand and steady himself against the nearby wooden barrel with the other, striving to keep his upper body erect. Richard vaguely observed Naya, who, like an elderly person, babbled incessantly while meticulously caressing the blood parrot, leaving no inch untouched. Wherever his hands traversed, large splashes of crimson would erupt, Richard's body was in a fierce struggle against the unfolding scenes, resisting the comprehension of Naya's actions. Yet, the gifts of precision and intellect coldly revealed the unvarnished truth to him. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, nearly rendering him unconscious. He even questioned the integrity of his stomach. His attire bore numerous stains, yet he felt none of them. The kitchen was saturated with the sweet scent of blood, completely overpowering the stench of decay that had lingered for years. The entire space was devoid of extraneous sounds, since the moment the steel wire was introduced. The blood parrot had ceased all vocalizations. Apart from Richard's occasional, uncontrollable retching, the only sound was the subtle rustle of Naya's hands in motion, akin to the delicate strokes of a Highland peacock feather pen gliding across fine parchment. Naya hastened his movements, his hands weaving an intricate tapestry of gestures, each one strikingly clear. Before Richard's eyes, a resplendent and magnificent rose of blood burst forth into the air. It was indeed a rose, blooming upon the body of the blood parrot, its delicate petals visibly trembling with life. Richard's vision was instantly engulfed by roses, and when he regained his sight, he beheld Nayana presenting a delicate object before him. Although Richard was uncertain of its nature, the blood-soaked magical patterns upon it were strikingly familiar. He could have sketched them with his eyes closed. It was an elemental magical inscription, basic agility. With a resounding crash, an overflowing barrel toppled over, splattering its contents all over Richard. Richard was entirely oblivious to how he had cleansed the stains from his garments or how he had departed from Naya's quaint tavern. When the tumult within his body finally subsided, he was still haunted by the vision of that enchanted construct, accompanied by an assortment of peculiar and bizarre weaponry. Yet, the visage and form of the blood parrot had faded from his memory. All that remained was the echo of her voice. Throughout the ordeal, Naya had been unable to extract any information from the blood parrot's lips. It was uncertain whether the blood parrot had truly held out until the end, or if Naya had denied her the opportunity to speak. Before Richard, a shadowy alley stretched endlessly into the depths of darkness, seemingly without conclusion. The feeble glow of the magical lanterns merely served to cast a dim light upon the alley. The length of the alley was daunting, and the scarcity of magical lights, each flickering with a luminosity far inferior to that of their counterparts in the deep blue main tower, only heightened the sense of foreboding. As he passed beneath one such lantern, Richard's silhouette was cast forth, elongating with each step. A sudden chill enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue and hunger that assailed him simultaneously, rendering his mouth and throat ablaze with a burning ache. Having already expelled everything he could, and having drained his stamina through the relentless use of his bloodline abilities, the tension in his nerves finally began to ease, unleashing a torrent of exhaustion. In that moment, he found himself reluctant to take even a single step further. Just then, a somewhat familiar door materialized before him. It was the residence of Eileen. The blood parrot and those assassins had long been waiting for Richard at the predetermined location, while Eileen had served as the bait to lure him into a trap. With a firm resolve, Richard rapped upon the door. Richard was currently adorned in the inner garments beneath his robe, intricately embroidered with elaborate and resplendent magical patterns. These were not mere embellishments. They constituted genuine magical arrays. The first assassin managed to pierce Richard's magical robe but failed to breach his inner garments. Only those loathsome individuals, endowed with talent, lineage, and fortuitous circumstances from the deep blue tower, could afford to wear such attire. Bang, bang, bang. Richard struck the door with renewed vigor, the sound echoing louder than before, yet no windows dared to open in response. A small aperture, typically used for receiving mail, opened just enough to reveal Erin's wary visage. Upon recognizing Richard, she gasped in surprise and swiftly pulled the door wide. Once the door was fully ajar, Richard noticed Erin's right hand firmly clutching a wand. Judging by its material, it was merely an ordinary wand, adorned with a gem capable of storing no more than 2 first-level spells. However, the wand's advantage lay in its instant casting ability, and 2 first-level spells could indeed pose a significant deterrent in the Borderlands. Although Erin had ascended to the rank of a 3rd-level mage, casting a 2nd-level spell still taxed her greatly, rendering her incapable of instantaneously conjuring a 1st-level spell. Thus, in genuine combat, while she struggled to chant her incantations, her adversaries could easily close in and deliver a series of blows that would leave her incapacitated. Low-level mages lack combat prowess. They can only engage in battle with the aid of wands, magical rings, or scrolls. The sight of the wand firmly gripped in Erin's hand stirred something within Richard, allowing him to glean an understanding of her living conditions. It was evident that only in a perilous environment would she develop such a pronounced instinct for self-preservation. This rudimentary want itself spoke volumes. Even a subpar wand represents a considerable expense, valued at around 400 to 500 gold coins, a sum that, while trivial in the deep blue, constituted a significant fortune for Erin, who struggled to repay a debt of 1,600 gold coins. Her willingness to incur debt for such a wand underscored her desperate need for security, suggesting that without it, she felt utterly vulnerable. In a fleeting moment, Richard discerned a multitude of truths, while Erin rushed forth, positioning herself before him, seemingly yearning to leap into his embrace, yet she restrained herself. She pulled Richard into the room, glanced outside, and then with a resounding thud, slammed the door shut, locking it securely. Leaning against the door, Erin fixed her gaze upon Richard, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her face flushed with excitement. Richard was surveying the room. It was a modest abode, consisting of 2 small chambers and a diminutive bathroom. Though fully functional, it was painfully cramped. Standing at the threshold allowed one to discern every corner. And only the bedroom boasted a window leading to the courtyard, while the remaining spaces were confined by 4 walls. The room was equipped with a magical lamp, yet it remained unlit, replaced instead by a solitary candle. The narrow space was already thick with the smoke of the burning candle, which struggled to mask the delicate fragrance of the young woman's body. The bedroom contained only a single bed and a wardrobe, while the bathroom was merely large enough for standing showers. The hallway was scarcely larger than the bedroom. Despite the abundance of items within the room, they were impeccably organized, ingeniously utilizing the available space, creating an illusion of spaciousness amidst the apparent clutter. As Richard continued to observe the surroundings, Erin suddenly noticed blood seeping between Richard's fingers, and her own hands felt sticky and damp. She extended her hand before her, and by the flickering light of the candle, she was horrified to see her palm smeared with blood. Remembering that she had grasped Richard's hand to pull him into the room, Erin could not contain her alarm. "Richard, are you hurt?" Richard waved his hand dismissively and remarked nonchalantly, "Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." To him, it was indeed a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning, especially after witnessing Nai's meticulous handling of the blood parrot. However, Eileen discerned the severity of the wound on his palm. The coarse surface of the iron bar had nearly lacerated the skin from his fingers to the center of his palm. Richard had pressed it repeatedly, rendering the injury grotesque, as if his entire hand had been torn asunder. Unable to contain her concern, she raised her voice, exclaiming, "How could you be injured? They promised me they would not truly harm you." The moment the words escaped her lips, Eileen instantly covered her mouth, her face turning ashen. Meanwhile, Richard lifted his gaze, wearing an expression devoid of surprise. His piercing eyes swept across Eileen's face, absorbing every nuance of her reaction. Then, his gaze shifted to one of tranquil depth as he calmly stated, "So you were indeed involved. Now, tell me, who are they?" The more composed Richard became, the colder Erin felt. Instinctively, she tightened her collar and lowered her head, speaking in a voice barely audible. "It's Minnie. She came to find me, asking me to lead you here. She mentioned she had some personal matters to discuss with you. I couldn't refuse, so I had no choice but to comply. But Minnie promised me she would never harm you. Moreover, she stated that you were the prince's most favored student. How could she dare to hurt you?" As Erin's voice rose, it seemed more like a desperate attempt to convince herself. Richard, however, remained remarkably calm and inquired, "Minnie? How much did she offer you, and what compelled you to acquiesce?" Gradually, Erin found her composure, offering a bitter smile as she replied, 500 gold coins. "And she promised not to trouble my father. 500 gold coins? Is this all I am worth? Yet, combined with your father's influence, it seems almost sufficient." Richard chuckled bitterly, then turned his gaze toward Erin, the smile fading from his face as he asked, "Was your first time sold as well? Can you share how much it fetched?" Erin's complexion paled instantly, her head bowing even lower, but after a moment, she confessed, 2,000 gold coins for 4 bottles of ordinary mana restoration potions. Richard assessed this figure with a near-cruel scrutiny and pressed on, "Who was the buyer? Why would you choose to profit from him instead of from me?" "Stevenson." Richard repeated the name silently several times, a crucial piece clicking into place. And as the narrative unfolded like a puzzle, the contours of the conspiracy gradually became clear. Yet, a knot within him remained unbroken, and the savage bloodlines deep within his being began to stir restlessly. "What is your price now?" The words of Richard caused Erin to involuntarily shudder. She seemed unable to bear the chill, wrapping her arms tightly around herself. In a hushed tone, she confessed, "Aside from Stevenson, There is no one else at the moment. He occasionally comes to see me, offering 200 or 300 gold coins each time. Sometimes, when I find myself in dire need of money, I seek him out. What is your current price? Richard inquired once more. Finally, Erin clenched her teeth and replied, I owe you 1,600 gold coins. If it were you, I would accept 100 per transaction. Just for 500 gold coins, you betrayed me, nearly costing me my life. Richard squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, his eyes having become bloodshot without him realizing. With a sudden forceful motion, he tore apart Eileen's nightgown with a sharp sound. He seized Eileen and dragged her into the bedroom, throwing her onto the bed before pressing down upon her with fervor. The heavy breaths, beastly growls, and the moans that erupted from the depths of the young girl's throat intertwined, filling every corner of the room. Eileen was like a small boat tossed in a tempest, helplessly rising and falling. Her hands clutched tightly onto Richard's muscular back, and at the peak of unbearable agony, she left 10 deep crimson marks on his skin. The intense pain elicited a cry from Richard, yet to him, the discomfort was akin to dry kindling thrown into a roaring fire, only serving to intensify the blaze within him, prompting Eileen's cries to escalate an octave higher. The storm of passion raged on for an indeterminate duration. When they finally separated, both were left too exhausted to move. The bed was exceedingly narrow, necessitating a close embrace to accommodate both of them. Eileen and Richard lay side by side, gazing up at the gray ceiling, unsure of how to begin. Eileen started to share her story in a soft voice, while Richard listened intently. Like many protagonists in tales, Eileen hailed from a family of minor nobility. Her father was a hereditary knight, possessing a small estate that included 2 villages, located on the border of the Sacred Tree dynasty, adjacent to the Marquis of Neo, and not too distant from the realm of the Duke of Solem. If one were to scrutinize the feudal hierarchy, Eileen's father was a vassal of the Marquis of Neo, rendering figures like Minnie and Solem individuals she could not afford to disregard. Eileen's father had a profound appreciation for the arts and was keen on socializing within high society, yet he lacked the acumen to manage the estate effectively. Consequently, over time, debts accumulated to an astronomical figure beyond repayment. From the age of 10, Eileen was sent to Deep Blue to study magic. She indeed possessed considerable magical talent, though only by the standards of her father's domain. In Deep Blue, she was virtually inconsequential. Before long, her savings were depleted, and the financial support from her family dwindled, leaving her to fend for herself in her studies and living expenses in Deep Blue. Without funds, her progress in the magical arts stagnated. The old knight could hardly afford to support a burgeoning mage in Deep Blue, nor did he aspire to cultivate a grand sorceress. His true intention was that, once Eileen had basked in the prestige of Deep Blue, she could be sold at a handsome price. In the parlance of the nobility, this meant Eileen could marry a viscount and become a lady or serve as a mistress to some earl or a lesser marquis. Without the experience of Deep Blue, Eileen would merely be a baroness, her prospects contingent upon her dowry. Minnie had evidently conducted her research into Eileen's lineage and was well aware of her father's current plight. Should Eileen refuse to cooperate, Minnie would wield her family's influence to swiftly seize the knight's estate. The knight found himself in a state of insurmountable debt. The income from his territory, after servicing the interest on his obligations, barely sufficed to maintain a modicum of dignity. Should the territory be seized, it would signify not only the loss of noble status for both the knight and Eileen, but also a descent of an entire social tier. Furthermore, Minnie had hinted to Eileen her desire for a clandestine meeting with Richard, motivated partly by intimate reasons, assuring that she would never harm him. Besides, was there not still the formidable authority of Her Highness, Sue Helen, to consider? Thus, I found myself utterly unable to refuse, the girl concluded. She extended her hand, grasping Richard's, tenderly caressing the fresh wound upon his palm, and inquired, They did not inflict any excessive harm upon you, did they? Are you gravely injured? It's nothing. The troubles have all been resolved, Richard replied nonchalantly. Regardless of Eileen's myriad justifications, she ultimately betrayed Richard for the sum of 500 gold coins. In hindsight, her decision seemed foolish, as she was not fully aware of Richard's background, nor of the unique bond between him and Sue Helen. However, most ordinary individuals lack sufficient information to make well-informed decisions, rendering the wisdom or folly of their choices largely a matter of fortune. Eileen's initial, somewhat naive resolve eventually succumbed to the pressures of Stevenson, ostensibly due to her insurmountable debts, which had arisen from her family's inability to sustain a life in the Deep Blue. The girl's voice brimmed with passion and fervor, yet left Richard momentarily speechless. Was remaining in the Deep Blue truly so vital? Absolutely essential. For For nearly 3 years in the deep blue, Richard had witnessed countless souls struggling daily, all for the chance to remain. To secure their place, they would willingly sacrifice everything. Until today, Richard had remained indifferent, harboring neither prejudice nor sympathy for these individuals. Yet now, as Eileen faced a similar plight, his heart ached anew. After an indeterminate period, Richard finally uttered, "I understand." Chapter 38. Burying innocence. The candle had dwindled to its end, plunging the room into darkness. Having just endured an unprecedented tempest and finally articulated her anxieties and aspirations, Eileen now felt waves of fatigue wash over her, her eyelids heavy as if laden with lead, compelling her to succumb to slumber. Her sleep was far from tranquil. She was beset by dreams, many of which were bizarre and nonsensical, filled with surreal and vivid images. Yet one dream quickened her heartbeat involuntarily. She envisioned owing Richard an overwhelming sum of money, with him appearing nightly to collect, repeating the process several times each evening. While her debt only grew, the bed was already vacant, and in the place where Richard had lain, there now rested a familiar piece of paper. It was a payment receipt, amounting to 31,600 gold coins, signed by Richard. After settling all debts, this sum of money would suffice for Aaron to live modestly in the outskirts for 3 years. Yet, burdened by the weight of the substantial figure, this flimsy piece of paper felt remarkably heavy. However, as she held this slip capable of altering her fate, Aaron's heart brimmed with emptiness and desolation, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. At that moment, a delicate layer of clouds gathered over the iceberg bay, with occasional rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds and illuminating the sea, bestowing a scattering of shimmering brilliance upon the undulating waves. Though the surface of the sea had thawed, isolated icebergs still floated, glinting with dazzling radiance under the sun. The sky remained dim, lacking the warmth of sunlight, and the wind was particularly frigid. Another gust swept through, lifting the edges of Richard's magical robe, infusing the chill into him and causing the young boy to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Richard stands by the seashore, mere meters away from the sheer, vertical cliffs that plunge into the ocean. The waves crash relentlessly against the rugged shoreline, occasionally sending forth monumental sprays of water that even reached the very feet of Richard. The cliffs rise both high and steep, with Richard positioned nearly 20 meters above the surface of the sea. Yet, beneath the seemingly tranquil waters lies an immense, latent power, occasionally erupting with a force capable of instilling awe and trepidation. Beneath Richard's feet lay dark, rugged reef stones, eroded over the years by relentless waves and ocean winds, leaving deep, intricate crevices. Along the edges of these rocky fissures blossomed delicate white flowers, known as star orchids. This resilient plant, the most common in Iceflow Bay, possesses an indomitable vitality, allowing it to thrive in virtually any environment. In this northern land, where temperatures seldom exceed 10 degrees Celsius for the majority of the year, its presence graces the landscape throughout all seasons. Just the previous night, it may have been encased in the icy grasp of frost, yet with a mere touch of warmth, it would once again rise, vibrant and poised, its slender leaves reaching toward the sky. Richard strolled leisurely along the shoreline, occasionally bending down to gather a sprig of starflower. Moments later, he held a delicate bouquet in his hand, the clusters of white blossoms coming together in a manner that, while not ostentatious, exuded a beauty born from their purity and simplicity. Ascending a small hill, he found himself in a place of expansive views, where the sweeping curve of the ice-laden bay unfolded before him, while in the opposite direction loomed the majestic and resplendent deep blue. The sea breeze rushed toward him, laden with a palpable chill, and the waves murmured softly, as if whispering secrets of the deep. Richard bent down, using his hands to excavate the frigid earth, unearthing a small hollow, into which he gently placed the delicate bouquet of white flowers, softly covering them with soil. As Richard rose once more, he suddenly felt a profound sense of relief. Facing the sea breeze, he inhaled deeply the icy air, the rich scent revealing the grandeur and magnificence unique to the icebound bay. He turned to depart, his dark magical robe billowing gracefully in the wind. Atop that hill lay buried the naivete of his youth, the innocence, and a dream that had once been beautiful. Richard has now come to comprehend that, when facing specific adversaries such as Stevenson and Minnie, every step he takes forward delivers a profound blow to them. For the path to becoming a constructor is akin to a solitary bridge that permits passage for only one. This is a war from which neither side can retreat. In many instances, strength is relative. The mightier one becomes, the weaker the opponents appear in comparison. Richard realizes that, With his current rapid progress in the various realms of magic, he only instills a sense of suffocation and despair in those with ulterior motives. A blood-stained conspiracy has thus quietly faded into the annals of history, as if nothing had ever transpired. Not even a whisper regarding that fateful night surfaced in the depths of the deep blue. The disciple of the legendary mage has not been subjected to assassination, nor has the mage enforcement corps been summoned to maintain order. The magical scorch marks in the depths of the alley have gone unnoticed, as if merely the idle doodlings of a wandering soul. Of course, this conspiracy could not possibly unfold without consequences, and those consequences are indeed grave, albeit confined to a small circle of individuals directly involved. As for the ever-perceptive information brokers, they are well aware of what constitutes lucrative news and what serves as a death knell for certain matters. If the prominent figures of Deep Blue have yet to reach a definitive conclusion, such matters are considered non-existent and, naturally, do not appear on their intelligence reports. Next comes the most commendable aspect of the plan devised by Stevenson. The Blood Parrots had previously raised objections, acknowledging that the assassination scheme they had received was indeed meticulous, making full use of the terrain while entirely eliminating the possibility of any unforeseen intrusions disrupting the assassination. Yet, it required the involvement of 7 individuals. The target was merely a novice mage of the 3rd tier, while all the assassins were of level 10 or above, capable of dispatching him even in one-on-one encounters. Even disregarding the exorbitant cost of deploying so many personnel, seamlessly infiltrating Deep Blue in a remarkably short time posed a considerable challenge. Nonetheless, the Blood Parrots ultimately acquiesced, for the one who pays the piper calls the tune. Adhering to the Blood Parrots' philosophy of assured success, complemented by this assassination scheme deemed excessively rigorous, 3 minutes would suffice, regardless of the utmost caution exercised. 3 minutes is but the time to hastily savor a glass of red wine. Thus, Stevenson poured himself a shallow glass of aged, potent whiskey, seated by the window, enjoying the view of the ice-laden bay under the night sky while sipping leisurely. One must concede that, despite the numerous sins and infamy associated with the polar gnomes, the spirits they produce are of exquisite quality. Stevenson now possesses a wealth of patience and confidence. When dealing with an opponent like Richard, excessive caution is never unwarranted. The Blood Parrots are merely assassins, lacking an understanding of the principle that even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. As the whiskey glass soon emptied, the anticipated updates failed to arrive. Stevenson furrowed his brow slightly but remained composed, while Minnie poured him a second glass, this time nearly filling it to half. The potency of the gnome's whiskey surpasses that of human brandy, and half a glass is enough to incapacitate an average drinker. Thus, Stevenson drank slowly. The Blood Parrot was a cautious individual, undoubtedly taking meticulous care to eliminate any trace of the scene. This was no trifling matter, should the truth come to light. Even Stevenson would be at a loss as to how to extricate himself from the predicament. Relying on family and father was clearly out of the question. The legendary sorceress had demonstrated through her actions that she was unafraid of the clandestine battles against magic, and the unexpected substantial donation from Duke Solem afterward subtly indicated the fruits of that legendary conflict. However, once success was achieved, and if one managed to avoid incrimination, the situation would be entirely different. No one would question a prodigy endowed with the gift of a construct master for the sake of a deceased. As for the Ackman family, they would naturally address the matter. Having eliminated one of their fledgling talents, the family council would surely commend him for the feat. The Blood Parrot had brought 6 individuals. To eliminate a novice sorcerer and manage the aftermath with 6 people, even with utmost care, 10 minutes would suffice. 10 minutes was precisely the time needed to savor half a glass of fine spirits. Chapter 39. Trepidation. The glass soon reached its bottom, yet no news had arrived. Stevenson felt a slight dizziness, realizing he had been drinking rather hastily. Minnie poured him another glass, this time filled to the brim. The Dragonpulse sorcerer found renewed hope and began to sip slowly. This was a pivotal moment. Every great figure experiences numerous such moments in their lifetime, and a common thread among them is that they tend to remain calm in such circumstances. The Dragonpulse sorcerer, with lofty aspirations, had read many biographies of great individuals since childhood, thus he was well acquainted with this sentiment. He remained composed, patient, and took pride in his own patience. The glass was emptied and filled again, time and again. When the bottle was finally drained, Stevenson could no longer maintain his deliberate calm. 2 full hours, not to mention killing a single person. One could easily wipe out an entire street in that time. Yet, news seemed to have sunk like a stone into the ocean, disappearing entirely. There was no word, neither of success nor failure, none at all. Cold sweat suddenly broke out, soaking his clothes. When he lifted his head and opened his somewhat blurred eyes, he saw that Minnie's complexion was equally pale, her hand trembling involuntarily while clutching the empty bottle. Stevenson grasped Minnie's hand, startling her. She flinched, causing the bottle to shatter on the floor with a loud crash. Stevenson did not respond with fury. Instead, he delicately caressed her hand. Minnie's hand was icy, as if she had just emerged from icy water. She was evidently worried and frightened. Previously, she may have had the excuse of being a mere bystander, but this time, she had been deeply entangled in the conspiracy, becoming a significant player within it. The fates of her and Stevenson were now irrevocably intertwined. The consequences of a failed conspiracy were something Minnie dared not contemplate. A resolution as fortunate as Randolph's was certainly beyond reach. At this moment, Minnie found a sense of calmness. She withdrew her arm from Stevenson's grasp, then turned to hold his hand firmly, speaking in the most tranquil voice she could muster. "No, we cannot escape. Here lies the Bay of Ice Flows, situated over 6,000 kilometers from the kingdom of the sacred tree, rendering escape utterly unrealistic. Moreover, do you believe you can evade a legendary mage? Even if just one of the 17 grand sorcerers were to emerge, the prospect of fleeing beyond 100 kilometers would be impossible." Stevenson finally managed to regain a semblance of composure, still harboring a flicker of hope. He uttered, "Perhaps they have already succeeded." But as the thought escaped his lips, he fell silent. Even though his mind was dulled by the burning alcohol, he recognized the absurdity of his speculation. What are we to do now? Stevenson was thoroughly panicked, and the calm Minnie became the sole lifeline he could cling to. Do nothing at all? Must we simply wait idly? Minnie shook her head, saying, "Of course not. I mean, we must refrain from any further covert actions against Richard. We can have no missteps. At this juncture, if we wish to preserve our lives, we must seek aid from our family, disclose the events as they transpired, and ascertain what assistance they might offer. If the family is willing to provide sufficient recompense, perhaps the legendary mage may grant us forgiveness." Minnie's words plunged Stevenson deeper into terror and despair. He bowed his head, gripping his hair tightly, and stammered, "What can they possibly do for me? They are powerless. What I have done is no trivial matter. My intent was to kill Richard, the beloved of the legendary mage. Not even my father can intervene. Though unspoken, I know he lost the last confrontation with Sue Helen. Oh, no. There is still one course of action. Declare war. Engage in battle with Deep Blue. Deep Blue possesses a multitude of mages but lacks a sufficient army. How did I not think of this sooner? I shall have my father lead the forces to attack Deep Blue." Minnie desperately shook Stevenson. Yet the dragon-veined sorcerer's mind was thoroughly clouded by alcohol, his voice growing louder with each utterance. Although this was his private dwelling, Minnie could not be certain whether magical surveillance devices had been secretly installed. Declare war? Engage in battle with Deep Blue? Even if Deep Blue's military might is weak, the army of Solarm must first carve a path through 6,000 kilometers within the Sacred Alliance to reach Deep Blue. Finding herself unable to restrain Stevenson, Minnie resorted to pouring a basin of icy water over his head. Stevenson jolted awake, the piercing cold finally dispelling the effects of the alcohol, restoring his lucidity. Observing Minnie's anxious demeanor, he fetched another basin of ice water and drenched himself, then vigorously shook his head, hurling the copper basin to the ground with a clang. "We have not yet reached the depths of despair," Stevenson said slowly, though his voice was hoarse. The return of calm and rationality in the dragon-veined sorcerer always instilled confidence. He pondered, slowly pacing, as the effects of the alcohol rapidly waned. After suppressing the overwhelming panic and fear, several potential solutions began to surface. Though the hope for success seemed dim, there remained a glimmer of possibility. After several laps, Stevenson swiftly made a decision. Every action has its compensatory room. Prepare the enchanted paper and quill for me, as I intend to compose several letters. Furthermore, draft a letter to Marquis Neo. In times like this, he cannot remain aloof. Minnie, invigorated by the urgency, promptly gathered all the necessary items. Stevenson leaned over the desk, his pen gliding across the surface as he composed 4 letters in rapid succession. These were addressed to Duke Solem, Master St. Cruz, and his mother. Surprisingly, the 4th letter was destined for the Grey Dwarf, Black Gold. Upon reading the contents of the letters, Minnie felt a chill of apprehension. Stevenson's tone toward Duke Solem was nothing short of a threat. If the Duke failed to assist him through this perilous juncture, he would not hesitate to expose some of the Duke's clandestine dealings from the past years. Although he merely outlined a few points, even Minnie could discern the gravity of these covert machinations. They were not directly related to the legendary mage, yet should they be unveiled, the Emperor of the Holy Alliance would undoubtedly be incensed. However, the most furious would not be the bloodthirsty monarch of the Alliance, but rather Peter the Great of the Sacred Tree dynasty. The letter to Black Gold was straightforward, merely expressing Stevenson's willingness to negotiate terms. Any terms could be discussed. Minnie nodded in understanding and unfurled a sheet of letter paper to write a similarly styled letter to her father, Marquis Neo. Her psychological burden was considerably lighter than Stevenson's, as she had long been forsaken by her father. Every gold coin extracted was merely an additional income. The glow of the magical array flickered, completely engulfing the 4 letters. Stevenson then emitted the highest level magical signal, summoning all his subordinates within Deep Blue to gather in his residence. Minnie recognized the implications of this magical message and could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this exposing everyone?" Stevenson glanced at her, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, replying, "Don't be naive. What is there that we don't know about each other?" The dragon-veined sorcerer instinctively rotated the magical ring on his finger, deeply contemplating the current situation, stating, "Gathering all my people is, in fact, a gesture indicating my complete acknowledgement of failure. I shall not act further. Only in this manner can I momentarily dissuade any impending lethal strike. Moreover, it is imperative to stir the upper echelons of Deep Blue, compelling them to take action. The true horror lies in their inaction." At this juncture, Stevenson had nearly conceded that all his endeavors and strategies had culminated in failure. Nevertheless, he contemplated another possibility. Internally cursing the loquacious old mage who had initially guided him through Deep Blue, he recalled learning from this garrulous elder that Richard was the future fabricator, along with some incidental information, such as Richard being alone in his studies within Deep Blue. How could he have taken this at face value, never considering to verify it? A direct descendant of a prominent family, groomed as a pivotal figure for the future fabricator, how could he possibly lack any support? Stevenson assessed that the strength of the Ackman family within the Deep Blue surpassed that of the Blood Parrots group of assassins, ranging from level 10 to 14, by at least a factor of 2. While this power was not excessively concerning from a distance, the scant personnel at his disposal were utterly inadequate for resistance. Though Deep Blue forbade direct violence, the spark had been ignited by his own hand, rendering any intervention unnecessary. Silence would suffice. At this thought, the steadfast sorcerer felt a shiver run down his spine. Moments later, the warrior entered the residential area, his countenance grim, his eye sockets sunken, and his bloodshot eyes betraying a restless night. Upon seeing Stevenson, he immediately knelt and spoke heavily, "Young master, there has been no news. I am prepared to venture out and investigate myself." Initially perplexed, the warrior quickly grasped the implication of Stevenson's words, and his expression darkened further. Stevenson glanced at the magical clock, furrowing his brow once more. Where's the mage? Why has he not yet arrived? Just as Stevenson began to grow impatient, the mage finally appeared, exuding an air of mystery as he dragged in a large rectangular box, setting it down with utmost care before bowing to Stevenson. 30,000 gold coins. Even in Deep Blue, a magical puppet would scarcely cost over 1,000 gold coins, let alone one rendered irreparable. The mage, sensing the weight of this accusation, hastily dispensed with his pretense of mystery, swiftly unveiling the puppet while providing a rapid explanation. The moment the puppet was revealed, Stevenson was captivated by its myriad of damages and scars. The mottled bloodstains were harrowing to behold. He reached out to gently trace the indentations and fractures on the puppet. Inquiring of the warrior, "What is your assessment?" The warrior's expression grew solemn as he replied, "There are no signs of targeted attacks on vital areas. It appears to have suffered random strikes. Yet the force behind these blows is astonishing. Only a trained level 10 warrior could unleash such power. This puppet should possess defensive capabilities akin to a standard knight's half-plate armor," implying that Richard's strength has reached a level where he could slay a knight with a single punch. But isn't he merely a magical apprentice? Despite the certainty of the outcome, the sight of the puppet seemed to steer his understanding of the events toward a peculiar direction, sending fresh chills coursing through Stevenson. A magical apprentice wielding the strength of a level 10 warrior? Such a phenomenon was not entirely inconceivable. Raw power could be derived from racial talents, bloodline abilities, or even certain potent magical artifacts. The pressing question remained: how many secrets lay hidden within Richard, secrets he remained oblivious to? For the first time, Stevenson felt he might have misjudged his opponent. However, this was not a choice he could freely make. After all, he was merely a self-funding student, and Sahalan would nurture only a construct master. "Why didn't you present this to me sooner?" Stevenson bellowed at the mage. The sorcerer found himself at a loss for words, having only received this news that very morning. The ability to deliver the puppet at this time was already a testament to his skill. How could he have managed it any sooner? Once Stevenson's fury had somewhat subsided, the warrior reminded him, "Young master, the puppet's head." It was then that Stevenson realized that this was a headless puppet. The most vital part, the head, was inexplicably missing, and the incision at the neck was remarkably smooth. Without a counterpart for comparison, he could not ascertain how it had been severed. Noticing Stevenson's gaze upon him, the sorcerer hastily remarked, "It is said that the head of this puppet is quite extraordinary, which is why Black Gold has taken it as part of his private collection. I inquired with Black Gold's assistant, and the head is classified as a transferable collectible. Though it may come at a steep price, at least 100,000 gold coins. An extraordinary head?" The sorcerer glanced at the warrior and suggested, "Young master, perhaps we should send someone else." Stevenson shook his head resolutely, declaring, "No, you shall go. I have faith in you." The sorcerer left with an expression of gratitude, casting a fierce glare at the warrior before departing, his eyes brimming with malice. The head of the puppet was as smooth as a mirror, indistinguishable from a brand new one, capable of reflecting one's visage. In comparison to the body, it was indeed exceptional, as it bore no signs of damage whatsoever. Did this thing truly cost 150,000 gold coins? Stevenson's voice was as cold as a chilling wind from the depths of hell. The sorcerer, drenched in sweat, nervously affirmed. Suddenly, Stevenson burst into laughter, tossing the puppet's head into a distant trash bin, exclaiming, "Good, a splendid purchase. As long as money can be spent, it is a good thing." Thus, many realized that Stevenson's mood might have darkened further. However, the fact that Black Gold was willing to accept money was the most encouraging news, shedding a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The unexpected influx of income ignited a surge of inspiration within Black Gold, who felt no hesitation in accepting this sum. With all the gold securely stored in the deep blue vault, he was emboldened to accept even greater sums. Chapter 40. Restarting the door. Even with the slowest and most meticulous pen strokes, it would not take long to write down 2 figures. The gray dwarf reluctantly closed the ledger, retrieving a report regarding Richard, and began to read. It was a thorough account, meticulously documenting Richard's daily activities, subjects, and various expenditures in chronological order. Such reports were generated daily, and the content was nearly indistinguishable from one another. As he perused the densely packed subjects and experiments, the gray dwarf felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. At times, he could not help but think that Richard was not human at all, but rather a magical automaton powered by alchemical mechanics. How else could one explain his relentless pursuit of knowledge day after day, with scarcely a moment for leisure? Even Black Gold recognized that his own schedule, though also quite full, included many tasks that he considered entertaining, such as appraising the value of a batch of raw gemstones. Richard lived his life strictly adhering to the most optimal time management plan, showing no inclination towards any personal hobbies. As he gazed upon the densely packed ledger in his hands, the breath of the diminutive figure grew noticeably heavier. Merely observing this list brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. If faced with a similar list daily, the accumulated stress could drive one to madness. Yet, the little figure encountered such a document every single day. Suddenly, he felt a profound sympathy for Stevenson, realizing that the endeavors of this individual were not as foolish as he had initially perceived. Were their roles reversed? The little figure might have taken action long ago. Richard was akin to an ancient behemoth charging forward, mercilessly demolishing any obstacles in his path. Stevenson unwittingly played the unfortunate role of such an impediment. Without Richard, it was likely that the Dragonpulse sorcerer would have shone brilliantly in the depths of the azure. Yet, who could blame Sue Helen for establishing such peculiar regulations, limiting the path to becoming a mechanist to but a single route? Luck at times truly dictates the outcome of everything. Stevenson was evidently a most unfortunate soul, and his prowess. The little figure glanced again at the ledger, realizing that Stevenson's strength now appeared rather lacking. Given Richard's current trajectory, by the time he reached Stevenson's age, his abilities would have far surpassed those of the Dragonpulse sorcerer. The Ackman family were indeed mad. Even Richard, who had initially displayed unremarkable magical aptitude, had proven to be a lunatic, managing to catch up with others solely through diligence, while his terrifying talent for magical runes was beyond comprehension. If this were the case, the little figure was suddenly flooded with thoughts, his heart racing with excitement. To him, Stevenson represented a dwindling vein of ore, soon to be exhausted. However, Even a recently depleted mine still held substantial value, such as scattered ores surrounding the main vein, associated minerals, and even waste could yield rare metals. Provided one possessed the dwarven smelting expertise, the little figure had built his foundation on the low-cost acquisition of abandoned mines. If Stevenson were to exploit his potential, he would undoubtedly surpass the value of 10 abandoned mines. The little figure immediately devised several plans, running through them once more, finding them all viable. As for the future, Duke Solom would inevitably realize he had suffered a significant loss, yet what could he possibly do? Challenge the depths of the Azure? Oh, that option was non-existent. Redirect his resentment towards Richard? A splendid idea. A mere viscount from the Ackman family had led to Solom and the Neo-Coalition's disastrous defeat. Would he dare provoke the forces that had successfully occupied Fushide with just 13 Mechanist knights? The little figure mused that the mind of a legendary profession ought not to be so dim-witted. On that day, the depths of the Azure operated in serene order, as if nothing discordant had ever occurred. The following day was much the same. The third, fourth days, without any change. The Blood Parrot and her accomplices seemed as though they had never set foot in the depths of the Azure at all. It was once again the day for Su Hailuan to determine the next month's accounts. The legendary mages convened in the Grand Reception Hall, a space so vast it encompassed both mountains and waters. The Archmages were delighted to observe that Her Highness had returned to her usual self, at least in terms of appetite, as evidenced by the 2 large bowls of fruit beside the divan, brimming with vitality. The Grey Dwarf, unusually animated today, spoke at a pace exceeding his usual rate by a third, expounding his lengthy arguments while employing sweeping gestures to emphasize his points. He was determined to face the opposition of nearly all the Archmages, and thus his fighting spirit was particularly fervent. In essence, his incessant discourse revolved around a singular plea to grant Stevenson another chance, despite Stevenson's prior actions having grossly transgressed the boundaries set by the Deep Blue. The Grey Dwarf held a dissenting perspective. He contended that there was no concrete evidence linking the Blood Parrots to Stevenson, and even Aaron and Minnie were only tangentially involved in the assassination of Richard. Moreover, with the Blood Parrots and all their subordinates now missing, it would be unjust to condemn Stevenson without irrefutable proof. Admittedly, sufficient evidence indicated that the Dragonblood sorcerer had indeed engaged in various underhanded dealings against Richard. Yet such transgressions could be addressed through relatively mild measures, such as a reasonable fine. The Grey Dwarf reiterated that Stevenson possessed talent, and gifted individuals should not be so readily forsaken. Furthermore, Richard had yet to fully demonstrate his prowess in the realm of construct crafting. Thus the door remained ajar for Stevenson. The Archmages were momentarily taken aback by the Grey Dwarf's fervent rhetoric. However, beyond the volume of his voice, the logic of his argument was fundamentally flawed. If Richard's achievements did not suffice to prove his talent in magical runes, then what criteria would qualify as true giftedness? The Blood Parrots had disappeared on the territory of Naya, and Richard just happened to be studying under Naya at that time, making it highly probable that she was involved. Any Archmage present could likely reconstruct the events of that night with a mere visit to the scene. As for the records of the enforcement mages summoned that evening, they could not be erased. It was evident that they had been silenced, yet that too could be reversed with but a word from Her Highness. The Archmages were no fools. As they listened to the Grey Dwarf's contradictory and fallacious arguments, while some harbored minor doubts about his ulterior motives, the majority shifted their attention towards the legendary mage. Richard was evidently favored by Sue Helen, and he had formed a close bond with the legendary mage on the fateful day. However, her demeanor today was surprisingly ambiguous. Rather than reproaching the halfling's excessive and clumsy performance, she seemed to subtly encourage it. Stevenson had committed not a trivial error, but rather an attempt on Richard's life. The Archmages, sensing the unusual circumstances, understood that there must be deeper secrets at play, and thus, they all calmly awaited further developments. When the halfling finally proposed his ultimate suggestion, clarity dawned upon everyone instantaneously. Chapter 41. The halfling's proposal was to grant both parties an additional 6 months, culminating in a competition where Richard and Stevenson would vie for supremacy in the art of magical runic constructs. The topic would be designated by Her Highness Sue Helen at present, and this half-year period would serve as a time for both sides to study, improve, and prepare for the challenge. The outcome of this competition would determine who could truly inherit Sue Helen's knowledge in the realm of magical runes. The Archmages immediately grasped the situation. The so-called second chance was merely a ruse for the halfling to extract another 6 months' worth of tuition from Stevenson. Had Her Highness's financial situation deteriorated to such an extent? However, they quickly realized that the legendary mage's finances were undoubtedly robust. It was merely the Deep Blue's finances that were in disarray. In the eyes of any being aiming to amass more gold, time is of the essence. And on the continent of Norland, it is even more precious. Therefore, upon reaching a decision, the legendary mages wasted no time, promptly determining the topic for the competition to be held in 6 months during the meeting. The decision and topic would be delivered to Richard and Stevenson later that day. And Minnie would receive a copy as well, though no one held any hope for her. The news of Marquis Neos' defeat had already reached the upper echelons of Deep Blue, centered around the Archmage and their close disciples and peers. The core circle of Deep Blue regarded Richard with newfound respect. Previously, he had merely been seen as a remarkably talented young lad, fortunate enough to be favored by Her Highness. Now, with the Egmont family rising like a volcano, no one dared to look down upon Richard from a position of familial power. At most, they would mutter a few disparaging remarks about the son of a nouveau riche. As night fell, a sudden cheer erupted from Stevenson's residence. Clutching a document, he could scarcely believe his eyes. He read it over a dozen times before he could accept that this was not a mere dream. For the first time, the dragon-veined sorcerer felt that Sue Helen favored him. The bloody conspiracy had not only gone unpunished, but had not even been mentioned. The very thing he had feared most had simply passed. Since the upper echelons of Deep Blue had reached a conclusion on the matter, he need not worry about facing direct retaliation, regardless of how powerful the hidden forces of the Egmont family or Richard himself might be. What brought him the greatest joy was the unexpected reopening of the door to the artificer, which he had presumed was firmly shut before him. This newfound opportunity granted him and Richard a chance for a fair contest. Fair? Stevenson hardly believed so. As a dragon-veined sorcerer, now 17 years of age, his magical prowess exceeded the 10th level, bolstered by the financial backing of his entire family. Most crucially, he had a genuine artificer standing behind him. The competition was scheduled for 6 months hence, yet the topic was announced immediately. This was tantamount to encouraging him to cheat. Although he would need to personally craft and integrate the necessary constructs for the challenge, the materials could be procured and provided by his family, and the design could be thoroughly refined by St. Cruz. 6 months was ample time for Stevenson to address all deficiencies in a targeted scheme and to create the corresponding magical constructs. In his living quarters, 2 iron cages had been added. One contained a robust winter wolf, ensnared within a large cage reinforced with confinement magic. This 2-meter-long beast was one of the fierce magical creatures endemic to the north. Beyond its formidable physical strength, it had the innate ability to cast chilling slow spells and icy arrows. Moreover, an aged winter wolf could exhale a freezing breath. The other cage housed a number of plump polar snow hares, their pristine white fur granting them exceptional resistance to cold. They reproduced at an astonishing rate, yet, apart from their nimble movements and swift speed, they possessed no offensive capabilities. These hares were the most rudimentary magical beasts found throughout the northern continent, serving as the foundational element of the entire magical food chain, with winter wolves preying upon them. Sahalin's challenge was to arm the snow hares with his crafted magical constructs and ultimately defeat the winter wolf. The task was deceptively simple, yet inherently challenging. The winter wolf's strength was unmatched, and its running speed was only marginally slower than that of the hares, compounded by its innate magical abilities that allowed it to attack from over 30 meters away. The hares stood no chance against the winter wolf, their inherent frailty making them poor vessels for magical constructs. Any basic magical construct would be insufficient for the hares to contend with the winter wolf, and attempting to load a second magical construct onto their diminutive forms was beyond the capabilities of an apprentice artificer. Yet, no challenge is insurmountable. And if St. Cruz could not devise a solution, Stevenson was confident that Richard would also be unable to do so. Furthermore, the rules were unequivocal. If neither party's snow hares managed to defeat the winter wolf, the outcome would be evaluated based on performance, deciding the victor by the extent of their accomplishments. After the initial euphoria waned, a composed Stevenson began to contemplate the legendary mage's challenge with earnestness. On the day of the competition, the winter wolf provided by Deep Blue would surely be of comparable strength, but the snow hares would be prepared by Richard and Stevenson themselves. As with all magical beasts, snow hares varied in size and strength, and due to the necessity of integrating magical constructs, the combat effectiveness of the selected robust hares would starkly differ from that of the ordinary ones. 6 months was ample time to cultivate 2 generations of entirely new snow hares. The Solem family is renowned for their expertise in cultivating magical beasts. In 6 months, Stevenson is bound to astonish Richard with a brand new snow hare. When one unexpectedly glimpses hope in dire straits, the surge of energy is often tremendous. Stevenson has acknowledged his shortcomings in talent, but is resolute in leveraging his family's resources to pave a path toward becoming a construct master with gold. He understands the implications of this endeavor. The tales of Gordon's exploits on the fateful day have spread across the continent. And now the Ackerman family stands on par with the Solem family in stature. Should Stevenson commit another foolish act akin to an assassination attempt, no one would be able to save him. This time, Stevenson is determined to defeat Richard honorably within the boundaries of the rules. Suhalen still harbors a certain fondness for him, though her tastes are rather peculiar. The dragon blood sorcerer believes that if a legendary mage can consume Richard, then perhaps one day he too may find himself in a similar position. However, on that day, if that day ever arrives, Stevenson lacks absolute confidence. A pivotal issue looms large. A sorcerer with rich dragon blood may very well struggle to assert his masculinity before a legendary mage, unless the mage is willing to temper her reverse dragon might. But can that force truly be restrained? At least the dragon might cannot be subdued. Meanwhile, in a lower residential area, Richard is kneeling before an iron cage, observing the winter wolf and the snow hare. The legendary mage's decision has taken him by surprise, initially leaving him feeling somewhat wronged and resentful. However, as he delves deeper into the subject, Richard has cast aside all emotions and immersed himself in the realm of magical runes. He has meticulously examined all documented basic magical constructs but finds none capable of enabling the snow hare to triumph over the winter wolf, particularly since the winter wolf possesses a formidable resistance to toxins. Even bestowing the snow hare with a temporary venomous attribute would merely cause the wolf some discomfort after ingestion. Richard continued to leaf through the thick tome on structural constructs beside him. He had reached the secondary directory, yet he still could not find a construct sufficient to enable the snow hare to triumph over the winter wolf. It was only from the tertiary constructs onward that magical runes began to bestow various abilities upon the target organisms, transcending mere attribute enhancements. Quintuple constructs could even emulate bloodline abilities. For instance, the renowned celestial armament could impart a sanctified attribute to the target while augmenting numerous capabilities of heavenly beings. Richard closed the book, no longer distracted by the dazzling array of advanced constructs detailed within its pages. He redirected his gaze toward the iron cage, reflecting that he had only successfully produced a single semi-finished basic construct thus far. Following a typical timeline, even after 6 months, he could only hope to create elementary magical pattern constructs, making it utterly impossible to produce second-tier constructs, let alone those of a higher tier. However, it was inconceivable that Suhalen would present him with an insurmountable challenge, prompting Richard to ponder deeply. In the realm of magical constructs, infinite possibilities abound. The established standard constructs merely represent a minuscule fraction of this vast world. The creations of those renowned artisans who have etched their names into history are imbued with a profound personal essence, rendering them nearly impossible to replicate. This realization sparked contemplation within Richard. If standard magical constructs could not resolve his dilemma, perhaps it would be wiser to circumvent them altogether. Creation, after all, remains the eternal theme of the construct world. With this epiphany, Richard felt a surge of clarity. The legendary mage was, in fact, assessing his capacity to embark on the path toward becoming a holy construct master, a journey that necessitated creativity. The Holy Construct Master could not be the ultimate destination of his quest, as the Deep Blue Aria transcends the 5th tier of magical constructs. Although he currently stood as a lowly apprentice, Richard's pride compelled him to dedicate his entire being to fulfilling the promise he made to Suhalen in his life. The significance of this promise ranked just below his mother's dying wish. It would be many years later before Richard comprehended that this deep-seated pride actually belonged to Archmont. Chapter 42. Preparation. Each individual experiences the passage of time uniquely. At times it seems to dash by like a fleeting shadow, while at others it lingers like a sandstone elemental from a distant realm, where a single kiss may take a millennium in Norland time, exasperatingly slow. Following the receipt of the legendary mage's challenge, both Richard and Stevenson were progressing toward their respective goals in their own ways. In truth, Richard's life and daily routine remained largely unchanged. Even his magical training and meditation continued uninterrupted. He merely adjusted his schedule slightly, reallocating some of the time he dedicated to the study of magical philosophy toward magical pattern constructs. Concurrently, Richard began to explore the creation and installation of construct plugins. understanding that a magical pattern must be affixed to the body of a snow hare to truly manifest its potential. Mature magical pattern construct plugins can merge with the biological essence of the target creature, ultimately becoming an integral part of its being, akin to a tattoo. Furthermore, the pinnacle of this art lies in directly inscribing magical patterns onto the target creature's body. Only such constructs can achieve a genuine and unparalleled union. Moreover, the creation of entirely new magical pattern constructs hinges upon the study of magical materials, a critical domain. The choice of materials to achieve the desired effects is far from straightforward, even within the same species of magical beast. The skin from different parts of the body may exhibit varying magical properties. The techniques for processing leather can number close to 100, ultimately yielding at least 30 or 40 distinct magical attribute-infused hides. The materials involved in magical rune constructs exceed 1,000 varieties, compounded by the diverse processing techniques in the latter stages, as well as the unique methods employed by each master craftsman, culminating in an unfathomably vast number. In truth, there are numerous shortcuts available regarding magical materials, such as soliciting from one's family. Although the Ackermann family is often regarded as nouveau riche, they epitomize success in that regard, and the materials they could supply to Richard, along with their preliminary processing techniques, would undoubtedly surpass his own concoctions by several dozen times. The finely crafted fire drake hide of Stephen is an exceedingly precious resource, but the Ackermann family is certainly capable of providing it. Yet Richard would rather utilize a common beast hide that is a staggering 1,500 times less expensive than accept a fire drake hide from Gordon. Even though he is acutely aware of the crucial importance of high-grade magical materials on the quality of the construct, he stubbornly disregards this minor convenience and instead seeks his own path forward. Stephen, on the other hand, is engaged in a different kind of industriousness. He communicates with St. Cruz almost daily to discuss the rune construct plan for the snow hare. Moreover, he has commenced extensive targeted practice. The challenge posed by Sue Helen is also a conundrum for St. Cruz, particularly as the difficulty lies in Stephen's rune drawing technique. St. Cruz must not only devise a solution, but also ensure that it is feasible for Stephen to execute. Within days of receiving the assignment, this renowned craftsman, with decades of experience, produced over 10 viable construct design proposals. However, upon evaluation, none were within Stephen's capabilities. Thus, while conceiving new plans, St. Cruz simultaneously urges Stephen to engage in targeted practice, particularly to enhance his skills in drawing several localized magic arrays. Although a definitive solution has yet to be attained, the overarching strategy is taking shape. These numerous magic arrays will likely be integral to future applications. The long-range communication magic arrays, especially those capable of transmitting over distances exceeding 5,000 kilometers, incur substantial costs. However, in comparison to the first batch of specially crafted magical materials scheduled for delivery by the Solom family to Deep Blue, the several thousand gold coins required for a single communication pales in significance. Duke Solom has also advanced 1 million imperial gold coins to Stephen for procuring materials within Deep Blue. The cultivation and enhancement of the snow hare represent a considerable expense, and given the time constraint of 6 months, costs have escalated significantly. To develop a more powerful creature that still qualifies as a snow hare, total expenditures will surpass 3 million gold coins. Indeed, the exorbitant prices of goods within Deep Blue, often several to dozens of times higher than those in the external world, can be attributed to their superior quality compared to similar products elsewhere. From the Duke Solom's perspective, the pricing in Deep Blue remains quite reasonable. Although Deep Blue thrives year after year, its annual output is ultimately limited, and according to treaty obligations, the initial supply is allocated to the Holy Alliance, with the surplus being released into the continental market. In the outside world, Deep Blue products are often regarded as high-end commodities that are unattainable, even for those with ample wealth. Due to the Solom family's lineage as direct disciples of the legendary mage, they have managed to secure a place on the esteemed Deep Blue client list, which the Duke of Solom and his council deem well worth the investment. The Midsummer Revelry is far from an ordinary auction, though it bears a semblance to one. Deep Blue and its invited suppliers offer primary goods, while participants also bring their own materials to trade. Frequently, gold is not the predominant currency. Rare materials often necessitate barter. The true distinction of Deep Blue's Midsummer Revelry lies in its quadrennial nature, wherein the legendary mages unveil their private vaults to auction select materials. Anything deemed worthy of a legendary mage's collection is undeniably rare across the entire continent of Norland. Furthermore, due to personal eccentricities, The private collections of these legendary mages are often replete with dragon-related artifacts. Any material associated with dragons is considered a treasure. For the venerable aristocrats and formidable figures of the continent, gold is of little consequence. These top-tier materials are the true gems, elusive and highly sought after. An opportunity to exchange gold for such exquisite materials is one not to be missed. Chapter 43. Sunk costs. Moreover, materials sourced from the bodies of dragons are not readily accessible to just anyone. Even those who have recently achieved legendary status must exercise utmost caution when confronting dragons, ever wary of potential retribution from the draconic kin. While there are indeed numerous formidable individuals capable of slaying dragons, the rarity of those who possess both the skill to vanquish dragons and a fervent desire to amass wealth is exceedingly scarce. Thus, the midsummer revelry of Deep Blue has gradually gained a reputation. Although its scale does not yet rival the grand auction events of the three great empires, it surpasses them in both the quantity and quality of premier materials. Heijin has been industriously preparing for the event. This year's midsummer revelry is projected to be at least 3 times the size of the previous one. And this estimation solely accounts for the invitations extended directly by Deep Blue, thereby amplifying the complexity and difficulty of the preparations tenfold. Both the main tower and the peripheral areas of Deep Blue must clear substantial spaces for the noble attendees who have already secured their presence. Meanwhile, numerous caravans, attendants, warriors, and mercenaries are expected to reside in the villages outside of Deep Blue. Heijin has arranged for nearly 10,000 slaves and thousands of craftsmen, tasked with constructing 3 entirely new towns within the shortest possible time frame, which will then be rented out to guests. Following the midsummer revelry, these towns may also serve as accommodations for new immigrants. Once Deep Blue's power surpasses a certain threshold, the ambitious Grey Dwarves will contemplate expansion into the northern continent. Indeed, the northern continent is dominated by the formidable and fierce polar Grey Dwarves and orcs, yet these polar Grey Dwarves are equally notorious for their susceptibility to bribery. Heijin intends to leverage his unique position to gradually infiltrate the tribes of the Grey Dwarves, with the ultimate goal of acquiring the Storehammer. However, the blueprint is grand. The most pressing task at hand is to inventory the items that the legendary sorceress has cast aside for auction. Black Gold must promptly categorize and organize them, assess their value, establish a minimum bid, and then submit the auction catalog to the artist. Time is of the essence. Within a room spanning over 100 square meters, an array of peculiar and inexplicable objects has amassed to nearly 10 meters in height. Amongst the clutter, an entire dragon skeleton lies buried. Any necromancer who beheld this sight would be driven to madness. Yet, the mood of the Grey Dwarf is somewhat peculiar. Confronted by this towering treasure, he feels diminutive. The task of sorting and organizing these items is far from simple. The number of assistants to Black Gold has always been the fewest among the Grand Sorcerers, to the extent that after arranging all aspects of the work, he discovered that there was not even an additional hand left for himself. As Black Gold affixed labels to a meteorite, he contemplated the need to augment his workforce for the first time. However, the instant he considered the gold that would be deducted from his account to pay these individuals, the Grey Dwarf resolutely shook his head and threw himself into his work with renewed fervor. The principles by which the legendary sorceress selects auction items are, in essence, quite straightforward. She discards items that are nearing expiration, whose purposes are unclear, that she finds displeasing, or that simply cannot be accommodated. Over time, her collection has undergone transformation, marked first by an absolute increase in quantity, followed swiftly by a rising proportion of rare materials derived from uncommon creatures. Another category on the rise comprises various rare metallic ores not indigenous to Norland. The common currency among the powerful, various magical crystals is also steadily increasing. Many once rare treasures have increasingly fallen from the legendary sorceress's favor over time, leading to their eventual clearance from her inventory. The storerooms of the legendary sorcerers are personal semi-planes, which, though not vast, inevitably reach capacity. For instance, that dragon skeleton, once the core treasure of Sue Helen 20 years ago, has now become a waste of precious space. Several proposals from St. Cruz, while currently beyond Stevenson's technological capabilities, possess valuable design concepts. If one could procure specific rare materials to replace technological effects with their natural properties, effective implementation could be achieved. For example, acquiring the fangs of an ice dragon would significantly enhance the snow hare's resistance to cold, while also bestowing 2 new abilities, Frost Lance and Frostbite Strike. Dragonhide from a fire dragon would grant the snow hare immunity to cold, thereby nullifying the innate magic of the winter wolf. The magic crystal from the abyssal devourer would enable the snow hare to emit a highly corrosive acid. Not even the winter wolf would be spared. And even a polar mammoth would find itself marked with several deep pits if drenched. Another characteristic of these rare materials is their capacity to substantially reduce the difficulty of inscribing magical runes. For instance, if the cold resistance conferred by the fire dragon hide could reach 100, then applying it to the snow hare would only require 10 to achieve immunity against the cold attacks of the winter wolf, rendering the remaining 90 resistance negligible. In other words, due to the inherent strength of the materials, even a modest exertion of their capabilities would suffice to meet the demands of Santa Cruz, thereby reducing the difficulty to a level attainable by Stevenson. Moreover, Stevenson had learned from Black Gold that a significant portion of the private inventory being liquidated by legendary mages this year consisted of materials related to dragons. This approach, albeit cunning and exceedingly wasteful, was deemed acceptable by the Solem family, who had already invested millions of gold coins in cultivating a craftsman. An additional 2 to 3 million would be inconsequential. Otherwise, the costs already incurred would render themselves meaningless. The Grey Dwarfs, recognizing this, incited the legendary mages to decide on a competition to reassess the craftsman disciples 6 months later. In pursuit of this opportunity, the Solem family would undoubtedly pour endless gold into Deep Blue. Subsequently, the unfolding events aligned precisely with the Grey Dwarfs' expectations. During an internal meeting, the Grey Dwarf triumphantly presented the accomplishments thus far and coined a term for the 10 million gold coins initially invested by the Solem family: sunk cost. To the Grey Dwarf, this expenditure resembled a massive vessel sunk in the icy bay. Its submersion, while rendering all investments futile, would only lead to more vessels being dragged beneath the waves if an attempt to salvage it were made. Sunk cost is the reason many find themselves further entrenched in erroneous paths. The archmages were left speechless, astonished that Black Gold could draw such profound insights from the mundane coin and intrigue of the marketplace. Their perception of Black Gold began to shift. Despite a decade of collaboration, the ingrained prejudice against the polar Grey Dwarves could not be easily dissolved. Although Deep Blue had thrived under the accelerated growth since Suhalen appointed Black Gold as treasurer, many preferred to attribute this success solely to the legendary mage's burgeoning power, dismissing any connection to the Grey Dwarfs. Over the past 10 years, the Grey Dwarves had also been endeavoring to reshape a prevailing notion in people's minds that a treasurer is not merely an accountant. The upper echelons engage in their own politics. The middle tiers face their pressures, while those at the bottom need only complete the tasks assigned to them, often without the necessity of excellence. If even these minimal expectations are unmet, there are but two paths. One may descend to the lowest rungs of society or choose to shatter the rules, subvert the hierarchy, and violently overthrow the upper echelons, only to subsequently fall back to the societal bottom after seizing power in a new upper class. This is the pattern evident in Deep Blue, the Holy Alliance, and the continent of Norland alike. To some extent, while Richard, having secured admission, relied on the legendary mage's favor to acquire educational resources, resembled a lower-tier individual, Stevenson, continuously supported by his family, found himself in a middle-tier position. Thus, when these two stratas serendipitously crossed paths on the eve of the Midsummer Festival, their encounter was far from pleasant. Chapter 44. Conflict. Richard harbored a strong aversion to having his path obstructed, as it invoked memories of Poppin. It must be conceded that, despite his imbecility, Poppin had disrupted Richard's first birthday after bidding farewell to his mother, delivering a psychological blow that surpassed even that inflicted by Stevenson. Although Richard similarly harbored a desire to eliminate Stevenson due to the matter concerning Aaron, he found himself rather unconcerned about the assassination attempt on his life. He understood all too well that he was destined for the battlefield, and in comparison to the struggles against the realms, the recent assassination attempt felt like nothing more than a child's play. The only grim and stark reality lay in Naya's interrogation of the blood parrot. To this day, Richard remained uncertain whether Naya had genuinely failed to extract information or if she simply had no desire to hear what she might reveal, instead presenting him with a foretaste of the bloodshed and cruelty that might lie ahead. However, despite his disdain for being obstructed, the road before him was indeed blocked, and the one standing in his way was none other than Stevenson, the very person he least wished to encounter. The dragon-veined sorcerer continued to exude an air of effortless charm, smiling elegantly as he extended his hand toward Richard, saying, "Richard, it has been quite some time. Are you also planning to acquire a copy of the auction catalog?" Richard glanced at Stevenson's face, then at his hands, having no intention of shaking them. He spoke bluntly, "What I do is of no concern to you. If you never see me again, it would surely bring you greater joy." Stevenson's smile instantly froze, while those behind him displayed a mix of astonishment and anger. No one anticipated that Richard would be so disrespectful. Such unreasonable behavior was hardly befitting a noble of high standing. Both Solom and Ackman were powerful aristocrats, and even Ackman from the Godin line was no exception. This place was one of the main thoroughfares leading to the midsummer carnival, bustling with people and filled with a vibrant throng. As the carnival approached, many outsiders had also arrived. Though they might lack the status and wealth to stay at Deep Blue, they came early to explore, seeking information and broadening their horizons. Additionally, the peripheral areas open to visitors extended to the lower levels of the Deep Blue main tower, where several shops existed. Even if they were not produced by Deep Blue, they were sold there, ensuring a certain standard of quality. As Richard and Stevenson appeared to be in a heated dispute, the crowd of onlookers began to swell. However, the increasing number of spectators only served Stevenson's purpose. If he could provoke Richard into making a fool of himself in public, it would fulfill his aim, even if it bore no real significance for winning the contest. A few soft jeers emerged from the crowd, as the reputation of the nouveau riche Ackman had spread throughout the Holy Alliance, with many from the other two empires having heard of him. Nevertheless, Richard maintained his composure, showing no signs of agitation as he looked steadily into Stevenson's eyes, stating, "The tradition of the Ackman family is to be hypocritical only towards true adversaries." Stevenson's complexion paled once more, and his subordinates could no longer contain themselves. One warrior stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and shouted in a low, furious voice, "How dare you insult the Solom family? You have quite the audacity." Richard did not even cast a glance at the warrior, maintaining his unwavering gaze upon Stevenson's eyes. He remarked, "I had thought that the events of our last encounter might have imparted some wisdom upon you. Yet you remain as foolish as ever. Is it the weight of your own pressure that prevents you from seeking my reaction, leaving you unable to find solace in sleep? Haha, truly, I am at a loss for your words." Stevenson laughed heartily, though his expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. Richard's counterattack was akin to an assassin's strike, unexpected, yet direct and lethal. This left Stevenson, accustomed to the subtlety and decorum of high society's veiled intrigues, thoroughly disconcerted. Each of Richard's utterances pierced to the core, offering no quarter. The onlookers fell silent, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. If you are unfamiliar with the blood parrot, tether your dog and prevent it from barking wildly. I am not the one to be embarrassed here. Observing Stevenson's suddenly ashen visage, Richard remained unyielding. I truly wonder from where your courage and confidence derive. It seems that Solom and Ackman have recently engaged in a battle. What was the outcome, I wonder? That was Lady Elijah Ackman, not Gordon. Stevenson retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, it was not. Richard concurred with a nod. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Stevenson belatedly realized his blunder. Had it been Gordon, the coalition of Solom and Neo would have been obliterated long ago, unable to prolong the conflict. Naturally, if Gordon were present on the border battlefield, the other noble families of the Sacred Tree dynasty would not remain passive. A petty bandit is merely a nuisance, while a true warrior is an invader. Yet, while politics is eternally complex, the outcome is invariably straightforward. The indisputable fact remains, a second-tier viscount of the Ackman family has decimated the alliance of Marquis Neo and Duke Solom. The unabashed laughter of the crowd further illuminated to Stevenson that this was not Solom territory. Not everyone would bow to the Duke's influence. At the very least, those brave enough to laugh harbored no fear of the Solom family, and the laughter was plentiful. Struggling to suppress his surging fury and bloodlust, Stevenson found himself at a loss for words. He was well versed in the rules governing the struggles among true noble houses and could navigate them with precision. Yet Richard seemed utterly indifferent to any such conventions, speaking freely and laying bare the most sordid and shadowy truths. Did he not fear ridicule? Yet herein lies the source of vexation. Ackman had long been labeled as nouveau riche, their reputation irreparably tarnished. In contrast, Solom boasted an 8th century history. Though not ancient by all standards, it was certainly venerable enough to warrant the term. In their verbal sparring, Stevenson faced inevitable defeat. Richard was a scion of a family of lunatics, while Stevenson had no desire to diminish his own stature to match that of his opponent. Moreover, given that Solom had recently emerged as the vanquished in a war, the threat of military action, once a potent weapon, had become an empty slogan. Everyone knew that it was unwise to threaten Ackman with war. They were a band of madmen, Should one threaten them with conflict, they would indeed deliver war in earnest. Marquis Neo serves as a prime example of this. According to the unwritten rules established among the nobility over the years, Stevenson should have gracefully and haughtily exited the scene. Nobles, unlike commoners, do not resolve disputes through mere verbal exchanges. Such matters are settled in the dueling grounds, on the battlefield, or within the hallowed halls of the court. Strength, might, and power, such are the realms of nobility. Departing in this manner would not bring shame, but rather dignity. Yet, Stevenson, still under the tender age of 18, lacked the wisdom of one who has traversed 68 years. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally inquired, "I have heard whispers of your recent entanglement with a woman named Eileen. I must commend your choice, for her allure is undeniably exquisite." A glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered in Richard's eyes, only to dim again, restoring his clear and tranquil gaze. He nodded with an air of composure and remarked, "I concur with your perspective. However, my concern lies not with this matter, but rather with how you intend to conclude if you were to lose the competition." Stevenson's eyelid twitched, but he maintained a calm smile. If, should there truly be an if? Before Stevenson could complete his thought, Richard interrupted. "In the realm of magical constructs, there may exist individuals with greater talent than mine, but you are certainly not among them. Ponder this. What will you do if you lose?" Stevenson found himself rendered speechless. Richard's assertion was an undeniable truth, a fact that even Stevenson could not refute. Stevenson's hopes of victory relied on amassing a significant wealth of resources, leveraging his family's influence, and possibly benefiting from Sahalin's favoritism. However, Richard's words struck at the heart of a scenario he had been reluctant to confront. What would happen if he were to lose? The Solom family's total investment was nearing 20 million gold coins. The repercussions of such a failed investment were insurmountable, not just for Stevenson himself, but also for his maternal lineage and Marquis Neo. Yet, the nightmarish possibility loomed. Would the Ackermond family not extend their support to Richard? Would Suhalin not lean in Richard's favor? That delectable yet haunting evaluation lingered in Stevenson's mind like a persistent shadow. Ultimately, the climactic battle of construct knights that transpired in the Neo territory revealed that the hidden prowess within the Ackermond family far surpassed that of St. Cruz. At least in practical combat. Although St. Cruz adorned his name with a prefix of sanctity, he had yet to grasp the essence of a grand construct master. It was evident that at least one grand construct master was concealed within the Ackermond family. Upon this realization, Stevenson suddenly perceived that his chances of victory were not as substantial as he had once imagined. With several months remaining before the competition, he still had time to solidify his advantages. However, the challenge lay in that solidifying those advantages required an immense outlay of resources, plunging him into a vicious cycle. The more he feared losing, the more he had to invest, and the greater the stakes became, compelling him to invest even further. Stevenson abruptly felt that the 6-month stretch ahead was interminably long. As he passed by the warrior, Richard suddenly halted, tilting his head to scrutinize his face. The warrior felt as though Richard had transformed into a drawn dagger, emanating an acute sharpness that was profoundly unsettling, akin to stepping within the lethal range of a ferocious beast. Instinctively, he took a step back. The sound of his battle blade unsheathing echoed sharply in the air. At this moment, Richard's emotions were rather complex. The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs. Their voices, though not overly loud, showed little regard for Stevenson and his companions. Given their lack of discretion, it was evident that the content of their discourse would not be pleasing to the Solom family. Yet, the warriors lacked the courage to draw their blades in anger, setting aside whether any among them possessed the strength to contend with Solom. There were certainly many capable of dispatching him with a single strike. Among the various family crests visible, there were certainly allies of Archamond or its associated families. Their restraint was not due to Solom, but rather to Suhalin. Stevenson, silent, gestured for his men to leave, even forsaking the catalog of items for the Midsummer Festival. Once they reached a secluded area, one of the warriors could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Young master, why did you not allow me to slay him? I could bear all the blame." Stevenson sighed, casting a glance at the warrior, and replied, "All those bearing the name Archamond are madmen. Do not provoke him further. We are in deep blue, not on our own territory. You have followed me for many years, and I wish for your safety." The dragon-veined sorcerer walked away, dejected, towards his quarters. The warrior lingered at the back, his gaze towards the sorcerer betraying a hint of mockery and gloom. Chapter 45. Mountains and Seas After This Minor Incident. The day of the Midsummer Festival soon arrived. The atmosphere in and around Deep Blue was vibrant with celebration. Many donned extravagant and colorful attire representative of their respective races. adorned with wigs of every hue, and painted their faces with diverse patterns. Barrels of fine wine were brought into the deep blue region by the cartload, swiftly emptied. Much to everyone's astonishment, Deep Blue lit up once more, with countless fireworks transforming the night sky into a fantastical realm. Bonfires, songs, and the aroma of food filled the air, creating an illusion that sorrow had no place in the world on this day. Meanwhile, on the upper levels of the main tower in Deep Blue, the true aristocracy remained keenly aware, for it was here that the genuine auction was taking place, showcasing the private collection of a legendary mage. This event was nothing short of astounding, with the items presented far exceeding those of the previous Midsummer Festival in both quantity and rarity, thereby granting the attending nobility a renewed appreciation for Suhail's prowess. Most striking was the complete dragon skeleton displayed prominently in the center of the hall, around which several mages gathered in a frenzy, their covetous expressions betraying their identities. Yet, the most precious items were not the dragon remains. Atop the highest pedestal lay an ancient beast heart from the wilds, a gauntlet belonging to a demon lord of the abyss, and a complete neck hide of a fire dragon, each valued in the millions, representing rare treasures. The auction's rules were straightforward. A sign was placed before each item, where interested buyers would inscribe their proposed bids and identities. Should a higher bid be made, it would be noted in the next column. This process continued until the auction concluded with no further bids. Certainly, if someone has an urgent need for a particular item and cannot wait for the auction to conclude, they may publicly bid in the hall. Should there be no competitors, the item will rightfully belong to them. Although the auction hall spans an astonishing 13,000 square meters, a mere 10th level warrior suffices to project one's voice throughout the venue. The esteemed nobles who gain entry to this hall, even if lacking such prowess themselves, undoubtedly command numerous 10th level warriors among their ranks. For the powerful aristocrats who possess territories, it is not the magical materials like dragon bones or dragon hides that captivate their interest, but rather the samples of ores displayed on the four-tiered circular platform to the west of the hall. For those landholding nobles capable of assembling private militias, the significance of dragon bones and hides pales in comparison to several tons or even hundreds of kilograms of rare metals. The former merely represents a couple of precious magical artifacts, whereas the latter signifies entire units of enchanted armor, heavy weaponry, and enchanted arrows. With the right warriors, an army can be swiftly assembled. Interestingly, these power brokers tend to harbor a disdain for individual martial prowess. Yet they exhibit an undeniable enthusiasm for the construction of large-scale military forces. Such vast quantities of raw ore cannot be displayed in their entirety within the exhibition hall. Thus, only a few samples are presented. Deep Blue has long established a stellar reputation for its supply, ensuring that the quality of both auctioned items and those sold through regular channels remains remarkably consistent. Noble families gather in clusters before the display, scrutinizing the quality and grade of the ores. Families with established relations may engage in hushed conversations, all while casting sidelong glances at representatives from rival factions. They meticulously read the descriptions of the goods, with both quality and quantity drawing significant attention. After careful calculations and deliberations, they proceed to inscribe their bids with utmost caution. Stevenson, undazzled by the abundance of exhibits in the hall, maintained an air of graceful composure. After exchanging pleasantries with several allied family representatives, he confidently made his way toward the dragon artifact section. Following him were not only seasoned warriors and sorcerers, but also 2 experienced appraisers and 2 high-level warriors, each above the 16th tier, approaching the prowess of an 18-tiered sanctified being. Having established a fruitful rapport with his black gold assistant over several days, Stevenson had set his sights on a singular objective: the legendary fire dragon hide. Indeed, it is the fabled fire dragon, not the red dragon. Slaying a dragon is no trivial endeavor. The red dragon, among the chromatic dragons, boasts formidable strength and a robust physique. The fire dragon, in a strict sense, is a branch of the red dragon, exceedingly rare yet far more powerful. A red dragon that has survived for a millennium, if exceptionally potent, may even ascend to become a fire dragon. To compare strength levels with human champions, one might consider Duke Solom, who has recently entered the legendary tier. In combat with an adult fire dragon, the outcome hangs precariously in the balance. In contrast, the Construct Knight squad led by St. Cruz would be utterly obliterated. Thus, the likelihood of the Solom family acquiring a complete fire dragon hide through their own martial strength is almost non-existent. It is precisely for this reason that St. Cruz devised a fire-based magical rune construction plan utilizing dragon hide, which, despite its superior overall efficacy, was the first to be dismissed. Stevenson lingered by the sign for quite some time, diligently scrutinizing the densely packed descriptions, some adorned with illustrations, leaving no word unexamined. By mere observation, the hide appeared far superior to his expectations, significantly larger than typical dragon skin and completely intact. The fire dragon from which it was sourced was over a millennium old, thus the quality of its neck hide could not possibly be compared to that of a younger, mere several hundred-year-old red dragon. The auction record already displayed two lines with bids of 1 million and 1,500,000 gold coins, presumably from two individual powerhouses. No matter how formidable an individual powerhouse may be without the backing of a faction, their strength and financial resources pale in comparison to a grand noble like Solom. Of course, Sahalan was an exception. After listening to the appraisal expert's detailed explanation, although Stevenson endeavored to maintain a placid expression, the corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched. This piece of fire dragon neck hide was of immense significance to him. With it, St. Cruz could forge a powerful second-tier magical rune construction. And the legend of the snow hare, triumphing over the winter wolf, would no longer be mere folklore. Upon beholding this dragon hide, Stevenson felt as though he glimpsed the gateway to becoming a dragon vein constructor. After a moment of contemplation, he requested a magical pin from his subordinate, preparing to inscribe his initial bid. Upon reflection, Stevenson resolved to set the price at 1,300,000, followed by increments of 200,000. This would demonstrate both his strength and determination without being ostentatious, thus avoiding drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives who might intentionally intervene to artificially inflate the price. At that moment, the previously bustling hall fell into an abrupt silence, as nearly all powerhouses above the 18th tier simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance. An invisible yet fervent wind surged into the hall, instantly enveloping the entire space. The temperature within the hall rose several degrees, transforming the previously warm and moist atmosphere into a dry and scorching one, suffused with a desolate and lethal aura. Many could even faintly hear the distant roars of wild beasts in their ears. This was a manifestation of pure power, seemingly a trivial alteration to the hall's climate. Yet considering the vast area, the instantaneous nature of the transformation revealed an underlying terror. Moreover, despite the intensity of this presence, it bore no intent of malice or oppression, clearly indicating that the individual responsible did not intend to exert such an influence. It was merely a natural extension of their aura. In an instant, numerous powerhouses within the hall discreetly assessed this nameless force, arriving at rather unpleasant conclusions. At this juncture, a group entered the hall, with the most captivating figure being a young girl surrounded by the throng. She donned an unusual warrior's robe adorned with various beast motifs. Though her attire was neither extravagant nor made of opulent materials, its distinct style and patterns, unlike anything on the continent, commanded the immediate attention of all. Akin to a true sovereign among myriad beasts, the girl possessed a well-proportioned and statuesque figure. Her lightly tanned skin, while not exquisitely delicate, radiated a subtle luminosity. Her hair, cascading down to her waist, is nearly black, carelessly draped and adorned with 7 or 8 small braids, the tips of which are embellished with white bones, jewels, and various animal teeth. Her beauty is a mesmerizing blend of exquisite allure, primal wildness, desolation, antiquity, and dominance, evoking an indescribable essence. The 2 pale tribal streaks painted upon her left cheek render her unforgettable, exuding the essence of boundless wilderness and majestic mountains. The application technique is ancient and vigorous, conveying a latent power perceptible even to the ordinary observer. True warriors, however, would be stricken with apprehension, for they would discern that these markings are no mere adornments. Yet they cannot ascertain whether they belong to arcane sigils or sacred totems of the savage lands. Regardless of their origin, they signify the girl's extraordinary lineage. The maiden's slender form is captivating, yet her strides are anything but delicate. With each step she takes, the hall seems to tremble slightly, as if the figure entering is not a mere girl, but a colossal ancient beast weighing several hundred tons. Such an imposing presence cannot be attributed to her entourage, as the rhythm of the hall's vibrations synchronizes perfectly with her gait. At this moment, the nobles within the hall exhibit a spectrum of expressions. Some are incensed by her unyielding presence, while others are utterly captivated by her unusual charm. However, as their gazes begin to shift, they are suddenly met with a piercing pain in their eyes, their vision blurring, tears streaming uncontrollably down their faces. The attendants of the nobles wish to retaliate, yet are restrained by the mightiest among them. Amidst this tumult, an elderly figure, obscured until now by her formidable aura, abruptly emerges into view. This frail, gnarled old man possesses murky amber eyes and appears nearly incapable of movement, clad in an ornate and eccentric shamanic robe, adorned with vibrant feathers, and burdened by multiple strands of necklaces crafted from various materials, precariously hanging around his neck like a threat to its frail, branch-like structure. He clutches a staff constructed from 3 segments of wood, the joints wrapped in cloth and animal hide, uneven and protruding. The staff's head is carved into the shape of a coiled serpent, while its shaft bears a string of animal teeth and white bones. He follows closely behind the girl, matching her pace exactly, neither lagging nor hastening, despite his tremulous form suggesting he might collapse at any moment, yet he remains upright. Previously, he was virtually invisible, unnoticed by all but a select few in the hall. However, he has now forcefully intruded into the consciousness of the assembly, displacing the girl's image. Those who were intently focused on her countenance, waist, bosom, and form now find only the wizened visage of the old man, with his parched, orange-hued face and large, dark yellow teeth. In an instant, dozens within the hall find themselves weeping or startled, including many of high status. Yet, the chaos is fleeting, as if it never occurred. Within mere breaths, everyone resumes their previous activities, returning to the auction display, each engrossed in their own pursuits as if nothing had transpired. This is Deep Blue, a realm not their own, and the power displayed by the elder made them acutely aware that the young maiden's status was likely beyond their reach. Thus, they accepted their slight grievances with smiles, choosing to wait for a clearer understanding of the situation. Those foolish enough to bellow and disrupt such an occasion had long been dealt with decades ago, their fates sealed by blades. In truth, the unusual occurrences had not captured everyone's attention. Many remained engrossed in analyzing the quality of the auction items and strategizing their bids. For them, this was the paramount concern. Some were too absorbed to be swayed by external distractions, while others lacked the power to sense the overwhelming intimidation present. Stevenson was among the latter. Standing before the dragon's neck skin, his hand gliding over the parchment as he inscribed each figure with deliberate precision. Thus far, it seemed that no grand nobles had shown interest in the neck skin. Those eager to bid were merely individual powerhouses. The current bid stood at a mere 3 million gold coins, far from his envisioned threshold of 3 million. As Stevenson pinned the second digit, a fleeting glance revealed that the expressions of the 2 original bidders had shifted. With a smile, he inscribed a third digit, a 0, intending to follow it with a series of zeros, feeling no urgency. However, before he could complete the 4th 0, a fierce gust of primal wind swept past him, and a live figure entered his line of sight. Before he could react, he felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging behemoth, launching him into the air, transforming the world into a blur of fragmented light, with the howls of wind and beasts drowning out all other sounds. What followed was a violent collision. The pain from the impact jolted Stevenson back to a semblance of clarity as his subordinates rushed to assist him, awkwardly lifting him from the ground, while a healer cast a moderate healing spell upon him. Only then could the dragon mage make sense of his surroundings, though he nearly retched blood at the sight before him. Before Stevenson stood a young maiden, who approached the dais, yanked the dragon's neck skin from its display, and after a vigorous shake and a few moments of kneading, declared with satisfaction, "Not bad, the texture is quite soft. Just what I need, as I find myself lacking a garment." To his astonishment, she draped the dragon skin over her shoulders, glancing around as if it were an opulent shawl. Behind her, an exceedingly robust warrior leaned down, whispering into her ear, "Your Highness, the money." The maiden, momentarily taken aback, patted her head apologetically, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. The people of Norland value wealth above all. I must remain vigilant." "Thank you, Steel Rock," who was presiding over the auction. The final inquiry was raised in volume, though it was unnecessary, as the gray dwarf had already rushed over the moment her hand touched the dragon's neck skin, waiting eagerly at her side. With years of honed perceptiveness, Hagin was astounded to discover that the aura emanating from the young girl was the most formidable he had ever encountered, even surpassing that of Sue Hyloan. The intoxicating scent of gold, no, it transcended mere gold, set the gray dwarf's blood surging, leaving him in a state of agitation. As the gray dwarf rushed forward, the girl casually retrieved a fist-sized stone from the beast hide pouch at her waist, tossing it to him without so much as a glance, stating, "This is dragon skin. Currency." The stone, unremarkable in its dusty gray appearance, shimmered with numerous silver speckles when cast into the air, tracing multiple silver trajectories akin to delicate strands of spider silk. In an instant, the gray dwarf froze. Extending his hands to catch the stone, his expression one of tension, caution, and gravity. Reminiscent of someone meticulously preparing the deep blue financial reports at the end of the month. However, his hands trembled, rigid as the obsidian depths of the earth. As the gray stone landed in his palms, his fingers, unbidden, failed to grasp it securely, causing it to bounce and plummet towards the ground. With a piercing cry, the gray dwarf collapsed heavily, akin to a rock crashing to the earth, yet he summoned all his strength to extend his hands forward, ultimately managing to catch the stone just before it struck the ground. At that moment, the air was filled with dozens of resplendent silver strands, vividly tracing the flight path of the gray stone. The expressions of several individuals in the hall shifted dramatically, while the gray dwarf, now slowly rising, uttered with a trembling voice, "This is a Basilaris, spider crystal, truly a spider crystal." The object in his grasp was one of the essential materials for crafting fourth-tier magical constructs, easily fetching 5 to 6 million gold coins in any corner of the continent. Observing the multitude and length of the silver strands emitted by this crystal indicated its exceptional quality, likely nearing a value of 10 million gold coins. The sensation of holding 10 million gold coins was enough to send waves of dizziness through the gray dwarf. Not every gray dwarf would experience being struck by such a fortune in their lifetime. Instantly, countless gazes converged on the girl's leather pouch at her waist. The powerful individuals present could discern that it was a space equipment, though its capacity remained uncertain. Even if it were merely an ordinary pouch, if filled with Basilaris spider crystals, it would be enough to leave one breathless. Yet, confoundingly, it was indeed space equipment. Stevenson's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. Yet no sound emerged. Even if he were to sell a dragon vein sorcerer, he could not procure a single spider crystal, nor even a trace of dust. This was not a contest of equal standing. It scarcely qualified as a competition, for Stevenson lacked the standing to even enter the fray. Should he attempt to raise an objection, perhaps the only remotely credible justification would be that he had just been knocked aside by the girl. At that moment, the girl seemed to recall something, furrowing her brow as she turned to inquire of the nearby barbarian warrior, "Gang in. Did I just collide with something?" Gang in, stooping down with his imposing frame of nearly 3 meters, grinned widely and replied, "It was merely a small thing that obstructed your path." He lifted his head and cast a disdainful glance at Stevenson and his entourage, remarking, "They are merely a group of half-poor, not quite rich fellows. There is no need to take them to heart. You are, after all, a student of Her Highness Sue Helen, a self-funded scholar." The hall erupted into a clamor. As the assembled crowd could no longer restrain their curiosity, akin to kittens scratching within their chests, and began to murmur among themselves. Steel Rock's eyes blazed with a tangible fire, unmistakably a sign of one who has delved deep into the sacred realms. Faced with a formidable warrior of the 19th rank, and likely even the 20th, no one dared to assert they could emerge victorious in battle. On the other hand, Stevenson's 2 warriors, specifically dispatched by Duke Solarum, did not even dare to meet Steel Rock's gaze should they be thrown into the arena. They would likely find themselves no match for even a few of Steel Rock's blows. However, the focal point of the discussions was not Steel Rock, but rather the identity of the young maiden. The self-funded scholar status bestowed by Sue Helen had fetched an astronomical price of 10 million gold coins at the Millennium Dynasty auction, which was no longer news. The most elite nobles across the continent were well aware that the ultimate victor of this privilege was none other than the granddaughter of Emperor Galen of the Millennium Dynasty. The Millennium Dynasty itself can trace its roots back to the era of the Elven Empire, with a royal bloodline rich in elven heritage, thus earning renown for its artistry, magic, and martial prowess. Yet, no one had anticipated that the granddaughter of Emperor Galen would appear here, evidently a barbarian maiden surrounded predominantly by barbarian guards, creating a stark contrast. Once her identity was revealed, keen observers soon discerned that among her retinue were several rare, human warriors, who were indeed the most elite of the Millennium Dynasty's palace guards. Upon learning of the maiden's identity, the demeanor of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Regardless of any previous discontent or ulterior motives, the powerful nobles now presented themselves with dignified expressions, a blend of humility and just the right amount of pride, embodying the grandeur typical of those frequently seen in court. As a direct descendant of the royal bloodline of the Millennium Dynasty, the granddaughter of Emperor Galen possessed a status that overshadowed all present. Stevenson's lips moved again, stirred by an impulse to assert his own self-funded status. Yet he wisely refrained from voicing such folly. The term self-funded held a certain enchantment when associated with the maiden, evoking an aura of majesty. While it would merely render him a figure of ridicule, Steel Rock, evidently still unsated, appeared eager to utter further words. His gaze roamed, and his hands performed several gripping motions, clearly indicating a desire to find someone to spar with, to stretch his limbs. However, the maiden suddenly raised her hand, prompting Steel Rock to immediately fall silent. In an instant, the entire hall quieted considerably due to her action. The maiden closed her eyes, tilted her head back, her delicate yet proud nose twitching as if she were savoring an unseen scent in the air. At that moment, the seemingly drowsy elder behind her fully opened his eyes, surveying the hall before returning to his feeble state. The maiden forcefully tapped Steel Rock's arm and exclaimed, "The scent. Can you smell it?" Steel Rock inhaled deeply, producing a whooshing sound, yet his blank expression revealed his inability to detect anything. The maiden once again closed her eyes, beginning to move in pursuit of the invisible aroma that lingered in the air. A dozen barbarian warriors followed the young girl closely, their movements silent as shadows. Their actions bore the rhythm of tribal dance. However, when several human warriors attempted to mimic their high steps and soft landings, the stark contrast in height and physique rendered the entire formation rather comical. Yet, not a single soul in the hall dared to laugh. Mocking the 18-level palace guards was a fool's errand. The girl navigated through the throngs of nobles as if traversing an empty realm, casting behind her a myriad of curious, expectant, and disappointed glances. Those in her path hastily made way, and those who were slow or oblivious to the situation, like Stevenson moments before, found themselves swiftly removed from her path. The girl showed no hesitation in barreling through any obstacle that unconsciously or consciously stood before her. Within her petite frame lay an astonishing strength, akin to that of an ancient behemoth. When she effortlessly swatted away two 12th-level warriors and their lord to a distance of several dozen meters, none dared to obstruct her path again, fearing she might take an interest in their scent. In the least conspicuous corner of the hall, Richard stood before a giant lizard skin, paper and pen in hand, continuously sketching and calculating. In truth, the giant lizard skin was unworthy of its place in the exhibition hall, and it was unclear how it had ended up in the legendary mage's inventory. The gray dwarf had contemplated removing it, but, adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, decided to keep it, perhaps hoping the deep blue auction would elevate its worth. As for the description of the item, it lacked the detailed accounts typical of high-value items. Apart from its size and texture, the source was simply marked as unknown. The gray dwarf speculated that this unfortunate creature had stumbled into the magical range during his highness's hunt. Or perhaps it was not even the legendary mage's prey, but merely something picked up for packaging. Nevertheless, tracing its origins seemed unworthy of pursuit. So the gray dwarf had hastily inscribed the infinitely suggestive term unknown. For Richard, whose resources in gold and materials were exceedingly limited, this was akin to a timely gift. Once immersed in the world of numbers, he nearly forgot his surroundings. After all, he was in a corner near the storage area, where few would take interest in such an ordinary item, allowing him to complete his calculations in peace. However, unbeknownst to him, he had suddenly become the focal point of attention in the hall. Being scrutinized by thousands of gazes felt akin to being watched by a dragon. Richard broke into a cold sweat, jolted awake from his lengthy equations, instinctively lifting his gaze towards the hall. In his line of sight stood a strangely attired girl, her head tilted back, eyes closed, as she sniffed the air with her nose, swiftly approaching him. Trailing behind her were more than a dozen oddly dressed barbarians, along with several elegantly armored warriors, all appearing to stealthily follow the girl as if preparing to pilfer something. However, Richard's true talent sharply alerted him. Behind those comical movements lay a formidable strength. Even the warriors, adorned with an array of metallic embellishments, moved with a silence that was almost eerie. Under the simultaneous gaze of everyone in the hall, and with a peculiar group advancing towards him, Richard felt an immediate surge of tension. He glanced to his left, empty, then to his right, also vacant. Yet, it was abundantly clear that he was obstructing the path of the young maiden. With no one on either side, the target was undoubtedly behind him. But behind him, the barbaric figures exuded an overwhelming aura of power, their murderous glares striking him like tangible daggers, pressing down on him with a weight that rendered him almost breathless, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Even in his dullness, he comprehended that this band of marauders was not to be trifled with, and he was evidently in the way of the girl. As Richard began to sweat profusely, he noticed the girl's nostrils flaring in agitation, her pace quickening significantly, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before him. He instinctively sidestepped to the left, Yet the girl simultaneously pivoted right, maintaining her trajectory towards him, her steps accelerating to almost a sprint. As the girl surged forward, Richard's mind became a tumult of confusion. The lithe and beautiful maiden abruptly vanished, replaced by a colossal beast that lunged at him like a mountain. In that moment, a singular realization consumed him. If he failed to evade in time, he would be crushed to a pulp beneath the beast's weight. And the creature might remain oblivious to the fact that it had just trampled something beneath its feet. At this critical juncture, Richard instinctively unleashed the latent power within his body, propelling himself sideways with a ghostly agility, moving 5 meters to the right while his upper body remained perfectly still. This method of movement clearly belonged to the advanced combat techniques of the Dark World, and having evaded the beast's charge, he was poised for a thunderous counterattack. Clad in the garb of a mage, Richard unexpectedly revealed the might of a high-tier warrior and the exquisite skills of the Dark Realm, leaving all in astonishment, particularly those who recognized his true identity. Stevenson, who had been standing still, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, realizing just how perilous it was to be in such close proximity to Richard. In that fleeting moment, the warriors behind the girl unsheathed their weapons. Poised as if to leap into action, yet none actually launched an assault, nor did any sound escape their lips. Clearly, even after witnessing Richard's prowess, they were confident in their ability to eliminate him before he could retaliate. At that moment, the entire hall was enveloped in an uncanny atmosphere. Weapons were drawn. Bodies shifted without the slightest whisper. Even the rustle of fabric was absent. Only the girl's graceful form and the reverberating cadence of her steps filled the air. Caught off guard, the girl lunged but missed, exclaiming softly without opening her eyes. Instead, she lightly tapped her foot on the ground, abruptly changing direction and pursuing Richard with a speed that surpassed even his own heightened pace. Centered on the point where the young girl exerted her strength, countless fissures instantaneously manifested on the exceedingly hard surface of the azure crystal ground, spreading several meters in all directions. Richard felt a fierce wind assaulting him, rendering him breathless. He had no doubt that a collision between the two would shatter his entire skeleton. Yet, in the fleeting moment between retaliation and evasion, Richard hesitated like a flash of lightning, ultimately opting for avoidance, fully aware that escape might be futile. At that moment, for reasons unknown, his attention inexplicably veered, drawing his gaze to the girl's rear. Among the barbarian horde, an elder had opened his eyes, and in that instant, Richard's vision was consumed solely by the gaze of the old man. The illusion flickered and vanished. Yet Richard despairingly realized that his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile, while the girl hurtled towards him at an astonishing speed, remarkably. With her eyes closed, Richard's eyes rolled back in despair as he awaited the inevitable collision. He even questioned whether the thick stone wall behind him would provide any protection once he was flung away. Yet, the impact never came. The young girl halted abruptly before him, the distance between their noses scarcely 10 centimeters. Richard was utterly bewildered by her sudden stop. It was as if she had simply materialized in place. With her eyes still closed, her delicate nose twitched rapidly, and an expression of rapturous delight began to emerge on her small face as she leaned ever closer to him. Even the thought of being sniffed by a fierce tiger could not evoke a sense of terror as profound as that which this girl instilled in Richard. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his feet immobilized, forcing him to lean back as much as possible. However, the girl, with her hands clasped behind her back and on tiptoe, continued to inch toward him until her entire form inclined at a 45-degree angle to the ground. This defied all the worldly knowledge Richard had acquired, yet it transpired before his very eyes. In the presence of true power, common sense often falters. Richard had reclined to the utmost limit, while the young girl continued to lean forward. At last, their noses inevitably touched. Only then did the girl open her eyes, revealing 2 fathomless orbs that resembled the vastness of a starry sky before Richard. The space around them was imbued with a profound power. As Richard was captivated by the power reflected in the girl's eyes, she too gazed upon him, her petite nose continuously twitching. Suddenly, a radiant smile illuminated her face, as if a myriad of splendid vistas and boundless landscapes unfurled before Richard. Then she playfully extended her tongue and gave him a hearty lick on the lips, before standing upright, her eyes and brows brimming with a contented smile. Richard, taken aback, struggled to straighten his body. The potency of the bloodline had dissipated the moment he beheld the old man's gaze, and now he was solely reliant on his physical strength to endure. Continuing in this manner, he truly wondered if his back might snap. The lingering taste of the young girl still resided between his lips. an indescribable essence that was neither sweet nor fragrant, yet possessed a profound clarity reminiscent of the grandeur of 1,000 mighty mountains. Richard found himself unable to discern whether this flavor was intrinsic to the girl herself or if it stemmed from her overpowering aura. The girl, oblivious to Richard's thoughts, merely squinted her eyes as she savored her recent spoils. Ah, the robust flavor of the luminous crystal and the searing essence of molten lava. Wait, there should have been a trace of the abyssal demon scent here. Why is it absent? Such a sweet flavor, so familiar. Could it be the taste of elves? The harmonious fusion of these two flavors was delightful. No wonder it was so enchanting. The girl murmured in the ancient tongue of a primitive tribe, rendering her words nearly incomprehensible to those in the hall. Meanwhile, the ailing elder opened his eyes once more, casting a seemingly intentional glance at Richard. Suddenly, the girl shivered, emerging from her dazed state, and immediately donned an air of unparalleled confidence. She pointed decisively at Richard and proclaimed, "You accompany me for 3 months. I am fond of your essence. This is your payment." As she spoke, she retrieved a handful of Bessalara's spider crystals from her pocket, numbering 5 or 6, and without further ado, pressed them into Richard's hand. Richard immediately sensed that the gazes directed at him had intensified significantly, with the murderous intent multiplying tenfold. This is a spider crystal, or perhaps even more. However, the hall was filled with astute individuals. The murderous stares were solely aimed at Richard, while the occasional greedy glance that skimmed over the satchel at the girl's waist dared only to brush past like a fleeting dragonfly. Richard may be unfamiliar with many rare materials, yet he has certainly heard of the Bessalara's spider crystal, a high-grade core material essential for the crafting of magical constructs. He is acutely aware of its immense value, a wealth he may never attain in his lifetime, particularly as he aspires to become a construct master in the future. For ordinary powerhouses, the word perhaps could be entirely omitted. Without reaching the legendary realm, acquiring such a crystal is utterly unattainable. The young girl gazed at him in astonishment. "Why? Isn't it true that on your continent, anyone with wealth can achieve anything? Is the amount I offer insufficient? It's merely for 3 months. All I ask is for your company during that time." To be frank, when Richard contemplated spending tens of millions of gold coins, he experienced a mix of conflicting emotions, as this sum represented a staggering fortune. However, once the crystal was returned, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled at the girl and replied, "I am not in need of money. Furthermore, I have many matters to attend to, making it impossible for me to accompany you." "Not in need of money?" The girl scrutinized Richard, then glanced at the giant lizard skin, her face a canvas of confusion. "If you lack wealth, why have you deliberated over this item for so long? Isn't it priced in gold? Gold is hardly valuable. Ah, do you possess a peculiar interest in giant lizards? Wishing to create a race of lizard folk? I must inform you, there is no need for such an endeavor, as lizard folk already exist. If you find them lacking, there are dragonkin, who are undoubtedly superior to lizard folk. You need not sacrifice yourself for this." The girl's words nearly caused Richard to faint. He was both amused and exasperated. Unable to express his frustration, he settled for saying, "Very well, I have little money, but I will use whatever I have. Hence, your wealth is unnecessary." "Ah, I understand now. Is the amount insufficient? Then I shall give this to you." The girl unexpectedly unfastened the beast hide pouch from her waist. The majority of the onlookers in the hall felt as though they were about to lose their minds. She had actually removed the beast hide pouch. Did she not realize it was spatial equipment? Stop. Richard, growing increasingly impatient, felt the formula he had been on the verge of resolving slipping away from his mind. He had no desire, nor could he afford, to waste this giant lizard skin. 1 month. The girl insisted through gritted teeth. "I cannot spare even a single day." Richard firmly rejected her proposition. A murderous glint began to coalesce on the girl's face, yet it did not intimidate Richard. He picked up the fallen magical parchment and resumed his calculations, his quill moving with remarkable speed. Time was more precious to him than even the lizard skin. The elderly man opened his murky eyes and nodded. The girl let out a cheer and dashed to Richard, seizing his collar and pulling him within an inch of her face, exclaiming, "You smell delightful and you require no payment. Therefore, I have made my decision. You shall be my man." This startling declaration was nothing short of overwhelming. Given their nearly equal heights, Richard felt that even the slightest movement might bring him face to face with her parting lips. However, the strength in her grip was as heavy as a mountain, leaving Richard, whose body was still recovering from an earlier exertion, utterly immobilized in her grasp. Struggling in vain, Richard was acutely aware that no one would come to his rescue. With a wry smile, he addressed the girl. "This seems rather inappropriate. Instantly, she huffed and retorted, "What is inappropriate? Is there anyone here who dares to defy me? I would promptly toss them into the sea. My father once led an army to invade our tribe's territory, only to be utterly defeated by my mother, who annihilated his forces and claimed him as her own, resulting in my existence. Since you cannot best me, you might as well come with me. Rest assured, I shall not torment you immediately. We must coexist for a year or two so that I can discern whether you are intolerable. I cannot allow myself to be taken advantage of without engendering a formidable warrior. Should I ultimately discover that you are merely pleasant-smelling, I would still cast you into the sea." Faced with the girl's declaration, Richard found himself utterly speechless. Suddenly, the elder coughed several times, prompting Steel Rock to step forward and whisper a few words in the tribal tongue into the girl's ear. She furrowed her brow, glanced at the elder, and then scrutinized Richard, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Richard. Richard Ackman," he replied, somewhat helplessly. He suddenly realized that he increasingly relied on his surname to extricate himself from awkward situations. The leader of the palace guards leaned toward Steel Rock and whispered something, to which Steel Rock added, "But he is quite formidable. He is a true warrior." The girl gently set Richard on the ground and adjusted his clothing before stepping back to regard him earnestly. "Very well, I appreciate a genuine warrior. Though you may be weak, you are courageous and ask for nothing, and your scent is indeed appealing. Therefore, I have decided to make you my man." Richard offered a bittersweet smile, preparing to politely decline once more, but the girl interjected, "However, I have resolved to adhere to the continent's customs. My father said that two individuals wishing to be together must first become friends." At this moment, Steel Rock leaned closer, endeavoring to lower his voice. "Your Highness, the custom states that for two people to unite, their families must first negotiate a transaction." "Ah, is that so?" the girl exclaimed in surprise, seeking assistance from the elder. The elder strained to open his eyes, first glancing at Richard, then revealing a grim smile as he slowly stated, "Rules are determined by people. In this land, whatever you deem reasonable, Your Highness, is what becomes the rule. At least here, no one will oppose it." Clearly disliking verbosity, the girl promptly declared, "Fine. Let us be friends first. That is what my father said. Although he cannot best my mother, she has acknowledged him as a wise man." Gazing into Richard's eyes, she clenched her right fist against her chest and, with utmost seriousness, posed the question, "Richard, do you wish to be my friend?" Once again, Richard found himself in an unexpected situation, yet he could sense the girl's earnestness and determination. Her forthright nature resonated with him. Thus, he responded earnestly, "If it is merely friendship, I would certainly welcome it. However, let us postpone the matter of becoming your man for later. Since we are friends, I shall not impose upon you." The girl interrupted Richard, her expression transforming into one of solemnity and reverence. "As friends, I must share my name with you. My full name is Tilly Ben Saba to Tyra Mills." Everyone was aware of the elder's mischief, yet none dared to voice it. "Do you remember?" the girl inquired with an expectant gaze. "Yes," Richard nodded. The girl's initial surprise gave way to joy as she exclaimed, "You actually remembered my name. How impressive. I can only say it once." Yet Richard found himself perplexed. With such a lengthy name, how would he refer to her in the future? The girl, sensing his thoughts, smiled and said, "The people of the tribe call me Mountain and Sea, and you may call me that as well." Mountain and Sea? Richard pondered, intrigued by the peculiar name. Stripped of her attire and eccentric adornments, and despite the unique mannerisms that set her apart, she was astonishingly beautiful even by the continent's standards. This name, however, carried a grandeur and majesty not typically associated with a girl's title. To his astonishment, the girl nodded vigorously and explained, "Indeed. For the elders say that the wealth that belongs to me can accumulate into great mountains, and the power I shall possess in the future will be as unfathomable as the ocean." "Very well, Mountain and Sea, we are now friends," Richard declared. Suddenly, the girl smiled mischievously and said, "Since we are friends, I can give you a gift. This gift is for you." To Stevenson's astonishment, the girl removed the newly acquired dragonskin shawl, rolled it up, and thrust it into Richard's hands. He immediately frowned, preparing to refuse. "No, this item is far too precious." "Of course, but I do not possess anything of such value, so you should—" Before Richard could finish his sentence, the girl swiftly reached out, pulled him close, and planted a firm kiss on his lips, laughing as she declared, "Let this be the gift." Richard was taken aback. The midsummer revelry had finally come to a close, leaving behind a plethora of topics worthy of discussion for the next 4 years. On this night, The emotions of the dark gold towards the young maiden had transformed from sheer astonishment into a profound admiration, surpassing even that for Her Highness Sue Helen. Though both currencies were in circulation, those made of gold and those composed of spider crystal were evidently of disparate caliber. Similarly, when it came to spider crystal, the distinction between individual pieces and bundles denoted entirely different realms of value. Within this night of revelry, Stevenson might have been the most disheartened among them, or perhaps not. Regardless, no one seemed inclined to pay heed to the feelings of this inadvertently displaced dragon-veined sorcerer. There were countless topics clamoring for discussion: the maideness pouch, the friendship between Richard and the maiden, and even the steel rock, the elder, and the court guards of the millennial dynasty. Amidst these discussions, the keywords of Bethrala's spider crystal and self-funding would be recurrently invoked. Who had the leisure to concern themselves with a mere dragon-veined sorcerer? In truth, Stevenson was mentioned more often than one might expect, yet within the discourse, he was perpetually referred to as that fellow who was knocked aside. Only Stevenson himself comprehended that the pressure akin to mountains and seas did not merely strike, but rather, it crushed. Chapter 46. Friends. The next skin of the fire dragon, valued in the tens of millions, had been carelessly bundled up amidst the mountains and seas, thrust upon him as a gift. Richard unfurled the neck skin, laying it upon the expansive workbench, his fingers gently caressing its surface. The fire dragon neck skin spanned nearly 2 square meters, dominating most of the table once fully spread out. Its hue was a deep crimson, interwoven with strands of vivid red, and when laid out in its entirety, the skin emitted a faint, ethereal glow, a luminous mist that could not be overshadowed even under the brilliant light of magical lamps. As Richard's fingers glided over it, he could feel the searing power of the flames. This fire dragon neck skin was the most exquisite material Richard had ever touched in his life. As his hand moved across it, a torrent of data surged forth, deepening his understanding of its properties. Should he utilize this skin as a material, many of his aspirations would materialize into reality. With at least a 30% certainty of crafting a powerful magical rune capable of enabling the snow hare to overcome the winter wolf. However, the origins of this skin were shrouded in mystery, at least in Richard's eyes. If one were to look with sincerity, the genuine and unpretentious nature of the barbarian maiden could be sensed. Yet, applying the wisdom and rationality cultivated by humanity over the years would lead one to suspect that there was a hidden scheme behind the maiden's actions. Richard adhered to his own principles and modes of thought, aspiring to befriend the mountains and seas without intending to exploit her vast wealth. Although still youthful, the overarching framework of his thoughts and principles had been shaped during his childhood by Alani, and was somewhat influenced by the shadow of Gordon Ackermond. Before being sent to the Deep Blue, Gordon Ackermond had imparted a memorable phrase to Richard: "Within the depths of every Ackermond lies a bubbling pride." They would rather carve out their own territory with their own hands than rely on the strength of others. This perspective bore both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage lies in the perpetual disunity of the Egmont, while the advantage is that each Egmont that rises successfully instills a sense of dread. The Silvermoon Elves, undoubtedly, possess a proud demeanor, albeit one marked by a cold and distant arrogance. Their pursuit of perfection, rooted in their bloodline, renders them unable to perceive beyond their own aspirations. These two distinct forms of pride amalgamate within Richard, leaving him uncertain as to whether he leans more towards the Silvermoon Elves or the Egmont. He deftly rolled up the dragon's neck skin, preparing the magical materials required for sealing. Without magical preservation, the potent energy encapsulated in the fiery neck skin would gradually dissipate, unless one possessed a demiplane for storage. At that moment, Richard sensed a faint flow of energy coursing through the dragon skin, its desolate aura immediately evoking memories of the barbarian girl. This trace of power was an enhancement she had bestowed upon the dragon skin when she gifted it to Richard, intended to safeguard its magical essence. However, when she utilized it as a shawl, she had not infused it with any power, treating it merely as an ordinary hide. Who would have imagined that this reckless individual possessed such a meticulous side? Richard unconsciously smiled faintly as he meticulously sealed the dragon's neck skin and carefully placed it on the top shelf of the magical materials rack in the warehouse. Once the meal box was arranged, the girl immediately exclaimed with joy and sat down at the table, saying to Richard, "Please, treat me to a meal." Of course, Richard was indeed eager for companionship. He called out to Steel Rock and the Elder, but was politely declined by the barbarian warrior. The giant Steel Rock wore a disdainful expression towards nearly everyone, yet his demeanor towards Richard was relatively amiable. Mountain and Sea, upon receiving the invitation, wasted no time in digging in. She showed no inclination to use the numerous fine utensils laid out before her. Instead, she truly indulged in the feast. Whether it was the dragon rib or the turtle shell, she effortlessly tore them into chunks, devouring them with gusto, crunching and swallowing them with abandon. The steaming hot soup was gulped down along with its ingredients, irrespective of what they were, as she swallowed it whole. The girl's teeth seemed capable of shattering any material in existence, as the dragon bones and turtle shells crumbled in her mouth, like mere nuts. In just a few moments, as she surveyed the empty utensils, Mountain and Sea felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, "Ah, while other aspects here may be lacking, the food is indeed excellent." Standing up, she grasped Richard's hand and said, "How about this? Come with me to my camp. My tribesmen went fishing in the sea last night, and if we go now, you can enjoy shark and magical whale. Don't you live in the deep blue?" Richard inquired curiously. "Of course. What is so great about this place? You can only see the mountains and the sea through such a small window. I prefer waking up to the sight of the sky." In truth, the ice bay was magnificent, only slightly inferior to her hometown. So she wondered why they confined themselves in such a small cage. Seeing the earnest expression of Mountain and Sea, Richard felt both helpless and amused. He had intended to explain that it was unnecessary to wait for winter. Even in the early spring and late autumn, one could perish from exposure in the wild. However, judging by her demeanor, she likely had no concept of cold. Nevertheless, Richard had to politely decline her invitation, saying, "I can't. I have to meet my teacher this afternoon." Mountain and Sea let out a small sound of realization and suddenly remembered something, exclaiming, "I also have an appointment with her this afternoon. I almost forgot. Actually, it doesn't make much difference whether I see her or not. But since you're going too, let us go together when the time comes." With a little time left before the agreed-upon hour, Richard had no intention of seeking out another place to eat. Instead, he used the internal communicator to request that the meal service collect the utensils and bring along some snacks. He and Mountain and Sea settled by the large floor-to-ceiling window, choosing a spot with a broad view to begin their conversation. The girl recounted many sights from the barbarian world, and from her account, Richard learned that the barbarians resided on a vast island in the eastern part of Norland. In terms of area, it could actually be referred to as a continent and was thus known as the barbaric continent. The indigenous tribes living on this land referred to it as Kalando, meaning the land of heroes. Richard also spoke at length about the scenic life in Rutland village, a glimpse into the existence of the most marginalized populace of the continent, where mountains and seas were listened to with rapt attention. At this moment, Steel Rock and the Elder had completed a full circuit of Richard's living quarters. The Elder stood before Richard's workbench, bending slightly to scrutinize an unfinished piece. This was Richard's conceptualization of the magical rune construct, its overall framework yet to be finalized, requiring further calculations and validation of formulas. Consequently, the expansive parchment laid out on the table was densely covered with a plethora of numbers and equations, interspersed with occasional sketches of magical circles. Such a piece, still in its nascent stages of conception, would scarcely captivate the interest of any construct master. However, the Elder remained motionless at the workbench, seemingly enthralled by the tedious figures. The Elder shook his head and remarked, "One can discern whether a majestic eagle will soar through the azure sky from the moment it flaps its wings in the nest." Steel Rock rubbed his enormous hands together and mused, "Will this lad truly become a magnificent eagle?" Chapter 47. The meeting on the opposite side of the living quarters. Richard and Mountain and Sea were engaging in increasingly harmonious conversation. The young woman animatedly recounted her illustrious exploits of hunting the frigid mammoths in her single years. Yet Richard sensed something amiss. "Wait a moment, Mountain and Sea. Are you implying that you are a warrior?" Richard inquired. "Indeed. The Grand Elder has proclaimed that I may one day inherit the entirety of the holy totems as a divine warrior." The young woman responded with an air of certainty. Richard found himself somewhat perplexed, carefully deliberating his words to avoid wounding the young girl's pride. "Is it possible for you to learn magic? I mean, would the simultaneous pursuit of magic alongside the martial skills inherited from your tribe create a conflict and ultimately hinder your progress? What is the purpose of studying magic? Such a complex and troublesome endeavor seems rather futile." "Oh, I apologize, Richard. I did not mean to imply that about you." Sean and High playfully stuck out her tongue at Richard, her gaze lingering on his lips, revealing a gluttonous expression. Richard instinctively leaned back, and the young girl realized she had once again revealed her true self. She immediately straightened up, adopting a serious expression, and earnestly declared, "Magic holds no significance for me. I could easily dispel any spells below level 5 with a mere swipe." It is nearly impossible for level 6 magic to target me. Moreover, I am still young. And as I mature, my ability to resist and evade magic will only increase. Although Richard was already aware of the formidable powers of the mountains and the sea, he was taken aback by their strength, realizing that the tribal might of the Calendar continent was undoubtedly on par with that of Norland. Yet, this was within the realm of expectation. What puzzled Richard was a different matter. Mountains and sea, if you have no intention of studying magic, why do you wish to be a student of the teacher? Playing with a small braid that hung down, Mountains and Sea replied matter-of-factly. Because Her Highness Su Hailuan is a legendary mage. I simply seek to learn from a legend. I do not intend to absorb her teachings. With her, I will have 3 legendary mentors, along with my mother and grandmother. The Great Elder refers to this as background, which is highly valued in your Norland continent. As for coming to Deep Blue, spending a little money is worthwhile. Even if I learn nothing, it still counts as having background. In your Norland terms, this is called gilding. A burly barbarian warrior approached at a brisk pace, bending down to whisper earnestly in the girl's ear. Struggling to lower his voice as he said, "It's called gilding." Gilding? What a peculiar term. Why gild with gold? Isn't gold abundant everywhere? If I were to describe it, I think a layer of emerald magic iron from the ninth abyss would be a more vivid analogy. Mountains and Sea discussed this matter earnestly with Steel Rock. Clearly, the barbarian warrior had not contemplated the issue deeply, as he awkwardly rubbed his hands together, attempting to find a sensible explanation for the term. Perhaps in Norland, gold is indeed a precious commodity. You see, everything here is priced in gold coins. Mountains and Sea's eyes brightened with understanding. No wonder the Great Elder said that in Norland, the use of spider crystal and gold coins represents 2 distinct realms. Precisely. Steel Rock marveled at the girl's insight. Richard sensed that something was amiss, though he could not articulate it. If black gold were present, he would undoubtedly have been able to deliver irrefutable arguments to denounce the ignorance of the barbarians. The fundamental unit of currency and circulation and the concept of large transactions are entirely different, and crystal silk could never replace gold coins. However, even Black Gold himself had to concede that the use of crystal silk and gold coins indeed represented disparate realms of existence. Soon, the appointed time for the legendary mage's meeting arrived. Su Hailuan was typically punctual, though this was primarily a standard she expected of others. She herself possessed a certain draconic tendency to be occasionally tardy, such as arriving days late. And there were even more instances of her delaying appointments by an hour or 2 due to simply not being fully awake. The great archmages understood this well. As a legendary mage could scarcely afford to waste time, even sleep served as a valuable opportunity for the enhancement of magical power. The true foundation of Deep Blue was deeply rooted in Su Hailuan's oceanic reservoir of magical energy. Visitors arriving at Deep Blue to consult the legendary mage were generally not averse to spending an extra hour or 2 for the sake of Her Highness Su Hailuan. This afternoon, Richard and the companions from the Mountain and Sea experienced a blend of fortune and misfortune. The fortunate aspect was that the legendary mage had awakened from her afternoon slumber. The unfortunate part was that her awakening was not a natural one. The legendary mage had arranged to meet Richard and the companions from the Mountain and Sea in the same location, a small reception room. Less than 200 square meters in area, which was indeed one of the smallest in her private quarters. At that moment, the legendary mage reclined on a fragrant couch, one bare foot perched high on the armrest, while her left hand extended languidly over the couch, fingers occasionally curling to summon pieces of fruit from a golden bowl on the floor, which would then fly into her small mouth and vanish completely. Though her sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, her snow-white arms and slender calves created a striking visual impact, causing one to entirely overlook the actions that were devoid of elegance. Su Hailuan's eyes were half open, yet the glimmering pupils lacked focus. Those familiar with her recognized this as a sign that she had yet to awaken fully. At this moment, the legendary mage was at her most perilous. Her eyes opened wide, revealing depths ignited with flames of fury, from which vibrant streams of elemental energy erupted from her straight, high-arched nose, a dense swirl of elemental currents. In an instant, the elements within the space seemed to awaken, rejoicing and leaping toward the legendary mage, encircling her in intricate trajectories, ever ready to heed her command. With eyes like lightning, the legendary mage began to search for foes, only to discover the reception room was devoid of any presence. Apart from the snacks and fruits, there was no target to annihilate. Glancing at the incessantly ringing magical clock and then at the long strand of hair cascading from her head, she suddenly smiled and tapped the armrest of the couch. With this slight motion, A dozen concealed magical clocks simultaneously chimed, signaling the urgent assembly of the archmages for a council. Moments later, 17 archmages filed in, while a troop of dark elf maidens brought in 17 chairs, providing each archmage with a seat. Suhailuan lightly tapped her nails, and the dark elven maid outside had already received her orders, leading the waiting guests into the reception hall. As Shan and Hai entered the chamber, they remained affectionately linked with Richard, while Gang In, the elder, and the two palace guards followed closely behind. Ordinarily, visitors' attendants were not permitted entry into the reception hall. However, today's summons from the legendary mage specifically requested the inclusion of all present. The moment the group entered the hall, the eyes of the legendary mage brightened, and with narrowed gaze, he scrutinized Gang In, the elder, and the palace guards. Gang In and the guards exhibited no signs of concern, though the elder's pace faltered slightly before he quickly resumed step with the young girl. The 17 archmages instinctively straightened in their seats, sensing a surge of elemental energy in the air. Their extensive knowledge allowed them to discern that both palace guards were level 18 warriors, with Gong Yin's prowess evidently surpassing that of the guards. In such close proximity, had the archmages been unprepared, these 3 warriors alone could have decimated them. Moreover, there stood an elder whose strength remained inscrutable even to them, despite her youthful appearance. The girl emanated a fierce and untamed aura reminiscent of a prehistoric beast yet to reach maturity. The legendary mage seldom resorted to urgent summons, leading the archmages to conclude that unforeseen events had transpired. Upon witnessing the wild girl and her entourage, an unmistakable tension permeated the air. However, they were perplexed by the apparent camaraderie between Richard and the barbarian girl, juxtaposed against the legendary mage's unabashed hostility. Naturally, some of the more perceptive archmages began to link the legendary mage's ire with the events of Fate's Night. Shan and Hai approached Suhailuan, seating themselves on the grand sofa prepared for esteemed guests, reclining comfortably, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the legendary mage. Suhailuan narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired, "Who are you?" The legendary mage smiled and replied, "My student." "Huh. While I impose no restrictions on the qualifications or selection of self-funded students, how can a barbarian warrior, who has inherited the holy totem, possibly learn magic from me? If memory serves, the holy totem's greatest attribute is its repulsion of magic." "Oh, I never intended to learn magic," she exclaimed. "I simply chose to come to Deep Blue because you are a legendary mage. Well, just for the golden embellishment." Chapter 48, Collision at Last. Shan and Hai did not forget the term golden embellishment, and though her words came forth with an air of nonchalance, she at least remembered to address her mentor with the respectful you. Unbeknownst to her, the legendary mage's expression grew increasingly grim. Had she noticed the change in Suhailuan's demeanor, she would undoubtedly have spoken her mind. Suddenly, Suhailuan smiled, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons, charming and alluring. As the earlier shadows seemed to dissipate, golden embellishment? Just because I am a legendary mage? Shan and Hai nodded, responding, "Indeed, that is correct. With your presence, I now have 3 legendary mentors, which is quite sufficient. Pray tell, who are the other 2 masters you speak of?" The legendary mage smiled radiantly. Suhailuan chuckled softly and remarked, "If that is the case, then the Emperor Jialan of the Millennium Dynasty must have some connection to you, correct?" "She is my grandmother," came the reply. The smile of the legendary mage momentarily faltered before resuming its flow. She cast a discreet, yet piercing glare at the gray dwarf, who appeared entirely innocent. The data on self-funded students had been promptly submitted. However, the legendary mage's gaze seemed fixated solely on the lengthy series of numbers, disregarding all other information. Suhailuan reached out, grasping a waterflower fruit larger than her fist. With a gentle flick of her nail, the fruit's shell split open, and she leisurely extracted a petal of flesh, pure and translucent as jade. "I have heard that the royal bloodline of the Millennium Dynasty flows with that of high elves. How is it that a granddaughter like you has suddenly emerged? You clearly just arrived from the wilderness not long ago." "Ah, yes, I recall now, over a decade ago. The 3rd prince of Emperor Jialan, the youngest of the 4 renowned generals of the Millennium Dynasty, led an army of 50,000 on an expedition into the wilderness." Could it be that he? With a crisp crack, the sound of the fruit seed shattering echoed from Suhailuan's mouth. The legendary mage maintained her smile, her lips moving subtly as she discreetly swallowed the contents, as though the fruit had no seed at all. In times of necessity, the legendary mage's mouth could rival the ferocity of a dragon's bite. "So, your mother is also a legend. To have 4 legendary figures as your backing is indeed no small feat," Suhailuan said slowly. Sean and Hai nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, with you, that makes 5. The elder proclaimed, "With such a background, one can navigate no landy with ease. In times of trouble, merely mentioning this lineage will compel others to yield without the need for force." The legendary mage laughed, her laughter taking on a peculiar tone. "So, you intend to leverage the support of these 4 legends against me? No wonder you regard me with such disdain. Now tell me, among these companions of yours, who would be interested in a duel with me?" Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Su Hailuan's eyes, her golden hair standing on end as the radiance obscured her true form. The legendary mage remained composed, her gaze sweeping over the 4 individuals behind Sean and Hai. 2 royal guards emitted a muffled grunt, as if struck by an invisible hammer, and were propelled 10 meters back, crashing heavily against the wall before slowly sinking to the ground. Meanwhile, Gang Yin staggered back several paces before bellowing and regaining his footing. He assumed a charging stance, his expression fierce as he glared at the legendary mage, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Only the elder remained steadfast, though his hair suddenly billowed backward as if swept by a tempest, causing the 2 bone ornaments around his neck to shatter with a pop, releasing a wisp of pale smoke. A hint of helplessness graced the elder's face as he slowly opened his eyes, his withered lips moving as if to utter something. However, his movements remained as sluggish as ever, while the legendary mage spoke with a crisp and rapid cadence. Before the old man could utter a single word, the legendary mage had already expressed several thoughts. "Humph, at last, I have discerned your presence. Although we have never met, the essence of the ancient beast's soul cannot deceive me. You were the one who roused me from my midday slumber, were you not? Urazazer, High Priest. Why do you not remain in the sanctum of the celestial pool atop the great snow mountain? Have you come here seeking a duel with me?" With a forceful sweep of her small hand, Su Hailuan addressed the archmages. "You all may leave, lest our esteemed guest accuse me of relying on numbers for victory. That old fellow, you've lingered in the legendary realm for at least 4 or 5 decades, so do not claim that I have bullied you upon your defeat. And you, big guy, you may join in as well. Those 2 useless ones seem unable to rise for the time being." The archmages exchanged glances, none daring to move. They finally understood why Su Hailuan had summoned them all with such urgency. It was a display of power and a guarantee of a collective confrontation. Of course, the current scene suggested that the legendary mage was supremely confident of victory, hence the need for a sufficient audience to cheer her on. In an instant, the legendary mage stood up, rubbing her small hands together with excitement radiating from her eyes, proclaiming, "It has been far too long since I have had a proper fight. Just as your barbarian kin value speaking with their fists, I am not in the best of moods today, so let us commence swiftly. If you do not approach, I shall take the initiative." Urazazer firmly planted his staff into the ground, halting the already charging steel rock mid-roar, and shook his head in resignation. "Esteemed Princess Su Hailuan, my presence here serves 2 purposes, to protect her and to convey our sincerity to you. If we merely sought a legendary powerhouse to serve as a mentor for the mountain and sea, we need not expend a fortune of millions of gold coins." Su Hailuan's expression softened slightly. The high priest spoke truthfully. If it were merely a matter of obtaining a title, 200,000 gold coins would suffice to entice many legendary figures. Not every legendary individual, unlike Su Hailuan, would be so adept at amassing wealth. Observing her wavering resolve, the high priest seized the moment to present another incentive. Not every legendary powerhouse is worthy of becoming the mentor to His Highness of the mountain and sea. In fact, our list of candidates on the Norland continent is rather limited. "Oh? How many individuals are on that list?" The legendary mage's interest was piqued. 2. Came the unexpectedly delightful response from Su Hailuan. The second candidate, the martial sage Song Jian of the Millennium Dynasty, stood as a name that could easily rival Su Hailuan's stature. The choice of 2 candidates subtly indicated that the Great Snow Mountain Sanctum and the Emperor of Galan did not regard other legends on the continent with high esteem. Perhaps there were other reasons behind this, but Su Hailuan was prepared to accept this understanding. "Ah, old man, though you disturbed my slumber, your discernment has indeed earned the blessing of the beast god, which is rather impressive. Your sincerity of millions of gold coins is more than sufficient." "Ah, indeed. Mountain and sea, why do you bear such a name? It appears rather incongruous with the customs of the calendar continent." The legendary mage's gaze softened considerably as he regarded mountain and sea. This was certainly not a consequence of Urazaz's words, but rather the allure of countless gold coins. Such a staggering sum was sufficient to render the legendary mage's expression tender. A newly awakened legendary mage often exhibits a rather irritable temperament. Now we encounter the true Sahalan. In response to the legendary mage's inquiry, Mountain and Sea offered an answer slightly divergent from Richard's. "Mike can assert that only lofty mountains and vast oceans can aptly describe my wealth." Sahelin covered her mouth, laughing demurely as she remarked, "Wealth that can only be described by mountains and seas? Does that mean you are wealthier than I?" This was a rather cold jest, prompting the archmages to chuckle awkwardly in support. Only the gray dwarf displayed a peculiar expression, the smile on his face more twisted than one of despair. "Indeed." Mountain and Sea nodded, maintaining his usual forthright demeanor as he stated, "I am your self-funded student. It is only natural that I possess greater riches than you. 10 million gold coins are of no consequence. You need not dwell on it. Of course, I now comprehend why gilding is the trend in Norland, rather than the enchanting abyssal emerald magic iron." The smile on the legendary mage's face froze, his brows slowly rising as he inquired in a voice both sweet and gentle, "Did you just assert that you are wealthier than I?" "Indeed." Mountain and Sea nodded vigorously, just as the legendary mage was about to respond. He suddenly noticed that upon the small braid that had lifted due to his vigorous nodding were entwined a few inconspicuous black crystals. The legendary mage felt his heart skip a beat. Those were unmistakably among the finest of spatial magic crystals, the Acerastar diamonds. Such treasures are seldom found, not easily quantified in gold coins, and even in magical crystal transactions, one must wait for the right opportunity, typically exchanging only with materials of equivalent caliber. Sahelin herself possessed merely a handful of Acerastar diamonds, yet Mountain and Sea had 7 adorning his braid. The corners of Sahelin's eyes twitched slightly, and her gaze immediately drifted to the other braids atop Mountain and Sea's head. The legendary mage's discerning ability is virtually unparalleled when she focuses. Even the most unassuming appearance cannot deceive her keen eyes. Indeed, there lay dragon teeth, a millennium-old unicorn horn, and feathers from the fiery phoenix, all objects akin to the Acerastar diamonds. Most outrageously, the dragon teeth and unicorn horns, reduced to mere fragments of their original colossal forms through arcane refinement, had been fashioned into mere ornaments. Suddenly, the legendary mage felt a wave of weakness. Should Mountain and Sea convert the adornments upon his head into gold coins, the sum would surely exceed 100 million. The crux of the matter is that even possessing over 100 million gold coins would not guarantee the acquisition of such treasures. The sensation of having several 100 million gold coins atop one's head is enough to make Sahelin feel dizzy merely contemplating it. It is not to say that she would be intimidated by these matters. The private collection of the legendary mage is far more extensive than mere trifles. However, the mere act of Mountain and Sea placing such items upon their heads indicates that her purse must contain even more. Perhaps her wealth indeed warrants a comparison to Mountain's and Sea's. "I will pay the tuition," Mountain and Sea called out to Su Hailuan's retreating figure. In that fleeting moment, everyone experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the mere silhouette could reveal a significant uplift in the legendary mage's spirits. The archmages departed one by one, their gazes towards Mountain and Sea laden with intrigue. The gray dwarf, Black Gold, remained behind, his eyes betraying no effort to conceal his admiration and reverence. Mountain and Sea did not hasten to leave. Instead, they swiftly devoured the fruits left by the legendary mage, cleansing the golden basin in less than a minute. They then gazed at the empty vessel, licking their lips in evident anticipation of more. The gray dwarf promptly interjected, "There are still plenty of fruits available. They merely require payment." In terms of appetite and taste, Mountain and Sea and Su Hailuan exhibited a remarkable similarity. According to the theory that a legendary mage's power is determined by their appetite, it is certain that the young woman will one day achieve legendary status, perhaps even surpassing it. Thus, when evaluating this theory, it remains to be seen whether Richard, seemingly forgotten in the corner by all, can ascend to the ranks of the legendary. Richard was taken aback, while the gray dwarf sensed that something was amiss. However, the brilliance of the spider crystal was so blinding that he felt powerless to voice any dissent against Mountain and Sea. As for Richard, no one sought his opinion. The girl, having devoured all the fruits, stood up and addressed the elder. "Strange. Did not the Grand Elder state that when dealing with true powerhouses on the continent of Norland, one must leverage their background? Only second-rate individuals require financial means to topple their foes. Why then does my mentor seem entirely unperturbed by my background, instead feeling overwhelmed by my wealth?" The gray dwarf hesitated, wanting to speak, but holding back. Mountain and Sea quickly noticed this, pointed at him, and exclaimed, "Speak your mind." The gray dwarf lowered his voice as much as possible. "Well, in truth, your highness can tolerate someone stronger than herself, but cannot accept anyone wealthier. Thus, she must be striving to accumulate riches. Mountain and Sea was taken aback. Does one truly need to exert effort to earn money? Mining in the mountains suffices. The Grand Priest, Urazazu, stroked his bald chin, smiling as he said, Your grandmother has found you a rather delightful minter. Mountain and Sea nodded vigorously. Indeed. Moreover, my minter has a most delightful fragrance. I long to take a bite. When the time comes that I can best her. Heh. No need to wait for the future. Just, most likely, murmured the gray dwarf, enough for the girl to hear. When Mountain and Sea alluded to the fragrance, Richard sensed an ominous turn of events and quietly retreated, preparing to leave this contentious place. The competition with Stevenson was imminent, and his schedule was so tight that he could scarcely spare time for an extra bath, let alone wish to reside with Mountain and Sea. Furthermore, he was now of age, a true man, and naturally understood that cohabiting with Mountain and Sea would not sit well with Suhailuan. Recalling the legendary mage's star-like eyes upon entering, a shadow fell over his heart. Yet, the legendary mage had departed, and the girl suddenly transformed into the most powerful figure within the deep blue, able to act as she pleased without fear of others witnessing. At the very least, the gray dwarf had already pledged allegiance, daring to betray Suhailuan in Richard's presence. Faced with this genuine friend, Richard found himself utterly powerless. Best to hide, he thought. But after taking just 2 steps, he found Mountain and Sea inexplicably before him. The girl smiled radiantly, her fathomless eyes merely assessing his lips. All irrelevant parties turned their heads at the opportune moment, rendering themselves blind to the scene, though their ears were ever attentive. Suddenly, Richard emitted a sound akin to choking, followed shortly by a sharp clap. What are you doing? Richard's voice rose in indignation. Then came the girl's melodious and satisfied reply. Why are you angry? It's just a kiss. A kiss won't cost you a thing. Are we not friends? Friends exchange gifts, and consider this your little present to me. Well, Richard, could you possibly bestow upon me another gift this evening? Hey, where are you going? Humph, do you think you can escape with my present? That night, the mountains and the sea took up residence in Richard's vicinity.